Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Sentient Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got Sentient Gamer Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The player, unlock Quirk, remain quirkless. Please choose. Izuku stares at the floating text pane suspiciously, but finally mutters, unlock Quirk. A new pane replaces the first one. Congratulations, you have finally unlocked your Quirk. Achievement, Quirk unlocked. See description. Go to player overview. See description, he says, feeling a little masochistic, or maybe it's just morbid curiosity. A second pane appears. Quirk unlocked. Player has met conditions. A player must be 14 years of age, so as to be able to mentally handle basic usage of Quirk. B. Quirk must finish basic setup requirements. C. Player must choose to unlock Quirk. Congratulations, you have reached a milestone that most reach upon turning 4. Your patience has been rewarded. Close description. Yes, no. Well, that at least explains why it took so long to show up, even if the congratulations is more like rubbing his face and how behind others he is. Wait, how does he even have a Quirk? Didn't the Quirk doctor say the extra toe joint means he won't get a Quirk? A third pane pops up in response. Scanning for information. Research shows that only 2/3 of those who have an extra toe joint are quirkless. Of those, it is suspected that a third have very subtle quirks or quirks with extremely unlikely activation. Of the third that are acknowledged to have quirks, many are specific mutation or transformation quirks, but a few are emitter quirks with which the extra toe joint provides very slight extra stability, which is useful for safe usage of the quirk. What? None of the research he's done has turned up more than the occasional mutation quirk with the extra joint, so this isn't lifted from his own knowledge. So where is it from? The pane flickers and changes to show new text. Knowledge was found on professional medical sites meant for physicians and researchers. Okay then. He decides that he probably shouldn't ask how his Quirk got that access. The player has full access to any information resources that you have at least partial access to. Well, that's handy. The third pane disappears, leaving the achievement description display. Yes, that pane closes too, leaving just the first one. Go to player overview. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, the player. Stats. Go to inventory, limited. Go to information search. Go to skills. Go to displays, basic. Locked. Go to displays. Displays, basic. Locked until requirements are met. Displays in basic mode cannot be shown to others. Player has option to request that displays be temporarily withheld. This is useful for public situations wherein Quirk usage is disallowed or during tests where one should not cheat. Close displays. Yes, no, yes. Go to skills. Skills. Explanation. Skills only reflect your current level of ability. Skills can be leveled with hard work. Skill levels are useful if one is having a bad day and needs to be able to use skill at full capability. State. Employ skill name of skill to use a skill in such a manner. To add a skill, state add skill name of skill. Added skills will start at level 0 if one does not have any proficiency in them. Skills. Reading, level 75. Writing, level 63. Studying, retaining knowledge, level 52. Analysis, level 51. Fashion knowledge, level 3. Cooking and baking, level 14. Collecting, level 64. Stealth, level 2. Doing laundry, level 1. Cleaning, level 24. Organizing, level 32. Close skills. Yes, no. Interesting. And he has a hunch he wants to try out. Add skill, magic. The pane flickers, then adds an entry. Magic, level 0. Locked. Locked. Well damn, he was hoping this Quirk was more like a real video game, given its knowledge search ability being so opus. Yes. Go to information search. The skills pane closes, to be replaced with a search engine icon with an explanation under it. To use information search, state search for specify information to search for. Some information will be restricted, such as information that could obviously put you in danger. Physical library searches must be preceded by entering said library and adding it as a preset library. To add library, state add preset library name of library. Oh, that's so useful. He wonders. Preset library hero analysis for the future. Uploading. Please wait. A little loading circle icon shows up below the words. Then pauses. Upload pictures. Yes, no. Yes. The loading circle resumes. Several minutes later, the circle disappears as the pane flickers and the text is replaced. Upload complete. View library hero analysis for the future. Yes, no. Yes. Volumes 1-13. Please specify volume and page. Volume 13, page 1. The pane enlarges to show a page written in his handwriting with a small illustration taking up 2/3 of the page. He pulls volume 13 out of his backpack and opens it to compare. Other than some minor smudges, they're identical and the library copy is the one without smudges. Spiffy. Close volume. Close library. Go to inventory. Yeah, he's kind of getting the hang of this. Inventory. Limited. At current stage, inventory is limited to 5 slots. Slots may contain a single item. A single item that carries multiple items such as a backpack or a stack of up to 99 of the same item. Items may be added or removed by voice command, mental command or manually by pressing item into item box to add or by reaching into box to remove. Command is add item name to inventory. Warning, living things cannot be added to inventory. Warning, dirty items will be cleaned upon addition to inventory. Warning, food items cannot be added to inventory at current stage. 5 boxes show below the text. Well that's, he can test that out another time. Close inventory. Go to stats. Izuku Midoriya. Level 1. Exp. 38500th. STR. 13 explanation. VIT. 12 explanation. Dex. 10 explanation. INT. 48 explanation. Wise. 46 explanation. HP. 72/72 explanation. MP. 0 divided by 0 locked. STA. 25/25 explanation. STP. 1 explanation. Explanation STR. STR or strength represents your current level of strength. STR can be gained by doing strength exercises. Status points cannot be used to add to STR. Welp, that's not the usual video game type thing. Oh well, close. Explanation VIT. VIT or vitality is a representation of your overall health condition. VIT can be added to by using status points, as it cannot be directly grinded for. Okay, close. Explanation Dex. Dex or dexterity represents things like hand, eye coordination, speed in general and agility. Dex can be gained by doing exercises to improve hand, eye coordination, speed or agility. Status points cannot be used to add to Dex. Right, close. INT explanation. INT or intelligence is representative of your knowledge. INT can be added to by learning new things. Status points cannot be used to add to INT. Seems pretty self-explanatory. Close. Wise explanation. Wise or wisdom represents decision-making and problem-solving. Wise can be added to by making wise decisions or increasing one's problem-solving abilities. Status points cannot be used to add to wise. Close. HP explanation. HP or hit points represents how much physical damage you can take. Source stat VITX6. Oh, that's why he can improve VIT with stat points. Close. STA explanation. STA or stamina represents how long you can last in an activity, whether physical or mental. Source stats VIT plus STR. He stares at that for a long moment before shaking his head. At least he has motivation to add to his strength stat now. Close. STP explanation. STP or status points may be used to increase a stat. STP points can be gained by gaining a level or by surviving a dangerous situation. Well, he'll just stick to gaining levels, then. However that's done. Also, why can he only add stat points to VIT? That's just biased. Close. Add 1 stat point to VIT. Izuku Midoriya. Level 1. Exp. 38500th. STR. 13. VIT. 13. He looks at that for a bit longer before saying, close. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, the player. Stats. Inventory. Limited. Information search. Skills. Displays. Basic. Locked. On impulse he tries. Quirk explanation. Quirk, the player. The player cannot be stolen or given away. The player is a downgraded acute mutation of Sire's true quirk. The search function is an acute mutation of Dam's quirk. Quirk commands can be given mentally, verbally, or by pressing buttons. The latter two are not recommended for public use due to being a dead giveaway of quirk usage. He blinks, then blinks again. Stolen. Wait. True quirk. Hisashi Midoriya is not user's biological father. User's true sire is restricted access. Does that mean his real father is a villain? Yes. Well then, what's his bio-dad's true quirk? Restricted. Oh, that's not good. Wait, what did he claim his quirk was, then? Unknown. Inko Midoriya may have information. Oh, wait, how is he going to explain to his mom why he's suddenly asking questions about his dad? He's going to have to tell her that he got his quirk in, but he has no proof since he can't show the displays to anyone. Great. Close, he says half-heartedly, not looking forward to the conversation he's going to have with his mom. Mom, how come you never told me that Dad isn't my real father? Inko turns around, looking startled. How did you find that out? I got my quirk. It told me. Oh dear, that's inconvenient. Don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled you have a quirk. She hastily reassures him. Hisashi is your dad and he loves you. But we've known since you were diagnosed as quirkless that you aren't his. I told him it was a possibility before we got married. What do you want to know? I know that. I just want to know what his name was and what his quirk is. My quirk refuses to tell me. He said he was quirkless. His name was, oh dear, let me think. We put Hisashi's name on the birth certificate, so I don't actually have a record of it. I think, but could be wrong, that he said his name was Kazuha Ito. Oh, so he lied. Izuku says in disappointment. My quirk says it's an acute mutation of his quirk, whatever that means. What is your quirk, dear? It seems to be a sentient gameplay type quirk. I mean, it is. At least I think it's sentient. It answers questions sometimes. Oh, but there's an information search function that it says is an acute mutation of your quirk. Oh my, that's very interesting. Do you get quests and things like that? Not so far, and there wasn't any mention of quests. I do get stats, but I can't put points into any of them except vitality, so I have to do everything the hard way to level up. There's no item gathering areas or dungeons either. Well, at least it lets you level up vitality. That's an important stat in most games. Yeah, but I can't do stuff to directly level it up, so I can only level it with stat points. Inko blinks a few times. That's unusual. Maybe it just has its own goals, then. Does it have anything else? Just skills and the search function. Oh, and the inventory. I can put like 5 items or stacks of items into it. The skills are just stuff I know how to do already and show how good I am at them. Apparently I'm at level 1 in doing laundry. He admits. She laughs. Do you want to learn how to do laundry besides putting your clothes in the laundry bin? Also, inventory sounds dead useful. You should keep your keys and ID and money in there, so you always have them with you. It's his turn to blink. Oh, yeah, good idea. Maybe it will let me keep a change of clothing in there too. And maybe on the laundry. Maybe experiment with it. And tell your dad all about it when you talk to him again. He'll be thrilled. He loves quirks almost as much as you do. Izuku smiles at her. Yeah, wanna help? Yes, I'd love to. So they go to his room, where he picks up his keys. Inventory. The 5 inventory boxes pop up and he pushes his keys into one of them. The box now reads, Set of keys X1. That's so weird, they just disappeared into thin air. Inko comments. Yeah, cool. He sticks his school ID into the second box. ID X1. Can you take it back out again? His mom asks. He pulls his ID back out, shows it to her and puts it back again. She smiles. It works. Yeah, I didn't even think about it eating them. I probably should have. Oh, wait. Let me go get you some money to try, she says and hurries out, coming back a couple minutes later with several different denominations in both bills and coins. He takes it from her and tries to press it into the third box. It refuses to take it. Reminder, if you want to store unlike items together, you must store them in some kind of bag or container. Oh, it says I need to put them in something, because they aren't all the same. Well, that's reasonable, and means you can store your clothes together if you put them in a bag. And you can probably keep your school stuff in there in your backpack. Didn't I buy you an All Might wallet a couple years back? You could use that. Oh, yeah, I think I put it in my loose items drawer. Let me look. A short search later turns up his wallet. After putting the money into the wallet, he closes it and puts it into the third box. Container of money X1. They both cheer. That's great. Now I don't have to worry about you being without funds or getting robbed. Inko says. Thanks, Mom. He replies, beaming. Of course, dear. Why don't you use that red duffel bag for the clothes? Then you should be able to fit several sets of clothes in there. He digs it out and puts in a set of gym clothes for PE and indoor slippers, along with a set of casual clothes and a light jacket and a heavy coat, both of which he rarely uses. His mom adds one of his never-used pocket-sized umbrellas in there too. Happily, the box accepts it. Duffel of clothes and accessories X1. He stuffs his backpack into the last box. Backpack of school items X1. Note, history homework is missing. Izuku blinks at the note in astonishment, then looks around and finally spots his history homework sitting half done on his desk. He pulls the backpack back out. Something wrong. It reminded me not to forget my homework. His mom just laughs. That's good to hear. Yeah, the teacher would be upset if I didn't turn it in on time. He agrees, now more certain his quirk is sentient. Midoriya, where is your school bag? His homeroom teacher asks a little condescendingly. Sorry, sensei. Inventory. Izuku says. He pulls his bag seemingly out of thin air and sets it beside his desk where it belongs. I have it now. What the fuck, Deku? Since when do you have a quirk? Kaken growls at him. Kaken. Since yesterday afternoon. You think you can get away with fucking with me? How long have you been keeping your quirk a secret? Secret. I wasn't. That's enough, Bakugo. Midoriya, make sure you get your quirk registered within the month and turn in the documentation to the school secretary once you have it. Why yes, sensei. Let me get this straight. Your quirk shows you your stats and skills, which you can't show me. Does information searches which you can't show me but have demonstrated by turning over information you shouldn't have access to. And has an inventory, which you can't show me, but is demonstrable by the fact that you can disappear and reappear things into seemingly thin air. The quirk doctor, a young woman with auburn hair and metallic gold eyes, summarizes. Yes, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to put this down as an information and storage type quirk. And you should never tell anybody you don't 100% trust the other parts. Also, don't update your quirk registration for those aspects if your quirk evolves, which it is likely to do at least once since it's brand new. Both villains and the HPSC would be way too interested in a quirk like yours. Do you want to name it or shall I? Izuku and Inko are completely taken aback by the caution. You can name it, I guess. It calls itself the player, but that kind of tells people what you said I shouldn't. The doctor nods. I'm thinking find and keep is honest enough while being misleading enough that most people won't look twice at it. Okay, I like that. Inko nods. Agreed. Thank you for letting us know about the danger. The doctor smiles at them. Just doing my job. Endangering my patients goes against my oath. Do no harm? Izuku asks curiously. That's the one. She beams at him, obviously pleased that he knows of it. And on that note, I suggest you sue your former quirk doctor for malpractice. A simple blood test is just as easy as an X-ray and far more reliable. He should have given you a blood test before declaring you quirkless. Actually, Inko puts her fingertips together nervously. We came to you because he retired a couple years ago. So I don't know if that's... No, that's fine. Don't worry about it if he's not practicing anymore. I just don't want him misdiagnosing more patients out of carelessness. The doctor hurries to reassure her. Okay, that makes sense. She sighs in relief. All right, just let me type out the paperwork and I'll give you a copy of it. Oh, can I get a copy for my middle school too? They want documentation. Izuku asks. Of course, I should have thought about that. 2 copies coming up. The doctor replies, typing quickly. Your school will probably require you to attend at least a couple quirk counseling sessions, just to make sure you can control it properly. Remember to just talk about the inventory and information aspects, and I'd recommend pretending that you only have access to open source information on the internet. They will really dislike knowing you have access to their private network. Okay, so just avoid the issue to begin with. Also, if you let them know about the libraries, pretend you have to read the book or put it in inventory to be scanned, because letting them know you can download an entire library at once will make you way too powerful to not be interesting to people you'd rather not know. Okay, I can do that. Izuku agrees cautiously. Should I just pretend to be able to do limited internet searches? Like Visor, the search engine? Yes, that's a great idea. If you have any notable change to your quirk, come back and I'll help you figure out if you should update your quirk description or not. Thanks, he says sincerely. No problem. Like I said, it's my job. She uses her mouse to click on several things. Then the printer in the corner starts up and prints out several pages. A storage and information quirk. Don't look down on me. You'll never be a hero with your weak-ass quirk. So don't apply to UA. What's that? One of Kaken's friends asks. Kaken reaches down and snatches the notebook. Hero analysis for the future? PFFT. You don't need that. Learn your place, he says and explodes the notebook before throwing it out the window. Kaken, that's he begins, glaring at him. Kaken puts his hand on Izuku's shoulder and Izuku winces at the burning sensation creeping through his shirt. You got a problem with it? Izuku doesn't answer and Kaken decides to leave with his friends following. Then he pauses at the door and looks back. If you want to be a hero that bad, I've got a suggestion. Why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a better quirk in your next life? In the silence of the abandoned classroom, a pane pops up. Status debuff, burned. Palm-sized first-degree burn on shoulder. -1 HP. Treatment recommended. Thanks, he says dryly. The pane flickers. Unpleasant encounter. EXP gained, 120. EXP, 0 divided by 1000. Player level, 2. STP, 1. Though, add stat point to vitality, he says, because there's no reason not to. The screen flickers again. See stats? Yes, no. No. The pane disappears and he sighs and picks up his backpack and trudges down to pick his notebook out of the fish pond. Izuku ignores the information panel that has popped up in favor of staring at All Might. So what was it that you wanted to ask? Can someone with an information and storage quirk become a hero like you? Then All Might shows him his horrible scar and tells him a villain did it. Can you be a hero like me with an information quirk? No, I don't think so. But you could very well be a hero like Sir Nightai, my former sidekick. Or become a police officer. That's not hero work, but the police save just as many people as heroes do. Play to your strengths, kid. Izuku's still reeling from the no when All Might tells him to knock on the access door and someone will let him in eventually. Then All Might just takes off again, leaving him on the roof, trying to understand that no was actually a conditional yes. It's hard to take in. Izuku wants to save people with a smile. Not that Sir Nightai isn't a great hero, he is. But it's not what he had in mind as his hero career. The pane wavers and disappears, apparently deciding that he's not going to pay attention to it right now. Numbly, he knocks on the door. Don't think this means anything. I don't know for this. Okay, Kaken. He replies tiredly, but Kaken is already stomping off. He's pretty sure that meant thank you, but what does he know? Then All Might pops out of nowhere, deflates again and offers him his quirk. Izuku just stares at him, unsure what to think. Does he want All Might's quirk? Sure, but he did just get his own quirk. Does he deserve All Might's quirk? He's not so sure about that, despite All Might's words. Please hold hands with All Might. He blinks and blinks again. My quirk wants us to hold hands. Is that all right? I suppose. All Might says and holds out his hand, looking distinctly uncomfortable. So they hold hands until another pop-up says, analysis complete. Quirk 1 for all is genetically compatible and can be integrated successfully into the player. What the? He tugs his hand away from All Might's. My quirk's done. It says that your quirk is compatible. So, does that mean you accept? Impulsively, he decides that if his quirk doesn't mind, then he should just go for it. Yes, Izuku Midoriya, level 5, exp. 3908 4000, STR 13, VIT 13, Dex 10, INT 48, Ys 47, HP 5478, MP 0 divided by 0 locked, STA 1926, STP 3+2 reward from emergency quests. Emergency quests. He doesn't remember those, but then he had been focused on surviving and then on rescuing Kaken. Apparently he does get quests, then. For what? Emergencies. Like with stat points. He decides he'd rather not get quests if that's the case. Allot stat points to Vitality. Izuku Midoriya, level 5, exp. 3908 4000, STR 13, VIT 18, Dex 10, INT 48, Ys 47, HP 54 108, MP 0 divided by 0 locked, STA 1931, STP 0. Close. See Player Overview. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, the player. Stats. Inventory. Limited. Information search. Skills. Displays. Upgraded for reaching level 5. Limited displays can be shown to others with command add name of given display. Display for person's name. Information that can be shown depends on intended recipient. Well, that's something. He should probably tell the doctor about this. Wait, so you want me to clean the entire beach in 10 months' time? Yes, you need to build muscle or your limbs could pop off when you get my quirk. One for all gains power every time it gets passed on, so it will be even more powerful for you than it is for me. And there's no better way than to build muscle while doing a public service. You could get tetanus. My quirk says I could get tetanus. He repeats dutifully. All Might squints at him. Your quirk is an information quirk. It does some odd things for an information quirk. He's not supposed to tell anybody. But if he can't tell All Might, then who can he trust? Well, it's sentient. Or at least like an AI. Not quite sure which. Golden brows raise in surprise. I see. That's unusual. I suppose I wouldn't like to talk about it either. Yeah, I have no idea how it can do genetic analysis. That one is just weird. All Might's brows rise even further, but he decides not to ask. I believe the tetanus issue could easily be solved by a quick visit to Recovery Girl for a tetanus shot and a pair of thick gloves to work with. Acceptable. Izuku squints, getting the distinct impression that his quirk is sulking despite the approval. My quirk says that'll work. Izuku stares up at the 0-pointer determinedly. Emergency quest, save the girl. Notice, super strength function is locked until you reach STR 50. Please find other method of saving the girl. Fuck, he says, then turns around and heaves the cement trapping the girl upwards. If he can carry fridges with All Might in his buffed up form on top, he can lift some measly cement slab. He manages about a foot of height before realizing how freaking heavy cement is. Luckily the girl yanks her foot free before he drops it, muscles screaming at him. Ignoring said muscles, he scoops her up and books it. He has no intention of becoming roadkill. Recovery Girl kisses him and abruptly his muscles stop screaming and start weighing him down with exhaustion. See status. Yes, no, yes, he whispers. Izuku Midoriya, level 6, exp. 4783 8000, STR 39, VIT 18, Dex 13, INT 48, Ys 48, HP 108 over 108, MP 0 divided by 0 locked, STA 857, STP 1+1 reward for emergency quest. Add stat point to vitality. He mutters. Izuku Midoriya, level 6, exp. 4783 8000, STR 39, VIT 20, Dex 13, INT 48, Ys 48, HP 108 120th, MP 0 divided by 0 locked, STA 859th, STP 0. Did you say something? Just talking to my quirk, Recovery Girl. Well at least you were smart enough to find a solution other than smash it. Unlike some idiot I know. Izuku laughs nervously. I did think about that first, actually, but my quirk has locked, that until I reach a higher level of strength. She snorts. Well, at least one of you is smart. He gives another nervous laugh. Yeah, here, gummies. They should give you enough energy to get home safely. Oh, thanks. He opens the package and starts eating them. Energy gummies, plus 3 sta per each x8. Sta, 32.59. Izuku stares dumbly at the pain. So what? The gummies are like a health potion item, and he can analyze them. Skill Analysis Level 51 allows you to assess food items for sta or HP benefit. Level Analysis to 75 in order to be able to analyze food items for general health benefits and analyze non-food items for value. Level INT to 75 to unlock basic analysis of people. Whoa, that's unexpected, but cool. He can't wait to tell his mom. Oh, and the doctor. Hey, recovery girl, can I have another package of gummies? He calls after her. She stops, turns and makes a come here motion. He trots over to her, a little excited about getting to use what's basically a gamer-type item. Normally, I wouldn't, but I assume your Quirk told you to ask. She holds out another package, which he takes gratefully. Sort of. Each gummy apparently restores 3 stamina points, and this package should bring me up to almost full points. Thanks, by the way. You're welcome, but don't get used to it. There's too much caffeine in them to be healthy to eat this many. I won't. Thanks. She waves him off and goes over to the next student who requires healing. He flops on his bed, exhausted. Sta status buff has expired. Sta 759. Oh, he guesses that makes sense, since Recovery Girl said the gummies had caffeine and caffeine wears off after a while. Oh well, all he wants to do now is sleep. Notice, Quirk OFA has been acquired and assimilated. Quirk the player has gained new functions. New functions are locked until requirements are met. Quirk the player has gained a new skill. Ghostly Communication Level 0. Talk with the ghosts of OFA in your head to level skill. You know what? He's not dealing with this. Future, Izuku can deal with this. Current, Izuku is just going to sleep. Coffee grounds, 1 pound bag, plus 15 sta per 8 ounces liquid. Sta, 59/59. Celery stalk, plus 6 HP, plus 5 sta per stick. HP, 120/120. Sta, 59/59. Izuku, dear, why are you staring at celery like a mass murderer who has just found a victim? Izuku blinks back to reality. What? You've been looking at the celery like you plan to do something unspeakable to it. His mom clarifies. Is there something I should know? Mom, Izuku flushes bright red. No, it's just that getting my analysis skill over 50 gave me the ability to see which foods will add hit points or stamina points. Celery adds some of both. Inko laughs. And you were thinking about trying it out to see if it worked. Yes, he admits sheepishly. Coffee adds a lot of stamina points, but I already know that caffeine wears off after a while and I don't really like coffee. Well, go ahead and try the celery. There's no time like the present for finding out. She urges him. Also, you don't know what you're missing out on with not liking coffee. He makes a face. It's bitter. And you look like you haven't slept in a week if you don't get your morning coffee. I'd rather spare myself the addiction. She slaps a hand over her heart. Betrayed. By my own son. Izuku giggles at her dramatics and peels a stick of celery off, rinses it and takes a knife to the ends before sticking it in his mouth. Once he's done eating it, he analyzes the celery again. Celery stalk, plus 6 HP, plus 5 sta per stick. HP, 125/120. Sta, 63/59. I guess it doesn't add the full amount if my points are already full. Diminishing returns, maybe. He posits. I wonder how long the boost will last. I'm sure you'll find out. Oh, but I came in here because I wanted to know if you want to open your letter from UA. He makes a sound like a tea kettle and slaps his hand over his mouth in embarrassment. What was that? Izuku removes his hand and takes a deep breath before repeating himself. Yes, please. His mom's eyes crinkle in amusement as he makes grabby hands at the letter she's holding. She hands it over and he sits at the table to open it. A disc falls out, and a hologram projects itself into the air above the disc. I am here as a projection. You might have been wondering why you haven't been able to get in contact with me lately. The truth is that you're looking at UA's newest teacher. There's some unintelligible background noise and All Might turns his head to the side. Who's showboating? Wait, I have to do how many of these things? All Might's projection turns his head back. Izuku Midoriya, you passed the written test with a respectable 96%. You got 14 villain points in the practical, which sadly is not enough to pass. But wait, what kind of hero school would we be if we didn't reward people acting like heroes and helping others? Look at this. The recording cuts to Cement Slab Girl trying to give him her points because he saved her. She is reassured that he doesn't need her points, and then the recording cuts back to All Might. You got 41 rescue points for helping out Miss Uraraka and passed the exam with flying colors. Welcome to your hero academia. The hologram freezes, then shuts itself off, but Izuku doesn't care. He's too busy crying in relief and happiness, and his mom is right there with him, blubbering too. Oh, Izuku, I'm so proud of you. She gives him a side hug, since he's sitting. Thanks, Mom. He sniffles, putting his hands on her arm to hold her in place for a moment longer. You are lost. What? He knows that. But why is his Quirk telling him that? Do you know where I am and how to get to the classroom? Yes. Then can you show me how to get there? Sure thing, underclassman. You must be a first year. What class? Izuku jumps in shock, then turns to find a blonde boy with a wide smile looking at him expectantly. You, class 1A. Oh nice. We're both class A. I'm a third year. Follow me. He does, since the guy has offered and his Quirk is being oddly unhelpful. There you go. See, it's that door right down there. Thanks. Sure thing. Well, I'll be seeing you around, underclassman. Did he forget to introduce himself? Izuku's sweat drops, then approaches the 1A door, which is massive. He hopes he can move it. Fortunately, it swings open easily at his push. Inside he sees Kaken with his feet on his desk, being scolded by Scoldy Robot Boy. He nopes out of joining that conversation and slips into the seat designated his by the seating chart. Then Scoldy Robot Boy turns and introduces himself as Tenye and apologizes for not seeing that he was the better candidate and says that he saw the true meaning of the test. I just did what anyone would do if they saw someone in trouble like that. Ada emotes at him more while Kaken tusks loudly and slumps further into his seat in front of Izuku. Oh, plain boy with the muscles. Thanks for saving me. Well, it's not the worst thing he's been called. It's Izuku Midoriya. And you're welcome. I'm Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you properly. Have you? If you think you're here to make friends, think again. A scruffy man says gruffly. Quest, impress your teacher. Izuku winces, because impressing the man who has just finished scolding them seems like a tall order. He takes the uniform that is handed to him and scurries for the changing room. Taking too long will definitely not impress Aizawa-sensei. He's not sure how he's supposed to impress his teacher when they're doing physical tests with quirks. Though FA is still locked in the rest of his quirk, doesn't really help him. Still, he pushes himself and gives his best effort. His training hasn't really made him faster, but lifting trash for about 10 months has given him impressive endurance, and he knows he's probably pretty strong now, too. So he does alright in the long-distance running test at least. Izuku is watching Yaoyorozu apply a clamp to the grip test when a wisp of an idea starts churning in his brain. Apparently his quirk agrees, because when it's his turn, a pane pops up. Hack device. Yes, no, yes, he mumbles, putting his hands on the device. A moment later, the digital display maxes out. Aizawa-sensei raises an eyebrow and writes the score down. Hopefully that means he's not displeased with his method. He had said they could use their quirks in any way to complete the test. But Izuku is used to having teachers getting irritated at him for things they said were okay. Whatever the case, he doubts that he's impressed him. When it's his turn for the ball throw, his quirk asks again. Hack device. Yes, no. This time he has more confidence when he replies, yes. He doesn't throw the ball, curious as to whether he'll be made to or not. But the measuring device beeps and displays an infinity symbol, like it did with Uraraka's throw. No way. He didn't even throw it. Isn't that cheating? Aizawa-sensei shoots the speaker a tired look and writes down the score. I did say you could use any method to employ your quirks. Izuku's just happy that the teacher isn't mad at him. And that there's no chance of him coming last now. After class, Aizawa-sensei sends them back to change and pick up a syllabus. He complies, then walks to the train station with Uraraka and Ida, who are pretty nice, before they part ways to go home, even though he told them that his quirk is an information type. They seem to be under the impression that it's some sort of tech hack. At least Uraraka seems pretty impressed with it, though Ida seems more confused than anything that someone with a non-physical quirk would want to be a hero. Izuku is unlocking his door when a window pops up. Quest accomplished. Accept rewards. Yes, no, yes. Quest rewards. Plus 512 EXP. Plus 1 STP. Plus 1 Ys. After applying the stat point to VIT, he realizes something. Wait, how do you know the quest succeeded? UA cameras were hacked until confirmation was received. Izuku chokes on thin air and spends a minute coughing like he's dying. You hacked UAS cameras. The principal determined that the intrusion was due to a student's quirk and allowed it as long as only Aizawa was followed. That's concerning. How much trouble am I going to get in for this? None, probably. Well, that's not concerning at all. None is good, but probably. That's like saying Kaken probably won't get mad at him for existing. Yeah, no. He's screwed, isn't he? Izuku stares at his list of skills. Skills: reading, level 75. Writing, level 63. Studying, retaining knowledge, level 52. Analysis, level 52. Fashion knowledge, level 3. Cooking and baking, level 14. Collecting, level 64. Stealth, level 2. Doing laundry, level 1. Cleaning, level 24. Organizing, level 32. Magic, level 0. Locked, ghostly communication, level 0. Talk with the ghosts of OFA in your head to level skill. Why, exactly, does OFA have ghosts? And does he want to talk to them? The in your head part probably means he doesn't need to talk aloud and have people think he's crazy if he's talking to them, right? Well, there's no time like the present, he guesses. Hello, ghosts, are you friendly? Percent it. He knows a boo percent. Hey kid, percent term vestiges. Just percent. Can he eat percent? Percent Quirk percent awesome. We've percent TV on these cushy C percent here. Ghostly communication, level 1. Just that little bit leveled it up. Nice. And from the snatches he could hear, the ghosts are friendly. Sorry, I didn't catch all of that. The skill is still too low level for me to hear everything. Skill, this damn percent gave you a percent to talk to us with. And here I thought percent part. So that means dash talk, the more he'll H% us. Yeah, that sounds about right. Izuku admits. One of you said that you prefer to be called vestiges, not ghosts, right? That's right percent, kid. Ghostly communication, level 2. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Don't worry about percent if you can't. A female voice says. We can percent remind you and it percent matter what you think of percent? Can I ask your names? I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm N, kid. Hika percent. Can you repeat that? Oh sure. Percent Hikage. I'm Nana Shimura. Why percent Toshinori hi for me? The female voice says. I'm right here. All Might's voice complains. Which, what? It's not the same. Besides percent mean. Ghostly communication, level 3. Ignore them. I'm Yoichi, the first percent. Your quirk works like a video game. R percent. That's right. Very cool. Anyways, as percent levels up, see if you get a text op percent or a voice with video chat op percent. That should make it easier to tell who is who. Alright, he acknowledges. And I'm Banjo. The percent stubborn percent aren't ready to share their N percent with you percent. Oh, well, it's nice to meet all of you. I as All Mights, vestige in there too. Or did I hear wrong? And Nana wants me to tell the, non-vestige All Might hi for her. Yeah, kid. N's voice says. It's actually pretty C percent. Your quirk gave Toshinori percent voice. Before that he was just percent and had to mime stuff. Ghostly communication, level 4. Oh, that's neat. And I'll tell All Might hi for you, Shimura-san. Just call me Nana, kid. I live rent-free in your head. After all, Izuku snickers at that. Alright, Nana. I'll talk to you all later. Before you go, Yoichi says, we need to tell you that OFA has reached singularity, so you'll be getting percent our quirks at some point. Percent not sure when, though. Your quirk percent have messed with it. Izuku's eyes widen in shock. Oh, I'll ask it, then. Ask it. Banjo queries. Why yeah, I'm pretty sure it's sentient. Wow, kid. N says in a stunned tone. That explains a lot. Hikage agrees. No wonder it gave OFA a complete overhaul. Yoichi says wonderingly. 96% chance that ghostly vestige Yoichi is your uncle by blood. Izuku sputters. Are you alright, kid? Nana asks in concern. Yeah, my quirk just informed me that there's a 96% chance that Yoichi is my biological uncle. He winces at the cacophony of voices that provokes. I'm going to let you all talk about that on your own, because you're kinda loud right now. Sorry, kid. N says. Yeah, sorry about that, kid. Nana affirms. You don't happen to know who your father is, by chance? No. My quirk refuses to tell me because it's too dangerous to know, but I know he's a villain. My biological father, that is. My real dad isn't. Nana coos for some reason, like what he said was cute for some reason, which is a little disturbing. For what it's worth, Yoichi says, I'm happy to have you as a nephew, even if it turns out to not be a blood connection. And percent quirk is right. It is very dangerous for you to know, but it might be more dangerous for you to not know if he's not actually dead. Percent Toshinori, there's a chance that percent alive and have him tell you about him. Knowledge is power, after all. Oh, why yeah, I'll do that, then. Thanks, Yoichi Oji. Izuku acknowledges. Brain spinning with possibilities. Aizawa-sensei tells them homeroom is a study period for the day and warns them not to wake him up and makes to get into his sleeping bag before pausing. Walking back to the podium and writing something down. Midoriya, here's a hall pass. Nedzu wants to talk to you. Izuku jolts, then gets up and takes the pass from his perpetually tired teacher. When he's in the hall, he remembers that he doesn't know where the principal's office is. Tell me where to turn to get to the principal's office. Go straight ahead. Take elevator 2 down a floor and then elevator 1 up 2 floors. The office is to the right of the foyer that the elevator opens up on. Thanks. At least his quirk isn't playing games with him this time. Or maybe it's because he asked this time. Whichever the case, he's grateful. The door swings open silently before he can knock, making a shiver travel down Izuku's spine. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? It doesn't matter because I'm the principal. Call me Nedzu. Please, come in and take a seat. He obeys nervously. You wanted to see me, Nedzu, sir? Yes. You see, I quite enjoyed the games we played yesterday, and I wondered if you would be willing to play another game of chess with me today. Izuku freezes. What? The player played 3 games of chess with Nedzu yesterday at his request. Score: 1 win, 2 losses. Nedzu looks slightly surprised at his reaction. Is that so surprising? It's tough to find opponents that give me trouble winning. He manages to not hyperventilate out of sheer panic. Nedzu, sir, I'm about 99.999% sure my quirk is sentient. I didn't play chess with you. Itishide, do you have a gender? It or he is fine. Okay, he played with you. My quirk, that is. Its name is the player. My, how interesting. That's not what it's called on your quirk registration, Nedzu observes, bright-eyed with attentiveness. Yeah, it was my quirk doctor's suggestion. She said to never tell anyone I didn't fully trust about the extent of my quirk. But I'm pretty sure you have a bunch of it already figured out, or will shortly. Please don't tell anyone. She said I should avoid the HPSC's attention too. Nedzu holds up a hand paw. Not to fear, I am excellent at keeping secrets. Since you are All Might's successor, I should also let you know that I know about One for All and Yaga's failing health. Does that ease your mind? Izuku nods. If All Might trusts you, then I do too. Now then, I have a hypothesis. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Your quirk in its original form was much like your official quirk description, but the addition of One for All powered it up and allowed it to become fully sentient. It now, instead of allowing you access to the internet and private networks, accesses those things for you. No and yes. Oh, do tell. It was sentient from the beginning. It's actually locked One for All's strength until I reach 50 in strength. 50 in strength. Yeah, it gives me stats and stuff like a video game. So, the only real thing I've gotten from One for All yet is the skill Ghostly Communication. It lets me talk to the vestiges in One for All. It's really cool. All Might's and Thura to evento Hesseleveen teen for the other stockatomen. You are muttering. Ape. Sorry, I didn't mean to mutter. Not to worry, my ears are quite sharp. So there are 6 ghosts in One for All. 8. 2 of them didn't want to talk to me, though. But I don't really mind, because my quirk said that I'm probably related to Uncle Yoichi. That's the first, biologically. Which is really exciting because I've never had any family that I remember except Mom and Dad. But my biological father is a villain whom my quirk refuses to tell me about. And Uncle Yoichi said I should ask All Might about him because it's possible that he's not dead. Izuku breaks off the word vomit and turns red in embarrassment. Nedzu looks faintly disturbed. I see. If what you're implying is true, then All Might should indeed be the one to tell you about his worst enemy. Now, if it's okay with you, I'd like to turn the subject back to your quirk. Are you sure that Ghostly Communication is the only thing One for All added to your quirk? Well, no. I haven't checked the player overview since getting it. Then now is a good time to check. SC Player Overview. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, the player. Stats. Inventory, limited. You now have 10 inventory slots. Level reward. Information search. Skills. Displays, limited. Locked. You can now show certain displays to other people. Level reward. Spells. Locked until INT 75. Dungeons. Locked until INT 100 plus Ys 100 plus STR 50 plus VIT 50 plus Dex 50. Crafting. Locked until dungeons are unlocked. Quirks. Locked. His eyes widen in surprise as he rereads the list to be sure. Oh, that's new. Show Nedzu Player Overview. A pale blue pane pops up in front of Nedzu, who looks rapt as he reads it. How many inventory slots did you have before? 5. And I presume that you couldn't show the screens to others before getting the level reward. Why, yeah. Are the other locked tabs new since getting One for All? Yeah, although I had a locked magic skill before getting it. Maybe only because I requested it, but it was there. Fascinating implications. I wonder if the choice in power-ups is due to it trying to fulfill your expressed interest or because it's a common RPG mechanic. Both. It says both. Izuku relays, feeling a little flustered at his quirk's thoughtfulness. Very interesting. I presume quirks refers to One for All's super strength aspect. You did mention that it is locked. Actually. Izuku squints as he tries to recall. In vain. Uncle Yoichi said something about quirks, but I can't remember what. I'll ask him later, he decides, after getting a distinct impression of snoring when he mentally reaches out to Yoichi Oji. May I see your stats? Nedzu asks politely. Sure. Show Nedzu stats. Restricted access. Must reach level 10 to show stats and skills pages to others. He says I'm not high enough level yet to show them to you. Disappointing. I will. Perhaps you could read them to me instead. Oh, why yeah. Strength 39, Vitality 21, Dexterity 13, Intelligence 48 and Wisdom 49. Do you want the others? No, that is sufficient for now. Back to our original subject. Would you like to play a game of chess with me? I don't know how. I would be delighted to teach you. Are you sure you don't want to play against my Quirk instead? I will, of course, be happy to play future games after hours with it. For now, I'd like to play against you. Oh, okay, excellent. Why yes, please. The class bell rings and Izuku pauses mid-reach for a pawn. You had best get to your next class. Don't worry, we can finish next time. Next Tuesday, same time. Quest: establish a routine visit to Netsu. Well, if his Quirk thinks so. This has got to be the easiest quest yet. As long as Aizawa-sensei is okay with it. Netsu laughs. I'll make sure he has a hall pass waiting for you. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 500 EXP. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 WISE. Plus 1 STP. Where's Midoriya? Ectoplasm asks with a faint frown. With Netsu. Half the class choruses. Well, the kid probably isn't in trouble this early into the year and this early in the day. Hopefully this is a one-time thing. The door slams open and Midoriya skitters inside, looking out of breath as the bell rings to start class. Sorry I'm late. Ectoplasm shrugs. Just shut the door and get in your seat. Yes, sensei. Midoriya says and complies hastily. Quest: win the battle exercise. Right, he already intended to do that. Izuku stares at the paper mache bomb in his arms, then looks at Yaoyorozu. I have an idea. Inventory. His inventory pops up showing 5 filled and 5 empty slots. He shoves the fake bomb into one of the slots. Momo stares, then shakes herself. Should I make a decoy? That's a good idea. Maybe make it the wrong shape so we don't confuse All Might Sensei into thinking it's the real thing. Oh, that would be bad. That's not hard. I'll just make it round instead of oblong. Should be good for a first glance. Kaker, Bakugo won't be focused on it anyways. He'll come after me. You'll just need a way to keep Shoji's attention off of it long enough to fool him. Yaoyorozu nods. Should we lure them into the same room? It seems to me that it would be more efficient to divide and conquer. Yeah, that's a good idea. I wouldn't want you to get hurt in the cross. Izuku breaks off as his Quirk pops up a pane. Suggestion: create fakes for every room. He stares at it for a long moment, then laughs delightedly. Show Yaoyorozu's suggestion. A pale blue pane pops up in front of her, showing the same thing. She looks at it, nods after a moment, then looks back at him. I can do that. Is your Quirk sentient? It is. Thank you for the suggestion, Quirk. It's a good one, she says politely. Do you have a name? I do. It's a secret. Oh, you can call it Find and Keep. That's the official name for him. Izuku offers. He got past me to the bomb. Yaoyorozu informs him. Then a moment later, I managed to get capture tape on him. Shoji has been captured. All Might's voice says at the same time. Shoji must say something too, because Kaken's face lights up with rage. Another fake. Where's the real one, Deku? Why don't you find out? He taunts before he thinks the sentence through and whips around and runs like hell for the first floor stairs. Kaken hot on his heels, swearing and palms cracking off explosions to push him along faster. There's a precarious moment where he almost misses the step and goes sliding down the stairs. But he hops and manages to land on a step properly, and from there is slightly more careful as he pelts down the stairs as fast as he can manage. Using the banister, he makes a sharp turn at the bottom, managing to just barely dodge Kaken's fist as he overshoots his target. Die, fucking Deku. Eventually though, Kaken corners him and lifts one of his gauntlets to aim at him. These are designed to store my sweat. Try dodging this. Bakugo, stop. You'll kill him. Izuku's eyes widen in horror and he lunges for Kaken's arm. Not if he dodges. He retorts and pulls the trigger. Izuku manages to shove Kaken's arm upwards just as the gauntlet goes off. It punches a hole through the ceiling and the blowback throws him against the wall and Kaken backwards halfway across the room. Ouch, he's definitely got some bruises and burns from this. But on the bright side, he's still alive and unmaimed, so that has to count for something. Izuku laughs breathily and realizes his ears are ringing when he can barely hear himself. He raises his voice. Here's a clue, Kaken. The bomb isn't on the first floor. Bakugo, if you do that again, you're disqualified. All Might says sternly. Realization passes over Kaken's face. You fucker, I don't have time to find it. At least I can take you out. Izuku isn't in a position to run again, but he manages to block a few of the punches Kaken throws at him. Kaken's a genius at fighting, though, so it's not long before he's flat on his face on the floor, with his arms pulled painfully behind his back so he can't struggle. Villains win. The time must have expired. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 734 EXP. Plus 2 dex. Plus 1 wise. Plus 1 STP. Kaken lets off a short scream of frustration and lets go of him. He rolls over and rubs at his shoulders for a moment before getting to his feet, a wide grin stretched across his face. He beat Kaken. Young Midoriya, please return the bomb. Okay, All Might Sensei, he says and smirks at Kaken as he pulls it out of inventory. There's a beat of silence, then Kaken breaks into unrepeatable swearing. You have something to do today that will be important to your futures, Aizawa-sensei says and pauses before adding. You need to choose class representatives. I don't care how you do it, but have it done by the end of class. Then he climbs in his sleeping bag and apparently goes to sleep. Izuku doubts that he's actually asleep. Leaving a class functionally unsupervised wouldn't be smart, and Aizawa definitely isn't stupid. That aside, he winces at the sudden escalation of noise as everyone starts shouting about how they'd be best for the position. Ada insists that a vote is the only fair way to choose, because obviously those with more votes will win. Actually, Izuku finds himself saying and only cringes a little when all eyes turn to him. I think we should choose among the girls for class reps, because there's still more discrimination against females in heroics, and having the position on their records will give them more opportunity. There's a giant beat of silence before Yaoyorozu says, I don't think. I like it. That's so manly, Midoriya. Hiroshima interrupts her. Once again you prove you are the better man, Midoriya. Ida also talks right over her. We will give the girls this opportunity, as it will mean more to them. Don't fucking tell me what to do, Kaken mutters, but with no heat to it. Yaoyorozu makes a ballot box and small papers to write on and everyone casts their votes. Ada writes the results on the board. Ashido 4, Asui 2, Hagakure 2, Gyro 2, Uraraka 2, Yaoyorozu 8. Yaoyorozu is our class rep and Ashido is our vice rep. Ada announces, please call me Momo or Yamomo. My surname is rather difficult, Yaoyorozu says as she stands and bows. I promise to do my best as your class representative. Hell yeah. Ashido cheers. I'm going to be the best vice rep ever. And that is that, and they move on with their day. Young Midoriya, would you like to eat lunch with me? All Might says, appearing out of somewhere, a bento looking comically tiny dangling from his hand. He sneaks a glance at Momo, who has chosen to walk next to him. She gives him a tiny nod of encouragement. Of course, he says, and follows All Might to a nook on the 4th floor with a table and 2 chairs, which he had not suspected of existing. All Might takes a seat and deflates. Nedzu says that you need to talk to me. Ah, yes, Izuku replies, taken off guard as he sits as well. How do I? No, wait. First you need to know that there's been some developments with my quirk. One for All has expanded its functions, which I sort of found out the first day I had it, but didn't realize the extent of until Nedzu asked me to check yesterday. Basically it updated itself. It now has a couple new tabs on the overview and a couple new skills. Maybe get to the point, kid. And prods. Which brings me to what I need to ask you about. One of my new skills is called. A piercing sound interrupts him and causes All Might to puff back up into his hero form as an alert is issued. Young Midoriya, please stay here and enjoy your lunch. I need to go help with this. And then All Might is gone, before Izuku has even the presence of mind to shut his mouth. Okay, well, that just happened. Looks like he's going to have to ask All Might about that another day. Maybe he should go find out what exactly a level 3 alert is. Quest, stay put. He stares at the text pane with mild betrayal for a long moment. Then huffs and opens his bento. As much as he'd like to find out, he does trust his quirk to have his best interests at heart. You could at least tell me why. He complains. There is a dangerous intruder in the school. Encountering the intruder is inadvisable in the extreme. Oh, that makes sense. Wait, shouldn't I at least tell the teachers? You would just be a distraction at this moment. Well, ouch. Then I should tell them later. You could. In other words, his quirk doesn't care, or maybe just trusts the teachers to figure it out on their own. Nedzu can probably put together what happened from the security footage later. But what if he doesn't? No, he definitely needs to tell them. He can tell Aizawa-sensei, who will know if Nedzu needs the information or not. But after lunch, that should be soon enough, since he literally has a quest to keep him from doing it right now. Sometimes he hates quests. He's only partway through eating when another pane pops up. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 202 exp. Plus 2 Ys. Plus 1 STP. That fast. He should know. He should wait until he's done eating, shouldn't he? He absently puts the stat point into vitality. Izuku Midoriya. Level 6. Exp. 6731 8000. STR 39. VIT 24. Dex 15. INT 49. Ys 53. HP 144 over 144. MP 0 divided by 0 locked. STA 63 over 63. STP 0. When he gets back to class, everyone is babbling about the press breaking in an emergency exit Ida, whatever that means. Then he realizes that this is English class, so Aizawa-sensei won't be here. As if to emphasize that, Yamada-sensei comes in right then. Yo, get in your seats, kids, he admonishes in English. Hesitating briefly, Izuku makes the choice and goes up front to ask, Yamada-sensei, what's up, listener? Can I get a hall pass? I need to talk to Aizawa-sensei. Is it an emergency? Yamada-sensei asks, lowering his voice. Izuku lowers his too. I have information about the break-in. Yamada-sensei goes still, then nods and writes him out a hall pass. You know where the teacher's lounge is, listener? Yes, sensei. One of Ectoplasm's clones stops him in the hall until he shows him the hall pass. Other than that, finding the teacher's lounge is easy enough. He doesn't even have to rely on his quirk to get there. Aizawa is on the couch and opens his eyes as Izuku enters, before sighing and sitting up. What's wrong, Midoriya? It's about the break-in. It was just the press. Someone eroded the gate. No, it wasn't. I wasn't sure what the alarm meant, so I was going to go find out. But my quirk gave me a quest to stay put. When I asked why, it said that there was a dangerous intruder that it didn't want me to run into. He explains. Aizawa-sensei hesitates, then sighs. Thank you for bringing this to me. We are aware. Just don't tell your classmates. The last thing we need is panic. What's this about quests? And how did your quirk know about the intruder? Izuku freezes as he realizes suddenly that he screwed up. The fine part of my quirk is information gathering. It can access internet and stuff. That explains how it knew. If it can access UAS system, which by the way is beyond the scope of what your quirk description implies. But what about the quest? He sags a little, because he doesn't have a good explanation for that other than the truth. After a moment, he decides that UA wouldn't employ heroes who aren't trustworthy. My quirk is sentient. It can access pretty much anything connected to the internet as far as I can tell, even encrypted stuff. And, it works like a video game sort of, with stats and stuff, and it gives quests that give experience and allow me to level up. Aizawa-sensei stares at him until he shifts on his feet uncomfortably, then blinks. Has it been recommended to you to keep the full extent of your quirk to yourself? What? Oh, why yes, sensei. Sorry, I'm not supposed to tell people I don't trust and I don't know you very well. But I should have told you because. His teacher holds up a hand to stop him. Midoriya, I understand. I'm glad you're telling me now, because that will allow me to better plan how to train you. But whoever told you to be cautious was very much in the right. The HPSC would kill to get its hands on an information-gathering quirk of that ability. Never mind the other aspects of your quirk. Not to mention how you would be targeted by other unscrupulous parties if word got out. You don't know me and there's no good reason for you to trust me so soon into the school year. I'm not upset that you didn't tell me sooner. Understood. Why yes, sensei, he says in bewilderment. Teachers are never this nice to him, even though most of them aren't outright mean. Now, can you tell me how stats work for you? Oh, I can only add stat points to vitality, strength, dexterity, intelligence, and wisdom have to be leveled up by improving my physical strength, agility, how much I know, and decisions I make or analysis, respectively. Hit points is 6 times my vitality and stamina is my strength plus vitality. Some drinks and foods can buff my hit points or stamina or both. Some of the buffs last longer than others. And mana points is locked, so I don't know how that works. And, might as well tell him, kid, he's our teacher. He's here to help you. Nana urges. He hesitates a beat longer, then takes a deep breath and adds, and when I hit 50 strength I should unlock super strength. That's like an extra ability. Aizawa-sensei blinks slowly. And what is the keep part of your quirk about? Oh, that's inventory. It only has 10 slots, but I can put multiple items in a slot if they're in a container all the same. And I might get more slots in the future because I started off with 5. I see. So you're telling me that your sentient quirk gives you virtually unlimited information access. Access to your own pocket dimension to store things. Will give you super strength and most likely will give you magic as well. Am I missing anything? It also lets me level up skills and I can use them to perform at the top of my current proficiency in them. And talk to ghosts in my head. Ghosts, Aizawa-sensei repeats, deadpan. Vestiges, Uncle Yoichi corrects meticulously in his head, sounding just the slightest bit sulky. There's 8 of them. Right, and you've only had your quirk a bit under a year, is that correct? Yes, Mom helped me get it registered less than a week after I got it. His teacher sighs. Well, now I know why Nedzu wants weekly meetings with you. I expect you to not use your quirk or your ghosts to help with tests. Problem child. Tests are a measure of what you know, not the resources at your fingertips. Killjoy, a voice, that must be the second or third vestige because he doesn't recognize it, complains. Izuku nods frantically. I wouldn't. I swear, Aizawa-sensei. I don't think my quirk would let me anyways. Good. I believe you, problem child. Now I have a quest for you. Get yourself back to class and do well on that pop quiz Yamada has for your class today. Yes, sensei, Izuku says, even as a pain surprises him by popping into existence. Teacher-issued quest. Get back to class and score well on the English pop quiz. He didn't know that could happen. Sensei, my quirk just gave me a teacher-issued quest for that. I just thought you should know. Thank you, problem child. Now off you go. Yes, sensei. He hurries out of the teacher's lounge and back through the halls to his classroom. When he gets there, the rest of the class is already working on the quiz. Yamada-sensei gives him a questioning look, then an encouraging smile and motions to his desk. Fortunately, it appears that his quiz is already laying on his desk, so he can start on it as soon as he slides into his chair. Now, he just has to do well on this quiz. Ashido whistles loudly for attention. Alright everyone, line up. You can sit anywhere you want once we're on the bus, but we still have to get through the door without squishing. Ada looks like he wants to protest. But Izuku's not sure which part he wants to protest. Maybe the sitting anywhere part. At least Ada keeps quiet instead of arguing with her, which is something of an accomplishment, given that it's obvious that the boy is militant about rule following. Still, he's pretty sure there are no rules for where you sit in the bus other than not in the driver's seat. Everyone settles down on the bus pretty quickly. Asui and Yamomo and Uraraka sit near him on the open benches facing inwards, while Ida goes to the back and sits next to Kaken for some reason, possibly to argue with him. Weird hobby, but whatever floats his boat. Asui says, I'm blunt and say what I think. Midoriya, isn't your quirk a little weird? The cameras showed floating words and you were able to make the bomb disappear and reappear. He picks at the seam of his pants nervously. Yes, I mean it does both things. It's called find and keep and he goes by he, it pronouns. He's sentient. He can access most things on the internet for information and it has an inventory too. Only 10 slots, though. I mostly use it to store my backpack and keys, things like that. I might use the extra slots to carry hero supplies after this, though. He doesn't find out what Asui has to say to that, because apparently Takoyami and Dark Shadow are sitting close enough to overhear them and suddenly he has a close-up of an excited bird Shadow. Your quirk is sentient. Like me, Izuku is surprised when a pale blue text pane pops up between them, though it's a bit tricky reading it backwards. Yes, I am sentient. That's so cool. I'm Dark Shadow. Can I call you Fine-san? Yes, it is nice to meet you, Dark Shadow. Not to interrupt, but could you two maybe take this conversation somewhere that isn't right in front of my face? Izuku asks. The light blue pane obligingly disappears and reforms over the rear edge of the bench seats, closer to Takoyami. Dark Shadow looks shocked and looks back and forth between them for a moment, before retreating so its face to text with the pane. Izuku looks back at the girls to gauge their reactions. Uraraka is giggling, Asui looks amused and Yamomo looks to be politely suppressing laughter. I doubt that it's often that two sentient quirks meet. Yamomo says, we're witnessing history here. Uraraka agrees with a giggle. It is quite interesting to watch. Asui adds, then looks at them. I'm in agreement with Momo on names. Please call me Tsu instead of Asui. Oh, then call me Ochako. Then all three of them look at him expectantly. I guess you can call me Izuku. Not Deku, Yura Ochako asks. He frowns at her. No, that's just an insult Kaken uses for me because he thinks I'm useless. Oh, sorry. I thought it sounded like Deku. You know, I can do it. With the right accent I guess. I kind of like that. No one has ever said it that way. Two panes pop up. A normal one in front of him. Don't let her call you Deku. And a pale blue one in front of Yura Ochako. Do not call him Deku. I will hack your grades and change them to 0 if you do. Ochako blinks again, then laughs. I guess Fine-sen has some pretty strong feelings on the matter. I'll just call you Izuku. Appreciated, Izuku says absently, then finishes decoding the backwards text in front of Ochako and scolds his quirk. There's no need to threaten her. HMPH. He gapes at the response, then shakes his head. Okay, you win. There's a muffled snort from the seat in front of them, but when he looks, Aizawa-sensei is slumped down and facing forwards. Maybe he was mistaken. Oh, who is he kidding? Aizawa-sensei can definitely overhear them and there's no way he's actually napping. 13-sensei has just finished warning about the dangers of improperly used quirks when someone gasps and points and simultaneously a pane pops up in front of Izuku. Emergency quest, survive. Optional quest, help your classmates and teachers survive. Optional quest, defeat villains. Optional quest, outsmart villains. Notice, the following have been allowed for the duration of event. Super strength is temporarily unlocked. Plus 100 STR. Plus 100 VIT. Plus 100 dex. Oh sheet. No, those are real villains. Aizawa-sensei replies to some question. 13. Stay with the kids and protect them. Outstall them. Kaminari. Try and boost the signal and see if you can get through to warn the school. All relevant parties have been notified. Wait, Aizawa-sensei. You can't know. He can't stop his teacher from doing the dumbest thing possible, can he? Adults never listen. Fine-sen says it's taken care of. Good. And don't worry about me. You don't get to be a pro without having more than one trick. Aizawa-sensei says and leaps down the stairs to face the frankly terrifying number of villains. Izuku bites his lip and retreats with the rest of the class. Except the portal villain ambushes them, dodges Kaken and Kirishima, turns 13's quirk back on her and drops them all through portals. Then he's trying not to drown while a villain comes at him, until something snatches him out of the water and dumps him on the boat in the middle of the shipwreck zone next to Tsu and Maita. He coughs a few times to clear his throat, then looks at them. So, either of you have a plan? Minta looks terrified. We're gonna die. I was hoping you would have won, since you seem to be good at them. Sue says calmly. Sheet. Okay. What are your quirks? I can do anything a frog can do, including spitting out my stomach to clean it and excreting a mild poison. It's only strong enough to make someone itch, though. Sue says promptly. Mine is pop off. I can pull these off and more appear, but if I do too many at a time my scalp starts bleeding. They're sticky and stick to everything but me. Are they strong enough to stick two people together? Yeah, we're going to die, aren't we? He thinks about the notification from earlier and what that means for him. I think I have a plan. On super strength, spread out the energy instead of confining it to one limb or you'll shatter your bones. Well, ouch. Good to know, though. Also, do not go above 35%. Okay, that's limiting, but still a lot of power to work with if he's right. Asui can why? I told you to call me Tsu. Right, he says sheepishly. But the villains have gotten tired of waiting to see what they'll do, and a hand-shaped wave of water slams into the shipwreck, cracking it in half. Sue, how far do you think you can jump carrying both of us? About 3/4 of the way. That should be plenty. Sue, you do that. Minta, throw all your hairballs into the water near the villains and I'll make sure that they catch the villains. Sue gives him a dubious look, but nods. Minta apparently doesn't know enough about Izuku's quirk to doubt him and begins to pull off purple sticky spheres and lob them at the villains. He focuses on drawing up the energy of OFA and spreading it throughout his body, only wavering when green lightning starts crackling around him. When Minta's scalp starts bleeding, Sue picks them both up under her each arm, bravely ignoring Izuku's lightning, and leaps. Izuku waits until they're right over the villains before punching downwards with 20%. USJ smash. The bottom of the lake shows for a long instant, before the water rushes back in, pulling the villains willy-nilly with it along with Minta's hairballs and sticking them together in a yelling, cursing mass of frustration. Izuku doesn't really get to see it, though, because the blowback of the smash alters their trajectory, sending them tumbling wildly through the air. Fortunately, they are still going forward, so they end up more or less belly flopping rightward Sue aimed at, and after a frantic moment are able to stand up and wade towards the shore. As they step out of the water, they look over to the main plaza in time to see Aizawa-sensei pulling away from the leader, arms streaming blood, and they hurry towards him with the intention of helping. Then they freeze in horror as a moment later they see him get smashed into the ground by the hulking black villain with its brain on the outside. The leader tisks and walks towards them. I guess All Might really isn't coming, but we can hurt his pride by killing some kids first. His hand lifts towards Tsu's face, only to be interrupted when the door of the USJ blows off, revealing All Might at the top of the stairs. All Might is not smiling when he tugs off his tie and says, "There's no need to be afraid anymore." Why? Because I am here. I knew that would draw All Might out. The leader crows, a manic grin on his face. It's enough to break the fear, and Izuku finally has the presence of mind to punch the leader. His hit does nothing, caught on the stomach of the weird brain villain. But Izuku gets close enough that in the process of getting between them, the villain knocks the leader backwards onto the floor. The leader curses as he gets back to his feet. Izuku stares up at the weird brain villain Namu, the leader calls it, in shock. That was a full 35%. It should have at least moved it. Simultaneously, All Might has moved, swiftly defeating all the remaining villains in the plaza and getting Aizawa-sensei out of reach. While the leader curses and Izuku stares, All Might grabs the three of them and deposits them at the top of the stairs next to Aizawa-sensei, who is sitting up and wrapping a bandage around his damaged arm. No, wait, that's his capture weapon. The ensuing fight is brutal, and Izuku finds himself jumping back in to help, ignoring Aizawa-sensei's heartfelt curse behind him because he knows All Might needs to finish this fight fast. Then Kaken and Todoroki show up at the same time that the other teachers do. All Might finishes off the still regenerating Namu while the portal villain tries to get away from Kaken and rescue the leader, only to have his quirk erased by Aizawa-sensei and be knocked out with a punch from Kaken. Snipe-sensei shoots the leader as he reaches for Todoroki, so he ends up cursing and screaming in rage while favoring his injured hands and leg. That lasts until Midnight-sensei goes over and knocks him out with her gas. Then it's just the teachers taking care of the rest of the villains and making sure the other students get out okay. Cementos puts up a wall separating All Might from view, and Izuku just kind of sinks to the floor as his legs give out in the aftermath of adrenaline. Notice, super strength is now locked. Plus 100 STR is no longer active. Plus 100 VIT is no longer active. Plus 100 Dex is no longer active. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 38,400 XP. Plus 4 levels. Plus 1 STP. Plus 4 STP. Optional quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 1 STP. Optional quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 1 STP. Optional quest accomplished. Plus 2 Ys. Plus 1 STP. He stares at the panes uncomprehendingly until the information slowly sinks in. Somehow, just in this one terrifying event, he's jumped 4 levels as well as gained stupid amounts of experience, 2 points in wisdom and 8 stat points. Izuku really feels that the rewards are not worth the terror and threats to his life. Yeah, no, sometimes he hates quests. We've gotten the results back from the genetic tests that were ordered on all 3 villains. Unfortunately, Tsukachi sighs, I don't have any good news. The closest genetic match we have on file for Shigaraki is Nana Shimura, Pro Hero Sore. It has to be assumed that he's the son of the son she gave up for adoption. Tenko Shimura, reportedly dead in the attack that killed the rest of his family and destroyed their house. There was very little left of them and the house looked like it had been turned into dust, so it was probably a Quirk awakening accident. All Might looks very pale. Nana's grandson. The Namu shows genetic material of 3 separate individuals, but the main one is that of a former small-time thug with a strength quirk. I don't have to tell you why that's bad news, I presume. No, I'm afraid I agree with you on this matter. Nedzu says and sips his tea. And the last villain. Tsukachi winces. Kurogiri is apparently a better version of the Namu. We have nothing on record to identify one of the 2 individuals used in his making, but the other you might know of. A former UA student who reportedly died in the line of duty, Aburo Shirakumo. Nedzu's teacup rattles loudly as he sets it down abruptly. That is a problem. I need to inform 3 of my teachers of this development. They were close friends with Shirakumo and have the right to know. All Might nods. Understandable. And it's probably best that more people are made aware of the threat that we now face, even if we cannot give them the full story. Are you sure this is wise? No, but to not tell them would be worse. I need the trust of my teachers and they would never forgive me if they found out later that I did not tell them. Also, I believe that we should tell the entirety of my hero staff about All for One, so that they may better protect the students. It is statistically unlikely that this will be the only attack on the students. Tsukachi sighs again. You have a point. I'll trust your wisdom in this. As will I. What will be done with Nana's grandson? He will be given mandatory twice-weekly therapy and remain incarcerated for the foreseeable future. Kurogiri will likewise be required to attend therapy. Their therapist will be someone trained in undoing brainwashing, as both of them show evidence of at least minor brainwashing but more likely heavier than that, given that Shirakumo was a hero student. Tsukachi explains, that seems adequate. Nedzu acknowledges. Shouta sucks in a sharp breath at the news. Hizashi slaps both hands over his mouth and makes a strangled sound and Nimari hisses. And really, that's probably the best reactions he could expect of them. Are we sure about this? Nimari asks. Unfortunately, yes. Tsukachi replies. Is there? Shouta swallows hard. Is there anything we can do to help? Well, you might be able to with erasure. We have a theory that Shirakumo's personality may be intact under the combined Quirk personality, so if you were to use erasure, we might be able to speak to Aburo. Yes, let me know when you want to try. Shouta replies without hesitation. Hizashi makes another strangled noise and Nimari pats his back soothingly. We'll come too. Not to interrupt, but this All for One guy. What precautions are we taking against him? Snipe interjects. Nedzu injects some cheer into his tone. That is a very good question, Snipe. I'm open to suggestions. Aizawa-sensei glares at them to get them to settle down and his eyes skims over each student in turn as he waits for them to do that. Then his gaze stops on Izuku and he reaches over and scribbles on a pad of paper and tears it off and holds it out. Midoriya, you're excused from homeroom. Go see recovery girl about your arms. Izuku almost cries in relief. His arms seemed fine after USJ, but he spent the last 3 days off school with them swollen and painful, ice packs barely lending any relief. He leaves his bag by his desk. Because he doesn't think he can stand to lift it again so soon, takes the hall pass from Aizawa-sensei and slips out the door with only a little struggle to open it. Recovery girl asks when she sees him. It's too early for heroics class. What did you do? I don't know. They've been like this since I got home after USJ. She frowns and bustles over. Oh, I do not like the look of that. Did you not get a proper check over at USJ? One of the police medics looked at me, but I thought I was fine. So they just told me to take it easy and ice any bruises that showed up. Careless, she says in mild disapproval. Follow me. I want to get x-rays to see what I'm dealing with and make sure it's not something more complicated than I'm able to treat. Oh, okay. 45 minutes later, he's lying in a bed, waiting until the pictures finish developing and she has a chance to study them. It feels good, or as good as anything can when his arms are throbbing. Honestly, he's been tired since USJ. His hit points haven't come up since then and neither has his stamina. He's been stuck at HP 173 198th and STA 41 72nd, possibly because of his injury. He hopes that's the case, at least. He also hopes that it's something recovery girl can treat, because the fact that she's worried that it's not has him freaked out a little bit. The thump of her cane announces her return. Well, Midoriya, I have good news and bad news. The good thing is that your bones aren't broken and you don't seem to have torn any ligaments. The bad news is that both arms have multiple fractures. I imagine your muscles are very strained, too, given the swelling I'm seeing. Whatever you did at USJ was too reckless, kid. Don't make a habit of this. He flinches. Sorry, but people would have died if I hadn't. She tusks again and kisses his forehead. Abruptly, exhaustion washes over him. I know you want to live up to that idiot's legacy, but you don't have to be him. Get better control of it before you permanently injure yourself. Izuku gives her a surprised look, then yawns suddenly. I will. When my quirk lets me use one for all again, that is, I'm still not strong enough for it yet, so it only unlocked it temporarily for USJ and gave me a basic idea how to use it. I think I'd be a lot worse off if it hadn't. I was only using 35%. Her brows lift. Interesting. Good to know that your quirk has some common sense. Kami knows that Toshinori doesn't have any. A light blue pane pops up in front of her. Thank you for the compliment, and for taking care of Izuku. She smiles after a moment of startlement and shakes her head. You're welcome. Izuku finishes reading the pane backwards and yawns again. Is it okay if I take a nap? Recovery girl takes something out of her pocket and shoves it in front of his nose. Eat those first and then go ahead. My quirk uses your stamina to heal you. He takes them gingerly and discovers that they're 2 bags of gummies, like from the exam. Oh, thank you. Stats. Izuku Midoriya. Level 10. Exp. 7,254 12,000. STR. 39. VIT. 33. Dex. 15. INT. 49. Wise. 53. HP. 198 over 198. MP. 0 divided by 0 locked. STA. 12/72. STP. 0. What's this? Recovery girl asks, sounding curious. She moves to stand beside his head and look at the pane better. It's my stats screen. He blinks and blinks again as something occurs to him. Wait, you can see it. Am I not supposed to? I must say, this is rather handy. Can you see other people's stats too? He blinks a few more times, trying to focus enough to answer. Last time I tried to show my stats screen to Principal Nedzu, I couldn't. I agree. And no, I can't do that until I get my intelligence to 75. I think I might have to level my analysis skill to 75 first, too. Showing all screens to a trusted number of individuals is part of a level reward. Leveling analysis is recommended but not strictly necessary. Oh, Fine-sen says it's because I leveled up at USJ. And leveling analysis is optional. Fine-sen, my quirk, he says and starts eating the gummies. Recovery girl says mildly. Then makes a noise of surprise as his stamina starts climbing as he eats the gummies. Look at that. Looks like I can let you go back to classes. He pauses. Actually, I'd like to take a nap, because the boost is temporary and my stamina will be worse off if I do stuff between now and it wearing off. Fair enough. Enjoy your nap, she says and stumps off to do whatever she does when she's not treating patients. Oh, and come talk to me once you get your intelligence to 75. Sure, why not? Izuku starts eating gummies again. By the time he yawns his way into English class, he's missed 3 full classes and is late for English. He shoves the doctor's note recovery girl wrote for him at Yamada-sensei, feeling hazy. He probably should have napped longer, but he couldn't go back to sleep once he woke up. Hey, listener, you okay there? I'm fine, Yamada-sensei. He mumbles, zombieing over to his desk. Yamada-sensei gives a stifled laugh. Whatever you say, listener. Sensei, the Fokker missed the announcement, Kaken says, which makes Izuku squint at him in confusion. What announcement and why does Kaken care? Announcement. Right, Midoriya. The sports festival is being held in 2 weeks, so be sure to train for that. The other classes are riled up, so you're likely to have some stiff competition this year. Izuku squints at Yamada-sensei until that stops being hash in his brain and starts making sense. Oh, okay. Thank you, sensei. You're welcome, listener. Now you want to turn to page 40 in your English book, to the middle of the page. We're taking turns reading aloud. He blinks blankly, then bends and takes his book out of his bag, glad that they don't change classrooms to take different classes, because otherwise he'd have a problem. That's he wants eggs. Hickage comments. No, it's she wants a Eggos. And argues. You're both wrong. It's she wants Eggos. Eggos is some kind of pre-Quirk food that was popular in the US at some point. Yoichi corrects. All of you are leaving out a word. Blueberries. Nana points out in exasperation. Blueberries. You heathen, there's no such thing as blueberries. An unknown speaker shouts. It's not blueberry, it's... Ghost might sighs. Izuku winces as the noise level in his head rises. Would you all shut up? It's she wants blueberry Eggos. Startled silence around him makes him look up. All his classmates are staring at him. Midoriya, are you okay? Ashido tries. Sorry, kid. Nana apologizes softly. He flushes. Yes, sorry, it's just the, voices in my head are really loud today and it's distracting me. I didn't mean to say that out loud. Gotcha. We all have those days. Kaminari consoles, nodding his head wisely. Izuku stares at him a moment, then ducks his head and goes back to translating his problem into English. He completely misses Yamada-sensei's concerned stare. Young Midoriya, would you like to eat lunch with me? All Might asks, again with a tiny-looking bento in hand. Kiro, Tsu says, looking startled at his sudden appearance. Izuku looks at Momo, Tsu and Ochako. Momo and Tsu give slight nods and Ochako gives him a friendly shove. Go on and eat with him. Okay. He agrees and follows All Might to the same nook they'd sat in before. We didn't get to have our talk the other day, All Might says, deflating into his skinny form and opening his bento. Right. Izuku agrees, opening his own bento. So I got this new skill called ghostly communication and it lets me talk to the ghosts of the former bearers of One for All. Including you. Nana Shimura says hi, by the way. Nana. Yaga's eyes are wide with emotion. Yes, that's not the important part though. My Quirk says that there's a 96% chance that the first, they go by numbers, is my uncle by blood. His name's Yoichi. And he wanted me to tell you that there's a chance that he's alive and I should ask you to tell me about him. Something about it being safer to know than to not know, if he's alive. Yagi full out blanches. That's a lot to take in, my boy. So, can you tell me about my biological father? All Might sighs, looking old for a moment. It's an old story that starts back at the dawn of Quirks. Once, there was 2 brothers and 10 minutes later, it's Izuku who is pale. So, to recap, my bio dad is a centuries-old supervillain and you tried to kill each other 6 years ago and you thought you'd succeeded until the USJ happened. Yagi nods. Sorry this is insensitive, but I'm sorry I didn't do a better job of it, because now I've accidentally put a target on your back. He killed his own brother, so I don't think he'll hesitate to kill you as well if you don't give him one for all like he wants. Izuku sighs and buries his face in his hands. I count in if I ain't to. What was that? He lifts his head. Even if I wanted to, which I don't, I couldn't give him one for all. Fine Sen absorbed it in the vestiges and it can't be passed on or taken. I didn't think that was possible. Yagi admits. Yeah, well, Fine Sen is an acute mutation of both my parents' quirks and sentient. One for all has the vestiges in it, but I think it is only semi-aware in its own right, so it sort of makes sense to me. He didn't kill me until after I got out of the vault and gave the quirk away. Yoichi points out. Uncle Yoichi says that he might just keep me if he knows he can't get the quirk, provided I don't escape. If he realizes you're his son, that is. Yoichi adds, if he knows I'm a relative. Izuku repeats obediently. If you unlock dungeons, no one can keep you where you don't want to be. He blinks at the message. What? It unlocks interplanar abilities for me. I can't unlock it until you're strong enough to survive a basic dungeon, though. The sheer possibilities in that statement are enough to send his mind reeling. Is something the matter? Yagi asks, as if this entire conversation isn't the matter. Actually, no. I forgot to tell you. When Fine Sen absorbed One for All, I got new tabs in my player overview. They're currently locked, but one of them is called Dungeons. And Fine Sen was telling me that if I unlock it, he can use it to let me escape situations like being caught by All for One. Without prompting, a pale blue pane pops up in front of Yagi. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, the player. Stats. Inventory, limited. You now have 20 inventory slots. Level reward. Information search. Skills. Displays, limited. Locked. You can now show certain displays to other people. You can now show all screens to a number of trusted individuals. Level reward. Spells. Locked until INT 75. Dungeons. Locked until INT 100 plus Ys 100 plus STR 50 plus VIT 50 plus Dex 50. Crafting. Locked until dungeons are unlocked. Quirks. Locked. Spells. Dungeons. Crafting. Quirks. Oh yeah. The vestiges said something about quirk singularity and me getting their quirks. I think, my boy, you live a complicated life. Yagi says, shaking his head. Yeah. Izuku agrees and turns his attention to polishing off his bento. There's no way he can meet any of the unlock requirements easily and soon, so he's just going to not dwell on it and do his best. The sports festival is loud. Izuku thought he was prepared for the sports festival, but he definitely wasn't prepared for the sheer noise. He cringes slightly as Present Mike announces the classes and counts down to the start of the obstacle race. The first obstacle is a minefield with low-yield explosives and a pink glittery powder that hangs in the hair, sticking to every surface it can as candidates pass through. The minefield slows everyone but Todoroki and Kaken. The second obstacle is robots from the entrance exam but with more zero-pointers. It turns out to be a good thing that everyone else gets slowed down, because Todoroki freezes a 0-pointer off balance and it crashes harmlessly to the ground without turning anyone into paste. The last obstacle is a deep hole straddled by a huge H-frame structure with knotted ropes hanging from it, presumably to cross the hole with by swinging across. Easier said than done, really. He can already tell a lot of people are going to come to grief trying to switch from a rope on one side to a rope on the other side. Kaken just blasts across with his explosions and finishes in first, and Todoroki just forms a mini glacier to skate across, crossing the finish line a split second later. Personally, Izuku takes a rope and walks across Todoroki's glacier. Narrow as it is, it's still safer than trying to switch ropes during a swing. He inches across the few feet between one rope's reach and where the one on the opposite side hangs. Coming in 15th place is respectable as far as he's concerned. He's certainly glad he's not in first place when it's announced to be worth 10 million points. His team is made up of Ochako and Takoyami and Dark Shadow and a support course girl with pink dreads who randomly chose to approach him after being rejected by both Kaken and Todoroki for their teams. The obnoxious blonde kid from 1B comes after their team and makes the mistake of copying Takoyami's quirk. Monoma's dark side is apparently filled with vicious self-mockery and self-sabotage. Dark Shadow steals his headband while they squabble. Izuku almost feels sorry for him. His team comes in fourth, just a few points below the team of the purple Gen Ed student who had challenged their class. People drop out, people are substituted in. Izuku doesn't pay much attention to it. He made it to the third round, that's what counts. His first fight is against the purple Gen Ed kid, who apparently is Itoshi Shinso. Hey, that blonde classmate of yours, the one with the tail? Don't you think he's a bit of a coward? Well, turn and walk out of the ring for me. Izuku finds his feet following Shinso's orders without his input. You are under a mental debuff. Clear mental debuff. Yes, no. He tries to reply, but can't. Player unresponsive. Clearing mental debuff. Mental debuff removed. Izuku sighs in relief, directing mental thanks to find San as he stops, turns and finds Shinso staring at him in shock with a fair helping of desperation. Holding Shinso's gaze, Izuku deliberately steps backwards out of the ring. 2 against 1 isn't exactly fair, after all. He wants to see how far the Gen Ed kid can go, given an opportunity. All the way to first place, it turns out. Shinso manages to easily bait Todoroki, Ida and Kaken into responding and walking out of bounds. Although Kaken all but foams at the mouth after he's released, shouting at Shinso, accusing him of cheating and demanding a rematch. It takes Midnight gassing him to stop him from trying to go after Shinso, who is staring wide-eyed and a little spooked at the display. When the winner podiums go up, Kaken is literally chained to the second-place podium, mouth set in a line of grim silence, which Izuku parses as Kaken having come to terms with losing, but still trying to go after Shinso. Midnight and All Might stepping on each other's words is kind of funny, and then the medals are awarded. Todoroki stoic in third place, Kaken still grim in second, and an ecstatic-looking Shinso in first. Then the ceremonies are over and Shinso searches him out and pulls him aside. How did you break out of my quirk? No one's ever done that before. Izuku just looks at him for a moment, then shrugs. My quirk is sentient and autonomous. It didn't appreciate your hold on my mind, so it broke it. Though, Shinso blinks in apparent surprise, before asking, why did you let me win? I wanted to see how far you could back up your boasts. Shinso turns red, then gives a small bow. Whatever, but thank you. Getting into the hero course means a lot to me. Yeah, I get that. I didn't get Fine-san until about a year ago. Everyone made fun of me for saying I wanted to be a hero. I'm sure they did the same to you because a quirk like yours is scary to the average person. It'll be amazing for hero work, though. You can de-escalate hostage situations just by getting the villains to respond to you. A slow blink. You're not scared of me. Should I be? It's not like your quirk hurt me. It was actually kind of pleasant other than not having autonomous control of my body. If that's not enough reason for you, then it's not like you can keep me under. Fine-san won't allow it. I guess that's fair. Shinso agrees, still looking vaguely puzzled. Anyways, I'm looking forward to you joining our class. I hope we can be friends. Sure. Shinso agrees hesitantly, then looks at the ceiling and asks dramatically, Kami, why am I dealing with the personification of a cinnamon roll? Izuku laughs nervously, turning a little red. And I'm not a cinnamon roll. A pale blue pain pops up in front of Shinso's nose, startling him into stepping back. It's karma. You are being punished. Fine-san. Izuku scolds. Okay, you know what? That's totally fair. Shinso answers. There's an extra desk in the back row when they start up classes again. The board reads, Todoroki, 4035. Bakugo, 2746. Takoyami, 231. Ida, 116. Kaminari, 114. Yaoyorozu, 108. Kirishima, 68. Shinso, 46. Uraraka, 20. Shiro, 14. Midoriya, 3. Aizawa-sensei looks tired, which really is pretty normal. As you can see on the board, several of you received internship offers this year, mostly due to the extra attention on this class since USJ. It's rare that first years get offers. If you didn't get offers, don't worry. There are 40 agencies that work with UA to give students experience. You all have information packets on your desk, detailing those 40 agencies and any offers you may have received. Choose carefully and learn the most you can from these internships. Don't rest on your laurels. It's not uncommon for these offers to disappear by third year if interest dies out. This is bullshit. How come Todoroki got so many more offers? I did better than he did. And who the fuck is Shinzo? Kaken demands. A knock on the door interrupts any answer. Then the door opens and a tall student with fluffy purple hair looks in uncertainly. I was told to come here. Yes, sit in the empty desk. It's yours now. Congratulations on winning the sports festival and transferring to Class 1A. There's a packet on your desk detailing internship offers you have received and alternative agencies available to you. Purple eyes widen. Thanks. Then Shinzo steps inside, pulling the door shut behind him and hurries over to slip into his desk. Izuku gives him a thumbs up as he passes by. As I was saying, choose carefully and turn in your choice to me by Monday. Now we have something vitally important to your futures as heroes. Choosing a hero name. This will be taken over by midnight because the door bursts open. Because you'll regret it if you take this lightly. Midnight exclaims, striding inside. Because choosing names is not my strong point. Aizawa-sensei finishes in a bored tone. Then he proceeds to get into his sleeping bag and close his eyes. Technically, you can change your hero names. But if you're not lucky, the press will get to know you by the name you choose now and you won't be able to change it. You could get stuck with something like Eraserhead, Midnight says cheerfully, handing out stacks of whiteboards and markers. Write down your choice and if I approve it, you can keep it. The next 20 minutes pass pretty quietly as students mutter to themselves or others as they choose names. Then Midnight starts having people show off their chosen names for approval. Yamomo's moniker, the everything hero, Creati, makes him glad that he rethought one of his ideas. The world does not need two everything heroes. Sue chooses the rainy season hero, Froppy, which is cute. So is Achako's Uravity. Ashido's alien queen is denied. Aoyama's I cannot stop twinkling gets shortened to can't stop twinkling, which is still pretty long. But he's heard worse. Kaken tries King Explosion murder. Denied. Murder is illegal. Premeditated murder is more illegal. Choose something else, Midnight says, looking amused. He sulks back to his desk. Then it's Izuku's turn. The all-source hero, novel. Is that going to be a copyright issue? Midnight asks suspiciously. Izuku startles a little at that. Midnight is pretty well informed. It shouldn't be. They haven't been in business for the last 154 years. Fair enough. Approved. Phew. Minda picks the fresh-picked hero, Grape Juice. Shinzo picks the Dreams hero, Hypnose, which definitely has a better vibe than some of the available choices. Ashido goes with the Acid hero, Pinky. Izuku thinks Alien Queen was better. Kaken glowers as he presents his new choice of Emperor Explosion. That's much less of a PR nightmare. Good job. Midnight praises, cracking her whip when he scowls at her. Alright kiddos, back to your regularly scheduled grumpy caterpillar. Aizawa-sensei doesn't even twitch. Midnight sighs. Okay, use the rest of class as a free study period and take some time to go over those internship offers. Izuku ends up sitting together at lunch with Yamomo, Sue, Achako, and Shinzo. The latter looks a little confused as to how he ended up sitting with them. So, who are you going with? Achako asks. I'm going with Gunhead, to learn some fighting skills. The festival taught me that I'm behind in that area. I'm going with Captain Selkie, because his crew specializes in water rescues. Sue says, I think I'm going to go with Uobami. She's a rather popular hero. Yamomo offers. Izuku frowns. She specializes in media attention. Are you sure you don't want someone who can teach you other things? Oh, Yamomo looks dismayed. But she sighs. I'll look over the list again, then. What about you, Shinzo? Achako asks curiously. Shinzo gives a beleaguered sigh. I'm not sure yet, but I have to pass 3 tests this week to determine if I'm even allowed to take any of the internships. Not really looking forward to that. Always prioritize the rescue. Sue offers. Achako nods. I think Gen Ed mostly has the same classes, but you'll definitely need to pick up the books for Hero Law. Momo adds. We've gone over the first 12 chapters so far. If it's Aizawa-sensei, he'll be more impressed if you use your brain than if you try brute force. Izuku comments. And if you do team exercises, work with your partner or you'll get scolded. Sue points out. Izuku, who are you going with? Oh, Sir Nidai, I think. I do want to be a frontline hero, but I'm not entirely sure that's feasible. Fine sensibilities are more geared to information gathering, so I think studying with an intelligence-type hero is probably a good idea. Smart, Shinzo says. Even if you end up a frontliner, having a background in intelligence work should be useful. Can I ask why you all want to be heroes? Yamomo asks. I decided it was the best way to use my quirk to benefit others without ruining the local economy. Ochako laughs nervously. You guys are going to think I'm really selfish, but I'm in it for the money. My parents' construction business struggles a lot. I wanted to help them with my quirk, but they said no, so I want to become a hero so they can afford to have it easy. Needing money is valid. Sue says, I just want to help because I know I can. Nothing special. Izuku nods earnestly. I just want to save people with a smile so they feel safe. They all look at Shinso, who shrugs and says in a lazy tone, spite. Everyone said I'd be a villain, so I'm going to be a hero. There's a moment of silence, then Ochako laughs. Okay, I feel better now. And that's totally understandable. I'd probably do the same. Shinso smiles at her. Gonna kick Explodo Boy's ass next year. She does a fist pump. A lot sooner than that, if I have anything to say about it. Spite buddies, Shinso says and offers his hand for a high five, which she returns enthusiastically. Yeah, spite buddies. Sue and Izuku exchange an amused glance, although Yamomo looks puzzled. You're gonna kick names and take asses. They stare at Fine Sen's comment until Yamomo starts giggling. Then they all burst into laughter. Absolutely. Shinso finally replies when he can breathe around his laughter again. Holy shit, Midoriya, how does your quirk know memes? Oh, Izuku says, trying not to giggle so much that he's non-understandable. Fine Sen has access to any information free on the internet. I'm pretty sure he knows way more memes than the rest of us put together. You know what? Fair, but also overpowered. How do you not cheat on tests? He asks. Fine Sen doesn't help with those. I play games when he takes tests. Izuku's too pure for that. Ochako teases, making his cheeks go red. That's not it. I need to know stuff. I'm not always going to have time to consult Fine Sen. Pure. Shinso agrees with a sheet-eating grin. Pure, Sue says, looking smug. Momo looks back and forth between them all and then adds with a tiny smile, pure. Izuku groans and hides his face in his hands in embarrassment. Quit it, guys. Never. Ochako declares. Make me. Shinso challenges. Your chopsticks are in your hair. Sue points out. He yanks them out and then spends a couple minutes in several napkins getting sauce out of his curls, pouting while the rest of them smile or giggle at him. Meanies. Izuku blinks in disbelief as Sir Night-Eye derides his character, his conviction, his ability, and his worthiness to inherit All Might's quirk. Damn, who pissed in his Cheerios? Uncle Yoichi asks. Better question. Who gave this beach the right to dictate who gets our quirk? It wasn't me, and I know it wasn't the blonde idiot. Someone who has to be second or third retorts. Hey, but no, I didn't. Night-Eye is crossing a line. Ghost Might replies. Don't listen to him, kid. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Nana comforts. Oh, hell no. He knows. He's just delusional. Don't let him bully you, kid. And says sharply. And yeah, that's what Sir Night-Eye is doing, isn't he? He's had kids do this before, never an adult, but only one incident compares to this level of toxic. Wow, I didn't peg you as a bully, he says without thinking about it. Sir Night-Eye makes an ugly face. I am not wrong, nor am I a bully. Quit your whining. Well, the last person who was this nasty to me told me to jump off a roof and pray for a better quirk, so forgive me if I can't see the difference. Did he just say that? Yes, he did. Oops, now Sir Night-Eye will get mad. Can I speak to him? My quirk wants to say something to you. Your quirk. And yup, Sir Night-Eye looks and sounds both angry and dubious. Fine Sen is sentient and has his own opinions. Also, sure, Fine Sen, go ahead. A pale blue pain pops up in front of Sir Night-Eye. You're an idiot. Even if One for All could still be passed on, which it can't as it has been absorbed, it would be genetically incompatible with this student you want to give it to and would kill him at a very young age, due to the body being incapable of handling the strain of two quirks. What is that supposed to mean? How can One for All be absorbed? And what's this about genetic incompatibility? Sir Night-Eye demands. It's because of my biological father, not the one who raised me, being all for one. So Fine Sen and One for All are compatible enough to merge. And Fine Sen can't be passed on or taken, so. Oh, I've also got the ghosts of the former bearers on One for All in my head, by the way. If what you're saying is remotely true, and I don't believe you, then that's all the more reason that. And we're done here. Izuku has dealt with enough bullies. Goodbye. You can't do that. Can, may, and will. Under contract, the student has the right to terminate the contract if the internship employer attempts physical, verbal, or sexual abuse. You definitely fall under the second, and we will be reporting this to Netsu. It takes a few seconds for Izuku to parse that since he's reading that backwards, but he can't exactly argue with Fine Sen's reasoning. Izuku came here to learn, not to be treated like gum on a shoe. He blinks, shakes himself, and gives a little bow. Sorry, Sir Night-Eye, I'm not going to argue with my quirk, because it's right. Goodbye. Sir Night-Eye is speechless as he lets himself out and goes to retrieve his things. which is good. Arguing with an adult like this makes him feel shaky. In Kamino, All for One lets his new minion, a formerly quirkless replacement for Tamura, bought for the small price of a good quirk, finish explaining their stance on society and getting rid of All Might with some approbation. If nothing else, the man is more articulate than Tamura. He doesn't have that much experience with strategy, but he has time and the will to learn. People like you, I hate the most. Stain spits out, then moves. A moment later, All for One finds himself, the Namu he'd kept nearby and his new minion all paralyzed, more or less in that order. Don't worry about taking me back. I'll show myself out. Well, that's certainly inconvenient, but no matter. Working with the unwilling is rarely profitable, and he can use his knowledge of Stain's patterns against him and make people assume wrongly that they are affiliated. No matter what Stain thinks of the idea, Stain would have made a convenient ally. But only a fool has a plan that hinges on one man agreeing to the plan. Izuku is on his way to the train station, backpack over one shoulder and hero suitcase in his left hand, when something runs into his legs. No, not something, someone. A little white-haired kid, girl, in a ragged dress and bandages with bare feet. Help, she shouts. Quest, take her and run. Plus 100 dex for length of event. Ah, sheet. If Fine San is saying that, there's definitely at least one nasty villain on this kid's tail. He scoops her up in his left arm, shoves his right arm through the loose strap on his backpack, places his right hand on her head to keep her stable and books it towards the train station. Dimly, he realizes that he's going way too fast to be normal. But all of his concentration is focused on dodging pedestrians and cars instead of running into them and keeping the girl from falling. And breathing, because breathing is important. Behind him, Overhaul has just a glimpse of Yuri being carried off by someone in an All Might hoodie with a yellow backpack. And a split second later he realizes that he's vastly outpaced by Yuri's rescuer. No matter, the speedster can't run forever and Overhaul can set his minions to search for her. She'll be back where she belongs before the end of the day. By the time he reaches the train station, he's severely out of breath and has to walk around a little bit so he can talk coherently before buying a kid's ticket for Yuri. He definitely needs more stamina. The ticket teller gives the kid a concerned look, but Izuku soothes her worry by mentioning that they're headed to UA. The kid clings to him tightly the whole time. When they get on the train, the passengers urge him to sit down, which is frankly a godsend. His legs hurt, his arm hurts, his feet hurt, and his lungs are still on fire. Not to mention, it makes it easier to hold the kid, whose name he really should learn. Hey there, he says quietly. Now that we're safe, my name's Izuku. Or you can call me Navel. I'm a hero student. What's your name? She stares at him with wide, solemn eyes. Ari, are we really safe? He won't hurt you. We're safe for now and we're going to UA, and that's a super safe place with a bunch of heroes to protect us. Aizawa-sensei and Nedzu are going to kick his ass over this stunt, aren't they? I will. Worth it. Besides, he doesn't believe that either one of them would have left her behind in a dangerous situation. Aizawa-sensei walks into Nedzu's office, takes one look at Izuku holding Yuri in size. Problem child. Care to explain why you're here instead of at your internship and why you have another problem child with you? Yuri squeaks. Is he mad? Izuku rubs her back soothingly. No, he's just grumpy. I promise he won't hurt you. What about you? Will he hurt you? No, he won't hurt me either. He's not like that. Promise. Okay, she says and buries her face in his shoulder, eyes peeking over his shoulder suspiciously at Aizawa-sensei. Problem child. Oh, Sir Night-Eye and I had a difference of opinion. So I came back and ran into Yuri here being chased by a villain, so I brought her back with me. That's a nice way of saying Night-Eye is a delusional bigot that believes that Izuku doesn't deserve his quirk to be a hero or happiness in general. Aizawa-sensei looks the slightest bit startled at being addressed by a floating screen and looks at Nedzu, who nods. Fine-sen has given me a transcript of the conversation. Of course he did. And suffice it to say that this is the last time Sir Night-Eye will be allowed to do internships for UA students. He was extremely derogative with no provocation and is abusing secrets for his own purposes, Nedzu says with a falsely pleasant smile. Izuku spares a second of pity for Sir Night-Eye, because Kami knows that Nedzu isn't going to have any. And if Nedzu does, he's sure Fine-sen won't. His quirk doesn't take kindly to others putting him down, for some reason. If I didn't, you'd let others walk on you. Okay, that's probably fair. Can I see that transcript? Aizawa-sensei asks. Sent. Aizawa-sensei raises a brow and checks his phone. When he finishes, his expression is carefully neutral. Okay, then. So we have two issues, correct? First, who Midoriya should spend his internship with. Do you have any ideas, Midoriya? He shakes his head. I don't trust Hawks and I don't know much about Word, but I know he's underground and I'm going for Limelight, not underground. That gets the faintest grimace, but Aizawa-sensei nods. That's probably safest for you. In that case, I'll have to ask to be sure, but Present Mike expressed some interest in asking you for an internship. Teachers generally don't unless certain circumstances happen, but this falls under that. I'm assuming that you didn't even look at the agencies that work with you. Nedzu starts typing on his half-sized phone. Izuku looks sheepish. Not really. Sorry. Well, it shouldn't be a problem, but be prepared to if Mike says no. Okay, sensei. Yamada said yes. Nedzu chirps. Good. Which brings us to our second issue. Do you know who Eri was running from? I don't. I didn't stick around to get a look after Fine-sen said to take her and run. Not ideal, but smart. Aizawa-sensei agrees. Overhaul, leader of the Shai Hasakai Yakuza, recent takeover from adoptive father, who fell into a suspiciously timed coma. Eri is the granddaughter of the previous leader. Her father disappeared shortly before she was given into his custody. No record of her quirk. The group has been making waves in the underground with trigger sales and rumors of sales of a new special type of bullet that can erase quirks. Sir Night-Eye recently started researching the group. Aizawa-sensei groans. Oh, that's inconvenient. Would it be wrong to assume that the new bullets have a connection with Eri's mysterious quirk? Nedzu asks before Izuku has finished reading the backwards text. Unknown. I suppose it is too soon to be drawing connections. We'll have to contact Sir Night-Eye and see what he's got. Eri, what is your quirk? Do you know? Eri twists to look at him. You mean my curse, Mr. Rat. I make people disappear when my horn glows. That's why Mommy didn't want me anymore. He said it's why Grandpa got sick, too. I'm dangerous. Well, if your quirk makes people disappear, I think it's safe to say that your grandpa getting sick was not your fault. And your quirk being dangerous doesn't mean it's a curse, it just means you need training to master it. Fortunately, we have someone on staff who is very capable of keeping dangerous quirks under control. Aizawa-san can erase other quirks with his quirk. Eri is silent for a moment, then asks, who is Aizawa-san? I am. She startles and twists back around to stare at him. You. Aizawa-sensei flashes his quirk at her. See, your eyes glow. Red, just like my eyes. He gives her a soft little smile. And, wow, he did not know Aizawa-sensei could make that expression. Yes, they do. That's how you know my quirk is active. Does that mean my curse is gone for good? No, but it does mean that I can help you teach your quirk to be good instead of a curse. Eri wiggles to get down and Izuku lets her, rather grateful to be rid of her weight. She runs over to Aizawa-sensei and hugs his knee as she looks up at him. Promise, I promise. And there's that soft little smile again. I'll have guardianship papers expedited on your behalf, Aizawa, Nedzu says, moving to his computer and starting to type. Eri, will you be okay with staying with Aizawa-san? She keeps hugging Aizawa-sensei's knee, but looks worried. Can't I stay with Novelzu? Izuku crouches down, despite his legs screaming at him to give up on life, to look Eri in the eye. It's just Novel. Aizawa-sensei is safe. You should stay with him, okay? And I'll visit you every day, so you'll still see me. Eri stares at him as if looking at his soul for a long minute, then finally says, okay. His legs choose that moment to dump him on the floor. Eri squeaks in alarm. Izuku is fairly sure Nedzu laughs, and Aizawa-sensei sighs. Are you okay, problem child? Yeah, just too much running earlier. Don't worry about me. Aizawa-sensei mutters something that probably isn't the don't tell me what to do. That it sounds like. I need to take Eri to Recovery Girl for a health check. You come along. Okay, sensei. Midoriya, if you're not too tired, please stay and shadow Aizawa-san and help Eri settle in for the next couple hours. Okay. I should be able to do that. But I need a place to leave my stuff. Just use your locker, problem child. Izuku facepalms, cause yeah, that was stupid. Notice, plus 100 dex is no longer active. Quest accomplished. Accept rewards. Yes, no. Izuku ignores the notification in favor of more immediately relevant things, and after a couple minutes Fine-sen closes the pane so it's not taking up space in his vision. Eri is terrified of Recovery Girl. She clings to Aizawa-sensei and Izuku with hysterical determination. Aizawa-sensei has to use his quirk on her several times. Izuku keeps repeating that he's here and not going to let anyone hurt her. Recovery Girl makes sure to use her smallest needle and be as gentle as possible as she draws blood and does several other tests. Izuku ends up holding Eri and stepping on the weight scale, getting a measurement, then handing Eri back to Aizawa-sensei and stepping on the scale so his weight can be deducted from the total. Getting her to cooperate with having her height measured is surprisingly easy. Izuku holds her hands while Aizawa-sensei adjusts the measure and then they all step away so Recovery Girl can record it. When they're done, Recovery Girl gives Eri a bag of gummies and reminds her to drink lots of water and juice. She also tells Aizawa-sensei that once the tests come back on the blood, she'll work with Lunch Rush to come up with a dietary plan for Eri to amend her borderline malnutrition. Then she gives Izuku a checkup, tusks and gives him a kiss on the forehead. Abruptly, he's so tired that he almost falls asleep sitting up. At least his body isn't in pain anymore. Honestly, he kind of just shuffles after Aizawa-sensei. who carries Eri, who is still barefoot. Eri shoots him worried glances, but he assures her that he's fine, just tired, and she seems to accept this, although it doesn't stop the worried looks. To his surprise, they go to the teacher's lounge instead of a class, and Aizawa-sensei hands him Eri and gestures at the couch. So he sits down with her in his arms and quietly tells her stories while Aizawa-sensei works on papers, until she drifts off to sleep, her head against his chest. Then he leans his head back and rests the best he can, which is the last thing he remembers until Aizawa-sensei shakes his shoulder. Problem child, time to get up. He cracks his eyes open and yawns, then blinks away tears and glances at the clock. It's 3 hours later. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to sleep. It's okay. You obviously needed it. Can you carry Eri or should I take her? I can carry her. Where a yawn interrupts him. Where are we going? My apartment on campus. You can help me introduce Eri to the cats. Cats? I have 7 of them. Violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. My friends thought it would be funny to get me a rainbow pack of them. Izuku blinks a few times and then says dumbly, "That's a lot of cats." A small smirk tugs at Aizawa-sensei's lips. It is. Come on, let's get some proper food into you and Eri. You both need it. His stomach rumbles embarrassingly on cue. Face red, he heaves to his feet and goes to grab for his bag and case. But Aizawa-sensei is already holding them. Eri makes a muffled sound of protest against his shoulder, then relaxes back into sleep. As soon as they step inside the apartment, they are mobbed by a swarm of cats. There's another word for it, but he's too sleepy to remember. Surprisingly, it's not just the cats' names that are rainbow-themed. Somehow Aizawa-sensei's friends had managed to get their hands on Quirk cats of the appropriate colors. They're all quirked. No, red, orange, and yellow fall within natural color ranges. But the others are, yes. Wow, your friends went to a lot of trouble. Not as much as you'd think. There are cat breeders who specialize in breeding color-quirked cats. I think they did spend a few months' worth of salary on them, though. Eri lifts her head and looks at the cats for a bit, then asks shyly, "What are those?" "They're kitty cats. They're fluffy and soft and will love you forever if you pet them or feed them treats," Aizawa-sensei explains. He stoops and picks up the green one and holds it close enough for her to touch. "Here, just rub your hand gently along his back and he'll start purring. His name is Green." She stares for a minute at the wiggling cat, then tentatively reaches out and pats him. Green immediately turns his face and rubs it against her hand and starts purring loudly. Eri jerks her hand back in surprise. "See, he likes it." "Oh, he's soft." "He is, isn't he? Do you want to sit down and pet the other cats too?" She shakes her head, but giggles and reaches out to pat Green again, who responds with enthusiastic approval. "Midoriya, why don't you sit on the couch while I fix something to eat?" Green's the friendliest of the cats, so I'll leave him with you. The others will probably follow me into the kitchen. "Okay, sensei," he says and shuffles through the crowd of cats to the sofa. Aizawa-sensei sets the green cat down beside them and he all but climbs into Eri's lap in search of further affection. The yellow cat hops up on the nearer arm of the sofa and stares at them suspiciously, while the other cats follow Aizawa-sensei into the kitchen as predicted. Izuku takes time to look at his decor, more than a little surprised, because it doesn't seem like the pinstripe yellow and black wallpaper, bright pink windowsills and small posters of various heroes would be to his teacher's taste. There's one of Present Mike, one of Midnight, one of Netsu, and well done but undoubtedly fan-made posters of Eraserhead and a hero he doesn't recognize with wispy hair and a cloud theme, along with several rather obscure heroes from the previous generation. There's even a small poster of young All Might that is impossible to get one's hands on these days. And well, Izuku would have sworn that Aizawa-sensei would rather burn a poster of All Might than put it on the wall. By the time Aizawa-sensei emerges from the kitchen with a plate of sandwiches cut into eighths and a plate of apple bunnies, the cats have already drifted back from the kitchen. Eri is sitting beside Izuku with a lapful of green purr. Izuku's right foot is trapped under a pile of violet fur and the orange cat is standing on his lap, leaning up to rub his face against Izuku's. The yellow cat has retreated to stare from a further distance, and the indigo and red cats are checking out Izuku's bag and costume case curiously, while the blue cat is flopped regally in the middle of the living room rug. "Looks like you're all getting along. Here's something to eat." Eri doesn't take any until Izuku eats some of each and tells her how nummy they are. She seems to like her piece of sandwich pretty well, but her eyes widen when she tries the apple bunny. Stuffing the rest into her mouth, she immediately grabs 2 more, one in each hand, and holds them close to her chest as she chews her awkward mouthful. "You can have as many apple bunnies as you want, Eri," Aizawa-sensei tells her gently, "but maybe slow down just a little bit so you don't choke." "Okay." She hesitates, then nods slowly and chews a little less frantically. Finally she swallows and says, "They're good. I love them," before stuffing only half of one of the bunnies in her hands into her mouth. Izuku stuffs a piece of sandwich into his mouth to stifle his giggle at her reactions. She's just too cute and obviously apples are a big hit. Yamada-sensei drops by and introduces himself to Eri about 45 minutes later, before taking Izuku and leaving. Hey listener, I hope you're up for a car ride. I'm taking you over to my agency to get you settled into a room and then show you around a bit. I know it's not what you signed up for, but I think getting to know a bit of the publicity side of hero business will serve you well. And of course we'll go out on patrols too. Okay, thanks, Yamada-sensei. Honestly, he's just so glad that the man is willing to take him on at last moment to protest anything he comes up with. Not that he would anyways. Learning new things is important, whether he turns out to like them or to hate them. Yamada-sensei shoots him a smile. When we get there, we use hero names, Dick. He nods seriously as they get in the car. He knew that, actually. If you have any questions or concerns, be sure to speak up. Okay, I'm good with people, but I'm not a mind reader. And you can ask my psychics if you don't want to ask me or I get called away. Okay, sensei. Mind if I put on music? That's fine. He agrees. It makes sense that the voice hero would like to listen to music all the time. After all, it's practically his brand. Present Mike's agency is a couple blocks from the radio station that hosts his show. Funny thing that, because Izuku would have assumed that they'd be in the same building. Yamada-sensei apparently sees his questioning look, because he smirks. No, I don't own the radio station. I just have a contract with them. They're owned by a retired hero, so several of my psychics work there part-time too. Oh, that makes sense. I never thought about it, but you have 3 full-time jobs. Of course I wouldn't have at the time to run an entire chain. Maybe breathe, listener. When you run your words together like that, it's hard to understand you. Yamada-sensei interrupts. I understood up to the part about 3 full-time jobs, which is actually incorrect. The radio show and hero work are actually part-time jobs. Teaching is my only full-time job. Unlike Shu, that maniac, who does both teaching and hero work full-time. He blinks at Yamada-sensei for a moment, then flushes. Oh, I said that of course you wouldn't have the time to run an entire channel. Dingo, I do not have the time. I do, however, have a standing offer from the current owner to let me purchase it if that changes. Yamad, Present Mike says as they get out of the car. That's so cool. Do you want to someday? I'm glad you think so, listener. And yeah, I do, but not for at least another decade. I want to retire from active hero work first. But I've got some good years left in me still. Izuku nods, because that makes a lot of sense. Do you do all your shows at the station or do you have a setup here and just record them ahead of time? Present Mike laughs. Good question. The answer is some of both. I do Friday questions and answers live and do most of my shows there. But I always make a few pre-recorded shows in case I get called into hero work or have a school event that interferes. And we make those here. In fact, I'm going to have you help with making at least one of them. He grins. I won't subject you to the nosy Nellies at the station, though. You'll just be interacting with my staff and with civilians when we go out on patrols. Sound good? Yes, I mean, Present Mike, he says, stumbling over the address a little and very relieved that he won't be expected to interact with more people. It's not that he doesn't like people. It's just that he doesn't like being the center of attention for a bunch of strangers who all know each other. Just call me Mike, listener. Everyone here does. Oh, okay, Mike. That's the spirit, listener. By the way, what's your hero name? I didn't catch that, because I kind of hurried through the paperwork. The all-source hero, novel. Oh, I like it. That's a reference to your quirk being an information quirk, right? Yeah, more or less. Well, I think it's clever. Novel is a good name for an information hero. Do you want to specialize in information or are you wanting to mix that with frontline or rescue stuff? Izuku relaxes a little at the knowledge he isn't being pigeonholed by another mentor. Actually, I want to mix it with mostly frontline and a little bit of rescue. I think Fine-sen would be really useful in disasters, but I don't want to make him do all the work. Being a hero is my job, not his. When they walk inside, Izuku realizes that the size of the building from the outside is a clever optical illusion. It's larger inside than one would expect. The lobby area is huge and contains 3 different food franchises as well as a small general store and an unmanned counter with a bell, with a sign above it stating custom repairs. And of course, an actual reception area next to an elevator and a door labeled stairs. Present Mike grins at him as he looks around. We sponsor the franchises, so we have food available at all hours, but quite a few people in the area stop in to get food from them as well. Custom repairs generally fixes up our sound equipment, but they can handle basic costume replacements and fix gear, or even come up with something special if you need it. They do outsource some of the trickier gear repairs and replacements, but that doesn't happen very often. It's a team of 3 that splits the shifts between them, so there's always someone on duty. Ring the bell loudly for service or they won't hear you. Izuku nods, still looking around in fascination. They pause at the reception desk. Shinohara, this is Novel, my intern for the week. I'm going to need a pass for him. The man, who has nails that look like they're naturally blue to match his blue sclere, nods with an acknowledging noise and fishes a pass out of a drawer and drops it on the counter. Izuku hesitantly picks it up and hangs it around his neck. Thanks, Shinohara, present Mike says, and then leads him to the elevator without waiting for an answer. Don't mind him, he's not one for small talk, but he knows everything that goes on around here because he's fantastic at his job and also willing to listen to anyone who wants to gossip. Normally I take the stairs, but I've heard you've had a big day, so we'll use the elevator today. Do you not like the elevator? Present Mike shudders. No one likes the elevator. It works fine, but it creaks and groans like crazy, and it's slower than just taking the stairs. It's mostly the maintenance and cleaning staff that use it to get their carts around between floors. True to Mike's words, the elevator creaks concerningly and groans now and then as if doing its job is too much effort. Izuku is more than glad to get out when it finally reaches the second floor. He can see why no one likes it. It's like something out of a horror movie. He half expects a ghost to pop out of the ceiling to add to the atmosphere. This is your room while you're staying here. Just leave your stuff inside. No need to change into your costume today. I have a stack of paperwork I need you to fill out, so have the proper clearances and releases. And then I'll have Soundbite show you around and explain what we do with the various rooms. After that, she can bring you to the sound room where we'll be recording a segment for tomorrow, because I switched things around so I can take you on patrol instead. Sound good, listener? Yeah. He agrees and goes in to leave his bag and costume case on the bed before coming back out. Alright, Navel, let's go introduce you to Soundbite and Sono, my office manager, so we can get you started on things. Okay, Mike, he says, feeling eager despite the prospect of filling out a bunch of forms. It's really rare that someone gets even a limited tour of present Mike's agency. And it's usually a contest prize or for special guests. There's more forms than he thought there would be, but it doesn't take as long to fill them out as he feared. They are very straightforward for the most part, and most of it is just skimming what he's agreeing to and signing his name. Sono gives him a pleased smile when he hands them to her, and a check-through shows that he hasn't missed anything. Good job. Do you remember where Soundbite's office is? Yes, I do. Good, good. You can go there and Soundbite will show you around so you're not in danger of getting lost while you're with us. Thanks, Sono. She waves him off with a smile. Soundbite makes the tour rather interesting. It helps him remember what things are where, which is nice. And last, but not least, this is our main sound room, she says with a flourish, then taps on the door, which opens a few seconds later to reveal Mike smiling at them. Right on time. We're just about to start. Come on in, Navel. Soundbite, I'll let you get back to what you were doing. Make sure you pick up some food for yourself when you're done, before you head home. Righto, boss. She mock salutes and takes herself off as Izuku gingerly steps into the room. There's sound equipment everywhere. Quest, learn the technical, basic ins and outs of making a pre-recorded show. Quest, take part in recording a radio show. Quest, take part in making a live radio hour. Ambitious much? He asks Fine Sen after rereading the quests for the second time. Mike laughs. It is, but totally worth every penny. Nothing like cheap equipment to give a segment shitty sound quality. Izuku waves his hands a bit. I didn't mean that, but that makes sense. Fine San, can you show him the quests? Finn, a pale blue pane with the same information pops up in front of Mike's nose, startling him. He stares for a moment, then blinks. Wait, what? I thought you had an information quirk. He nods. Yes, Fine San is sentient, though. Mike gives him a look that clearly doubts that Fine San is merely a sentient information quirk. Oops, Well, it seems Fine San has some ambitious goals for you. I can show you the technical basics later, but for now I'm just going to have you alternate reading song names off an electronic prompt as we record. As for that last one, we'll talk about that later. I'm not sure you'll be comfortable doing that, and I want this internship to be a positive experience for you. Oh, yeah, I don't know either. Sit there. This here is where the song name prompts will be, and I'll do finger guns at you when it's your turn to speak, Mike says, pointing at things as he takes his own seat. Ready, boss? Izuku sits and wiggles a little to get comfortable and finds the prompt again, then looks at Mike and nods. Take it away. Mike says, hello, listeners, big and small. How are you tonight? I've got a surprise for you tonight. I've got an intern with me and he's going to help announce the songs. Say hi, Navel. Hi. Izuku manages, then wants to kick himself for sounding stupid. How does Mike make this sound so easy? Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 318 EXP. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 STP. Quest rewards. Plus 472 EXP. Plus 2 INT. Plus 1 STP. Izuku Midoriya. Level 10. Exp. 8744 12,000. STR. 39. VIT. 36. Dex. 16. INT. 52. Wise. 54. HP. 216 over 216. MP. 0 divided by 0 locked. STA. 75 over 75. STP. 0. Since Mike is only there afternoons and evenings, Izuku gets the privilege of sleeping in, which he is undeniably grateful for. Yesterday was a lot. With a yawn, he turns off his phone alarm. It's 10, which gives him an hour to dress, struggle with his hair, and get breakfast from one of the food franchises downstairs. With another yawn, he gets up and sets about doing that. There's a different secretary at the reception desk. This one has waist-length dark blue hair, blue nails, blue sclere, and an almost painfully high voice as she addresses him. Good morning. You must be Navo. Welcome to Put Your Hands Up Agency. I'm Mai Shinohara, but you can just call me Mai because my brother and cousin also work this desk and it can be confusing to have 3 Shinoharas. Mike probably forgot to tell you because his face is so well known that he doesn't have to, but just show your agency ID to the food service workers and they'll get you a meal for free because the agency covers all employee meals. If you don't like anything available, just let me know and I'll order in what you'd prefer to eat. It'll take a little longer, but I'll send it up to you when it arrives. He blinks at her. Thanks, Mai. Do you and your brother both have siren quirks? Shinohara is your brother, not your cousin, right? Does your cousin have a siren quirk too? Is that why Shinohara doesn't talk unless he has to? With your voice pitch, can you shatter glass? Have you ever tried? What about luring people? Can you do that? What about? Mai's high-pitched laugh cuts him off. All 3 of us have siren-related quirks. Yes, brother goes by Shinohara. My cousin Tiki works the night shift here. His quirk is the least siren-like voice-wise. But he has the nails, teeth, odd-colored sclere, and a second eyelid like brother does. I don't have the teeth or second eyelid, but I have tried shattering glass successfully. It's pretty easy, actually. My mother was not impressed. I can't lure people, but I can call dogs without a dog whistle. Brother's voice doesn't actually entrance people, but it does get their attention in ways that tend to make him uncomfortable, so you're right that it is why he doesn't talk much. You're a curious one, aren't you? Izuku flushes, realizing that he's been a bit rude. Sorry, no need to be sorry. Maybe keep it to less than 10 questions at a time, though, so you don't confuse the person you're asking. Oh, he mentally counts up. I only asked you 8 questions before you started answering, though. Is 8 a good number or should I make it less than that? Can you breathe underwater? Can you sing underwater? Do you sing or do you avoid it because of your voice pitch? Do you need to regularly spend time in water? Do you need to drink extra to stay hydrated? For most people, 4 to 6 questions is probably the most they can track at one time. Some people can only track 3 or less. People who talk a lot are probably more likely to be able to track more questions at one time. 8 is probably my max number to track. I can't breathe underwater, but I can hold my breath twice as long as average without a problem. I can't sing underwater because I can't breathe water. I do sing. I'm the lead singer for the band Cut Glass. We do gigs for a few places and occasionally record a single. I don't need to spend extra time in water or drink extra water to stay hydrated. But brother and Tiki do have to drink extra. Neither of them can breathe underwater, but brother likes to sing in the shower. His place is soundproofed, because otherwise he gets people knocking on his door when he sings and he hates that. Why don't you go get food and come back, so you can eat while we talk? He beams at her. Most people get lost and won't answer his questions or tell him he's a creepy stalker or chuckle at him for being a hero fanboy. Wow, and he really does need to eat. Okay. In the end, Mai reminds him to cut their conversation short and go upstairs, and he gets to the top of the first flight just in time for Soundbite to open the door, ready to go down. Oh, there you are. I was just about to go get you. Sono wants to introduce you to the joys of paperwork and how an agency runs on paperwork, Soundbite says, then snickers at his expression. Yeah, that's how we all feel about it, but it's important to know how to do it right. He heaves a sigh, but doesn't actually feel too bad about it, still riding the high from his chat with Mai. Okay, that makes sense. First day's always the hardest. We do some investigation, so we'll have you looking through information tomorrow to see where your skills are at, and then Mike will work with you on it later. Izuku perks up at that. That sounds like fun. No wonder Mike likes you, Soundbite says in a tone of fond exasperation. Maybe she doesn't like the investigations part. Prior day. Jurin answers his phone and promptly turns pale as a sheet. Hello, this is Jurin. Jurin, I have a job for you. Pickup is waiting for you in the back alley, says the monster of the underground. Mind you, the monster is someone Jurin works willingly with. But if it wouldn't cost him his life to refuse, well, things would be different. All right, give me a couple minutes to shoo a client out. He answers as if his heart isn't beating so loud in his ears that he can barely think over the thrum of it. Take 3. All for one says, apparently in a generous mood. Nonetheless, Jurin has no intention of testing his patience by taking that long. Current day. Shizume steps off the train and blends into the hurrying crowd, looking up the venue from the special event flyer on a map app. Seems he needs to go halfway across the city. It's late afternoon, but that gives him plenty of time to find a place to sleep so he can get up early and get in line to be one of the first to enter. Sure, they claim to have enough of the limited edition All Might figurine for everyone who attends, but he knows better than to trust that. The venue might only be rated for 500 people, but there will probably be a minimum of 2,000 people who crowd through the venue during the 3-hour event. He doesn't want to resort to killing a civilian in order to get the figurine. There are still a few lows that he's reluctant to sink to. He doesn't notice Present Mike walk in until he opens his mouth. Good afternoon, Novel. How are you liking the paperwork? Are you ready to patrol? Yeah. Izuku jolts in surprise and his pen goes flying, by some coincidence hitting the center of Mike's glasses and bouncing off. Sorry. Good reflexes, listener. Didn't mean to startle you. But hey, you should probably work on your situational awareness. Being focused is one thing, but losing track of what's going on around you can be lethal in the field. Mike chides, handing back the pen he had snatched out of midair before it could hit the floor. That makes sense. Sorry again. No need to be sorry. It was an accident. Just try not to do it again. A smirk crosses Mike's face that leaves Izuku worried. Now, you got your phone on you. I need you to unlock it and hand it to me. Is this a test? He wonders, pulling out his phone. Nope, but good question. Never let someone you don't trust have access to your phone. I just need to put an app on there that you normally wouldn't get until 3rd year, but given the trouble you've already run into, I think you need it now. Oh, okay. He unlocks his phone and hands it over. Mike fiddles with his phone for a bit, then leans over to show him the new app. This is Hero Line. Like I said, normally we don't hook students up with it until 3rd year when they all have their provisional licenses and some experience, because its main function is to let police and others alert heroes of crimes going down and give the address, so the nearest hero or heroes can respond. Now you can't do that, because you don't have a license yet, but its other function is to allow police, heroes and other trusted sources, like hero students and certain other exceptions, to report villains and crimes, so heroes show up to take care of it and you don't have to. Oh, that makes sense. This is because of Eri, right? In part, the USJ is also a part of that. This app also has a communication sign tracker that I've turned on, meaning it'll send out an alert if your phone suddenly loses contact with the network, meaning you really don't want to let your phone die if you don't want the nearest hero checking to see if you're alive. Also, try not to break your phone, because that will have the same result. Most heroes only turn on the function if they're going on patrol, which is why we weren't automatically notified of something wrong at USJ, but I'm going to ask you to leave it on. Okay, does that mean you can track me? And others can? Well, yes and no. Since you don't have a license, I had to verify the account with my ID. Not just anyone can use this app. Since I'm the one who verified it, I had the option to let me track you and I chose to take it. Once you get your provisional, you'll be allowed to turn that option off if you want, or allow others to track you if you trust them. But normally your location is only available if your phone goes offline or if you share your location while reporting a crime or need for assistance. Currently I can track you at all times, but no one else can except in one of those 2 instances. Got it. Izuku nods, feeling a little overwhelmed. Good. Now this icon here is how you share your location while reporting villains or a need for assistance. And this one is how you open the map to see where a reported location is. You can use the map, but don't respond to requests for assistance against villains or criminals until you get your provisional. You will be accompanying me to respond to some if something happens, but otherwise no. Got it. This is easy to figure out, but tap on this side to scroll in and this side to scroll out. Like backs out of the map. That's how you close it. Now here is where you see the messages, but if you tap on a message, you can have a conversation with the person reporting without spamming the network. If they don't want to have a conversation with you, they can kick you out of the connection, which they will do if you're being a distraction. So don't do that. And if you're the one reporting, only report useful things and answer relevant questions, because if you're just giving chatter or nonsense, they can tap here to completely ignore your conversation. And you can tap that to ignore any conversation that isn't relevant to your area or you. Another thing you can do, this is where you type to report or carry on a conversation. Anyways, another thing you can do is if you have someone's ID is to go to this tab and add them as a contact, so you can tag specific heroes or officers. See, you've got me and Eraser and Nedzu as contacts. If you need one of us, you can tap on our names to tag us for a conversation. And that's all. Ask me if you have any other questions. Izuku looks at him wide-eyed. I understand you and Aizawa-sensei, but why Nedzu? In case you run into another eerie situation and need help that will affect the school in some way. Or if Eraser and I aren't available and you get in trouble. Don't worry about bothering him. He finds you interesting. Is that a bad thing? Not per se, no. But it does mean he keeps tabs on you whether you like it or not. There have been people who regretted that. A pale blue pane pops up. He can only track us if I allow it. Mike stares at the pane in surprise for a long moment, then shakes his head. Do me a favor and don't turn to the dark side, no matter how many cookies they offer you. Cookies are a pain. They have to be deleted constantly. A cackle of sheer amusement slips out of Mike's mouth while Izuku just face palms. There's no way Fine-Sen didn't recognize the meme, and obviously it just chose to be literal with computer context. He's pretty sure that Fine-Sen doesn't even work like a computer and thus doesn't have to worry about cookies. Current day. What have you got for me? Jiren represses a bone-deep shudder in favor of a cheerful smile. I've got 3 large vans that will be ready to go at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Do you want to have them meet at this address, or do you have another address for them to show up at? The monster of the underground gives him a different address with an edge to his voice. Yikes, sounds like a plan. Don't worry, the drivers are trustworthy and will follow instructions without asking unnecessary questions. As expected, is the flat reply. Patrol is interesting. At first it seems that they're just strolling along, waving and smiling now and then, but it doesn't take long for Izuku to notice that present Mike is constantly scanning the area for signs of trouble, so he takes to doing the same. In addition, it takes quite a while for the extra stares and attention to quit making him jumpy, since he's not really used to much positive attention. Usually if this much attention is focused on him, he's having a particularly shitty day and it's about to get worse. Mike's pretty good about distracting him with anecdotes, general chatter, gentle touches on the arm now and then, or just pointing things out that he needs to know. A lot of what Mike deems he needs to know is body language. Now, given the way he's grown up quirkless, he's always considered himself good at reading body language. But with the stuff Mike points out casually, that notion is blown out of the water. There's so much more to body language than one would first expect. When he mentions it to Mike, the man nods seriously. According to Merabian, a pre-Quirk researcher, 93% of communication is nonverbal and 55% is strictly body language, with another 38% coming from the tone of voice. Some people only listen to words or tone, though, so it's best to be aware of that when communicating to others. Does that mean some people only read body language? A few. More commonly, you'll get people who weigh body language against your words to determine how truthful you are. A lot of times, people coming from different cultures or subcultures will read body language and tone differently, so that's something to be aware of too. For instance, in most cultures, a wide smile is friendly, but in a few, baring your teeth is a sign of aggression, so if someone looks nervous when you smile at them, try covering your teeth when you smile. I trip over that one more frequently than you'd think. Izuku tries a teeth-covered smile, grimaces and frowns, only to plaster a wide smile on when he sees someone looking at him in concern. That's harder than it sounds. Indeed it is. Think of it more as a half smile, like being amused, but not ready to laugh. He tries again, then stops when Mike snorts softly. I think I'm going to have to practice that in front of a mirror. It feels really weird. Good idea, because right now your attempt just looks like you're trying not to be angry. Mike comments, making him flush in embarrassment. Sorry. No, it was good for a first try. You're used to doing the All Might smile, right? This is like the direct opposite, but still conveying the same emotion. Mike encourages, then crouches down to the level of a 6-year-old kid who runs over. What can I do for you, little listener? Can you sign my arm? Sent Mike. Please. Sure thing, listener, Mike says and produces a non-toxic marker from his jacket pocket, which he uses to sign the little boy's arm. The kid squeals delightedly and runs back to his mom, waving his arm excitedly. Mike caps the marker, puts it away and stands. I only do that for kids 10 and under, because they're not really aware of why I shouldn't be doing signings while on duty. Occasionally I get waylaid by a kindergarten class, though, which is a little awkward. 2 blocks later, they get stopped by a group of teenage girls asking for signatures. Sorry, ladies, I'm on duty right now, so I can't. If you want one, they're available at my agency front desk for 5,000 yen. Or if you want a personalized one, my public signing times are available on my website. What? But you signed for that little kid. We saw you. Are you under the age of 10? Listeners. No, I didn't think so. Mike chides in a pleasant tone. They're all bright young ladies and I'm sure you understand procedure. Oh, but I wanted to get a personalized one for my boyfriend's birthday. It's tomorrow and he's like your biggest fan. One of the girls pouts. Mike does finger guns at her. Tell you what, listeners, just for you, if you find me at 9 when I get off shift, I'll sign things for you then. Okay, don't go spreading it around, though. And make sure you have your parents' permission to be out that late. All the girls perk up except one, who is busy staring at Izuku. Hey, you're that green kid who let that Shinso guy win, aren't you? Why did you do that? Did he pay you? What? No, he didn't pay me. But you let him win. Why? I just didn't think it was fair, you know. Why not? Well, he would have won if my Quirk wasn't sentient, so I thought he should get the win because 2-on-1 isn't fair. Her eyes narrow dangerously and he has to stop himself from taking a step back. Can I have your signature? Mine. Yeah, that Shinso kid has a villain's quirk, right? And you let him win anyways. My kid's sister has a villain's quirk and I want her to know that there's a hero out there who's willing to treat people like her fairly. she says, making aggressive air quotes around villain's quirk as she speaks. Don't worry about it now, though. I'll catch you after your shift is done, same as the others. Oh, thanks. He tries not to squeak as he replies and mostly succeeds. By her smirk, he doesn't succeed as much as he hopes. Mid-morning in Hasu, 3 beat-up vans, one brown, one gray and one an unevenly faded red, pull up to various spots near the center of Hasu. A moment later, the drivers hop out and walk to the back to open the rear doors. One driver makes the mistake of flinging the doors wide open and is promptly the first victim of the black creature that emerges from the dim interior. Another unlocks the doors and scurries back to the driver's seat to wait. It takes several minutes before a whitish creature shoves at the doors and wanders out to create mass havoc. The third driver cracks open the doors, then dives flat as an arm punches out where his chest was just an instant before, and rolls under the van while a greenish-white creature bursts out. Within the space of a few minutes, Hasu comes under large-scale attacks in multiple sectors. Hitoshi lays face down on the mat, completely exhausted. I'm dead. Just bury me now. The Twilight hero he's interning with laughs. Should I buy some higginbana, then? Ugh, no. Bury me with lilacs. I want to hunt people. Another laugh. All right, you. Go take a shower and then we'll get you started on paperwork. Thank Kami, he mutters and shoves at the mat. Hitoshi groans when all he manages to do is roll over weakly. He appreciates the training, but damn. Oh, that's not good, Soundbite says, drawing Izuku's attention from the case file he's been studying. It's a long closed case, but he doesn't have anything but the basic initial investigation to work with to try and solve it. Something wrong. She gives him a funny look. Do you have hero line on buzz instead of chime? Yeah, well, set it to chime for HPSC alerts. Hasu's under attack and no trains are running. He fumbles for his phone to change that, and says worriedly, one of my classmates is in Hasu. That's tough luck, kid. If you've got his number, you can try sending him a text and see if he's okay. Izuku nods, reading the ongoing HPSC alert. Hasu under attack. All Hasu heroes alerted. Initial estimate of villains is that they are monsters that may be related to the USJ attack. Elimination by any means authorized. Rescue heroes stand by until situation stabilizes. Trains to and from Hasu currently not running. Prepare to find alternative commutes. Hasu under at. Namu, he says in a sick tone. They're being attacked by Namu. People are going to die. Hate to break it to you, Navo, but that's pretty common in attacks large enough to warrant an HPSC alert. And before you ask, no, we will not be going unless the HPSC specifically calls us in. Not only is it outside our jurisdiction, it's outside our agency's skill set. We're of more use calming people down. He winces, but nods again. Don't worry too much, though. There's extra heroes in Hasu currently, due to the hero killer, so they should be able to deal with the attack soon enough. Really, but that does make sense. Really, in this business, you have to trust your colleagues to take care of situations. You can't be everywhere and you can't do everything. And you'd die of exhaustion if you tried. Then you wouldn't be of use to anyone. You gotta pick your battles. I can't just do nothing, though. I don't want to be like those heroes who just stood around while the slime villain suffocated Kaken. Soundbite's eyes narrow on him for a moment. You were involved in that. Yeah, I was the kid who threw a backpack. He flushes and looks down at his phone, expecting to be scolded for that again. Good job. You saved his life. Even though All Might jumped in after that, a few seconds can be the difference between life and death when someone is drowning. He looks up, wide-eyed, but she continues. And that's a good example of picking your battles. Sometimes you have to jump into a situation with just what you have and your creativity, because no one else can or will. But if that's not the case, sometimes it's better to let those with more appropriate skills do the job instead. Back them up if needed and in general stay out of their way so they can do their jobs. Though, All Might had told him that his feet moving without his consent was what made him hero material. But no one had ever praised him for jumping in that time. Even Kaken had thought he did it to make him owe him something. Which wasn't true at all. Thank you. The first Chizome hears of Hasu is at the train station, bag with a collector's item firmly in hand, as he's waiting to buy a ticket. Apparently trains aren't running to Hasu due to a villain attack. HMPH. Good thing he's not headed to Hasu today. It's only later, in an entirely different city, that he sees the news and realizes that All for One has made a power play in his hunting territory. Whether that's an attempt to piss him off, an attempt to link their names together in the news, or an attempt to take over his hunting ground, he doesn't know. But in any case, he considers it a failed attempt. The only thing that it's accomplished is property damage and civilian deaths. Sure, there's a few heroes with serious injuries, but none of them are among the worst of the fakes, so nothing good has come of it. He should have killed the man when he had the chance. Convictions like that are worthless. Mike comes in a little early, with a grave look on his face which lightens into a smile when he sees them looking at him in concern. Hey there, It's good to hear Hasu got those villains under control, isn't it? Novel, I need to talk to you in private. It was good news, of course, but it had taken over 2 hours for the heroes to put down or scare off the Nama, and they'd had to send aerial heroes after the flying one that had escaped with a civilian in its claws. The death toll is surprisingly low. However, rescue efforts have barely begun and the number of reported casualties is guaranteed to climb in successive hours. Izuku swallows hard and follows the man to his office. Hey little man, don't look like that. You're not in trouble. What I need to talk to you about is important, but it's not life and death serious. He nods and sinks into a chair facing Mike's desk. I know I wasn't going to have you go on a live radio hour, but your Quirk brought up that possibility and we should talk about that. Do you think you'd be comfortable with that? I won't lie, it's a good opportunity for you to get your name out. You did well at the sports festival, but your fight with Shinso wasn't very flashy. And that is very true. What would it entail? Well, I'd introduce you and ask you a couple questions. Then open it up to listeners to ask us both questions. If a question makes you uncomfortable, you can just decline to answer it or say you don't have an answer. They might ask you questions about your views and you should be careful answering those. They might also ask you about Hasu, but you can refer them to watching the news or asking me about it, since that's not really information you should know a lot about. They might also ask you personal questions. I suggest not giving out very many details about your family and where you live. That kind of thing can put you at risk. What if they ask about UA? Stick to generally known information and decline questions that get too specific or invasive. Though, okay, I'll do it. That's all right, isn't it? Sure is. You can go get ready for patrol and I'll let the station manager know you'll be a guest on the show tomorrow. About Hasu. Mike's expression turns serious. It sucks, I know, and I want to go and help too. But we'll be doing more good reassuring people with smiles on patrol and not freaking out on tomorrow's broadcast. Public panic is a real danger to everyone. Every person we reassure is going to be that much less scared and worried, and it'll make a visible difference. Stabilizing a situation like this is way more involved than just those heroes and emergency workers on the ground. Any social media can be a breeding ground for fears, rumors, and unrest. Any hero with media presence who isn't actively helping with the rescue is going to play their part in keeping that to a minimum and promoting hope and community spirit. With a quirk like yours, you have a unique opportunity to fill an influencer role like I do. As heroes, our words carry weight, and if we use them right, we can save more people with words than we could with our own 2 hands. Even All Might does this. He says I am here, right? And people trust him. So it stops panic in its tracks and gives the heroes on scene a boost of confidence because they know that with All Might there, they will win. Pretty powerful, yeah, he says, feeling a little dazed at the realization. Of course, he's always wanted to be a hero like All Might and save people with a smile. I am here, and anyone can be a hero, have made such an impact in his life, and yet he's never considered the impact that words carry. This time he goes as Mike shoos him out of his office. It feels like half his worldview has been stood on end. Patrol feels different this time. There's an air of tenseness that seems to pervade, and Mike stops often to reassure individuals or anxious groups that rescue efforts are working to capacity, referring them to ways that they can help from a distance. He knows Mike isn't feeling the genuine smile he gives everyone, but Mike mixes it with serious looks. So people know he's taking their concerns with the gravity they deserve. It works really well. As for him, he plasters on an All Might smile, his mentor's words about smiling in the face of fear echoing in his head. One girl asks him angrily if he even cares about Hasu. Izuku allows his smile to fade a bit. Of course I do. It's scary. I have a classmate there and I still haven't heard back from him. But panicking or crying would just make everyone worry more, wouldn't it? Right now all I can do is trust the heroes in Hasu to know how to do their jobs. There's extra heroes in Hasu right now to begin with, and rescue heroes have been called in as well. If it helps, I've heard that not a lot of buildings came down, even though a lot of them were damaged, so there shouldn't be a lot of people to dig out. She calms down a little, no longer looking like she wants to slap the sheet out of him. What about the hero killer? That's why there's so many heroes there to begin with. They will catch him and he won't be on the streets killing or injuring good heroes like Ingenium. Impulsively she hugs him with a dry sob caught in her throat. Thank you. He watches in confusion as she runs off with a smile. What just happened? Welcome listeners to Put Your Hands Up Radio. This is Present Mike. Can I get a yeah? Today I've got my intern Novel with me again. Call in with your questions, concerns, and song requests. Oh, there's a caller on line 1. Go ahead, listener. I've got a couple questions for Novel. Are you that green kid who's been trailing Present Mike around? Somehow it's easier to answer questions if he can't see the speaker. I am. How is it interning with Present Mike? Oh, I'm really enjoying it. I've been learning a lot, and most of it is stuff that I've never even thought about. It's a good experience. Mike beams at him. That's good to hear. We've got another caller on line 3. Go ahead, listener. Yeah, so This question is for Izuku's phone chimes at the same time Mike's does. Only HPSC alerts are set to chime on Izuku's phone. They exchange a look and pull out their phones to check. What was that noise? The caller breaks off to ask. That's a good question, listener. Give me a few seconds to read this alert. Alright, I'm going to have to interrupt you with an announcement. Well, 2 announcements. First, rescue efforts in Hasu are expected to be complete by 6 o'clock tonight. Good news, yeah. And second, Endeavor has captured Stain, the hero killer, and taken him into custody. This is news we've been waiting for a while now, haven't we, listeners? Give me a yeah. And before you all start calling in to ask. That's all the information I have right now, so don't waste your time. Now what was your question, listener? Oh, wow. So this question is for you, Mike. What's Novel like as an intern? The kid's smart as a whip and so is his quirk. He picks things up crazy fast. He's a great kid and his learning curve is insane. What's your question, caller number 3? I want to know actually, no. What did you mean by his quirk is smart? You want to take this one, Novel? Mike asks. Izuku blinks, then nods. Oh, so. My quirk is actually sentient. His name is Find-san. I'm pretty sure it's a lot smarter than me, because he plays chess against Nedzu and sometimes wins. Hello, listeners. He laughs in surprise. Find-san says hello, listeners. Pretty cool, yeah. Go ahead, caller number 4. This is for Novel. What kind of quirk is Find-san that he can play chess? Are you that bird kid with the shadow quirk from the festival? No. That's Tsukuyomi in Dark Shadow. You're right that Dark Shadow is sentient, though. Find-san and Dark Shadow like to talk to each other. Find-san is an information quirk. He plays games online and has easy access to anything easily available on the internet. He knows more memes than my entire class combined. And there you have it, listeners. What's your question, caller number 5? This is also for Novel. In your opinion, are the League of Villains and Stain working together, given that they both attacked in Hasu? Izuku frowns. In my opinion, absolutely not. Can you expand on that? Well, for one, Stain didn't attack during the chaos yesterday, which indicates that they're not working together. For 2, and I think this is a more convincing reason, their philosophies don't match. From what little I've heard, Stain wants to cleanse society of corrupt heroes. He wants a better society, even if he went about it completely the wrong way. And as someone who was at the USJ attack, I can tell you that what the League of Villains want is to take down All Might and society as a whole, in that order. They just want power. Those philosophies are pretty much directly opposite to each other. So no, I don't think Stain would work with the League of Villains, even if it was convenient. Mike gives him an impressed look. I have to agree with that analysis. See what I mean about Novel being smart? Go ahead, caller number 6. This is for you, present Mike. Your website says you're fundraising for Hasu. What does that mean? That's a good question, listener. Proceeds will go to help small business owners whose businesses got damaged and victims who got hospitalized or lost family members, because they're the ones who struggle most in disasters like this. What about people whose houses or apartments got damaged? Can I donate to help them? You know what? Yeah, those people need help too. Just specify what you want your donation to go towards on the donation form. That's already an option on the form, so you should be able to find it, no problem. Thanks for asking. Okay, caller number 7. What's your question? This is for Novel. What do you think of the guy who won the festival? Hypnos. He's a nice guy and he's got a really cool quirk. It's got so many applications. Getting villains to surrender, calming victims in an attack or disaster, and even putting people to sleep. All with just his voice. That's pretty awesome if you ask me. So you don't think he cheated when he won your fight? Not at all. What he was doing was totally within the rules and spirit of the sports festival. Thank you for that clarification, listener. What's your question, caller number 8? So you're not mad that a kid with a villainous quirk beat you and got into the hero course? Izuku chokes because he recognizes that voice. What is Hypnos doing calling in to ask him that? Does Shinso think he's secretly mad at him? Mike looks surprised too. No. Because, I cannot stress this enough, there is no such thing as a villain's quirk, only villainous people. I'm glad Hypnos got into my class, because he's going to be a great hero. That's a powerful statement, Novel. Go ahead, caller number 9. Novel. It's obviously a little kid this time. Yes, so, can a kid with a villain's quirk become a hero? Absolutely. It's not the quirk who becomes the hero, it's the person. All that matters is how you choose to use your quirk. What if I don't have a quirk? Can a quirkless be a hero? Yes, I'll tell you a secret. I was quirkless up until a year ago and I was still going to be a hero. And my homeroom teacher is an underground hero who fights mostly quirkless. I won't lie. If you want to be a quirkless hero, you're going to have to work harder, have more skills than other heroes, and rely on support equipment. But you can do it. What really makes a hero is being willing to save people when others won't. You don't need a quirk to do that. What's an underground hero? Underground heroes work on cases that don't show up in the news. You don't see them on the news like spotlight heroes. A lot of them work at night, or in bad neighborhoods that spotlight heroes don't really have time to patrol. Instead of fighting flashy villains that you see on the news, they fight the really sneaky and mean villains. They save a lot of people. My teacher saved my whole class at the USJ attack by going to fight all the villains himself, even though that's way more people than he normally fights. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, what's your teacher's name? His hero name is Eraserhead. Razorhead. Oh, what are you doing on the phone? A female voice interrupts in the background. Give that here. Hello, whoever this is. Sorry about my son. He's a null, so he's kind of retarded. So I hope he hasn't bothered you too much. He hasn't bothered me at all, Izuku says coolly, trying to hide his anger. They can all hear the kid crying in the background now. Well, that's good to hear. I'll let you get back to what you were doing before he bothered you. Goodbye, she says and hangs up. There's silence for a long moment. Then Mike clears his throat. What's up, listener number 10? Ignoring that pile of bull crap, which I hope you're doing something about. Never fear, we're doing what we can, listener. Izuku gives him a questioning look and Mike mouths, I'll tell you later. Do you think your quirk affects your intelligence and learning curve, Navo? No, I don't. Fine-sen says he doesn't. And medically, it's strictly an emitter quirk, so he's right. The caller makes an annoyed sound. Why do you keep going back and forth between he and it? Isn't that really rude? Oh, actually that's because Fine-sen uses he, it pronouns. Oh, carry on then, I guess. Thank you, listener. Caller number 11, you're on the air. Yeah, can you play When I'm a Chicken by Smorgasbord, please? It's my favorite song when I'm hungry. Sure can, listener. The music starts up and Mike turns off the mics for a moment. You okay, Navo? Yeah, no, not really. That poor kid. Well, the good news is that the station automatically gets a record of every number that calls, just in case of something like this or in case someone admits to something criminal on air. The kid's living situation will be investigated. In any case, I'll start asking people to request music for a while and give you a break. Stuff like that is really tough to deal with because there's so much we can't do to help. Why yeah. A station worker leans into the booth and hands Izuku a sports drink. He looks at it blankly. Drink it. It'll help you keep from going into shock. Sorry, I have to turn the mics back on now. Izuku obediently pops the lid open and nods before taking a drink. He does feel shaky. Alright, listeners, did you enjoy that song? Yeah, let's have some song requests before we come back to the question and answer portion of the show. Yeah. Alright, listener number 12, what song can I play for you? What is This Hope? By Shako Mondo. Ooh, that's a good one. We haven't played that one in a while, have we? Here we go. Izuku relaxes back into his seat, sipping at his drink as the music starts playing. It's a nice song. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 782 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 wise. Plus 1 STP. Izuku Midoriya. Level 10. Exp. 9,526 12,000. STR 39. VIT 37. Dex 16. INT 53. Wise 55. HP 222 over 222. MP 0 divided by 0 locked. STA 76 over 76. STP 0. First day back to classes. Izuku walks into the classroom and is greeted by a sheet-eating grin from Shinso. So, Navo, I heard you didn't go with Night Eye after all. No, I did. Things didn't work out, so I came back and Yamada-sensei offered to take me instead. Why did you call into the show? I have no idea what you're talking about. Shinso tells him, still grinning. Why didn't it work out? Izuku rolls his eyes. I know what your voice sounds like, Hypnos. And Sir Night Eye offered the internship on false pretenses. Fine-sen objected and so did I, so we left. Damn, Shinso's smile fades. You okay? Yeah, I really am. It hurt, but it worked out. I was able to help someone on my way home and I learned a lot with Mike. Probably more than I'd have learned from Night Eye if he'd meant his offer. Well, I'm glad. You don't deserve that sheet. He has to fight to not tear up in gratitude. Thanks. Why did you call in though? Shinso shrugs. You're predictable and I wanted people to know that people like me can be heroes too. It was more for me than for you, but I figured I owed you after you let me win. That is so confusing, he says, not following the logic very well. Shinso shrugs again. Letting someone win isn't very sportsmanlike. They both twitch and look at Ada. Who wow, he looks sulky. You're one to talk. You wouldn't have won your fight with Hatsum if she hadn't let you win. Shinso points out with a bit of edge to his tone. She tricked me. Tricking your opponent is actually a valid strategy, Ada. Izuku points out, though he can see why Ada resents being made to look like a fool. Ada looks angry for a second, then draws himself up. You're right. I hadn't thought about that. But letting someone win is still unsportsmanlike. Izuku shrugs. Not really. I wouldn't have broken out if Fine-sen wasn't sentient. And Shinso's enough taller than me that he could have just picked me up and tossed me out of the ring. Shinso snorts at that. And yeah, he's probably enough stronger than Shinso that he could have won, but it's not like he's lying. Ada adjusts his glasses. I see. That does make sense. Though I'd argue that Fine-san is your quirk and thus a valid part of your strategy. I mean, he's not wrong. Shinso acknowledges. But I don't think I'd have gotten into this class if I hadn't won the tournament, so I'm grateful. The blue-haired boy looks back and forth between them. I still don't think it's sportsmanlike, but I acknowledge that in this case, it may have been the better outcome. I should have said it before, but welcome to our class, Shinso. I'm sure you'll do well here. Thanks, Ada, Shinso says, looking faintly surprised. Izuku remembers that Ada hasn't replied to his worried text and says, I'm really glad that you're okay. You were in Hasu for all that. Ada looks surprised. Oh, yes, for the Namu attack. I didn't participate in the fighting, though. He pauses with an odd expression. Then I got sent home for disobeying orders, so I wasn't around for Stain's arrest, which I regret, but I'm glad he was caught. He crippled my brother. He stares at Ada in shock. Ada disobeyed orders. That's even weirder than finding out Night I had offered him an internship under false pretenses. Ashido bounces into the room before he can think of a reply. Hey, Mido, how did you score an internship with one of the teachers? You were so cool on Friday. Like there's no such thing as a villainous quirk, and a quirk doesn't make you a hero, you do. She says in imitations of his voice. Have you seen the buzz about it on Skeeter? No, and thanks. She gives him a double thumbs up. You made me think. Of course I'm going to be against mutant discrimination, but I never thought about how people with villainous quirks or no quirks are treated, so I'm going to be against discrimination for them too. That's awesome, Ashido. He says sincerely. Words really do make a difference, don't they? Aizawa-sensei looks exhausted when he starts class. Izuku is briefly disappointed that Eri isn't with him, but it makes sense that he'd have someone else watch her during classes. Then Sensei looks at him directly and sighs. Problem child. You want to tell me why my name ended up all over the internet? He shrinks in his seat. Oops, Sensei sighs again. I'm not mad, but don't do it again. Damn, Deku. You're a screw-up like usual, aren't you? Kaken comments. Izuku flinches and sinks further into his seat. Bakugo, don't make unnecessary comments and don't put people down for no reason. Aizawa-sensei reprimands. Kaken looks surprised and grumpy, but says, yes, sensei. He wonders who is more startled, him or Kaken. It's been years since a teacher has reprimanded Kaken on his behalf. Navel. Izuku turns at the tiny voice in time to catch Eri as she barrels into him. Hi, Eri. Somewhere in the distance, a third year is looking around frantically and calling, Eri, Eri, where are you? He lifts her up as she chatters about missing him and how Zawa-san made her bunny apples every day and how Orange had let her pet him this morning and how Blue got up and laid in the middle of the table until Zawa-san told him to get down and then he acted like Zawa-san yelled at him because he knew he was being naughty and how Green slept with her every night and kept the bad dreams away. Awa, who's this? Ashido asks in a delighted tone. Izuku turns and finds his entire class and All Might staring at them curiously. Eri shrinks back against him, then squeaks in fear and her horn starts glowing. Before Izuku can figure out what to do, All Might snatches Eri away from him and sets her down several meters away, before backing off. She's obviously terrified and crying now, and All Might is holding his side and looking very surprised, but that's a concern for later. He wonders if she's just overwhelmed by the amount of people, but she didn't react like this in the train, so that's probably not it. Fine-san, do you know why she's upset? I think so. A second later, two light blue panes pop up in front of Eri with pictures on them, startling her into stumbling back and landing on her bottom. At least her horn stops glowing, so Izuku takes it as his cue to approach and get a look at the panes. One pane has a man in a plague mask and the words Bad Bird under it, while the other has a picture of Takoyami and Dark Shadow that says Good Bird underneath. Oh no. Izuku points at the first pane. Is that the man who hurt you? Eri nods tearily. He points at the second one. This guy is a friend of mine, named Takoyami. I promise he's a good guy and will never hurt you, okay? See how much different he looks from the guy in the mask. That's just how his head looks. She looks back and forth between the panes, then over at the class, presumably at Takoyami, who has Dark Shadow peering over his shoulder curiously. He won't hurt me. I promise he won't. After a moment, she nods shakily and stands up. Can I meet him? Sure. He raises his voice. Takoyami, can you and Dark Shadow come over here? Slowly, Eri wants to meet you. The other boy nods and makes his way over unhurriedly, before crouching down to be at Eri's height. Greetings, Eri. I apologize if the darkness within shone forth and frightened you. She giggles. You're funny. Hi, Eri. I'm Dark Shadow. Her eyes widen. You talk. Yeah, I like to talk. And I like apples. Eri gasps in delight. I love apples. Zawa-san makes me apple bunnies every day. I'm jealous. Fumi, how come you don't make me apple bunnies? I lack the opportunity to carve light out of the darkness. Takoyami says blankly. You always hoard the apples before I can get to them. She giggles at him again. Izuku glances up and narrows his eyes in suspicion. Weren't his class like 10 feet further away last he looked? Hey, Eri, I think the rest of my class wants to meet you. Is that okay? Eri follows his gaze and points. Those people. Yeah, Aizawa-sensei teaches all of us. Oh, she looks excited for a moment. Then cautious. They won't hurt me. They won't. They're all training to be heroes like me. She points at Kaken. He looks mean, though. Kaken must read her lips because he shouts back, Oi, brat. I'm not mean. I'm the nicest person. Half the class breaks into laughter at that. Izuku grins and whispers, that's Kaken. He's kinda mean but he won't hurt you. Well, he might say bad words, though. She gnaws on her lip in obvious thought. Perhaps calling them over one or two at a time would be less overwhelming for her. Takoyami suggests. He nods and calls out, Kaken and Ashido, could you come over? Ashido squeals in joy before bouncing over and Kaken stalks over looking smug. Hey, brat. Hi, Eri. I'm Mina. You're so cute. Eri blinks at them, still shooting Kaken cautious looks. You're Pink. I am. That's my hero name, Pinky. How do you know Mido? Mido. Eri looks confused. She means me. Izuku clarifies. Eri brightens. He saved me. And now I live with Zawa-san and the kiddies. He lets them chat a bit before calling Momo and Kaminari over. Kaminari immediately introduces himself, because like Ashido he doesn't have very much impulse control, while Momo asks Izuku quietly, what does Eri like? Izuku shrugs helplessly. Apple bunnies. She nods and concentrates for a moment before producing a green and white apple bunny plushie and kneeling to offer it to Eri. Here, Eri, this is for you. Eri stares at the toy with stars in her eyes for a moment before hesitantly taking the toy and hugging it close and looking up at Momo. Thank you. Momo smiles at her. You're welcome. My name is Momo. It's nice to meet you, Eri. All Might surprisingly doesn't intervene until all the class has been introduced, even though it takes half the class period. After that, though, he scolds them lightly and sets them to do the lesson, letting Izuku stand on the sidelines holding Eri instead of participating. Aizawa-sensei wanders out looking like he'd rather be dead near the end of class, but his expression softens when Eri starts talking to him, and once class ends, he takes her from Izuku so he can go to his next class. She pouts at that, but lets him go, and when Izuku glances back, she's busy chattering at Aizawa-sensei as he carries her off towards his apartment. Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei says and motions him to come up. Yes, sensei. Aizawa-sensei hands him a sheet of paper. This has what you need to know from this class period. He hands him a hall pass. I'll have one of these ready for you on Tuesdays, along with a paper like this one if the period isn't study hall. Got it. Thanks, sensei. Good. You'd best go. Nedzu doesn't like to be kept waiting. Yes, sensei. The door to Nedzu's office opens again before he can knock. Cautiously, he goes in and takes a seat in the chair from last time. Hello, Midoriya, how are you doing? Pretty good. Internship was really good and I'm glad to see Eri's doing well. Speaking of Eri, we finally learned what her quirk is. Apparently she rewinds biological matter. Wait, so in All Might? Yes, indeed. He has lost a few years. In fact, Eri seems to have rewound him to specifically partway through his fight with All for One, so he no longer has his worst injuries. And since you were holding her when her quirk began to activate, it's quite likely that you've lost some days or weeks or even months as well. I would like you to see Recovery Girl to see if that will be a problem for your activation of One for All in any manner. Really, he doesn't. That's he tears up. I'm so glad. And I'll see Recovery Girl today. I'm just so happy. Does Eri know? Not as of yet. I'm sure it will come up in the course of her quirk control lessons, if she is reluctant to use her quirk, which I believe she may be. Oh. He wipes his eyes and wipes his hands on his pants. I think so, too. If All Might doesn't have his worst injuries, does that mean he has others? He did, but nothing Recovery Girl couldn't handle. Nedzu says reassuringly. Good. That's good. I kinda feel like I should give One for All back now. He admits. Oh, no. Please do not harbor thoughts of doing so. You are an excellent successor and it is your quirk now. Izuku smiles, because that makes him feel better. Well, I can't actually give it back anyways, because Fine-sen absorbed it when I got it. It can't be passed on anymore. Nedzu looks surprised. How interesting. Perhaps that is for the best, though, given how strong it has gotten. It would have been bad if the next successor had simply exploded upon getting the quirk. He giggles at that, because that's a funny image, even if it would have been a quite serious concern. Aizawa informs me that your quirk is willing to give teacher-given quests to improve your stats. Oh, yes. The Chimera claps his hands together. In that case, we should work with that, and work to improve your stats in general. I admit, I am quite curious to see what dungeons entail. Do you think you could handle more studying than you are currently obligated to do? Izuku blinks. Maybe, if there isn't a lot of homework to go with it. I don't think I can handle much more homework. Excellent. That is a clever workaround. I shall assign you study, then, at the end of our meetings and have a test for you to prove your progress during the next meeting. For now, let us play chess. I have a couple new moves I would like you to learn. Teacher-issued quest. Learn 2 new moves in chess and how to apply them. That got a teacher-issued quest. He informs Nezu dutifully. Oh, excellent. I shall remember that. Now, shall we play? Yes, sensei. Nezu gives him a sharp, please look at that, which he doesn't quite understand. In math class, they have a test. Ectoplasm sensei waits until the tests are handed out, then says, Midoriya, I expect you to get in on this test. You may all start now. You have 30 minutes. Izuku's eyes widen in trepidation. Why does Ectoplasm sensei suddenly have expectations of him? Teacher-issued quest. Get an or higher on the test. Oh, Nezu sensei must have told the teachers about the quests, so they're helping him out. Sure enough, in art history, Midnight Sensei assigns essays but lets the class pick their topics. Then she turns to him. Midoriya, I expect exactly 8 pages from you on the topic of rave art in the early Quirk era and how it impacted society, with at least 6 trustworthy references. Okay, then. Yes, Midnight Sensei. Do the title page and reference page count towards the page number or? Teacher-issued quest. An exactly 8-page essay with a minimum of 6 trustworthy references on the topic of rave art and how it impacted society in the early Quirk era. They don't count. She clarifies easily and shoots him a smug grin. He refrains from groaning and just drops his head into his hands to mutter under his breath. In heroics, All Might tosses a pair of bean bags at him with a grin. Juggle these when you're not participating in the exercise. Teacher-issued quest. Juggle 2 items when not otherwise occupied in class. Oh, right. That. He ignores the curious and puzzled looks from his classmates. They'll ask eventually. That doesn't mean he needs to volunteer the information ahead of time. Most likely, Kaken will snap and be the first to demand answers. In Japanese class, Snipe Sensei tosses a packet that lands squarely on Izuku's desk. Taking the papers out of the envelope, he sees that they are labeled quests with dates and subjects after each one. His eyes widen as he realizes that he's basically been given a cheat sheet to what subject they'll have in each class in Japanese for the rest of the semester. Or are these extras just for him? He looks up at Snipe Sensei questioningly and gets a wink in return, which isn't really an answer. Teacher-issued quest. Learn about the origins of the 4 writing systems and what each is typically used for. Today we're going to be talking about the 4 writing systems, their origins and uses. Pay attention now, there'll be a test on this. Turn to page 14 of your textbook. Hagakure, if you would read the first paragraph. Ah, a cheat sheet, then. Nice. Mommy, can I have more apple bunnies? Shouta blinks at his new ward as she leans up on tippy-toe in an effort to see the top of the counter. He's glad she feels comfortable enough to refer to him as a parent. But what the hell? Yes, but why mommy? 'Cause mommy's tuck kids into bed. Why not dad? 'Cause daddas read kids stories before bed. And you don't do that. So if I get you stories and read them to you before bed, you'll call me dad instead. She drops down to a normal standing position, one index finger resting on her lip as she thinks. Yeah, you can be both mommy and daddy. He resists the urge to facepalm hard, because the last time he facepalmed, he freaked out that he was hurting himself. How about just dad? HMMN, I guess, but I'm going to call you mommy until you start reading stories to me. Great. He deadpans. Not that he can really get annoyed by it. He's just too cute. Recovery girl finishes looking him over. Well, I think you may have lost a week or 2 at most. That idiot at least has good reflexes. He sweat drops at how she refers to All Might, but feels relief. It would be a pain if he had to rebuild muscle after putting so much work into it, and he really doesn't need one more thing for Kaken to mock him over. Thanks, recovery girl. You're welcome. She taps her cane on the floor warningly. Now shoo. Izuku obediently shoos. Midoriya, a word, Aizawa says before class begins. Izuku changes direction and approaches. Yes, sensei. I'm taking Yuri shopping for story books after classes today. Do you want to come? A little shocked by the offer, he is nonetheless thrilled. His face lights up. Sure, I'll just text my mom and let her know I won't be home on time. Aizawa-sensei grunts in affirmation and he takes that as his cue to get to his seat before the bell rings. I expect each of you to choose one of the laws we're studying and be prepared to explain why it was put in place and what good it accomplishes. Or if you don't think it does any good, explain why you think it should be removed. Aizawa-sensei says in Hero Law and Regulations, Year 1. Midoriya, choose 5 laws, same assignment. Teacher-issued quest, choose 5 laws from the study material and be prepared to explain why they were put in place, and what good they do or why they should be removed. A murmur goes through the class and Kaken pops off little explosions until Aizawa-sensei gets fed up and glares at everyone with his quirk active. Midoriya, come here a minute. Mike calls before even starting class. He hands Izuku a worksheet. Here's your quest. Be sure to have it ready by next class period. Yeah, okay, he says, taking it and scanning it. After a moment, he realizes that it's a list of reflexive pronouns and he's supposed to give examples of proper and improper usage. Teacher-issued quest. Learn how reflexive pronouns are used and give proper and improper examples of usage. He pauses at that because he does, more or less, know what they're used for. Maybe find sen means what each is specifically used for. That would make more sense. The bell rings and he hurries to his desk. He'll think about this later. Modern Lit passes peacefully, to the point where Izuku thinks that maybe Ishiyama-sensei doesn't approve of the quest giving and has abstained. But when class is over, he calls out, Midoriya. When he comes up, Ishiyama-sensei gives him a small smile. Just consider your daily assignments to be quests. I understand that the quests help you with your quirk. Yeah, they do. Thank you, sensei. Well, then, I'm glad I can help. See you later, Midoriya. Teacher-issued quest. Read Chapter 6 and be prepared for a quiz on Friday. As soon as Cementos leaves the room, Kaken bursts out, What the fuck? Why are you suddenly all the teacher's favorite? Izuku waves his hands in a warding off movement. It's not like that, Kaken. It's not. I don't know about that. Midnight Sensei says suggestively, throwing him off because when did she come in? Kaken's eyes narrow on him. You're lying. I'm not. I swear. Then what is it like? Because you're the only one getting extra assignments. I'll tell you later. Eat better, he says, before turning to face the front, still looking miffed. Midnight tusks. Bakugo, if you want extra assignments, all you have to do is ask. I won't even make you beg. He scowls at her. Fine. Give me the same assignments as Deku. She gives him a serious look. We don't use slurs in this school. Kaken looks taken aback. Fine. Same as Midoriya, then. And wow, that sounds so wrong from Kaken's mouth. From the look on Kaken's face, he feels the same. Close enough. You'll have to ask the other teachers individually if you want the extra work for their classes, though. Yes, sensei. Kaken acknowledges, looking smug now. Only Kaken would have the guts to look smug at being given more work. The bell rings, starting class. Oh, Midnight Sensei. Hagakure, can we do Midoriya's assignments for extra credit? You know what? Sure, I do like passionate students. Oh, but Midoriya and Bakugo, they won't count as extra credit for you. I'm just expecting more from you. Damn right. Kaken looks even smugger. Izuku just nods in acknowledgement. Getting help raising his stats is worth the trade-off. Today's assignment is reading Chapter 10 in class and there will be a pop quiz at the end of class. Midoriya and Bakugo, your test will be twice as hard. If anyone else wants the harder test for extra credit, raise your hand. Teacher-issued quest. Read Chapter 10 and get a B or higher on the pop quiz at the end of class. Well, then, apparently Fine-sen has opinions on what counts as a passing grade. Surprisingly, almost half of the class raises their hands, among them Hagakure, Momo, Ida, Kaminari, and Todoroki. Okay, maybe not so surprising. Everyone who raises their hand is either already at the top of the class or seriously struggling to keep their grades up. In PE, Aizawa-sensei just tells him, Midoriya, an extra 10 laps. Pace yourself. Teacher-issued quest. Run 20 laps at a steady pace. The rest of you, 10 laps to warm up. Oh, so that's what the 20 was all about. Fine-sen obviously found the information ahead of time, which makes sense, because Aizawa-sensei is very organized. Not that you'd know it to look at him, but still. Problem child, why are you not running? Izuku jolts, startled, and yes, it looks like everyone else has taken off while he was busy thinking. Sorry, sensei. It's probably just his imagination that one corner of Aizawa-sensei's mouth quirks up at his response. Shopping with Eri is an experience. First, he follows Aizawa-sensei to a nondescript car that he recognizes as a high-quality brand, if a little spendy and boring. Aizawa-sensei motions him to sit in the back, where he finds Eri already strapped into a seatbelt, and gets into the passenger's side. Yamada-sensei is driving, and from their matching smiles, he's been entertaining Eri while they wait. Next, they get to a bookstore and Yamada-sensei starts pulling one of each book off the shelf and reading the title to Eri and letting her look at the cover. Then Eri nods yes or no and the book either gets handed to Aizawa-sensei, who looks vastly resigned, or put back on the shelf. The Tale of the Lucky Cat, The Little Girl Who Could Visit Stars, and Little 1-Inch get approval. Peach Boy and Kentero's Adventures get rejected. Yuko-chan and the Daruma Doll is accepted. The Last Unicorn, The Hornless Unicorn, and The Pink Unicorn and Michai-chan are all grabbed excitedly. Izuku plucks Waka Akami wa Shougakusei, a book about a little girl who goes to live with her grandmother after her parents die and then makes a ghost friend when she gets there, from Yamada-sensei's hand and puts it back. It's for ages 8-12. So, gotcha, listener. Tato-chan, the little girl at the window, is rejected. Hi, butterfly. And it might be an apple are accepted with enthusiasm. Gracie meets a ghost as reshelved. Blackie, the crayon, little Daruma and little Tengu, and the giant egg are accepted with giggles. You look yummy is put back when Eri squeaks in fear at the title. The 14 forest mice and the Harvest Moon Watch is accepted because they look like Nenzu. A friend and Night on the Milky Way train are the last two Eri says yes to before Aizawa cuts off the shopping spree with a tired. That's enough. He takes half of his teacher's stack of books to be polite, while Yamada-sensei says, spoil sport, and gets Eri to say, boo, boo, while giggling. Then, while Aizawa-sensei is putting the books in the trunk, Yamada-sensei is trotting off with Eri to a clothing store a few doors down. When they catch up to the pair, Aizawa-sensei sighs and says, Hizashi, Nimari already bought her clothes. This is unnecessary. Yamada-sensei gives Aizawa-sensei a pitying look. And she bought things with lots of ruffles and dry clean-only fabrics, didn't she? Eri's clothes are pretty ruffly, now that he considers it, and made of soft, shiny fabric that probably wouldn't launder well. It definitely makes more sense that Aizawa-sensei wasn't the one to buy them. Yes, Aizawa-sensei admits reluctantly. She's a kid, show. She deserves to enjoy her clothes. Fine, Izuku smiles at Eri reassuringly, because she's looking back and forth between the senseis, looking worried. It's alright. They're not fighting, I promise. Aizawa-sensei just doesn't like shopping. Hey, Yamada-sensei laughs. He's got you there, show. Come on. You know Eri's sizes, right? Yes. Then we'll find her size and just hold things up so she can say yes or no and we'll be done with this store in a jiffy. And then we'll go to the toy store. Hizashi, no. Hizashi, yes. Don't you want more toys, Eri? That's Chi. Can I? She asks shyly. Aizawa-sensei looks up at the sky, sighs, then looks down at her. Yes, that's fine. Midoriya, you may have to carry her if she gets tired, since I seem to be the designated baggage holder. That's fine, sensei. I can do that, no problem. Yeah, Yamada-sensei cheers quietly, fist pumping in victory. Eri copies him. By the time they're done clothes shopping, Eri is fading fast and Izuku is carrying her, letting her rest her head against his chest. It's a little awkward, but he's strong enough, so it's okay. Eri is just supremely uninterested in their selection of stuffies and complains. They don't have Zawa-san and Navel and Uncle Zashi and Auntie Nem. Yamada-sensei lights up. Oh, I know. Let's look at the doll section. They should have a good selection for her age group and we can get clothes for them to change into so they look more like the real thing. They successfully find Midnight and Present Mike dolls along with a doll with shoulder-length black hair and a doll with messy green hair. They even, at the last second, find a Nenzu doll. The clothing selection for spare clothes is kinda thin, though. Yamada-sensei looks pretty frustrated at that. Aizawa-sensei shrugs. Doll clothes will be a good challenge for Power Loader. Eri's done, let's go. Indeed, Eri has fallen asleep in his arms. So they take their fines to the register and pay. Izuku's pretty sure that Momo will enjoy making clothes for the dolls too, but he decides not to mention it. Aizawa-sensei looks like he's daydreaming about his sleeping bag and even Izuku is tired enough that he doesn't want to deal with Yamada-sensei getting hyped up again. The man has entirely too much energy. Oi, Midoriya, where the fuck were you yesterday? Kaken sounds pissed. He blinks. I went shopping with Eri and Aizawa-sensei. Why? You said you were going to explain. Looking around, he sees that no one is anywhere close to them in the hall, but still he leans closer and lowers his voice. Fine-san is actually a gamer-type quirk, so the teachers are giving me quests to help raise my stats. Kaken stares at him like he's lost his mind. Finally, he shakes his head. What the fuck? Also, don't think getting stronger means you're anywhere near my level. Of course not, Kaken, but I might be someday. The blonde's eyes narrow in flat irritation. Bring it, loser. What's this? Is Kaken acknowledging him for once? He beams. Thanks, Kaken. Whatever. Kaken stomps off, muttering about cocky fuckers. Tuesday. The first thing Nenzu asks is, how are the teacher-issued quests working out for you? He doesn't know. Fine-san usually informs him when they're done, but he has been rather busy lately. Show quests and stats. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nenzu, chess quest, plus 223 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 wise, plus 1 STP. Nenzu, car quest, plus 357 exp, plus 2 INT, plus 1 STP. Ectoplasm, math test quest, plus 110 exp, plus 1 wise, plus 1 STP. Midnight, art history quest, plus 567 exp, plus 2 INT, plus 1 wise, plus 1 STP. All Might, juggle quest, plus 132 exp, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. Snipe, writing systems quest, plus 481 exp, plus 2 INT, plus 1 wise, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, 5 laws quest, plus 640 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 wise, plus 1 STP. Mike, reflexive pronouns quest, plus 345 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Cementos, Chapter and Quiz Quest, plus 348 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Midnight, Chapter and Quiz Quest, plus 467 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, 20 Labs Quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP, plus 3782 exp, plus 11 INT, plus 8 Wise, plus 2 Dex, plus 11 STP. Izuku Midoriya, level 11, exp, 1304 24,000, STR, 39, VIT, 48, Dex, 18, INT, 64, Wise, 63, HP, 288 over 288, MP, 0 divided by 0 locked, STA, 87 over 87, STP, 0. Izuku looks at his updated stats in surprise. Had the teacher given quests given him that much of a boost? Really, this is the biggest boost he's seen at one time so far, though he supposes not really at one time, just being displayed at one time. Wait, show Nedzu stats. A pale blue pane pops up in front of Nedzu, who looks very briefly surprised before perusing it. Unsurprisingly, he doesn't need long to come to conclusions. Interesting indeed. I see you've leveled up enough to unlock more display functions. Did all of the quests give you intelligence points, or did some of them give multiple points? He looks back at the quest log list. 3 of them gave 2 points each. The art history essay, the research you gave me on cars, and the Japanese essay on writing systems. Would you say you had to do more research on those? Yeah, it's been taking up most of my free time, outside of what I normally spend on homework. He admits, researching Snipe's essay had taken up hours on both Tuesday and Wednesday with research and writing, while he'd spent extra hours on research for Midnight's essay on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, only getting to the writing of it on Saturday and Sunday, and spent Monday evening frantically researching and summarizing for Nedzu's assignment. Well, this is excellent and tells me that continuing teacher-issued quests should work very well for you. I have a couple more moves for you to learn today. Tell me, which car of the ones you researched would you buy if you were in the market for a car? Teacher-issued quest. Learn 2 new chess moves and how to apply them. That depends on if I'm buying to share with my mom or... Hey, Izuku, kid. Can you tell Toshi for me that I'm proud of him? I'm glad he's in better health now, too. Nana asks. Sure. He looks up at Yagi, who he's having lunch with. Nana says she's glad you're in better health and she's proud of you. Yagi beams at him. Thanks, my boy. I wish I could speak to her myself, but please tell her for me that I miss her, and hearing that means a lot to me. A pale blue pane pops up in front of Yagi, startling them both. Do you prefer texting or speech to text? Texting. Very well. A holographic keyboard pops into existence below the text pane. What's this? Holy shit. Where'd that come from? Banjo demands in his head. What is it? Hikage asks curiously. A keyboard and screen. Duh. Either the second or third says gruffly. I can't see through your head. Hikage retorts. Is this for me, kid? Nana asks hesitantly. Probably, he says, then aloud says, well, you did say you wanted to talk to Nana directly. Oh, Yagi gets a look of realization, then beams, lifting his hands to the keyboard. Thank you, fine-san. You are welcome, Toshi, Nana. Thank you. You don't know how much hearing you're proud of me means. I've missed you. Nana, I've missed you too, you big goof. And I really am proud of you. You've accomplished so much more than I ever dreamed you could. Yagi starts crying happy tears, and Izuku decides that his time is better used to concentrate on eating rather than decoding a backwards private conversation, particularly since All Might seems to be getting into the groove of typing fast. And, he thinks to himself, if I'm really curious, I'm sure Fine-san can provide me with a transcript of their conversation. Not that he intends to ask, of course. That's just rude when he can ask the persons involved directly if there's anything he should know from the conversation. Bunch of crybabies. Second or third. He really should get around to asking their names so he can identify which is which. Complaints. Oh, lay off. Being emotional has no reflection on their ability to fight. Banjo retorts. I get it from my mom. Izuku offers mildly, more amused than offended. You wouldn't be insulting my mom, would you? The surprised sputtering he gets in reply makes adding to the conversation so worth it. That one always shut Kakin up too. He's got you there. And crows. Insulting a man's mother is low, even for you. I wasn't. Oh, shut up. Izuku giggles. You remind me of an older Kakin. I'm just going to imagine you like that from now on. There's a startled silence, then Uncle Yoichi laughs. You're not wrong. That's exactly what he looks like. Wait, really, kid? And says, they definitely look related. Wow, Izuku doesn't know what to say to that. It's kind of mind-blowing, really. Are they related? Hell if I know. I died, you know. I did have a couple distant cousins still alive when I died, I think. But it could just be a coincidence. Don't you dare call me older Kakin. That's a stupid name anyways, and I'm surprised he doesn't beat the shit out of you for using it. You can call me Second. Older Kaken Second replies. He shrugs. He calls me Deku, so it's not like he has a leg to stand on when it comes to name calling. Besides, he wouldn't know who I was talking to if I used his actual name. Huh, maybe you do have a little grit to you, Second says in surprise. That's not grit. That's being a little sheet. Someone who has to be third says sarcastically. Didn't think he had it in him, though. This is followed by several different ghosts making sounds of surprise. Is everything okay? Izuku asks in concern. Uncle Yoichi giggles. Oh, everything's fine. Your fine Sen just threatened to make them miserable if they don't get their heads out of their asses and give you an honest chance. Huh, he thinks about that, then nods. He would, too. Oh, they're aware. They're just sulking now. Don't worry, they'll come around. Yoichi reassures him. Izuku decides to take that at face value. Alright, I mean, it doesn't really matter if they like me or not. They're adults and can make their own decisions, even if those decisions make me sad. This gets groans from, he thinks, Second and Third. Third demands, Nana, why are your successors like this? Like what? Nana sounds puzzled, apparently having not been paying attention to the conversation, only getting more groans in answer. What are you talking about? Don't worry about them. They're just being themselves. Uncle Yoichi tells her. Oh, okay, she says in disinterest, and he presumes goes back to her conversation with Yagi. Honestly, he doesn't blame her. But it is amusing to hear Second and Third being put on the defensive. Since he knows Kaken well, he can imagine the looks on their faces, too, which makes it even better. If thinking that way makes him a little sheet, then so be it. He likes what he likes. Midoriya. Kaken sounds intensely aggravated. Well, more intensely than normal, which is still pretty intense. Why the fuck are you trending? He demands. Trending? He asks in confusion. A phone is shoved in his face, open to a chatter page with the hashtags #don't need no damn quirk, #heroic hearts top villainous quirks, and #it's not your quirk it's you. Novel breaks the standard quo. Does this give you the warm fuzzes too? The responding chats continue off the bottom of the screen, with mostly positive comments and exclamations about his interview with Present Mike. Oh, he'd expected a little internet commentary. Present Mike is too popular for that not to happen, but this seems a lot more enthusiastic than he'd expected. Also, the post is dated yesterday, so he's really trending. What do you mean, fucking oh? Why the fuck were you on Present Mike's show? Weren't you with that Night Eye fuck for your internship? And why does Aizawa's new kid treat you like her brother? He scratches the back of his neck sheepishly. About that, Night Eye fuck is surprisingly accurate, and I found her on my way back. So Yamada-sensei offered me an internship instead. Kaken stares at him, then yanks his phone back. You realize that doesn't fucking explain anything, right? Izuku sighs, because he's not totally wrong. I think Iri's situation is classified. And Night Eye hates me. Fine-sen objected and Yamada-sensei was the replacement internship that UA offered. Who doesn't hate you? Kaken scoffs, but looks appeased. A blue pane pops up in front of Kaken. Listen, you rabid yip-yap. Watch your mouth or else. Or else what? Gonna complain about me to the teachers. Kaken scoffs again. Do you really want your electronic records to reflect your actions over the years? Izuku has a really good memory concerning those things. Like you can. Even if you could hack those, it won't matter because the paper records will say differently. Bet. Izuku slaps a hand over his face. Fine-sen, no. No. Let it do whatever it thinks it can. Kaken contradicts him. I want to see how miserably it fails. Kaken, don't antagonize him. Please, don't tell me what to do. Kaken snarls and stomps off. He groans. Fine-sen, please don't go overboard. No promises. Great. The only person he knows to be as stubborn as Kaken is himself, and Fine-sen is basically a fearless version of him, he thinks. This is just what he doesn't need. The two most stubborn beings he knows going toe-to-toe. He should probably warn Nedzu. Nedzu's door opens as he knocks. Midoriya-kun, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? Izuku steps inside, biting his lip as the door closes behind him. I just want to warn you that Bakugo and Fine-sen got in an argument and Fine-sen has probably hacked all his electronic records and possibly left black marks all over them. Indeed. And does he deserve them? He sits, unable to come up with an honest answer to that. I didn't leave black marks, although he does deserve them. I did, however, leave the remarks the teachers would have left if they weren't blatantly trying to butter him up and get him into a top hero school. Attached is the remaining video evidence. Okami. This is almost worse than if it had left black marks. I see. How interesting. Nedzu turns to his computer and types rapidly, before stopping and barking a laugh. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to return his grades to normal. Not until he apologizes. I suppose there's no harm in that. It will be amusing to see his expression when he is informed of the changes in your condition. Izuku groans. Nedzu, no. Kaken will be a great hero. Nedzu chatters a laugh. No need to worry, Midoriya-kun. This won't hinder his career, but his behavior has truly earned him an ego check. An apology will not hurt him. He resists the urge to bang his head on Nezu's desk in frustration. An hour later, Kaken storms up to him, looking fit to murder. I don't fucking hate you, okay? Now make your fucking Quirk fix that sheet. Your grades have been restored. Steam seems to rise from Kaken's ears, even as his face relaxes minutely. You fucking little, I apologized. Fix the rest of it. No, and get therapy for your egomania and imposter syndrome, or I'll send a copy of it to your parents. Kaken goes dead pale. Fucking fine. I'll make an appointment with that stupid dog. Happy. Delirious. You'd better be. Sorry, Kaken. Don't fucking apologize for something I know you don't have the guts to do in the first place. Kaken screams at him and stomps off to fling himself into his desk chair. A green pane, meaning only he can see it, pops up and starts playing a video of Kaken flopping carelessly in the chair in front of Nezu's desk and demanding, "So, what did you call me for?" Nezu grins predatorily and Kaken straightens in his chair in reaction. "Well, you see, Aldera sent me an updated version of your school record." Nezu turns the monitor towards Kaken. "As you can see, I have some concerns." The sounds are muffled but indicate a video or audio file being played. Kaken slowly pales as he watches. The clip cuts off there, but Izuku is sure it only got worse from there. He is also sure, however, that Fine-san is smug enough about this to ignore any protests from him, and that Nezu, also, is unlikely to entertain his concerns. Izuku whines and puts his head down on his desk to wallow in irritation and anxiety. Why is his Quirk like this? Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei calls as he's hurrying down the hall. Oh no, what now? Obediently, he approaches his teacher, who apparently reads his expression like an open book. Relax, problem child. You're not in trouble. Yuri just wants to know if you're able to visit this weekend, since you didn't have time last week. Oh, sure. Is Saturday afternoon okay? Yes, that's fine. Just text me before you show up at the gate, so I can meet you. Nezu might attempt to steal you if you walk alone. His eyes widen. Nope. He's avoiding Nezu-sensei for a few days. As long as possible, really. Tuesday is soon enough. Okay, I'll text when my train arrives. Sounds good, Aizawa-sensei says and waves him off. When they arrive at Aizawa-sensei's apartment, Izuku is surprised to find Momo and another first-year student with their heads together, very excitedly describing something. The other girl nodding, looking things up on a tablet and then reading off dimensions and molecules to Momo, who then concentrates and produces small items that she hands to Iri, who grabs them one at a time and puts them on a doll. Oh, they're doll clothes. Does that mean the other girl is a support student? A closer look reveals that the doll is the dark-haired one from the store on their shopping trip, and it's dressed remarkably like Aizawa-sensei. Even the shoulder-length hair has been taken out of its tight bun and hangs almost naturally. All it's missing is the stubble and the capture scarf. Oh, and there's the capture scarf. Momo hands the miniature scarf to Iri, who then wraps it around the doll's throat with an enthusiasm that makes Aizawa-sensei visibly wince. Izuku wonders idly how many times he strangled himself with his own scarf before figuring out how to use it properly. Probably a lot, given his reaction. Then Iri looks up and squeals, dropping the doll with a clunk and flinging herself at him. Navo, you came. I did. How are you, Iri? He asks, cuddling her close. Good. Momo and Meina are making clothes for Zawa-san and Uncle Mike and Auntie Nem and you. See, she wiggles down and picks up the Aizawa doll again to show him. Wow, that's really cool. It looks just like Aizawa-sensei, doesn't it? Yeah, and here's you. She scoops up another doll and holds it out for inspection. He manages not to wince as he realizes that they apparently got her anatomically correct dolls and his is stark naked. Izuku experiences the distinct urge to cover Minnie him up. Someone has taken scissors to the hair and drawn diamond-shaped freckles on its cheeks. So now it resembles him more than the low-ranked hero it was originally intended as. I see that. Are you going to put clothes on him too? She turns to Momo and Meina while pointing imperiously at him. I want Navo to have clothes like this and like the other ones he wears. Well, that's embarrassing. He's wearing red shorts and a white shirt that proclaims duck in black bold print. Doable, Meina says, ducking her head and going back to looking things up. We've already done Auntie Nem and Uncle Mike. Momo informs him. Oh, do you want to show me, Iri? Yeah. She shoves the two dolls at him and runs over to grab two more off the sofa. Izuku casually hands the naked doll to Momo, avoiding her eyes as he does so, although she looks more amused than offended. See, this is Uncle Mike. Yep, that looks like Yamada-sensei all right. Although he's in an aloha shirt and neon green shorts and his glasses are crooked. The hair is like his hero persona, though. Wow, that looks like he's off work. Iri nods eagerly and holds up the other doll. And this is Auntie Nem. It's like someone switched Kayama-sensei out for a child-safe doppelganger. The doll has on a comfy sweater and slacks and creepy-looking bunny slippers with googly eyes. Is she off work, too? Yeah, Auntie Nem is really nice. She shows me how to brush my hair so it doesn't get tangles after a bath. And she fixed your hair so it looks right. And Blue likes her and sits on her lap. He barely does that for Zawa-san. It's mildly interesting to note that she doesn't include the roughly clothes Midnight Sensei bought her in that list. That sounds pretty special. Did she do your braid for you? She shakes her head. Auntie Nem says they're too hard for her. Zawa-san did it. I like it, 'cause it keeps the hair out of my eyes. That makes sense. It's one of the reasons that I keep mine fairly short. The curls just go everywhere, he confides, unlike Aizawa-sensei. He doesn't have a secondary telekinesis quirk to push the hair away from his face, and he's pretty sure Mike uses quirked hair products to manage his. Otherwise it'd be a nightmare to get the hairspray and mousse out of his hair every night and to put up again every morning. Eri screws up her face in thought. Should I make mine short? Only if you want to. You don't have curls, so keeping it long is easier for you than it would be for me. Oh, Momo clears her throat and offers the now-clothed mini-him doll, along with a small pile of miniature UA uniforms and gym clothes. Eri squeals and shoves the Midnight and Mike dolls into his arms so she can take the novel doll and the extra doll clothes. She puts the clothes with another stack of extra clothing before turning to him and displaying the mini-him. See, you look like you. I see that. Eri, did you want other clothes for the Aizawa doll? Momo asks. That fast, he loses her attention, but he doesn't begrudge it as he goes over to the sofa and dumps the dolls onto it. Then he sits and spends some time unwrapping the miniature capture scarf and rewrapping it looser so it looks right. Green comes over and sits beside him as he does so. Something cold nudges his shoulder and he looks up to see Aizawa-sensei offering him an open bottle of ramen. Drink something, problem child. Thank you for coming over. Thank you, sensei, he says, setting down the doll to take the strawberry soda. Did you know the dolls are anatomically correct? Aizawa-sensei looks wry for a moment. Yes, I found out much the same way you did. Though I suppose it's a fairly harmless way to find out that men and women look different. She doesn't think twice about it at her age, which at least means nothing of that sort happened to her, for which I am grateful. It takes him a moment to understand that. Oh, yeah, that would have been awful. Now it makes more sense that dolls like this exist, even though his mom would have thrown a fit if he'd tried to get one for himself. Me too. Eri runs over with a miniature suitcase in her hands and shows it to them. Look, Zawa-san, Novel. Momo made a suitcase for the doll clothes so I have a place to keep them now. That was nice of her. Did you thank her? Aizawa-sensei asks. She gasps and drops the suitcase on Izuku's lap and runs back to Momo and Mina to thank them loudly. Izuku oofs, but the case is tiny and really doesn't weigh much. Green shies away then comes back to sniff at the case curiously and lick it. That's not food, kitty. Aizawa-sensei chuckles. He's always got to check if something new is edible. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nedzu, chess quest, plus 231 exp, plus 1 int, plus 1 wise, plus 1 stp. Nedzu, taxonomy of rodents quest, plus 314 exp, plus 2 int, plus 1 stp. Aizawa, 3 regulations quest, plus 452 exp, plus 1 int, plus 1 stp. Mike, essay question quest, plus 256 exp, plus 1 wise, plus 1 stp. Cementos, chapter and quiz quest, plus 343 exp, plus 1 int, plus 1 wise, plus 1 stp. Midnight, chapter and quiz quest, plus 367 exp, plus 1 int, plus 1 wise, plus 1 stp. Aizawa, 20 labs quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. Ectoplasm, problems quest, plus 311 exp, plus 1 wise, plus 1 stp. Midnight, 2-page summary quest, plus 363 exp, plus 1 int, plus 1 wise, plus 1 stp. All Might, juggle 3 items quest, plus 132 exp, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. Snipe, pop quiz quest, plus 282 exp, plus 1 wise, plus 1 stp. Aizawa, 20 laps quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. All Might, juggle 3 items quest, plus 132 exp, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. Aizawa, 20 laps quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp, plus 3519 exp, plus 7 int, plus 7 wise, plus 5 dex, plus 14 stp. Izuku Midoriya, level 11, exp, 4823 24,000, str, 39, vit, 62, dex, 23, int, 71, wise, 70, HP, 372 over 372, MP, 0 divided by 0 locked, sta, 101 over 101, stp, 0, skills, reading, level 77, writing, level 65, Studying, retaining knowledge, level 57. Analysis, level 59. Fashion knowledge, level 4. Cooking and baking, level 14. Collecting, level 64. Stealth, level 2. Doing laundry, level 1. Cleaning, level 24. Organizing, level 33. Magic, level 0. Locked. Ghostly communication, level 6. Playing chess, level 5. Show Nedzu stats. Nedzu reads the displayed stats with a thoughtful expression. Yes, this is fine. You didn't struggle with keeping up with your work this week since we last met, did you? No, last week was a bit rough, but this week was fine. He admits. It didn't give me as many points in intelligence and wisdom, though. The Chimera nods in acknowledgement. Going a little slower like this is acceptable. My true concern is your mental and physical health as you learn at UA. There's no need to push you into overdoing it just to satisfy my curiosity a bit quicker. I am pleased to see more points went into dexterity, though. Izuku grins. The dexterity quests are fun, and some of my classmates are doing them with me, so I don't get stared at for being weird. I hear they've approached the teachers for the purpose of asking to do your quests as extra credit. Yeah, Snipe Sensei, Ectoplasm Sensei, and Cementos Sensei said no, though, because my quests with them are regular school work, and I had to tell Kaken that Fine-san is a gamer Quirk, because he was upset that I was the only one getting extra work. He's doing them all, even in Midnight Sensei's class after she told him that she wouldn't give him extra credit for it. Though, I was under the impression that Kayama was giving out extra credit. For everyone besides Kaken and me, she is. Well, if they do the extra work. I see. That makes sense. I suppose then Aizawa and Yamada are giving you extra credit as well. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'll be sure to ask them, then. Nedzu claps his hands together. Well then, I have a couple more chess moves for you to learn and figure out how to apply. And would you like some tea? Teacher-issued quest. Learn 2 new chess moves and how to apply them. Yes? Nedzu looks briefly amused, then turns to pour tea for both of them. Izuku decides to kidnap Shinso for lunch. He's been avoiding their group since internships for some reason, and he looks sad when he looks at them. Shinso yelps and juggles his tray of food before suffering himself to be dragged away. It's about time you joined us again. Ochako greets him. Sue nods. You've been avoiding us. I haven't been avoiding. He cuts himself off with a sigh and sits down. I figured you wouldn't want me around now that you've had time to think it through. Nonsense, Yamomo declares. We enjoy your company. And Izuku has been convinced that he did something wrong and now you hate him. He squeaks and takes a big bite of katsudon as Hitoshi gives him an eyebrows-raised look. I don't hate you. Hitoshi relents after a moment. I've just had people change their minds about being friends before because of my quirk. That's stupid, Ochako says in an annoyed tone. We wouldn't do that. Shinso shrugs. Thanks. How did your internship go? Sue asks. Good, surprisingly. Aizawa-sensei found a Twilight hero willing to take me on and I learned a lot. I thought I wanted to be an underground hero, but I think I've changed my mind. As a Twilight hero, kids like me would actually know I exist. Shinso replies easily. How were yours? Well, Yamomo answers. I ended up going to Midnight Sensei to ask her help deciding, and she made a phone call and Maruko sent me a last-minute request, so I ended up going with her. I now know several kicks to use in combat, and know that I really need to focus on my hand-to-hand and splitting my focus between fighting and using my quirk. She also lectured me at length when I mentioned that I'm on a diet, about how many calories a healthy hero needs to consume, particularly with a quirk like mine. It kind of surprised me that she knew so much about it, because I thought she was just a battle junkie. Why did you go with her if you thought that? I thought facing someone like her would improve my reaction time with my quirk. Yamomo admits. I must admit that it's nice to take a second serving at meals without being plagued by guilt or worrying about not being ladylike. Shinso makes a face. Yeah, that would suck. What about you, Sue? I got to help take down pirates. Other than that, I mostly cleaned the deck, which was boring, Kiro. Sue answers plainly. Pirates not enough excitement for you. Shinso teases, waggling his eyebrows. They were, Kiro, but I didn't realize how much of hero work is boring. Yeah, he makes a face again. I was surprised too. I guess I thought it was constant battles or something. What about you, Midoriya? I thought you were interning with Night Eye. And then I heard Yamada-sensei introducing you as his intern. Didn't I already tell you that? Izuku asks skeptically. He's pretty sure that they've already had this conversation. Shinso shrugs. You did, but I thought maybe you'd elaborate. It's fine if you don't want to, though. Oh, he blinks a few times and goes back to eating, because he really doesn't want to talk about it. A pale blue pain pops up in front of Shinso. Sir Night Eye is a petty bastard with a god complex. That's all I have to say. That bad, eh? Shinso raises an eyebrow. Damn, well, I'm glad Yamada-sensei took you on. Thanks, Izuku acknowledges. Eri really seems to like you. Do you know who donated her to Aizawa-sensei? Shinso changes the subject. Yamomo, Sue and Ochako all look at Izuku. He flushes. Well, I kind of did. On my way back from Night Eye's place, I ran into her running away from a villain. Oh damn, is that where she got the scars from? Izuku nods hesitantly. They apparently took a lot of blood and tissue samples. We think it's related to her quirk. What is her quirk? I know it's dangerous, but, I think that's classified. But get out of range if her horn starts glowing or you could end up not existing anymore. A low whistle from Shinso. Well, that's a lot more dangerous than I thought, then. Good to know. A Category 6 quirk. He shakes his head. Probably Category 3 or 4, because her range is relatively small for how dangerous her quirk is. Yamomo remarks, that might change as she gets older. It might, Izuku admits. But Category 6 are quirks that can affect whole cities at once if they're used wrong or go out of control. Even Endeavor's quirk is only a Category 5. What about All Might's quirk, Kiro? Oh, in theory it's a Category 6 because he can change the weather with a punch. But it's never been tested. And he's really careful to limit the destruction his quirk does, so nobody's quite sure if he's a Category 5 or a Category 6. It's registered as a Category 5, though. He rambles. Really? That's surprising. Yamomo says, my own quirk is a Category 5. Everyone gives her impressed looks and Izuku nods. That makes sense. You could change the flow of a battle in a large area if you made things for allies or cause widespread destruction if you made powerful bombs. Also, your quirk kind of breaks the laws of physics. It's literally single-source subatomic alchemy. That alone would make you a Category 4. That would make you a Category 4, wouldn't it? Ochako laughs at him. Depends on how much it breaks those laws. My quirk is only a Category 3. Mine's only a Category 1, Kiro. Sue offers. Mine's a Category 2. Shinso admits, then looks at Izuku expectantly. I'm not really sure. I think I'm down as a Category 2. Pale blue panes pop up individually in front of his friends. Registered as a Category 2. Currently a Category 3. Has the potential to be a Category 4, 6. Isn't Fine-sen just an information quirk? Yamomo asks uncertainly. Privately, Fine-sen comments. You should tell them. He wants to hiss and yell at his quirk, but, I don't think we should talk about this here. Too many ears. Got it, Ochako says immediately, and the others nod with a variety of expressions. Izuku looks at them carefully, but they all seem serious about it and not offended, so maybe he should trust Fine-sen on this. His friends are slow to gather their things after classes end, and Izuku hesitates to leave because he notices. Do they want to do this now? In the classroom, Momo waits until everyone else except Aizawa-sensei is gone to gather up her bag and stand. I've booked a conference room for us, if you'd like to follow me. Wait, what? They can do that. Lead the way, Shinso says. Aizawa-sensei gives them a curious look, but says nothing. They follow her like a bunch of lost puppies to a small conference room that it turns out she has the key to. She holds the door while they enter, then locks it behind them. Once they're seated, Sue says, we're in private now, if you want to share, Izuku. Yeah, that is I guess I should start at the beginning. He pauses and takes a deep breath, blowing it out before continuing. So the first thing you should know is that this is all kind of classified for my and your safety. So, if you don't think you can keep it secret, I'll just leave. Ochako huffs. No way. We can keep secrets. Sue, Yamomo and Shinso all nod in agreement. Okay, well, the second thing is that my biological father is the villain behind the villains at USJ and he can give and take quirks, except for All Might's and mine. And I was quirkless up until just a little over a year ago when Fine-sen finally showed up. I'll understand if you want to leave now. Shinso scoffs. No, this is just starting to get interesting. The others look to be in agreement and nobody moves towards the door. We didn't know Fine-sen was sapient when I registered my quirk, so that's partially why I'm registered as a Category 2. The other reason is because my quirk doctor wanted to protect me. Fine-sen is a gamer quirk, not a limited information and storage quirk. Oh damn, Shinso says in a heartfelt tone. Kami's sister died. Ochako swears and then blushes at Yamomo's confused look. Sorry, it's what one of the guys that work with my parents says when he's swearing about something unbelievable. I can understand your doctor's point of view. You are very lucky, Sue says bluntly. Yeah, I am. So then, a few months later, I ran into All Might after he saved me from a villain attack, and then after a second attack, he offered to give me his quirk. Wait. What? Ochako stops him. So, All Might's quirk was transferable. It originally belonged to my biological father's brother, so it can't be stolen and can only be passed on by intent plus DNA. And, DNA, did All Might? Sue interrupts to ask. What? He realizes what she means and goes red, waving his hands in negation. No. He gave me a hair to eat. It was gross. Oh, good. Continue. Okay. You were at All Might's quirk can be passed on. Yamomo offers helpfully. Right. So, after 10 months he passed it to me. And then, Fine-sen aided, except for the ghosts of the former users, because those are sapient too. And now it can't be passed on because Fine-sen can't be stolen or passed on. I feel like there's a significant portion of this story that we're missing. Shinso says deadpan. Izuku squeaks, because, yes, they are. That is, my biological father and All Might are enemies. All Might didn't know he was still alive until USJ, and All Might was really badly injured by him before. But Eri fixed it when her quirk acted up, so he's alright now. That's more than mildly concerning. But what I meant was, what significance does 10 months have? He brightens in understanding, truly grateful for the calmness his friends are taking this with. Oh, that was just to build muscle, so his quirk didn't blow off my arms when I got it. But Fine-sen locked it up, so it isn't something we had to worry about after all. Somehow, I find that to be more concerning than the news that All Might was severely injured until recently. Kiro. Sue objects. Agreed. Achako and Shinso say in eerie unison, ignoring that deeply concerning statement for now. What did eating All Might's quirk do to Fine-sen? Yamomo asks. Well, apparently I'll eventually get all the quirks of the previous users if I get my stats high enough. And Fine-sen can make dungeons once my stats get high enough. He lets the teachers give me quests, though, so they're helping with that. I think that's all. They all stare at him for a moment, before Achako smacks her face into her hands and mutters, "What is my life?" Sorry. He tries an apology. I don't think you should be the one saying sorry. How does your life have more drama than a soap opera? Shinso says in a dry tone. Izuku slinks down in his seat, because he doesn't really have any answer to that. All Might Sensei. Izuku asks tentatively. Can we talk? Of course, my boy. What's on your mind? Well, I told my friends. Told them what, exactly? Pretty much everything. He hurries to reassure him. They took it really well, though. I see. All Might contemplates the information for a bit, then asks, who did you tell? Yamomo, that is. Gei Urazu, Uraraka, Asui, and Shinso. All Might nods to himself and claps him on the back. They're good kids. It's good that you have them in your corner. I believe that it is a flaw of mine, that I have always been too untrusting to let people know about One for All. It left me fighting alone against All for One, when I needed backup the most. So, you're not mad at you, my boy. Not at all. One for All is your quirk and your secret now. You get to choose who you trust. Already, even without your friends, you have a wider support network than I ever did. And that's a good thing. Izuku lets out an explosive sigh of relief. Now you'd better hurry or you'll be late to your next class. All Might reminds him. Oh, thank you, sensei, he says and hurries off to his next class. Yei Urazu, come hand these out to your classmates. Aizawa sensei says. Oh, me, I can do it. Ashido puts up her hand enthusiastically. Aizawa sensei looks back and forth between Ashido and Yamomo. Yamomo looks back and forth between Aizawa sensei and Ashido uncertainly. I'll ask you next time, Ashido. Awa, okay. Ashido subsides, lowering her arm. After a moment of hesitation, Yamomo gets up, takes the forms and passes them out to everyone. The paper reads, Tai Chi, Karate, Judo, Muay Thai, Kickboxing, Boxing. You will be getting an introduction to each of these martial arts during PE over the next few weeks, in the order they are listed. There will be specialized instructors coming in to teach you. This is to introduce you to the basics of professional fighting, something that is quite important for any hero to know. Starting second semester, you can choose up to 2 of these to specialize in, as they will be offered as after-school elective classes. So pay attention to see which one suits you and your goals as a hero best. Rescue heroes often stick to Tai Chi or Judo, for instance. Underground heroes often choose Muay Thai. Heroes whose strength is focused in their arms tend to take up boxing or karate. Heroes whose strength focuses on their legs often take up kickboxing. However, that is just what is commonly done. You may take any combination you like, with the caveat that it can only be 2 at a time. Further fighting styles are offered for second and third years, or you may stick with the 1 or 2 you choose as a first year. Either is perfectly fine. Keep these papers until we're done with the martial arts introductions. Then circle the 1 or 2 you choose and cross out the others before handing them in to me. Make sure you write your name on them. Any questions? When will we be starting this? Kirishima asks. Today. Izuku idly writes his name at the top of the paper. How long will we get with each one? Ashido asks. 4 class periods. Be prepared to pick things up quickly, so you get a good feel for each one. What if we suck at all of them? Kaminari asks. Then learn not to suck. A hero who sucks at fighting is often a dead hero. Kaminari winces, as do several others. What about street fighting and fighting with quirks and weapons? Shinso asks. You're already learning some of that in PE and heroics. You will continue to do so. If you need extra lessons for your quirks or weapons, come to me or All Might. Those lessons will take one of your fighting elective spots. However, because UA takes into account that you are growing children and have a limit as to what you can safely handle, I can handle anything. Kaken declares. Aizawa-sensei sighs. And attitudes like yours is why we limit the number of electives you can take that involve physical exertion. If you overdo it, you'll be getting a lecture from Recovery Girl. We have other electives you can take if you're truly bored with your current course load. These include things like art, business, math, and civic planning. Kaken huffs and sits back, glaring at his hands. Apparently none of those options are appealing because his creed of being the best doesn't touch on those things. Too bad that he won't have time to take some of those himself. He looks back at the list. What do you think? He asks the vestiges. I took boxing. Ghost Might offers. I took judo and boxing. Nana says. I knew a bit of Tai Chi. Hikage comments. I just grew up brawling, kid. And tells him. I had some Muay Thai and brawling. Banjo comments. Take karate. At least it kicks some ass. And like all of you, Third states. Brother wouldn't even let me take Tai Chi. Yoichi remembers, obviously ignoring Third. All of you are idiots. One for all is too powerful for him even at 30%. What part of your body is stronger than your arms? Ninth. Second says huffily. My tor no. That doesn't make sense. My legs. Exactly. Take kickboxing and one of the others. Not Tai Chi. We already know that bastard is still alive and will be gunning for you once he finds out that you're 8th successor. If 8th can't take him down first, you need something that will give you the edge to take him down permanently. Second replies. That sends a shiver down his spine that makes a couple people give him a concerned look. I don't want to kill him, he admits. There is suspicious silence for a long moment. Then In speaks up. Look, kid, I get that. No hero wants to kill, and if they do, they shouldn't be heroes. And we know he's your father. But some things have to be done. If he isn't dead, he'll escape eventually and go right back to killing people. He's killed thousands over his lifetime. He isn't redeemable. He isn't sane. Think of it as a mercy killing. Izuku doesn't say anything back and the vestiges decide to leave it at that. He looks at the list once more and circles kickboxing and crosses out Tai Chi and boxing. If matters were different, he'd want to do Tai Chi. But the vestiges have a point. Even All Might fears All for one. He personally killed all the previous users of OFA besides Hikage and All Might. Even his own brother wasn't safe from him. Being his biological son will buy him no mercy from this villain. And OFA can't be passed on anymore. If Izuku dies and AFO escapes, there will be no one in the world able to stop him. Society will fall and thousands if not millions will die in the process. And in the aftermath, you're catastrophizing. But am I wrong? No. So which one do I take? I would recommend Muay Thai, because it should be a more flexible style. You need to be unpredictable against strong opponents. Thank you. That decided. He circles Muay Thai and crosses off Judo, but leaves Karate alone because he thinks it's pretty strong too. He needs to be strong. Teacher-issued quest. Learn several Tai Chi stances and practice until you can do them correctly every time. Izuku raises his brows and then walks over to tell Aizawa-sensei. Sensei, when Ito-sensei told us what we're doing in class, it gave me a teacher-issued quest. Aizawa-sensei looks vaguely surprised. Well, that's a pleasant happenstance. I'll let Nedzu know. And that is that, apparently. Midoriya. Izuku pauses in the hall to let Yamada-sensei catch up with him, then nearly flinches away as Mike reaches for him. In the end, he's glad he doesn't, because Mike just undoes his mess of a tie and reties it neatly, obviously an absent gesture. Got a minute? Sure, sensei, he answers, secure in the knowledge that Mike would look apologetic if it was something bad. He follows the man to an office that is minimalistic other than some cat decor. Is this your office? Yamada-sensei laughs a little and sits behind the desk. No, this is Aizawa's office. He won't mind, I promise. Have a seat. That couch is a dream to cozy down in. He sits and true to his word, the couch tries to eat him while being incredible comfortable. Are you aware that you're still trending, listener? Yeah, Kaken was kinda loud about telling me. He rubs at his neck shyly. Is that okay? Okay. No, it's fantastic. You made a real impression. That's always a good thing for a new hero or hero student. Izuku raises his brows. Always. Mike laughs again. Provided it's not something outrageously taboo, of course. Even then sometimes it works. Like Tagata losing his clothes during the sports festival. No one is going to forget that kid. Anyways, what I wanted to talk to you about is setting up a hero official account. Normally we do that in 3rd year after everyone has their provisional licenses and has had some training on how to run those accounts to their benefit. But I'm willing to walk you through setting one up and what you should and should not say or post on there. Only if you're willing, of course. Why? Why do I think you should set one up? Or why should you be willing? No, why do you want to help me? You don't need to go out of your way for me. He clarifies in embarrassment. Because I want to. I enjoyed having you as an intern and I think this will be of real benefit to you. I'm not just a teacher for the money or the paperwork, you know. Put like that. It does seem like a rather stupid question. I guess. Great. So first, you need to use your phone to download the app. You can do it for your laptop later. Okay, he says and pulls out his phone to unlock it, and then a notepad so he can write down the account info he'll need to use. Oh, I already have the app because I have a fan account. Do I need to delete that account? No, that's permitted. Just go to the official side and make a new account instead of browsing. Izuku nods and does so. It says enter hero license, provisional license or sponsor's license number. Hand me the phone for a moment. He hands it over and Mike quickly types something in before passing it back. Now it's asking for his hero name, so he types in novel. Then a password, which he writes down, and security questions and a list of forum, account preferences and an alt ID. His address, his school's name and address, sponsor's hero name and homeroom teacher's hero name. It's a lot, but his experience with his fan account comes in handy, so it's not too much of a hassle. Okay, I'm done. Mike checks his own phone, then beams at him. Perfect. Your account and mine will be connected on the site until you get your provisional license. Now, for your first post. Izuku listens intently, determined to get this right. Early Tuesday morning stat update, screens update, info dump. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nedzu, chess quest, plus 223 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Nedzu, Fairy Ren essay quest, plus 265 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 STP. Ectoplasm, quiz quest, plus 241 XP, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Midnight, artist from 2040 seconds essay quest, plus 437 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. All Might, juggle 3 items quest, plus 132 XP, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Snipe, 4 influences on the katakana writing system essay quest, plus 418 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, 4 essay questions quest, plus 234 XP, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Mike, order of adjectives essay quest, plus 246 XP, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Cementos, chapter and quiz quest, plus 348 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Midnight, gender rights essay quest, plus 312 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, 20 laps quest, plus 112 XP, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Ito, learn Tai Chi stances quest, plus 370 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. All Might, juggle 3 items quest, plus 132 XP, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, 20 laps quest, plus 112 XP, plus 1 STR, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Ito, learn Tai Chi stances quest, plus 370 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. All Might, juggle 3 items quest, plus 132 XP, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP, plus 4084 XP, plus 8 INT, plus 9 Wise, plus 1 STR, plus 7 Dex, plus 16 STP. Izuku Midoriya, level 11, XP, 8,907 24,000, STR, 40, VIT, 78, Dex, 30, INT, 79, Wise, 79, HP, 468 over 468, MP divided by STA, 118 over 118, STP, 0. Izuku Midoriya, Quirk, the player, stats, inventory, limited. You now have 20 inventory slots. Level reward, information search, skills, displays, limited. Locked. You can now show certain displays to other people. You can now show all screens to a number of trusted individuals. Level reward, spells, locked until INT 75. Unlocked. Dungeons, locked until INT 100 plus Wise 100 plus STR 50 plus VIT 50 plus Dex 50. Crafting, locked until dungeons are unlocked. Quirks, locked, unlocked. Spell prices. Spell points are based on players' previous levels XP. Level 1, 5 spell points SPE. Level 2, 25 SPE. Level 3, 625 SPE. Level 4, 390, 625 SP per 1. Level 5, 244,140, 625 SP per 1. Spell modification, very minor, 390, 625 SP per E. Spell modification, secondary, minor, 244,140, 625 SP per E. Spells, level 1, all must be purchased, learned and mastered before level 2 spell can be learned. Mastering a spell requires doing it correctly 100x. Available spell points, 12,000. Heat hands, static hands, chill hands, dirty hands, damp hands, puff of wind, lullaby, minor, change flame color, repair, simple, minor, glow palm, dim glow, minor object, reflection hands, odor, minor, compass point, illusion, minor, dark illusion, minor, skin cleanse hands, surface cleanse, small area, surface cleanse, hair, moisturize, reveal hidden, hidden, minor, whisper, loud voice, minor, illusory sound, quirks, super strength, locked until STR 50, other quirks, locked until INT 75 plus Y 75, then locked, float, danger sense, black whip, locked until Dex 50, Fajin, locked until Dex 55, smoke screen, locked until Dex 70, gear shift, locked until STR 100 plus Dex 100, skills, reading, level 77, writing, level 65, studying, retaining knowledge, level 57, analysis, level 59, people analysis, level 0, food stat boost analysis, max, food nutrition analysis, locked until analysis 75, fashion knowledge, level 4, cooking and baking, level 14, collecting, level 64, stealth, level 2, doing laundry, level 1, cleaning, level 24, organizing, level 33, magic, level 0, locked, unlocked, ghostly communication, level 6, playing chess, level 5. Izuku stares at the various screens in disbelief, then finally says, show screens to Nenzu. Blue panes pop up around Nenzu, who studies the plethora in interest. In response, I must admit, this is quite interesting. I had quite overlooked magic and spells as something you have access to. I suppose that the spells may be quite useful when you obtain access to dungeons. The calculation of stat points is also rather useful. I didn't realize that you were shown those. Do you feel that the food nutrition analysis skill will be useful to you? Maybe if I'm trying to plan a specific diet. Otherwise, I don't think so. Understandable. The people analysis should be useful, though, depending on what it shows. Would you like to try that? Observe Nenzu. Name, Nenzu. Quirk, high specs. Level, player's skill level too low to observe. High specs gives the user increased brain function well above the human average and the ability to process up to 4 trains of thought simultaneously. Memory capacity and retrieval is also well above human average. This comes with the downside of having trouble forgetting unnecessary or unwanted information, as well as difficulty in simplifying conclusions reached by multiprocessing for those only capable of single or dual processing. Title, Principle of UA, the Information Hero. Show screen to Nenzu. Nenzu reads it with a look of pleasant surprise. And this is at level 0. Fascinating and amazingly accurate. My weaknesses are not recorded to my knowledge. Or rather, I corrupted and destroyed all records I could find of them. The blue pane changes to say, search for records. Yes, no. Oh, yes, please. There is a pause. Then, 3 records found. 2 in HPSC possession. Destroy records. Yes, no. Yes, please. Find San. May I ask who has the 3rd record? Another pause. Records corrupted and destroyed. 3rd record was in the possession of a FO's personal doctor. Access further information. Yes, no. Nenzu looks as surprised as Izuku feels. All for One's doctor keeps their records accessible to the internet. With the absorption of OFA, I no longer need direct internet access to access databases or networks. It's Nenzu's turn to pause. Then a slow predatory smile forms. Excellent. Do not admit that to others besides Aizawa, Yamada and Yagi. I assume that is why you were able to contact the school during the USJ incident. Correct. HM. Would it be possible to copy their database to a UA computer and then destroy their database thoroughly? Another pause. This time obviously more for thought than for a task. It would require an empty, high-capacity computer or 3. I'll have them ready for you next Tuesday. Nenzu looks at Izuku. You don't mind, do you? Izuku snorts. No, that's fine. Maybe they won't be able to create Nomus for a while this way. Perhaps. The human mind can retain a lot of data. And aside, which spell are you first purchasing? He looks at the relevant screens. Fine, San. Can I purchase them all at once? Yes. Oh, well then, I want to do that. The available spell points changes to 11,875 and suddenly his brain is flooded with knowledge of how to cast the spells. It's a little lot much. He winces and decides not to ever do that again. Picking a spell at random, he casts Dirty Hands only for it to fail. Oh, apparently knowing how to cast a spell in theory is not the same as being actually capable of casting the spell. He tries 5 more times, failing each time, before finally succeeding. Yes, victoriously he shows Nenzu his hands. Very good. Now try casting the counter spell. Counter spell. He looks at the list again and his eyes alight on Skin Cleanse Hands. Apparently casting one spell successfully doesn't make it easier to cast another spell, because it takes him a full 7 fails before he succeeds on the 8th try. Phew. Izuku shows Nezu his now clean hands. Excellent. Are you having difficulty with the spells, or is there a time delay between casting and effect? No, not a delay. I'm having trouble getting the spells right. Interesting. Nezu observes. I wonder if you could teach them to others. No, spells for others can only be used in dungeon settings, and they must be learned manually from spell scrolls. Izuku blinks a few times at that. Do they have to learn all the level 1 spells before they can learn other spells? No, party members can learn up to 3 spells. Higher level spells take longer to learn than low level ones. It is recommended that party members only learn spells that suit their skill set. Spell scrolls can be given to others, but are one use only. I feel like that is unfair. He complains. Nezu laughs. I'm sure you can find uses for all the spells. At least you aren't limited to 3. He huffs but acknowledges that this is true. His spells aren't limited to dungeons either, which is cool. It also looks like you have access to 2 new quirks. I would like you to focus on learning how to use them as soon as possible. Nezu says. Are you sure that's okay? People are going to wonder about Fine Sen if they see float. I don't see a problem. Fine Sen makes floating pains to communicate. It's not a huge stretch to say that he can float you as well. Oh, okay. He wonders if his classmates will buy that. Why don't you spend the rest of our time together getting used to those 2 spells so you can perform them more quickly? We don't have enough time left to play a full game. And for your assignment, pick 2 heroes to analyze and compare and contrast them. Also explain which one would win in a fight against the other and why. Use a minimum of 2 pages and a maximum of 5. Teacher-issued quest. Compare and contrast 2 heroes in 2 to 5 pages. Explain who would win a fight between the 2 and why you think that is the case. Izuku's eyes widen in sudden excitement. Does it matter which 2? Not at all. They can be retired or active, living or dead. Okay, he says brightly, ideas whirring through his head. After a few moments, he shakes himself back to awareness, hoping Nezu hasn't noticed him spacing out, and goes back to practicing dirty hands and skin cleanse hands. Nerd, what are you doing? You look like an idiot spaced out holding your hands like that. Izuku jolts and looks at Kaken with wide eyes. Nerd is loads better as a nickname than Deku or Midoriya said in that tone of aggravation and scorn that he normally uses. Practicing magic. Are you fucking with me? Kaken demands. No. He yelps and holds up his hands so Kaken can see them as he uses first dirty hands and then skin cleanse hands. What the fuck? How is that supposed to help you? What's even the point? Kaken asks, recoiling a bit. He doesn't actually know the answer to that himself. Hopefully Dirty Hands is just a precursor to a level 2 spell that has some functionality. Cool your jets, Blasty. Most magic is for show anyways. Jiru says. Magic. I wanna see. Kaminari enthuses. Izuku looks around and sees most of the class staring at him. He's terrible at keeping secrets, isn't he? Fuck. Shinzo snorts. Leave him alone, Sparky. We already know his quirk bends reality to let him store stuff. Being able to bend it for other things isn't that much of a stretch. Thank Kami for Shinzo. I didn't mean it that way. Kaminari whines. I just want to see what he's doing. Kaken scoffs. He's just making his hands dirty and clean. Nothing worth seeing. Kaminari pouts. I still want to see. Aizawa-sensei sighs. Midoriya, come up front, show the class once, and then go back to working on what you're supposed to be working on, which is classwork, not magic. Izuku squeaks in embarrassment and hurries to get up and go up front. He holds his hands out towards the class and casts Dirty Hands. Dude, that's so sick. You could use that to smear dirt on stuff you want to mark as yours or to piss people off by rubbing it on them. Kaminari says brightly. Half the class sweat drops at that. Giving him a faltering smile, Izuku casts Skin Cleanse Hands. Neat. Zero comments. Does that only affect your hands? I'm not sure. Izuku says hesitantly. It's a good question, though. Aizawa-sensei clears his throat and Izuku starts and hurries back to his desk. He's already finished his classwork, but he'll stop practicing magic in class. Maybe he can get a head start on his extra essay about the dangers of vigilantism and programs in place to help vigilantes into more legal work. Midoriya, an extra 10 laps at a steady pace, Aizawa-sensei calls. Then flinches as a light blue pane pops up in front of his nose. Izuku flinches too as he almost runs into a green pane and stops short. Invalid quest. Oh, is it not enough laps or not enough variety? Aizawa-sensei asks. Either. Alright, I'll consider more variables, but for now, Midoriya, 20 extra laps at a steady pace. Teacher-issued quest. 30 laps at a steady pace. Okay, Aizawa-sensei. What is that about? Ito-sensei asks curiously. His quirk is sentient and has opinions on how hard he should work to get credit. Aizawa-sensei answers. Oh my. Izuku decides to start jogging as Kaken laps him and scoffs at him for falling behind, so he doesn't hear the rest of the conversation. Jiren sweats as he looks at the eyeless, masked man. What can I do for you today? All for one. The monster of the underground makes an amused sound. As you know, my pawn Tamura was captured by the police. Find me a quirkless person who is willing to turn to radical villainy under my direction for the sake of a quirk. Will you? Of course, he stammers. I'll start looking immediately. There are quirkless villains, of course, but most quirkless are in their late 50s or older these days, and no more than an average percentage of the younger ones turn to villainy. So considering the low percentage of younger quirkless, the number of quirkless villains is actually quite scarce. He may actually be forced to resort to approaching a law-abiding quirkless for this purpose, which makes the venture much higher risk for him. Although, really, nothing outweighs the risk of disappointing the monster of the underground. Take all the time you need. All for one says in a generous tone. He figures that means that he has about a month's worth of time to find an appropriate candidate. Well, that's something, at least. Hopefully whatever quirk the monster of the underground decides to give his new protege isn't as terrifying as the one his last protege has. Jiren has met that sadistic man-child exactly 17 times more than he ever wanted to. That being the number of times he's met him in total, for the sake of introducing small-time villains who wanted to participate in the youth's first and only raid on UA. He can really do without being casually threatened with disintegration for every other sentence out of his mouth. Well, that's something to make a note about when seeking a quirkless, someone less fucking nuts, but still ambitious enough to accept the deal. He has better things to do than die by annoying minion in a pissy mood. So, Mom, guess what? Inko gives him a suspicious look. What is it, dear? I leveled my stats enough that I now have access to magic. See, a light blue pane pops up in front of her, detailing the spells. She studies them for a few moments, looking more confused by the second. Finally, she gives a tiny huff and gives him a smile. That's nice, dear. He droops. You think they're useless, don't you? Well, I don't really see a use for the majority of them offhand, but I'm sure you can come up with something, she says encouragingly. Thanks, he says glumly. She pats his back. It'll be fine, Izuku. You're quite creative. Just make your lists about things you can do with them and you'll have it down in no time. That's a good idea. Thanks, Mom. Overhaul seethes. It's been weeks since Eri escaped and a speedster took off with her and they've found no whisper of where she's gone. The one careless enough to have let her escape is a memory since cleaned off of the wall and floor, but that doesn't bring his experiment back. None of the speedsters in the city have Eri. They've checked. She hasn't been turned over to the police, either. And if the heroes have her, no, they can't. He would know. Thus it must be someone so new that registrations haven't caught up with them or someone from out of town. And there was a train station in the direction the speedster had carried Eri. But attacking a train station to find information is guaranteed to bring down heroes on them en masse. He's strong, as people are strong, but he doesn't want to take unnecessary risks. For now, he'll have his people keep hacking the registries and sifting through the underworld for hints of Eri. Attacking a train station requires an in-depth plan and that will take time to plan. How dare that cursed child set back his plans like this? Shinso yelps as he dodges an axe kick from Yamomo. Holy hell, where'd you learn that? Yamomo doesn't answer, just comes at him with a high kick. From Maruko, obviously. Izuku offers from the sidelines. That first kick is modeled after her Luna Fall kick. Oh, obviously, he says sarcastically, and does a credible leap over a low kick. Then curses as Yamomo produces and comes at him with Eskrima sticks. What did I do to deserve this? Izuku chuckles, because he knows Shinso's complaints are just for show. He even manages to tangle one of the sticks in his capture weapon, only for Yamomo to set her feet and yank him forward into the other one. At that point, it devolves into a wrestling match, which Yamomo eventually wins. Her early weapons training has made her strong, whereas Shinso is basically a stick. Yeah, I know I'm a stick. I'm working on it. You can call me Hitoshi, you know. Both of you. Oh, was he muttering again? Izuku beams. Yamomo rolls off of Hitoshi, cheeks flushed at the praise, and offers him a hand up. Good match, Hitoshi. Yeah, same. Hitoshi takes her hand and lets her heave him up. I really do need to put on more muscle, though. Any ideas for that? I still have the American Dream plan that All Might gave me. The first one, that is. You can have it, since I have an updated plan now. Izuku volunteers. Hitoshi gives him a deadpan look. Didn't you say All Might had you pulling refrigerators while he sat on top of them? No thanks. I want to get stronger, not die. I didn't die. He points out, then huffs. Why don't you just ask All Might Sensei for a plan, then? I'm sure he can make you one if you're clear on your goals. I might do that. And then run it past Aizawa Sensei to see how ridiculous it is. Hitoshi. Yamomo chuckles at them. Running it past Aizawa Sensei is probably a good idea. All Might Sensei is pretty new to teaching. Yeah, okay, Izuku admits. It probably is a good precaution. Yagi Sensei gets carried away at times. All Might tosses him 3 bean bags and beams at him. Juggle these when not otherwise occupied. While walking, he adds hastily and rather loudly. Acceptable. Phew, I was actually going to have you do that anyways, but Aizawa warned me and I wanted to see if it would happen with me too. All Might says confidingly. Izuku gives him a puzzled look. Why? Teacher issued quest, juggle 3 items while walking, when not otherwise occupied in class. Oh, that makes more sense than not otherwise occupied by walking. He shrugs and starts juggling and then starts walking, only to promptly drop 2 of the bean bags. This is harder than it looks. Izuku grins deviously and pulls back mid-wrestle with Kaken and heroics and lifts his hands threateningly. Don't you fucking dare. He dares, rapidly casting dirty hands and damp hands in quick succession. He wipes mud over Kaken's face with one hand and drags the other over Kaken's hand and down his arm. Kaken screams in outrage. I'm going to kill you. Die. For his pains, he gets a few minor burns, but so worth it. Even if Recovery Girl is going to smack him with her cane for being an idiot. Later, Blasty stomps up to him and says in a seething tone, I'm going to murder you. Well, Denki can see why Blasty's in a pissy mood. There's mud smeared all over his face and arms and muddy handprints all over his shirt and even a couple on his pants. But none of that is his doing. Midoriya did that. Everyone had stopped their own sparring to watch. What did I do? He asks plaintively. Blasty scoffs loudly. You know what you did. Then he stomps off, muttering about stupid nerds. Denki scratches his head in puzzlement and says to no one, No, I really don't. They are eating lunch together when All Might asks, My boy, where did you get the mud you smeared on Bakugo? Oh that. Izuku smirks and holds up his hands for inspection. My boy. He blinks as he realizes he hasn't told All Might yet. He does dirty hands and damp hands, waits a moment and then does skin cleanse hands. I made it. I unlocked magic spells earlier this week. Oh my. Why, may I ask? Why unlock it? My stats from all the teacher-issued quests have gotten pretty high. I even unlocked 2 quirks, Danger Sense and Float. All Might blinks and then beams. My boy, that's great news. I can't wait to see you use Float. You should have told me sooner. Sorry about that. I guess I thought I had. It happens to the best of us. But tell me, why Bakugo? Has he offended you? He smirks smugly. He's had it coming for a few years. I see. It is clear that he does not. Because he's abrasive. Something like that. He agrees vaguely. Navel, Eri squeals, throwing herself at him. He catches her on reflex. Hey, Eri, how are you? I'm good. How was your week? Izuku blinks at her. It's something Uncle Zashi likes to ask. She confides. Oh, it was really good. Fine-san let me learn magic this week. Magic. Can I see? Fine-san, can I see the list again? A green screen appears in reply. Fortunately, he spots a spell that should be interesting to a little kid. Flow palm. He sets her down. Okay, this might take a minute, cause I haven't tried this spell yet. Okay, it takes him nearly 3 minutes and 8 tries before his palms start glowing softly. Wow, Eri breathes in astonishment. Can you make my Navel doll's hands glow too? He looks back at the screen frantically, then breathes a sigh of relief as Fine-san highlights dim glow, minor object. Doll hands should count as minor objects, right? I should be able to. I don't know how long it will last, though. Until you utilize end spell or want to end it. Wait, so I don't need a counter spell? No, but that's a valid use, too. Oh, right. You can read my intent. That makes sense. Yes. Okay, Eri, where's your doll? She runs and grabs it off the floor, where it was laying with the rest of her dolls and her apple bunny stuffy, and holds it up for his inspection. Here, hesitantly, he places his index fingers on the tiny hands and concentrates on the spell. Surprisingly, it works the first time. Maybe because he's already gotten the hang of Glow Palm. There you go. It should stay glowing. Zawa-san, Zawa-san, Eri screeches excitedly after peering at the doll for a moment. And wow, he hasn't seen his teacher move that fast since the USJ. Look, Navel made his little him hands glow like his. I see that. Aizawa-sensei shoots him an exasperated look that clearly queries problem child. What did you do now? He pats Eri's head awkwardly. That's nice. Sheepishly, Izuku uses glow palm again and shows his teacher. Aizawa-sensei huffs a little. How many types of magic do you have access to now? 25. Fine-sen says 25. His teacher closes his eyes and sighs in resignation, then looks at him again. I shouldn't have to tell you, but you need to be more careful or people will find out. Yes, sensei. He looks down in embarrassment. The class had taken the reveal of magic at face value, probably because gamer quirks are so rare, but not everyone would be so easily convinced. It's probably inevitable that people will find out that Fine-san is a gamer quirk, but the further in the future that happens, the better. He's so bad at lying that he almost. Izuku swallows hard. Sorry, sensei. That just makes Aizawa-sensei sigh again. As long as you know. So, Eri, what is Mini Navel going to do with his glowing hands? Be a nightlight, so everyone can see in the dark and walk without tripping. Izuku's sweat drops, because he's pretty sure that the tiny glowing hands are not bright enough to illuminate anything. I see. Do you want the light off so you can play pretend? No, we can pretend with the light on. She turns and tugs on Izuku's still glowing hand. Navo, come help me. You can light the way so Auntie Nem and Uncle Zashi aren't scared of the dark. Okay, is Aizawa-sensei not scared of the dark? He isn't. He always scares the dark and the monsters away, so he's not scared of the dark. The dark is scared of him. A glance at his teacher reveals him choking on thin air in open amusement. Sides, his eyes glow in the dark so he doesn't need a nightlight. Is that so? And yeah, he can see that. Aizawa-sensei's eyes glow enough to be visible in the daylight when he uses his quirk. There's no reason it wouldn't work as a nightlight or personal flashlight. He scared me the first time he did that. He glances at his teacher again and sees a faint look of regret on the man's face. I'm sure he didn't mean to. That's what he said. It doesn't scare me anymore, though. Zawa-san keeps me safe from the bad dreams. He's good at that, isn't he? Too bad his bad dreams feature the Namu knocking Aizawa-sensei to the ground like a toy. But the man is good at keeping others safe. There's no way they would have survived USJ without him taking on most of the villains himself. Even Overhaul runs away when he comes. He sneaks another glance at his teacher, who looks torn between concern at that statement and blushing. That's cute, he decides. Very cool. So, who do I get to play? You can play Zawa-san. Can you make his eyes glow? I can try. I don't think it'll be the right color, though. Did I say something wrong? He asks his quirk. No, that's fine, he reassures him. You can change the color at will. Oh, Fine-sen says I can make the color right. Izuku tells her. She pumps a little fist. Yeah, he grins. Well, he knows where she got that from. Monday afternoon. Midoriya, stay a moment. Aizawa-sensei says his class lets out. Once everyone is gone and the door is shut, he continues. Nedzu said I should ask to see your stat screens now and then to get a better idea of how your quests work. Oh, show Aizawa-sensei stat screens. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nedzu, Hero's Essay Quest, plus 345 exp, plus 2 Ys, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, Vigilantism Essay Quest, plus 451 exp, plus 2 INT, plus 1 Ys, plus 1 STP. Mike, 5 Words Quest, plus 94 exp, plus 1 Ys, plus 1 STP. Cementos, Chapter and Quiz Quest, plus 348 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Ys, plus 1 STP. Midnight, Gender and Sexuality Essay Quest, plus 300 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Ys, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, Run 30 Laps Quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Ito, Learn Tai Chi Move Quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Ys, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Ectoplasm, pages 26 and 27 and get 90% plus correct quest, plus 293 exp, plus 1 Ys, plus 1 STP. Midnight, Chapter 9 Summary Quest, plus 152 exp, plus 1 Ys, plus 1 STP. All Might, Juggle 3 items while walking quest, plus 132 exp, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Snipe, Translate paragraph into different writing systems, plus 319 exp, plus 1 Ys, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, Run 30 Laps Quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Ito, Learn Tai Chi Move Quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Ys, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. All Might, Juggle 3 items while walking quest, plus 132 exp, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, Run 30 Laps Quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Nishikawa, Learn Karate Stances Quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Ys, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP, plus 4012 exp, plus 7 INT, plus 12 Ys, plus 8 Dex, plus 16 STP. Izuku Midoriya, level 11, exp, 12,919 24,000, STR, 40, VIT, 94, Dex, 38, INT, 86, Ys, 91, HP, 564 over 564, MP divided by STA, 134 over 134, STP, 0. I see, Aizawa-sensei says after several moments studying the pains. More intensive or longer tasks gain you more experience and stats. Correct. Yeah, I think so. Has your strength stat gone up at all since we started these quests? No, wait, it did last week. 1 point. For PE, after which your initial quest was judged invalid. That tracks. It takes time to build strength. I'm going to add sports weights to your running quest. That should help. Correct. Aizawa-sensei smirks. Alright, kid. You can go now. Thanks, Aizawa-sensei. He waves as he lets himself out the door. It always amazes him that a teacher is so willing to help. Nedzu finishes studying the stats screens, then looks at him curiously. Have you had much luck with practicing your spells? Some. I've learned Dirty Hands, Damp Hands, Skin Cleanse Hands, Glow Palm and Dim Glow, Minor Object. I did hear that your altercation with Bakugo got rather messy. Nezu looks and sounds amused, so he's probably not in trouble. Yeah. I used Dirty Hands and Damp Hands together a bunch of times in a row. Ingenious. I imagine he was furious. Yeah, it was. Kinda the point, though. Recovery Girl was displeased. Izuku winces. She called me an idiot. Well, it was perhaps not the brightest thing to do, but I'm sure it fulfilled its purpose in relieving built-up emotion quite handily. Nezu observes. He nods, because it did do that. Besides, Kaken deserved it after all the shit he did in middle school. Izuku is glad that Nezu seems to think it was okay to do. His mom is going to have a fit if she ever hears about it. You've been doing very well at chess. Would you like to learn to play Go? Izuku perks up. Yes, please. Teacher-issued quest. Learn the basics of playing Go. Would you like some tea? I will let you choose the variety if you wish. He blinks. It's unusual for Nezu-sensei to not have pre-made tea on hand. Do you have, lapsing Saochong? I had that once and it was really good. It's like a campfire in a cup. Mom hates it, though. I do indeed. I rarely drink it because the caffeine content is a little inadvisable for me, but I agree that it is lovely. That is a quite accurate description of its flavor. A very cozy flavor, Nezu says and opens a cupboard that he had thought a part of the wall, and measures some tea out of a glass container into the teapot before adding steaming water. There, now we shall wait for a few minutes for it to steep. Fine, San. As you can see, he gestures to a bank of 4 computers set against the opposite wall. I have the computers ready for your information download. Understood. Download commencing. This may take several hours. Understandable. Take all the time you need. I assume proximity to the computers is not an issue. Nezu queries. Not as long as they are on. Excellent. He pulls out a game board and sets it on the desk between them, parceling out the pieces rapidly. I hope you don't mind playing white. It's fine. I don't care. Very good. Now our tea is ready, and once that is poured, we can begin our game. Nezu says and suits actions to words. Yes, sensei. He acknowledges and watches Nezu pour the tea into delicate teacups. There's something artful about it, and he's looking forward to tasting it again. Normal tea is kind of boring to him. Something he drinks because it's there, not because he particularly enjoys it. There we are. Nezu sets down his cup and moves to get his own. Don't burn yourself. Izuku pauses with the teacup halfway to his mouth and sets it down sheepishly. Yeah, he should probably at least blow on it a few times before he starts sipping, shouldn't he? Tamura sulks stares at his therapist moodily. What is it with this speech and her stupidly logical arguments as to why sensei is in the wrong? It almost makes him want to not hate hero society. Disgusting. She stares back calmly. Just think about it, okay? TCH. That's the problem. He doesn't want to think about it. He'll think about it despite his best efforts, he knows. Whatever. The beach nods as if he agreed with her. All right. You're free to play video games for the rest of the session. Yeah, that's right. This is the one and only reason he agreed to therapy. He goes to therapy for an hour, listens to this NPC's dialogue, and then gets his quest reward. 2 hours of supervised video game playing. Of course, he has to wear the Quirk suppressant cuff no matter what, but that just means he doesn't have to worry about disintegrating the controller. At least the beach is good at keeping quiet so she doesn't distract him while supervising him. Izuku stares at his spell list. Not for the first time this day, in confusion. Is moisturize meant to be used on skin, hair, or objects? Yes. What? It's meant to be used on soil, but it can be used on skin, hair, or objects that require moisturizing. Oh, that's surprisingly versatile. It's a subtle spell. Does that mean you rethought its use after coming up with it? Yes. Why exactly did you pick these spells anyway? I mean, I'm not complaining, but it wasn't what I was thinking of when I asked for a magic skill. They're all subtle. I'm not apologizing. I didn't ask you to. You do realize that flashy magic would certainly draw the HPSC's attention to you before you are in a position to oppose them, right? Oh, he thinks about that for a bit. I guess you're right. I'm not going to manage to get to level 2 spells in a hurry, though. Does that mean the other levels will have flashier magic? Isn't having access to 7 other quirks enough for you? Izuku pouts, because Fine-san is not wrong, but magic. He gets the mental impression of a sigh from Fine-san. Level 3 spells get a little flashy. But fine, I'll raise the number of level 4 spells you can learn to 2 and take away the requirement for the level 5 spell to be in the same category as the level 4 spells. Yes, Izuku cheers. How many level 3 spells can I learn? Since you rethought moisturize, does that mean I can convince you to allow creative uses of other spells? Can I use spells in conjunction with my quirks? Can I use them on other people's quirks? All of them, if you wish. Perhaps. Maybe. Yes. Sweet. So I can change the color of Kaken's explosions and Todoroki's fire. Yes. Izuku begins to giggle, chuckle a little madly, and rub his hands together. You have plans, I take it. Yup. He casts the spell in art history when Kakin is making casual pops to burn off sweat as he takes notes. But it's not until heroics that Kakin notices that his explosions are a soft, baby pink. Izuku hears the moment from halfway across the training grounds that they're using for the current exercise. What the fuck? MIDORRRRRRIYYYYY. You little sheet. What did you do? 3 minutes later, Izuku is laughing his head off while being chased by Kakin, who is out for blood and firing off large, pale pink explosions. Get back here, you fucker, and let me kill you. Change it back. Which is it? He asks, then giggles. Do you want me to fix it? He giggles again. Or do you want to kill me? Both. Sorry. No can do. Pick one or the other. Die. He dodges another explosion and goes back to laughing like a loon. Eventually, of course, Kakin tackles him and makes to explode him out of sheer rage. But All Might picks him off of Izuku before he can. Now, boys, calm down. I'm sure there is an easy way to resolve this. Midoriya, take the spell off. Spoil sport. He complains, but obediently cancels the spell. Fine, it's gone. Kakin fires off a small explosion as a test, and it's all yellow-orange light as usual. He huffs and quits, struggling to get loose. All Might sets him down gingerly. Young Bakugo, I expect that there will be no more attempts to maim your classmate. Young Midoriya, I expect you to ask and receive permission from your classmates before you use spells on them, no matter how harmless or how funny you think it is. Yes, sir, Kakin mutters, throwing Izuku a harsh glare. Sorry, Izuku mumbles, picking himself up. He's not really sorry, of course. Kakin with baby pink explosions was comedy gold. Excellent. I know I can rely on you. You're fine, young men. Also, congratulations on figuring out how to use another spell, Midoriya. Izuku beams. Thanks, All Might. Izuku is surprised when Todoroki approaches him after class. Midoriya. Todoroki. Can I help you? Can you only change the color of explosions? No. I mean, the spell is literally change flame color. If you changed my flames, would it change Endeavor's flames as well? He blinks in confusion. No, quirks don't work that way. They're your flames, not an extension of your father's flames. Unless his quirk is somehow one of those mythical transferable ones, which I doubt. Endeavor hasn't been losing his flames since you got your quirk, has he? Todoroki stares at him expressionlessly for a few uncomfortable moments, before admitting no. And he can't use your flames for you, can he? He checks just to be sure. Also no. Izuku nods. Then your quirk is 100% yours, not his. I see. For some reason he thinks that maybe. Yes, Todoroki does see. Could you alter the color of my flames permanently if I asked? I don't see why not. He admits. Do you want me to? And what color? Yes, hot pink, please. Endeavor thinks it's an abomination of a color. Okay. I'm going to need you to actually produce some flame, though. He wonders why Todoroki dislikes his father so much, but he's not rude enough to ask. Todoroki turns one hand up and fills it with fire, without a word. He casts change flame color on it. Seeing hot pink flames with flickering orangish and purple tips is a trip. A quick glance at Todoroki's reaction makes him stop and gawk. Todoroki is smiling. Somehow, he accidentally beats even Ida to class, although Aizawa-sensei is already there. He sets his stuff down by his desk, and after a moment, approaches his teacher. Aizawa-sensei, do you have an object that needs moisturizing? Aizawa-sensei gives him a leery look, a mixture of disgust and amusement. Kid. Izuku flushes as he realizes how that might sound to his teacher and hastily amends. Or skin. Not helping your case here, problem child. He squeaks, blushes harder and tries again. Or hair. Or soil. His teacher huffs in open amusement and shoves up his left sleeve to above the elbow and holds out his arm. Seriously, watch how you phrase things. But here, the skin on the patch Shigaraki disintegrated tends to get dry. Just be careful. The skin is still fragile. He nods frantically and then focuses. This might take a couple minutes because I haven't tried the spell before. Understandable. To both their surprise, he gets it on the third try. Aizawa-sensei glances down at his elbow with what, if he's not wrong, is a pleasantly surprised expression. Thanks, problem child. He rolls his sleeve back down and goes back to looking at the papers on his podium. Izuku takes the chance to go to his desk and take a seat. It works. Okay, maybe he shouldn't get so excited about it, but he was able to help his teacher, and got thanked for it. Midnight Sensei catches him in the hall after lunch and draws him into the teacher's lounge for a chat. Shouta told me what you did for his arm and I was wondering, do you need to see the skin in order to use it? So all the teachers know now. Wow, he is terrible at keeping secrets. Although the teachers already know about Fine San, so it's fine. He hesitates. No, he repeats. She lets out an explosive sigh of relief. Oh, thank Kami. My breasts are so dry they itch. I had to change my lotion because I became allergic to one of the ingredients. But the new one the doctor recommended doesn't work at all and it hurts to use my quirk when I'm so dry. In the attached kitchenette, Yamada-sensei chokes on thin air. Nem. Phrasing. Izuku wonders if someone could cook an egg on his face from the sheer heat of embarrassment. Come to think of it, can he cook an egg with heat hands? No, Izuku, focus. Midnight Sensei doesn't mean anything sexy by talking about her breasts. She's complaining about a health issue because using her quirk hurts her. He takes a deep breath, lets it out, and then asks, Fine Sen, what is the range of moisturize? 5 by 5 by 26. Oh, okay. That should be enough. Midnight Sensei, I can just do a full body version, but I think I need to hold your hands or at least put my hands really close to you to do it. She grins at him and grabs his hands. That works for me. He casts moisturize at full strength. Sucking a deep breath, she arches her back and then relaxes with a pleased exhalation of breath. Thank you. That feels marvelous. Do let me take advantage of your intimate services again, will you? Nem, you can't say that to a first year. Yamada scolds again. I can use the spell on you again if you want, but please don't say it like that. Also, my mom swears by Midori no Sekai brand lotion if you want to try it. Midnight Sensei pouts. Fine, your non-sexual intimate services. Spoil sports. Then she grins. Does her mom use it because of the name? That's probably as good as he's going to get from her, isn't it? She said she tried it because of the name, but keeps using it because it's just that good. He groans when Midnight wiggles her eyebrows at him. Seriously, why is she like this? Maybe he should just be grateful that she doesn't do it in class unless someone else starts it and only as a way to shut it down. Izuku could not handle this on a regular basis. Maximum security prison break. Earlier today, Nagashita Maximum Security Prison suffered a prison break, loosing such individuals as Earth Rumbler, Moonfish, Muscular, Mustard, and Crackle on the unsuspecting public. Investigation into how this break occurred is taking place, even as authorities scramble to find the missing prisoners, all of whom are rank B or higher villains. Earth Rumbler is responsible for the Maitoto City disaster, having leveled over 10 blocks of residential and 30 blocks of businesses during his relatively short rampage. He was eventually detained by the heroine Vibrant, who has the ability to amplify or nullify vibrations in a large area around her and was able to counter his quirk with her own. While he caused many deaths, this villain's focus is on property damage, so evacuating nearby buildings should be a priority if he is spotted. Moonfish is a serial killer with the ability to extend and manipulate his teeth and more than 37 deaths attributed to his name. He is clinically insane and a cannibal, which in conjunction with his quirk makes him a rank A threat. If you see him, make it your priority to get out of reach approx. 60 feet and warn any others around you to do the same. Muscular is a giant category. Rank B villain responsible for the deaths of the water hose duo and others. His quirk is muscles, allowing him to grow and repair muscles on command. He is bloodthirsty and loves to fight. There is no preferred age range or characteristic for his victims, so anyone encountering him is at risk. Running from him may be fruitless unless one has a speed quirk. But do your best. Mustard is a surprisingly young villain with a mildly poisonous gas quirk. Fortunately, he is not immune to his own quirk. Unfortunately, a gas mask and gun are his preferred equipment and his quirk has an extremely wide range. While only responsible for a couple deaths, there are many casualties during the incidents he caused, resulting in local hospitals being overwhelmed with patients that needed to be treated for gas inhalation. Crackle is best known for hospitalizing victims with heart attacks and shock symptoms caused by his quirk, which produces a moderately dangerous bioelectric field around him in the visible spectrum. He is noted to have a weakness for money, so if you find yourself closer than 6 feet from him, offering to pay him offer a minimum of 5,000 yen to leave you alone is considered a valid strategy for avoiding civilian casualties. Other, lesser threats who escaped in the confusion are villains Splash, Cupid, Locomotion, and Gold Cup. Recommendations for dealing with these villains are more or less the same. Stay more than 20 feet from them and do not antagonize them. In the event of encountering any of the above villains, make sure to alert the police or nearest hero as soon as you are able. Authorities say that the villains are more likely to be focused on escaping the area than causing havoc, but urge local residents to be cautious as they go about their day and to remain indoors after dark if possible. Check Nagashita Daily News website for further updates regarding the situation during the course of the day. Reporter Satoi Hiragi. The look on Aizawa-sensei's face when he sees Todoroki's newly pink flames and Todoroki's totally unbothered expression is just so done. He doesn't say anything, though, for which Izuku is grateful. Kaken on the other hand storms over and screams at Todoroki to tell him to knock it off. Todoroki just gives him his standard blank look and asks, why? Why? Because it's girly as fuck. Should I be insulted? Ashido asks curiously. Come on, Bikubro. Pink is a manly color. Kirishima says, I fail to see how my quirk's appearance concerns you. Endeavor 2.0. Todoroki comments, leaving them all wondering why Todoroki is using his father's hero name as an insult. because the mild inflection on the name clearly bespeaks insult. Fuck you, I'm original, not some fucking copy, and I'm going to be the new #1. Remember it. Kaken rages. That's what he said, too. Todoroki remarks, unfazed by Kaken's fury. Ooh, sick burn, Kaminari says in the background. With a maddened scream, Kaken launches himself at Todoroki, only to be snagged in Aizawa-sensei's capture scarf. Todoroki, quit provoking him. Bakugo, stand down. You're making my dry eye worse. Kaken predictably struggles wildly for a minute before giving up, panting for breath. Aizawa-sensei, can I go to Recovery Girl for a rabies shot? I think he got his spittle on me. Todoroki asks, cool as a cucumber. Die. Aizawa-sensei sighs deeply. You know what? Sure, go see if you can convince her to give you a rabies shot. At least it will keep you from provoking him. Which I asked you to stop. I quote am not fucking rabid, you fucking broken faucet. Get back here and fight me like a man. Kaken screams. No, Todoroki says over his shoulder and walks away without another look back. Fucking shut up, Deku. And the rest of you extras quit laughing at me. Kaken screeches. Izuku tries to muffle his giggles, but the rest of the class doesn't even pretend to until Aizawa-sensei sighs again. Knock it off, problem children. I'm having Netsu add eye drops to your school bill. None of them really think that's a threat, but they do sober up, and after a couple moments, Kaken simmers down, too. All of which to say that Kaken's reaction tops All Might's the next day by a mile. All Might stares at the pink flames, mouth dropping open a little, before sidling over to Izuku. Midoriya, my boy, you did ask this time, didn't you? Izuku feels a little smug as he answers. Nope, he asked me. I see. Well, if he was the one to ask, I'm sure it's fine. All Might sounds relieved, which is a little insulting, but it's better than being scolded. He decides to leave the part about Kaken exploding out of it anyways. What All Might doesn't know won't hurt him. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Netsu, Go Basics Quest, plus 223 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 WISE, plus 1 STP. Netsu, Use of Therapy Animals in Nursing Homes Essay Quest, plus 265 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 STP. Ectoplasm Quiz Quest, plus 241 XP, plus 1 WISE, plus 1 STP. Kayama, 1000 Words or Less Art Nouveau Influences Essay Quest, plus 124 XP, plus 1 WISE, plus 1 STP. All Might, Juggle 3 Items While Walking Quest, plus 132 XP, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Snipe, Diagram Sentences Quest, plus 200 XP, plus 2 WISE, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, in 1-2 pages describe punishments of breaking these laws essay quest, plus 319 XP, plus 2 INT, plus 1 STP. Yamada, reorganize paragraphs to correct English quest, plus 356 XP, plus 2 WISE, plus 1 STP. Cementos, chapter and quiz quest, plus 348 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 WISE, plus 1 STP. Kayama, 3-page Toxic Masculinity, Femininity Affecting Society Essay Quest, plus 472 XP, plus 2 INT, plus 2 WISE, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, Run 30 Laps with Weights Quest, plus 112 XP, plus 1 STR, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Nishikawa, Learn Karate Stances Quest, plus 370 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 WISE, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. All Might, Juggle 3 Items While Walking Quest, plus 132 XP, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, Run 30 Laps with Weights Quest, plus 112 XP, plus 1 STR, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Nishikawa, Learn Karate Move Quest, plus 370 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 WISE, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. All Might, Juggle 3 Items While Walking Quest, plus 132 XP, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP, plus 3917 XP, plus 9 INT, plus 12 WISE, plus 2 STR, plus 7 Dex, plus 16 STP. Izuku Midoriya, level 11, XP, 16,836 24,000, STR, 42, VIT, 110, Dex, 45, INT, 95, WISE, 103, HP, 660 over 660. MP divided by STA 150 over 150. STP 0. Netsu Sensei looks pleased. Excellent. It looks like dungeons will unlock in about 3 weeks, though I am a little curious as to your lack of enthusiasm for exploring that aspect of your quirk. Well, dungeons are where things try to kill you, right? I want to be a hero to save people, not to kill things. I see where your previous experiences could lead to that conclusion. though I believe you are overlooking the aspect of dungeons called drops, which means your dungeon experiences could potentially be quite lucrative. Also, I believe Fine-sen's concern for you would prevent it from placing you in a dungeon that would bring you true harm, at least at first, Nezu-sensei says brightly. That's not as reassuring as you think it is, Izuku tells him dryly, but the idea of drops does get his attention. You can stick to lower-level dungeons if you wish. Oh, well, that's nice to know. What's that? Nezu-sensei inquires. Fine-sen says I can choose to stick to lower-level dungeons if I want. Nezu-sensei nods. I suspected as much. That addresses your fears on the subject nicely. Izuku decides to change the subject. Was the information Fine-sen downloaded for you useful? The Chimera accepts the subject change easily. Quite. It was all rather horrifying, and necessary information has been forwarded to the police to solve quite a number of missing person cases and forewarn them of the numbers of Nama we can expect to face in the near future. I am quite glad to have this information removed from enemy hands, although I suspect that much of it had backups of one sort or another. Unfortunate, of course, but there's little we can do other than hope that we've set back all for one's plans a bit. He spreads his paws in a what-have-you gesture. Fine-san, you have my thanks for doing this, and Midoriya, my thanks for allowing your quirk to do so. Oh, Izuku waves his hands around in embarrassment. You are welcome. Yeah, you're welcome from me too. He hastily follows Fine-san's example in relief. I may ask you to lend your services in the future, but rest assured, you can refuse with no repercussions. There will be no pressure put on either of you, even if the reason for asking is pressing. Nezu says. Oh, Izuku says blankly, blinking a few times. It was not what he was expecting, somehow. That is acceptable, though I will refuse if Izuku does not wish me to lend my services. Of course, I expected as much. Both of you must be in agreement or nothing will happen. None of the teachers on staff nor I will pressure you, Nezu assures him. The teachers know. Aizawa and Yagi know. Both of them guessed when I brought them in on the matter. The others accepted that my source is anonymous. I'm afraid I had to let Detective Tsukachi know as well. He does not know your name, however, just that there is a student with a powerful information tech quirk on campus who found the information for me. The Chimera explains. We do take your privacy seriously, I promise, and Tsukachi will not press for your identity. Oh, that's good. He wonders who Detective Tsukachi is. The detective with a lie detector quirk. He is trustworthy and knows about One for All as well as being All Might's go-to for situations dealing with All for One. Oh, that's good to know. He didn't know All Might had others in the loop to rely on. Have you tried practicing with your new quirks yet? Nezu's question draws him out of his head. No, I believe that you should try working with them and at the least become familiar with their activation requirements and basic usages. Is that okay? The class will see and, seeing as your class has accepted you doing magic rather easily, I don't think you will find any issues with practicing in front of them. Oh, that makes sense, he guesses. Now that we have settled that, I have a couple go moves I'd like to teach you today. Yes, Nezu-sensei. Izuku agrees, the change of subject making him feel lighter. He looks forward to the games with Nezu, even if he's never won any of them. Hitoshi watches his friend stand stock still, looking at thin air and knows he is going to do something stupid. This is why he's not surprised a couple minutes later when Izuku starts floating. Izuku apparently doesn't notice at first, because when he does notice, he looks elated and starts floating up like a lazy balloon. Finally, he notices that he's several feet above the gym floor and looks panicked. How do I get down? Well, that's a question for the ages. Everyone is looking at Izuku now, because he was a lot louder than he probably meant to be. He floats higher as they watch, now bobbling like there's a breeze. He groans internally and walks over and snags his friend's foot before he floats completely out of reach and reels him down until he's more like a yard up. And then, Hitoshi just holds him in place until he suddenly drops to the floor, having figured out at least how to turn it off, if not how to get down on his own. Hitoshi, thank you, Izuku exclaims and leans up to wrap him in a semi-hysterical hug of gratitude. That was scary. I thought I was just going to keep going up until I floated into space and got pulled apart by the lack of gravity and air and just became a spatter in space until I re-entered the atmosphere and burned up before I hit the ground. And my mom wouldn't even have ashes to remember me by because I'd be scattered all over Japan. There, Hitoshi says lamely, awkwardly patting his back. I'm sure All Might could have jumped up and brought you down, even if we weren't in a gym that has, a roof. You're okay now. That only has the effect of Izuku bursting into tears and trying to snuggle into him further, which is kind of impossible, but the boy gives it a good try. Thank you, he wails. You're such a good friend, Hitoshi. Thank you. Hitoshi resigns himself to being a human teddy bear and shoots a glare at the class, who are now standing around with avid expressions, looking like they're watching a soap opera. Most of them have the decency to turn back to their own training. Most, oi, crybaby, Get off of eye bags and stop wailing like you were going to die. Huh, maybe the asshole has something vaguely resembling kindness under all that bark and bite. Kaken, I thought I was going to die. You fucking did not. Now get off, you embarrassment to humans everywhere. Cry on your own time. Nah, probably not. Izuku steps back and looks up at him earnestly. Am I an embarrassment, Hitoshi? No, he deadpans. But you should probably be training instead of being a koala. His friend sniffs dramatically and wipes away his tears, then nods firmly. You're a great friend, Hitoshi. Thank you for saving me from certain death. Okay, now he knows Izuku is just acting. Sure, you good now? Yup. Izuku beams at him. Hitoshi raises a brow and flicks his capture scarf so it releases Izuku's leg and coils it up as he walks back to his own training. A day in the life of. Geez, well, at least life isn't boring around Izuku. Thursday, first trimester, 10th week of school. Starting tomorrow, heroics is also going to be switched temporarily to martial arts lessons. So you have time to cover all of the ones offered to first years starting second semester before finals occur. Aizawa-sensei says in a bored tone. As a reminder, you have 4 weeks to study before finals week, so put that to good use. Yes, sensei. The class responds. Mostly, there are a few moans and groans and curses as people are reminded of finals existing. Personally, he makes a mental note to start reviewing chapters and such starting next week, because he's already agreed to come visit Eri this weekend and he needs to try out heat hands, lullaby, odor, minor, illusion, surface cleanse, skin, and surface cleanse, hair. And, okay, maybe that's not a lot, but he likes starting things at the beginning of a week, not the end. It throws him off if he starts studying at the end of a week for finals. Let's just say he's made that mistake before and never again. Kaken thought it was funny and mocked him for it for a good month, acting like he got F's instead of B's. So that's why you see him as a goal. I didn't know he had more going for him than a strong quirk and anger issues. Banjo comments suddenly. Kaken's complicated, he admits, but he's always been the strongest in everything. He works hard to be the best. He's still an asshole, kid. And points out, lots of people are, and it's not entirely his fault. The adults around us never did anything to correct him. Izuku points out, he can change. If he chooses to, kid. If he chooses to. Mona adds, I think he will. Yue has been helping. He tells her, just don't be too disappointed if he doesn't. You can't force others to change. Uncle Yoichi says in a grave tone. I would know. Yeah, Izuku says with a mental huff, done with the conversation. He knows he can't change Kaken. Only Kaken can do that. And he'll only do it if given a good reason to. But Yue has helped. Well, in not being quirkless, which he doesn't quite get, because he's fairly sure Kaken isn't quirkless despite some of the shit he said. Plus, Kaken started therapy, and he knows that will help him figure out things and maybe just be less angry overall. Friday, Skywind Blue. Hey, Novel, do you have any merch I could buy? At Novel Official. Gorgeous dog. Oh hey, that's a good question. Do you have any yet? At Novel Official. Hina for life. Better question, do you mind if we make fan merch? At Novel Official. Mirko Simp. Even better question, do you mind if we make and sell fan merch for you? At Novel Official. Izuku stares at the messages that pinged him and the boatload of comments under them of people excitedly discussing the possibilities and panics a little. What's with the deer in the headlights expression? Hitoshi asks, leaning in to look. On his other side, Momo tilts her head to get a better look too. Is that a Hero Official account? I didn't think we could get one without a license. Oh, Yamada-sensei sponsored mine because I was trending after the radio show episode and he wanted me to take advantage of that. Damn, they already want merch of you. You should tell them yes to the fan merch. Hitoshi opines. Or you could sell a limited amount of official merch. Momo suggests. I'd be happy to make it for you until you have an opportunity to contract with a supplier. Both of them look at her in surprise. Aren't you the one against messing with the economy? Hitoshi asks. She looks faintly embarrassed. Yes, but it's for a good cause and I don't think a small amount of merch for a first-year student will harm the economy. Izuku bites his lip. I don't know who to agree with here. I think I need to talk to Mike-sensei. That's a good idea. Momo acknowledges. He's the professional, after all. He would know more about all this than we do between the three of us. I'm pretty sure he's smarter than any one of us, too. Hitoshi adds. Yeah, probably. Izuku agrees easily. Mike-sensei looks up at them curiously and smiles. Hey, listeners, what's up? Izuku's Hero Official account is asking if he has official merch and if they can make or sell fan merch. Hitoshi explains. I offered to make him some official merch and Hitoshi thinks he should allow the fan merch. Momo elaborates. I don't know what to do. Izuku admits. So I thought I should ask you. Give me just a minute to hop on my account and take a look. They stand there awkwardly as Yamada-sensei pulls out his phone and taps and swipes several times. Then scrolls for a bit. Ah, I see. The good news is that the people asking are some of your most vocal supporters. If it was your detractors commenting, I'd have to say nix on the merch because that inevitably devolves into a mess. But in this case, I think you can say yes to the fan merch as long as they don't make fakes of copyrighted official merch now or in the future. Make sure you add that warning or permission will bite you in the ass later on. As for official merch, that's very kind of you, yeah, Momo. However, to make it official merch you need a business license, a logo and production numbers. Or you could talk to your parents and see if they'd be willing to lend you theirs until Midoriya gets an official contract. If they won't, you could talk with one of the business course teachers and let them walk you through the process of obtaining a license. It's actually not that hard, but there are some requirements that have to be met and you have to be willing to deal with quarterly taxes. Hitoshi looks smug. Momo nods thoughtfully. I'll talk to my parents. They should be willing to help me with the details, though I doubt they'll lend me one of their brands. They'll probably consider it a good precedence for when my merch becomes in demand. And having a company of my own would allow me to promote merch for my classmates as well. You don't have to do that. Izuku protests weakly. She pats his head with an amused expression. But I want to. Oh, okay then. He concedes, still confused. Don't worry, my parents have business managers who can handle the details. I won't need to do all that much. Damn girl. Hitoshi gives a low whistle. I'm glad you're on our side. Momo beams at him. Izuku agrees, but turns back to his account. Novel official at Skywind Blue, at Gorgeous Dog, at Hina for Life, at Mirko Sim. After consulting with my teacher, I have been advised to give permission for fan merch. So this is me giving permission as long as you don't make imitations of official merch in the future. As for official merch, let me just say that there is some things in the works. I don't know exactly how it will all turn out, but a friend volunteered to help me, so I should be getting a very limited amount of official merch somewhere in the next few months. So you can be on the lookout for that. Thank you for your interest and questions. I'm extremely touched that any of you want merch of me at this stage in my career and hope to uphold your trust in me during the future. Oh, that's an excellent post, Midoriya. It covers everything quite nicely. Yamada-sensei praises. Thanks, sensei, he says shyly, then leans out of the way to let Hitoshi and Momo read what he wrote. Nice job. Hitoshi agrees. I think you've got a knack for this sort of thing. Momo praises. I'll have to learn from you. I've never been all that good with strangers. Sure, Izuku says, even though he doesn't think copying the format heroes usually use in posts is any great accomplishment. It's just imitation. Momo's smart. She'll pick it up in no time, he's sure. Friday night. Momo brings it up with her parents that night. Her parents listen carefully, then exchange glances. That's a sound plan, Momo, her father says. I'm proud of you for thinking of it. But I'd like to do some research on your classmate and see if he'd be a good prospect for Yaoyorozu Industries or one of our affiliates to sponsor. Oh, Momo deflates a little. In addition to your plan, not replacing it, her mother clarifies. We think running a small business with the potential to grow will be good experience for you for when we pass our shares to you. Obviously, as a hero, you'll have to spend less time in managing your business than we do, but we have people that we trust to take over most of our duties so the shares won't become a terrible burden for you at that time. We'll have you work with Mai Ito. She's worked with quite a few of our affiliates when they were just struggling into existence. So she has plenty of experience with startups. Momo beams at them. Thank you so much. I won't disappoint you. Her dad smiles at her. You could never be a disappointment, Momo. You're our daughter and we love you. What he said, her mom says with a smile of her own. Saturday. By the time he arrives, he's an hour late and Rie is crying. Unnerved, he looks at Aizawa-sensei for help. You said your moisturized trick works on hair, too. He nods. We're trying to brush it out so we can wash it properly, but we're not having any luck. I tried conditioner, but... He gestures at Rie and with a closer look, Izuku can spot a brush stuck in a patch of hair, surrounded by a white cream of some sort. Oh, actually, I have a spell I can clean her hair with. If I clean it and moisturize it, would that work? And, I think you're supposed to use detangler, not conditioner on kids' hair. I think I have some of that. Aizawa-sensei mutters and goes over to work the brush out of the hair. Okay, do your thing. I'll go look for the detangler. It takes a couple minutes to get the spell to work for the first time, during which Rie greets him and climbs in his lap and complains about the brush hurting her hair. It doesn't normally do that, though, does it? He asks, still focusing on the spell. No, but Uncle Zashi normally comes over and washes my hair for me. Zawa's just bad at it. He nods solemnly. That does sound like a problem. Oh, there, now your hair is clean. Let me use another spell to moisturize it and there we go. All shiny. She beams and snuggles further into his lap, which is kind of uncomfortable because he's kneeling, but he'll live. Izuku starts running his fingers through her hair, gently untangling knots as he comes across them. Most of them slide apart easily enough now that the hair is clean and moisturized. He's almost done when Aizawa-sensei emerges from the hall with a bottle in hand. Found it in the back of the hall closet, of all places. I don't even know how it got there. as Ashi probably uses it regularly when he washes her hair. Maybe he ran out and this was a backup bottle? Izuku suggests. Sure, but that doesn't explain why it wasn't in the bathroom closet. Aizawa-sensei grumbles. Looks like I don't need this after all. Why aren't you using the brush? 'Cause it needs to be washed. It still has conditioner all over it, he points out. Oh, Aizawa sets the detangler down and picks up the brush and conditioner. I'll take care of these. He nods agreeably. Leaving the detangler is fine. There's at least 3 spots that are going to need it so far and he's only halfway up her hair. At least it isn't as wavy as his is. Curl patterns are a pain in the ass. Monday. Her parents are nothing if not efficient, and by the time Monday rolls around, Momo has 2 offers for Izuku. Izuku. He looks up from his notes and smiles at her. Hey, Momo. She stops at his desk and lays down 2 thin files. Look through these and let me know what you think at lunch, okay? Izuku gives her a wide-eyed look and nods seriously. Thanks, Momo. Anything for a friend, she tells him. Not entirely comfortable for being thanked for something she wanted to do for him. The offers are very modest. After all, her new company, Creati Enterprises, is offering 1 free model figurine in a run of 50, all made by her. Further figurines to be arranged by the fledgling company and include production costs, depending on demand. Originals template to be made by her and agreed on by Izuku before going into production. On the other hand, Yaoyorozu Enterprises is directly sponsoring several lines of shirts with quotes from the radio episode on them in limited runs of 200. If there is further demand for such items, further items will be turned over to an affiliate suited to dealing with hero merch to diversify items and expand runs. She just hopes he's satisfied with the offers. Of course, she'd hoped to offer him more, but she understands her parents' and business managers' caution in the matter. Monday. Izuku reads through the first folder, finding it to be Momo's company offer. Honestly, it's a better offer than he expected. Mostly he's just thrilled for his friend to have gotten her own company set up so quickly. Reading through the second offer has his eyes widening so far that it kinda hurts to blink. Yaoyorozu Enterprises is taking a risk on him. Sure, it's a drop in the bucket for a company that size, but why? He can't even. And there is a provision for one of their affiliates taking over and expanding production if the initial stuff does well. That's just boggling. That's not even counting the personal note Mr. Yaoyorozu wrote at the end. I don't entirely agree with everything you said, but anti-Quirkist sentiments are always good to have promoted. Good job, kid, and keep up the good work. Since you're my Momo's friend, the offer is on the generous side, so don't hesitate to take it. And do have a lawyer look over the contract before you sign. He doesn't even notice Kaken turning around and reading upside down. Oi, why the hell do you have a merch offer from a company already? Kaken demands, loudly enough to make Izuku wince. A faint what comes from the front of the classroom. Izuku barely hears it as Minto exclaims behind him. What? You have merch already? No fair. You're really getting merch this soon? Zero asks. That's awesome. And then the whole classroom starts babbling. Izuku just kind of cringes under the attention. Problem children, settle down, Aizawa-sensei says, glaring them into silence. Midoriya, explain. Oh, actually, may I explain, Aizawa-sensei? Momo asks. Aizawa-sensei sighs. Sure, it's very simple. Midoriya has been trending since his internship, so Mike-sensei helped him make a hero official account, and recently fans have started asking about merch. So I offered to make him a limited production line of official merch. My parents helped me arrange the business license and a business manager. That said, I'm willing to do a limited production line of figurines of the whole class if everyone is willing to sign contracts, since I am personally making these. This is a one-time offer, and further contracts would have to be negotiated with my business manager because they will involve production costs. Momo explains calmly. The entire classroom bursts into chatter again until Aizawa-sensei intervenes again. Yaoyorozu, do you have the contracts with you? I do. She sounds slightly smug. Very well. Then the rest of homeroom can be given to this, since this is a unique opportunity for you problem children. He doesn't even sound upset about it. I do have one caveat, though, Momo says, which makes everyone pause in getting up from their desks. These will be sold as sets from a website connected to Midoriya's Hero Official, and they will be auctioned. If you want an extra for yourself or your parents, you must specify that change. In short, you will do none of the work beyond approving your figurines, and you will get 98% of the profits. But it will be profit split between every member of the class equally. If you have a problem with this, let me know now. There is silence. Then Kaminari says, well, we're never getting a deal this good again, so we'd be stupid to refuse. Correct. Momo replies primly, folding her hands together. We should approach in order of seat number. Sue interjects sensibly. Everyone except Hagakure sits back down. Momo pulls a file out of her bag and waits. Kaken squints and says under his breath, that's not the deal you're getting. What the hell? Izuku flips the file closed and mutters, I am the one trending and being asked for merch, Kaken. He gets a huff in answer, but thankfully Kaken doesn't say any more and turns back around. Monday, Momo doesn't advertise it, but Izuku, Hitoshi, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Takoyami get 2-part contracts, 1 part for the set figurine and 1 part for a separate figurine. Izuku because he's trending, and the others because they won the sports festival and people are sure to want ones of them alone. Hitoshi gets a run of 50 like Izuku, but the others only get a run of 25. Bakugo looks surprised briefly, then smug. Hitoshi looks shocked and grateful when he notices the difference. Takoyami gives her a grave, grateful look and hushes Dark Shadow before he can announce it to the entire room. Todoroki just looks blank as usual, but gives her a nod when he notices. All in all, she's pleased, even though homeroom barely has enough time for her to finish the contracts and she has to deal with Minta. Tuesday, 1st trimester, 11th week of school. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nedzu, Go Moves Quest, plus 223 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Nedzu. In 1-2 pages the effects of the use of food dyes on children essay quest, plus 367 XP, plus 2 INT, plus 1 STP. Aizawa. In 1-2 pages discuss reasons behind the modesty laws in place for heroes essay quest, plus 319 XP, plus 2 INT, plus 1 STP. Yamada. Translate paragraphs from Japanese to English and back quest, plus 356 XP, plus 2 Wise, plus 1 STP. Cementos. Chapter and quiz quest, plus 348 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Midnight. In 1-2 pages describe 5 differences in biology between rats and humans essay quest, plus 302 XP, plus 2 Wise, plus 1 STP. Aizawa. Run 30 laps with weights quest, plus 112 XP, plus 1 STR, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Nishikawa. Learn karate move quest, plus 370 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Ectoplasm quiz quest, plus 241 XP, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. Midnight. Answer the 3 essay questions at the end of the chapter quest, plus 178 XP, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 STP. All Might. Juggle 3 items while walking quest, plus 132 XP, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Snipe. Diagram sentences quest, plus 200 XP, plus 2 Wise, plus 1 STP. Aizawa. Run 30 laps with weights quest, plus 112 XP, plus 1 STR, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Iwata. Learn judo stances quest, plus 370 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. All Might. Juggle 3 items while walking quest, plus 132 XP, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Iwata. Learn judo stances quest, plus 370 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Aizawa. Run 30 laps with weights quest, plus 112 XP, plus 1 STR, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP. Iwata. Learn judo move quest, plus 370 XP, plus 1 INT, plus 1 Wise, plus 1 Dex, plus 1 STP, plus 4614 XP, plus 10 INT, plus 14 Wise, plus 3 STR, plus 9 Dex, plus 18 STP. Izuku Midoriya. Level 11. Exp. 21,450 24,000. STR. 45. VIT. 128. Dex. 54. INT. 105. Wise. 117. HP. 768 over 768. MP divided by STA. 173 over 173. STP. 0. Quirks. Super Strength. Locked until STR 50. Other quirks. Float. Danger Sense. Black Whip. Locked until Dex 50. Unlocked. Fajin. Locked until Dex 55. Smoke Screen. Locked until Dex 70. Gear Shift. Locked until STR 100 plus Dex 100. Skills. Reading. Level 78. Writing. Level 69. Studying. Retaining Knowledge. Level 59. Analysis. Level 62. People Analysis. Level 0. Food Stat Boost Analysis. Max. Food Nutrition Analysis. Locked until Analysis 75. Non-Food Item Value Analysis. Locked until Analysis 75. Fashion Knowledge. Level 4. Cooking and Baking. Level 14. Collecting. Level 64. Stealth. Level 2. Doing Laundry. Level 1. Cleaning. Level 24. Organizing. Level 33. Magic. Level 2. Ghostly Communication. Level 7. Playing Chess. Level 7. Playing Go. Level 1. Tai Chi. Level 0. Karate. Level 0. Judo. Level 0. Muay Thai. Level 0. Locked until a teacher is obtained. Kickboxing, level 0. Locked until a teacher is obtained. Boxing, level 0. Locked until a teacher is obtained. Level 1 all must be learned and mastered before level 2 spell can be learned. Mastering a spell requires doing it correctly 100x. Available spell points, 11,875. Heat hands 2100. Static hands 0 divided by 100. Chill hands 0 divided by 100. Dirty hands 38 100th. Damp hands 37 100th. Puff of wind 0 divided by 100. Lullaby, minor 1 100th. Change flame color 2 100th. Repair, simple, minor 0 divided by 100. Glow palm 21 100th. Dim glow, minor object 21 100th. Reflection hands 0 divided by 100. Odor, minor 20 100th. Compass point, floating N-S-E-W compass points to navigate by, 0 divided by 100. Illusion, minor 0 divided by 100. Dark illusion, minor 0 divided by 100. Skin cleanse hands 34 100th. Surface cleanse, small area 20 100th. Surface cleanse, hair 3 100th. Moisturize 6 100th. Reveal hidden 0 divided by 100. Hidden, minor 0 divided by 100. Whisper 0 divided by 100. Loud voice, minor 0 divided by 100. Illusory sound, minor 0 divided by 100. I see that you've been practicing your magic, and you've unlocked another quirk and several skills. Nedzu congratulates, good job. I admit, I am very curious as to what you can do with Black Whip. Thanks, I don't really know. Banjo did say that it's connected with anger and probably harder to control than when he had it. Izuku says, rubbing at his neck sheepishly. I think he wants me to figure it out by myself. That's a reasonable assumption. Natsu-sensei agrees. Tuesday. The hacker looks up from Dr. Garaki's hopelessly scrambled computer with a mildly impressed look. Well, the bad news is that there's no way to retrieve anything that was on here. Hope you had backups. The worst news is that your hacker probably took information while they were in there. That's one impressive quirk. There's no way they should have been able to get past the security I put on this system. And yet, so it is the work of a quirk. A voice asks from a screen on the wall. Oh, no doubt. I could have told you that without looking. If it wasn't a quirk, the intruder's computer would have fried before they could finish breaking in. But I had protection on there against hacker quirks too, so whoever it was has a more powerful quirk than mine. And not to brag, but mine isn't in any way weak. Interesting, the voice says darkly. The hacker shudders a little at the sound. He may work for the king of the underground, but he knows the king isn't benevolent to everyone. It's at moments like these that he's reminded that being in the king's good graces doesn't mean he'll stay in those graces if he fucks up. Fortunately for his peace of mind, he's one of the best out there, and other hackers stay the hell away from the king of the underground. All he has to do is do his job to the best of his ability and keep the king's computers in good shape, and not look at the file contents of anything he has on those computers, of course. Curiosity is not worth the consequences. Do you think you can fix it? Dr. Garaki asks. Oh, sure. It'll take a complete wipe and reinstall. Might be easier just to chuck the motherboards and buy new ones. It's not a bad idea to upgrade them periodically anyways. Upgrade, then. Money isn't a problem. The voice says from the screen. All right, boss. It's your money. The hacker agrees easily. Tuesday. My boy, would you like to eat lunch with me? All Might asks. Todoroki, who is walking with them for some reason. Laser focuses in on the man for a moment before looking back and forth between him and Izuku multiple times. You should eat lunch with your father, Midoriya. We'll be fine without you. Both Izuku and All Might splutter and turn red. Hitoshi claps Izuku on the shoulder and drawls. You should have told us that All Might is your father, Izuku. You know we can keep a secret. We're not. The perpletisks. Todoroki is right, Izuku. Go eat lunch with your father. Ugh. Why is Hitoshi feeding into Todoroki's misapprehension? He knows that they're not father and son. His friends shove him towards All Might and he just gives up and goes with All Might, who looks as flustered as he is. Your friends are quite mischievous, aren't they? All Might finally asks. Yes, Izuku exclaims. I can't believe them. Why would they do that? Now Todoroki thinks it's the truth. All Might chuckles as they come to the alcove they use for lunches. I believe that was the point. Your friends are pranksters. Izuku sighs and flops down. I hear you are getting merch soon. Congratulations, my boy. It's a big step forward. Oh, where did you hear that? Why, young Yamato was bragging that his intern was well on his way to becoming a popular hero and already had the merch to prove it. He is extremely proud of you, rightfully. Though I do believe the bragging was mainly to annoy young Aizawa. All Might explains. Oh, he says a bit blankly, blinking. Well, he's right that I'm getting merch. It's all Momo that is, Yaoyorozu's doing, though. She arranged for it all. All Might nods. That's what young Aizawa implied. You've made excellent choices in your friends. They're quite good for you. The way they support you wholeheartedly isn't something that money can buy. Yeah, he admits bashfully. They're really great. I'm glad I met them. Wednesday, Todoroki walking with them to lunch once is a coincidence. Twice, probably isn't. Izuku's not sure, but he doesn't want to scare him off by asking about it. I say what I think. Sue begins. Todoroki, this is the second time you've sat with us. No one minds, but I am curious as to why. Midoriya and I are friends now. Friends sit together at lunch, right? Todoroki looks confused. Wait, they are? Why? Not that he doesn't want to be friends. Of course he does. But he's not sure why Todoroki decided that they're friends. Hitoshi laughs a little. That's right, buddy. Buddy. Todoroki looks puzzled. Like a friend. Momo explains. Oh, are we friends now, too? Todoroki asks. Of course we are. Ochako says enthusiastically. If you're friends with one of us, you're friends with all of us. I see. Todoroki looks like he's adding it to his mental dictionary. Don't listen to her. It doesn't work like that with most people. It only does because we want it to. Sue says, taking pity on him. Todoroki, since we're friends now, you can call me Izuku. He offers, shaking himself out of his thoughts. Please, call me Sue. You can call me Ochako. I don't mind. And you can call me Momo. You can call me God. Hitoshi says. Then oofs when Izuku elbows him. Fine, fine. You can call me Hitoshi. I understand. Which do you prefer? God. Ouch. That was a joke. Call me Hitoshi. Todoroki nods. I suppose you all can call me Shadow, then. I've never had friends before, so I'm not quite sure how this works. That was correct, wasn't it? That's sad. Hitoshi observes. Yes, you're doing fine, Shadow. Izuku hastily assures him, happy to have a new friend even if he's super awkward about it. Shadow just nods again, thoughtfully. Are there any secret handshakes or hazing rituals I need to go through? What? Izuku asks blankly. Actually, Hitoshi begins. You're thinking of a fraternity, not a friendship. Sue intervenes. Friends are more like the people who learn your secrets and keep them because they care about you. I see. Should I? Not in a crowded cafeteria where just anyone could overhear. Hitoshi cuts in. And not at all if you don't feel comfortable telling us. Oh, Shadow looks almost disappointed. Maybe he wants to tell us a secret. If you want to discuss something in private, there are conference rooms we can use, Momo says. But for now, we should eat lunch and discuss other things. Ochako agrees perkily. Did you see what the little perv was doing during heroics yesterday? I thought about drop-kicking him. Sue agrees. When was this? Izuku asks in concern. Oh, I think the instructor was showing you how to do the move again right then. Ochako realizes. He frowns. Well, call me if he's being inappropriate. I'll drop-kick him for you. Ochako squeals. That's so sweet. But really, I'll just float him to the ceiling and leave him there if he crosses a line. Momo nods in agreement. I think his default setting is inappropriate. But if he does something, we can tell a teacher. I'm sure Aizawa-sensei and Midnight-sensei wouldn't put up with that. Thursday. Thumperstan. I think Navo might be All Might's secret son. Honest to Kami, I swear I'm not making this up. Thumperstan. So, on Tuesday I was walking through UA halls to get to lunch and pops up out of nowhere and asks Navo, my boy, would you like to eat lunch with me? Note the my boy here. Thumperstan. One of his classmates he was walking with made the same connection and outed All Might as his father. Another one said he should have just told them, so I guess it was secret from them too. But that's not the important part. Thumperstan. Navo made a half-hearted attempt at denying it, but he couldn't even get all the words out and both of them turned so red. And get this, All Might didn't deny it. And then they both left in a hurry to get away from the conversation. This post has 958 replies. Click to expand. Izuku sputters and accidentally tosses his phone halfway across the room as he abruptly fumbles it. Midnight-sensei catches it before it can bean her in the head. My, have I offended you, Midoriya? What? No, sorry, Midnight-sensei. I was just surprised and fumbled it. That's quite some surprise, she remarks. He flushes. You can read it if you want. The post, that is. She looks intrigued and turns the phone around so she can see the screen. After reading for a moment, she laughs. The way you two act around each other, it's no wonder someone jumped to the wrong conclusion. Are you sure it's not true? Unsure, he says emphatically and gets up to go retrieve his phone from her. Novel official at Thumperstan. I want to clarify that All Might is not, in fact, my father. He's my mentor. Novel official. We met a bit over a year ago when he saved me from a villain twice in one day. The same villain, BTW. You can fact-check this. The second incident was all over the news. He was the only one impressed by me that day, as you can imagine, given my reaction was to jump in and try to save someone from the same villain who almost killed me not 10 minutes earlier. Novel official. Not my brightest moment, but I don't regret it. Novel official. What I do regret is that I had a fanboy moment after meeting All Might that was inadvertently the cause of the slime villain getting loose. Novel official. Since All Might took a liking to me, he helped me train for UA. So that's why we're rather close. That's all I have to say. Novel official. In other news, I'm setting a link on my profile that will lead to a shopping site run by Creati Enterprises. It will open for business on Monday. Novel official. The site will include the following: figurine sets of Class 1A, figurines of me, Hypnose, Emperor Explosion, Tsukuyomi and Shadow individually, and several different t-shirts with things I've said on them. Novel official. The figurines are limited runs, handmade by Creati herself. The shirts are also limited runs. Further availability will depend on how well these sell. Future figurines will not be made by Creati, but rather by Creati Enterprises. The shirts are from Yaoyorozu Industries. If there's a demand for them, future shirts will be made by an affiliate of Yaoyorozu Enterprises. Novel official. For those of you who are collectors, I don't have to tell you what this means. Midoriya. He looks up from his phone. I understand that you read ahead, but I'm giving the assignment now, so you might want to pay attention. Midnight Sensei says. He squeaks as he realizes that he's zoned out almost an entire class period, fixated on his hero official account. Sorry, Midnight Sensei. She chuckles and gives out the assignment. Friday. Midoriya, stay after class. Izuku blinks. Yes, Sensei. After everyone is gone, he asks, what is it, Aizawa Sensei? Nezu tells me that you have 2 new quirks and are about to get 2 more. This is training time for the ones you have. Oh, that's a good idea. Aizawa Sensei gives him a dry look. So, what do you have? Oh, Danger Sense and Float. I'm not sure we can train Danger Sense, though. Except for a handful of Category 1 quirks, all quirks are trainable, Sensei says authoritatively. What about? Is your quirk broken, problem child? Nope. Maybe overpowered, but not broken, I think, he says with all the certainty of an amnesiac talking about their past. Then quit thinking of famous exemptions to that rule and start practicing with Float. We can try training Danger Sense after you get a handle on you not floating away like a balloon, Aizawa Sensei says dryly. He apes. Yes, Sensei. Then he tries to remember how it felt to use Float. What? It's been over a week since he used it accidentally. Monday, 1st trimester, 12th week of school. Itoshi peers at his phone. Holy, there's only 12 of the Hypnose figurines left. And yours are totally sold out already, Izuku. There's only 3 of yours left, Shadow. Momo lifts one shoulder in an indifferent shrug. The Navo figurines sold out by the end of the 2nd hour. She takes a bite of her lunch. After chewing and swallowing, she adds, I expect all the individual figurines to be gone by the end of the day. We'll definitely be doing second runs. Hitoshi nods like a puppet, eyes still fixed on his phone. The sets are doing pretty well, too. I'm honestly surprised about that. Well, our class is pretty famous. Achako points out. If we look at the USJ as a non-traumatic event, we lucked out publicity-wise there. They all consider this for a moment, then shake their heads in unison. Nah. Achako nope. Izuku no. Momo not worth it. Shadow that feels like cheapening it. Sue I wasn't even there and I find it a traumatic event. Hitoshi they say more or less at the same time. How about the shirts? How many of those did you start off with? Hitoshi asks after a moment. 200 of each, split between 4 different colors. Izuku answers. About a third of those are already gone, then. Hitoshi says and puts his phone away to start eating. I think you're more excited about this than I am. Izuku comments, although he's practically vibrating in excitement himself. Impossible. Hitoshi deadpans. I'm not excited. Endeavor will be, though. Even he didn't have merch in first year. Shadow says coldly. They all stop and stare at him before going back to eating. Hitoshi points his chopsticks at him rudely. We're going to talk about that someday soon, okay. Okay. Shadow agrees blankly. Tuesday. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nezu, Go Moves Quest. Plus 223 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 Wise. Plus 1 STP. Nezu. In 1-2 pages discuss several baby's milk formulations and their benefits. Deficits essay quest. Plus 367 exp. Plus 2 INT. Plus 1 STP. Ectoplasm quiz quest. Plus 241 exp. Plus 1 Wise. Plus 1 STP. Midnight. In 1-2 pages elaborate on the Jane Ho paintings and their effects on society essay quest. Plus 301 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 Wise. Plus 1 STP. All Might. Juggle 3 items while walking quest. Plus 132 exp. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 STP. The Wada. Learn Judo Move quest. Plus 370 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 Wise. Plus 1 Dex. Plus 1 STP. Snipe. Diagram Sentences quest. Plus 200 exp. Plus 2 Wise. Plus 1 STP. Aizawa. In 1-2 pages discuss the importance of the Kobayashi Initiative essay quest. Plus 307 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 Wise. Plus 1 STP. Yamada. Do 5 problems from page 39 quest. Plus 323 exp. Plus 1 Wise. Plus 1 STP. Cementos. Chapter and quiz quest. plus 348 exp, plus 1 int, plus 1 wise, plus 1 stp. Midnight. 2-3 pages on the prime hormonal differences between males and females essay quest, plus 411 exp, plus 2 int, plus 1 wise, plus 1 stp. Aizawa, run 30 laps with weights quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 str, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. Watanabe, learn Muay Thai stances quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 int, plus 1 wise, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. All Might, juggle 3 items while walking quest, plus 132 exp, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. Watanabe, learn Muay Thai stances quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 int, plus 1 wise, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. Aizawa, run 30 laps with weights quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 str, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. Watanabe, learn a Muay Thai move quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 int, plus 1 wise, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. All Might, juggle 3 items while walking quest, plus 132 exp, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. Watanabe, learn a Muay Thai move quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 int, plus 1 wise, plus 1 dex, plus 1 stp. Plus 5191 exp, plus 13 int, plus 14 wise, plus 2 str, plus 10 dex, plus 18 stp. Izuku Midoriya, level 12, exp, 2641 25,000, str, 47, vit, 146, dex, 64, int, 118, wise, 131. HP, 876 over 876, MP divided by STA, 193 over 193, STP, 0, available spell points, 35,875, quirks, super strength, locked until STR 50, other quirks, float, danger sense, black whip, locked until dex 50, unlocked, Fajin, locked until dex 55, unlocked, smoke screen, locked until dex 70, gear shift, locked until STR 100 plus dex 100. Oh my, that's a lot of spell points. Though I overlooked the possibility of you unlocking 2 quirks this time. What do they do? Black Whip produces tendrils that can grasp or penetrate things. I could only make 5, but One for All has probably changed that. Banjo offers. Oh, Banjo says that Black Whip essentially acts like a whip. It can strike or grab things, and I can make several at once. Izuku explains tentatively. HRMPH. Fajin lets you build up energy with repetitive movements and release it in an explosive burst of speed and power. Shouldn't be as hard on you as One for All's power, but I don't know what it'll do in conjunction with One for All. It just gave me a little boost back when I had it. Third says gruffly. Though, Third says that Fajin is a kinetic quirk that increases speed and power. It has to be built up with repetitive movements first, though. Izuku translates, and he thinks it will be easier on me than super strength is. Maybe. Those are quite interesting quirks. Black Whip sounds quite versatile as well. Does it have an activation requirement? Nedzu asks. Anger. You're going to have to really work on controlling your anger or it'll go out of control. Banjo says bluntly. Banjo says anger, and then I'm going to have to be careful with my temper so it doesn't go out of control. Oh my, that sounds quite tricky. Would you like to practice it here where you're calm? Sure, I guess, he says uncertainly. Try thinking of something that irritates you. Nedzu prompts. Right. He thinks about how he found a hole in his favorite All Might shirt a few days ago. The black tendril, maybe 3 inches long, pokes out of his finger. This isn't working, is it? Maybe he needs to be more irritated? Instantly his mind goes to how Kakin treated him in middle school. A scream rips out of him as black tendrils lash out in all directions, feeling like they're piercing through his skin and flesh, initiating emergency shutdown of Quirk Black Whip. Recommend that further training be done in the presence of Aizawa-sensei. The whips fade and the pain goes with them. Izuku just pants, hunched over. Nedzu looks around at the damage in curiosity. All the walls have holes in them. His plants are destroyed and he'll need a new office set up. The only thing untouched is he himself, and that's because he's rather nimble and dodged multiple times. Well, that was a bit of a miscalculation on my part, I admit. Are you all right, Midoriya? I think so. That really hurt. Izuku looks up and sees the damage and promptly cringes. Okami, I am so sorry. I'll pay. No need. Nedzu waves it off. I am the one who asked you to try using a volatile quirk in here. Repairing my office is not something you need to worry about. You are not the one at fault. More importantly, I am concerned that this quirk hurts you. Izuku sighs and slumps. I don't think it's supposed to. I thought of something that really pissed me off, so. Nevertheless, I think I shall give you your assignment and forgo go so that you can see Recovery Girl before classes. You'll continue to have after-school sessions with Izuku until you can get a handle on your quirks enough that you're not a danger to yourself or others, Nezu says. I'll make sure he knows. Thank you, Nezu-sensei, he says meekly, genuinely relieved to know the training sessions will continue. Handling this many new quirks is just, well, overwhelming on his own. Thursday. Well look, it's Class 1A. You think you're so hot because you already have merch, don't you? Monoma says. Izuku comes to a halt because the hallway is blocked by Class 1B for the second time this year. Personally, I think I'm the sexy type, but thanks, Itoshi drawls in response. Monoma splutters for a moment before recovering. I meant, you think you're better than us. Class B is the superior class. Kendo smacks him in the back of the head. Sorry about him. What he means is that we were curious if it would be possible to get the same merch deal that Class A has. Ochako, Tsu, Izuku and Hitoshi look at Momo for an answer to that. Momo nods. I thought you might like to do the set figurines, too. But none of you have stood out enough yet to make individual figurines viable. That's not your fault, of course. It's typical for first years. You're quite lucky to have not been at USJ. And internships tend to not be high visibility for students until second or third year when we get our provisional licenses. Kendo's mouth twists briefly, but she nods. You're right, but you do think we can get the same merch deal for set figurines? Of course, I planned for it, actually. I'll ask one of the teachers for access to a conference room after classes and supervision. Because you need the contracts co-signed by an adult, either of your family or one of the teachers. I believe the teachers would be more convenient in this case. Definitely, Kendo agrees. Okay, we'll come over after classes let out, then. Then she drags Monoma away, shepherding her class as she goes. We should probably ask Yamada-sensei, Tsu comments, so he can explain the contracts to the American student. Oh yes, you're right. Momo agrees. He's probably in the teacher's lounge. Shouto comments. Actually, I think he might still be in the classroom. I'm pretty sure he teaches one of the Gen Ed classes that period. Izuku corrects. Let's just check in the teacher's lounge after lunch, then. Ochako says practically. Sounds like a plan. Itoshi replies. Let's go, I'm hungry. I wonder if they have cold soba today. Shouto says, though his tone is typically flat. I think that's tomorrow. Tsu replies. Balls. They all stop to stare at him. Shouto. Momo scolds. Did I say the wrong thing? Shouto asks innocently. Itoshi laughs. I never expected to hear that out of your mouth. The more usual word would be damn. Oh, Ochako pats Shouto's back. Don't worry, I've heard worse than that from the guys that my parents employ. More importantly, though, he needs to note this down. Shouto, you really like cold soba. It's my favorite. Shouto confirms. Izuku beams at him. I'll remember that. Thanks, Shouto says uncertainly. He nods. Mine is katsudon. Oh, are we talking favorite foods now? Mine is mochai. Ochako chimes in. I quite enjoy tea. Momo adds. I'm not sure tea counts as a food, Momo. Ochako says dubiously. I admit, I'm quite fond of candied flies. Tsu offers. No offense, but I'm not stealing your candy, Tsu. Itoshi says with a grimace. None taken. Most people tend to find it rather disgusting. Are flies, like, a dietary need? Izuku asks. No, I believe it's just an acquired taste passed down from my grandmother. Tsu admits. This is just so interesting. Izuku thinks and proceeds to ask more questions about candied flies. Saturday, Izuku spends his morning practicing his spells and trying out several new spells. Chill Hands, Reveal Hidden, Hidden, Minor and Loud Voice, Minor. They're fun spells, really. The point is, he's not paying enough attention to other things and he drops and breaks his plate instead of setting it in the sink. It takes 10 tries and 4 uses of repair, simple, minor to fix it. And then he has to hurry so he's not late to go see Eri. So yeah, Sat turns out to be a bit rushed, even though it didn't start off that way. Tuesday, first trimester, 13th week. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nezu, 1 page the benefits and side effects of turmeric, summarized quest, plus 130 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, 1-2 pages discuss why the rescue is prioritized over arresting a villain essay quest, plus 307 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 wise, plus 1 STP. Yamada, translate these 3 essay questions into Japanese and answer them quest, plus 371 exp, plus 2 wise, plus 1 STP. Cementos, chapter and quiz quest, plus 348 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 wise, plus 1 STP. Midnight, none. Study period. Aizawa, run 30 laps with weights quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 STR, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. Ishiyama, learn kickboxing stances quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 wise, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. Ectoplasm, quiz quest, plus 241 exp, plus 1 wise, plus 1 STP. Midnight, do the 10 problems on page 45 quest, plus 243 exp, plus 1 wise, plus 1 STP. All Might, juggle 3 items while walking quest, plus 132 exp, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. Ishiyama, learn kickboxing stances quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 wise, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. Snipe, diagram sentences quest, plus 200 exp, plus 1 wise, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, run 30 laps with weights quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 STR, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. Ishiyama, learn a kickboxing move quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 wise, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. All Might, juggle 3 items while walking quest, plus 132 exp, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. Ishiyama, learn a kickboxing move quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 wise, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, run 30 laps with weights quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 STR, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. Yamaguchi, learn boxing stances quest, plus 370 exp, plus 1 INT, plus 1 wise, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP, plus 4290 exp, plus 8 INT, plus 12 wise, plus 3 STR, plus 10 dex, plus 16 STP. Izuku Midoriya, level 12, exp, 6,931 25,000, STR, 50, VIT, 162, dex, 74, INT, 126, wise, 143, HP, 972 over 972, MP divided by STA, 212 over 212, STP, 0, Quirks, super strength, locked until STR 50, unlocked, other quirks, float, danger sense, black whip, Fajin, smoke screen, locked until dex 70, unlocked, gear shift, locked until STR 100 plus dex 100, skills, reading, level 78, writing, level 69, studying, retaining knowledge, level 59, analysis, level 62, people analysis, level 0, food stat boost analysis, max, food nutrition analysis, locked until analysis 75, non-food item value analysis, locked until analysis 75, fashion knowledge, level 4, cooking and baking, level 14, collecting, level 64, stealth, level 2, doing laundry, level 1, cleaning, level 24, organizing, level 33, magic, level 2, ghostly communication, level 7, playing chess, level 7, playing Go, level 2, Tai Chi, level 0, karate, level 0, judo, level 0, Muay Thai, level 0, kickboxing, level 0, locked until a teacher is obtained, unlocked, boxing, level 0, locked until a teacher is obtained, unlocked, Izuku Midoriya, Quirk, the player, stats, inventory, limited. You now have 20 inventory slots, level reward, unlimited unlocked, information search, skills, displays, limited, locked. You can now show certain displays to other people. You can now show all screens to a number of trusted individuals. Level reward, spells, dungeons, locked until INT 100 plus wise 100 plus STR 50 plus VIT 50 plus dex 50. Unlocked, crafting, locked until dungeons are unlocked. Unlocked, quirks, dungeon party system, create party, yes, no, specify members, and observer as if applicable. Home plane dungeons levels 0. 2 only may be cleared by individuals or parties not accompanied by the user after the user has cleared them once, with or without a party, as long as said individuals or parties are cleared by the player. All other instant and permanent dungeons all levels must have the user and party as accompaniment to access. User may belong to multiple parties. Members of a party may belong to more than one party. Parties may be dissolved upon request. All members must clear a level 0 dungeon before working their way up to harder dungeons. Fields are treated as higher level dungeons. All members must clear a level 4 lowest rank field before working their way up to harder fields. Only one party can be utilized at one time by user in a dungeon. Parties or individuals may employ an observer. Observer is recommended when introducing a new member. Observer may intervene to protect a member from harm or death. Observer may be traded out for a different observer between dungeons. Observers may be licensed heroes or licensed heroes in training. User may act as an observer in dungeons he has shown prior proficiency in. The player will offer tips where needed. The player will act as communication if required. Level 0. Parties may consist of up to 6 individuals plus 1 more experienced observer. Level 1. Parties may consist of up to 8 individuals plus 1 more experienced observer. Level 2. Parties may consist of up to 10 individuals plus 2 more experienced observers. Level 3. Parties may consist of up to 12 individuals plus 2 more experienced observers. Level 4. Parties may consist of up to 15 individuals plus 2 more experienced observers. Level 5. Parties may consist of up to 18 individuals plus 3 more experienced observers. Parties may use system outside of dungeons in the case of emergencies. Party system housing. Create permanent extraplanar housing. Yes, no. Specify number of rooms. 1. 18. Expand permanent extraplanar housing to accommodate another party. Yes, no. Specify number of rooms. 1. 18. Set temporary access points in home plane. Yes, no. Only members registered to a room may access permanent housing unless accompanied by user. Dungeons. Level 0. Create room of doors to dungeons and fields. Yes, no. Defeat inhabitants of dungeons to get drops or to clear an area for mining ores or crystals. Drops may include pelts, meat, mana crystals, and other useful parts, as well as the occasional item of interest the inhabitant has picked up. Higher level dungeons have better drops. A certain amount of experience will be given based on the level of the dungeon. Dungeons level 4 and up have a rare chance of dropping a spell scroll that can be learned by any one member of the party other than the player. Instance dungeons. 0 instance dungeons are extraplanar and created for a single use or until the boss is defeated. Some may be made permanent upon request or recreated multiple times. Create dungeon. Yes, no. Rabbit dungeon, level 0. Frog dungeon, level 0. Bat dungeon, level 3. Foxburrow dungeon, level 4. Bird dungeon, level 5. Locust dungeon, level 6. Wolf dungeon, level 7. Garden dungeon, level 8. Fish dungeon, level 9. Sleep dungeon, level 10. Random dungeon, level. Will never be more than 2 levels above your current dungeon use level, but may be well below current level. Permanent dungeons. 0 permanent dungeons are created for long-term use and can be cleared multiple times. They can be extraplanar like instance dungeons, or lower level ones up to level 2 can be created in your home plane of existence and used by anyone. Create dungeon. Yes, no. Pencil dungeon. Level the first of may be formed on home plane, default is extraplanar. Spice dungeon. Level the second of may be formed on home plane, default is extraplanar. Paper dungeon. Level the second of may be formed on home plane, default is extraplanar. To make instance dungeon permanent, request, make name of instance dungeon permanent. Fields, locked until level 4. Too high level to be created in home plane. Crafting, level 0. Crafting points CP. 700 crafting points are earned by using recipes to craft products. Drops can be sold without being crafted, but will not retain their native magic if so. Create permanent extraplanar crafting area. Yes, no. Materials, 0. Recipes, 0. Rabbit skin fur. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Bone awl. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Craft recommended. Bone block. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Requires craft. Bone shot. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Craft recommended. Bone dust. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Salt cured meat. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Sugar cured meat. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Spice cured meat. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Smoke cured meat. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Jerky. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Frog leather. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Roll of fur. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Requires craft. Roll of leather. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Requires craft. Potion base. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Requires access to fields. Minor healing potion. Purchase for 5 CP. Yes, no. Requires access to fields. Tools, 0. Scraper. Purchase for 25 CP. Yes, no. Hammer. Purchase for 25 CP. Yes, no. Pestle. Purchase for 25 CP. Yes, no. Pot. Purchase for 25 CP. Yes, no. Sharp, straight-edged knife. Purchase for 25 CP. Yes, no. Sharp, serrated knife. Purchase for 25 CP. Yes, no. Hide stretcher. Purchase for 625 CP. Yes, no. Stove. Purchase for 625 CP. Yes, no. Sink. Purchase for 625 CP. Yes, no. Refrigerator with freezer. Purchase for 625 CP. Yes, no. Cutting counter with cut glyph. S. Purchase for 15625 CP. Yes, no. Walk-in refrigerator. Purchase for 15625 CP. Yes, no. Walk-in freezer. Purchase for 15625 CP. Yes, no. Spells, 0. Available spell points. 35,875. Combine. Purchase for 25 SB. Yes, no. Separate. Purchase for 25 SB. Yes, no. Craft. Purchase for 625 SB. Yes, no. Oh my, that is a lot of screens. Looks like it's a good thing we already have you scheduled with Aizawa after classes for Quirk training. I'm pleased to see that there is a party system and the first level allows for your friend group. Todoroki joined recently, didn't he? And Aizawa, we should wait for the weekend for your first adventure, but you have time to get your group together this way. Nedzu says, looking impressed. Not All Might, he asks involuntarily. As admirable as All Might is, he has proven he is not the best judge of when to withdraw from a situation. Nedzu explains. Oh, Izuku nods. Okay, I'll ask them. Good, good. What do you say we set up your dungeon doors room, housing and crafting areas instead of our game of Go today? Nedzu's expression is intense. Faintly unnerved, Izuku nods. Okay. Create room of doors to dungeons. Must create party in order to allow observer access and to create party housing. A door forms in midair, a few inches above the floor. Form party with Nedzu. Party of 2 formed. Your party may now enter. May I ride on your shoulder? Nedzu-sensei asks. Sure. Izuku holds his hands out and Nedzu hops onto them easily. He lifts him so he can reach his shoulder and Nedzu hops on with perfect balance. Taking a deep breath, he opens the door and walks inside. Inside is a very large room with 2 doors labeled Rabbit Dungeon, Level 0 and Frog Dungeon, Level 0. It feels very bare. There's no furniture and it's obvious that there is space for further dungeon doors. Perhaps create party housing first. Nedzu suggests. Create permanent explainer housing. Please designate number of rooms. 1-18. Izuku hesitates. I suggest 18, in case you add another party or expand your current one. Nedzu advises. He nods. 18. They wait, but nothing seems to happen. Behind you, Izuku turns them around and yup. There's another door next to the one they came in by. Hesitantly, he opens the door. It leads to a long hall with a door on either side near the end of it. Girls' housing is on the right. Boys' is on the left. They're the same other than that, right? Indeed. Okay. He walks down and opens the left door, which opens onto an L-shaped hallway with 9 doors opening off of it. Opening the first door, he walks inside to find a neatly laid out bedroom. There's a bed, tidily made up with soft-looking sheets and blankets and pillows, a dresser, a desk, a closet, a full-length mirror, and a bathroom with a toilet, sink and small shower area. It also has cupboards behind the mirror, under the sink and next to the shower, presumably to hold bathroom items. Wow, this is really nice. Thank you, I agree. Nedzu pipes up. Perhaps, however, we should go back and create a crafting area. With a nod, he closes the bedroom behind him and walks back to where they began. Create permanent extraplanar crafting area. This time when nothing apparently happens, he turns around without being told. Sure enough, there's a third door next to the other 2. He walks inside and finds a large room with a freestanding counter and room for more. Along one wall is cupboards over a counter that has spaces for what he assumes is meant to be a stove, refrigerator, and a large sink. Curious, he walks over to the freestanding counter and finds that there are cupboards beneath it. Other than that, there's a small sink with a faucet set level to the counter in one corner of it and the rest is just a counter. Cool. Would you like to spend CP or SP? That's an excellent idea. Nedzu says. Crafting screen, please. The window pops up. Spend 675 spell points for combine, separate, and craft. The amount of available spell points changes to 35,200 and the spell count goes up to 3. Knowledge of how to do the spells unfolds in his mind. He looks at the rest of it and it's just too much to decide between. I don't know what to pick. Well, you have enough for one larger item and 75 CP left over to purchase recipes and tools. Now, I believe the discretionary budget will easily cover the tools, although I will have to do research on where to buy a few of them, but I would have to justify the larger items to the school board, which we definitely don't want to do, because they are not to be trusted with your secrets. You currently have a small sink, so I would suggest the refrigerator or stove. Also, you may want to ask if additional counter space costs anything. Nedzu offers. Each additional counter costs 25 CP. He guesses that's good to know. Lessee, I'll purchase refrigerator with freezer. Obediently, the available CP drops to 75 and the tool count goes up to 1. A gleaming refrigerator, freezer appears in one of the blank spaces in the wall counter. Purchase all recipes. The available CP drops to 0 and the recipe count jumps to 50. A fine choice, I think. Nedzu praises. I will make sure the tools are made available to you as they arrive. Now, I believe you are tired. Perhaps you should check your stats again. He does, because he really is tired. And the count is 14,212. No, I might have to sit out heroics. Indeed, I will let All Might know. Nedzu agrees. Sitting in class should slowly restore your stamina. Phew, that's good, Izuku says in relief. He really didn't want to miss out on a kickboxing class, even if this is just a trial period. Excellent. We should probably go now. I suspect we have used most of our time up, and I'd like you to stop by Recovery Girl's office before class and pick up a couple bags of gummies. You can use them to get through heroics class if you have not recovered enough stamina before then. I will forego giving you an assignment this week to give you additional time to study for your finals. Oh, thanks, he says and exits the crafting room and door to the real world. As soon as he closes it, it fades out of existence, which is a little freaky to witness. Izuku looks at the clock and realizes that he has just enough time to get to the infirmary and back to class before the bell rings. Nezu hops off his shoulder onto the desk. I will see you this weekend. Off you go. Tuesday, he manages to catch Aizawa-sensei leaving the classroom. Aizawa-sensei, wait, what is it, problem child? Got unlocked today, and Nezu-sensei says that he wants us to do it this weekend. Izuku informs him quietly so no one overhears. Says should be fine. I have babysitters, he says, looking tired. Tuesday, can we sit outside today? Izuku asks his friends as they walk towards the cafeteria. Sure, Itoshi replies. Have something we need to talk about. Okay, geez. Apparently he's really easy to see through. Yeah, it takes them a few minutes to find a nice, isolated spot away from the sidewalks after they get their food. So, what is it? Achako prompts. Turns out the dungeons have a party system after all, and I'd like all of you to join me to do one of the level 0 dungeons this weekend. Aizawa-sensei said Sari is good for him. I knew it. You'll have a gaming quirk, Shadow says immediately. They all pause. Oh, I haven't had a chance to tell you that yet, have I? Izuku says in mild embarrassment. I promise I was going to. Shadow nods. I will come. It will piss off Endeavor because he likes training on weekends. Me too, Achako says happily, ignoring Shadow's. Whatever. I can't wait to see a dungeon. It's so awesome. It'll be like being in a game. I will have to talk to my parents and see if they'll be home or if I'll have to babysit that day. Sue says plainly. Fair, he admits. I'll go too. Itoshi says. My parents will be glad to know I'm going out with friends. I can easily arrange for it. Momo adds. I assume we're doing it here at UA. Izuku nods. Yeah, probably in the principal's office, if I know him. It will be interesting to meet him, then. Sue opines. More weird to be there without being in a fight. Itoshi admits. Same. Achako agrees. Which means Izuku is now slightly worried for them. By Momo's concerned look, she agrees on that count. Shadow just looks blank, as usual. You said there's more than one level 0 dungeon? Momo asks. Oh, yeah. There's a rabbit dungeon and a frog dungeon. Which do you think we should do? Izuku explains. A rabbit dungeon sounds cute, Achako says. After a short discussion, they all settle on doing the rabbit dungeon first. Hopefully being a level 0 dungeon means it'll be super easy. Wednesday, Momo raises her hand in homeroom. Yaoyorozu, Aizawa-sensei asks, can we use homeroom for contracts again? There's a bunch of back orders for the single figurines and the sets are doing well enough to do a second run of them. The sooner we get the contracts done, the sooner we can set up production. She says, go ahead. He acquiesces. This was just supposed to be a study period anyways. Thank you, sensei, she says gratefully. You can skip this scene if info dumping about studying techniques for ADHD folks is not your kind of thing. Friday. Hey, anyone want to go to the arcade together on Sunday? Kaminari asks, sounding excited. A pale blue screen pops up in front of his nose, making him jerk back. Or you could study for finals. Kaminari whines. Oh, come on. Everyone needs a break. Cramming is the most inefficient way to study for a test. Izuku spots the screen and thinks hard at Fine-san. What are you telling him? A smaller than usual green screen pops up in response, showing a copy of what's on the blue screen. Thanks. Yeah, but nothing else works. I mean, it doesn't work that well, but studying material in several shorter sessions, 45 minutes a day over 4 days, will give you deeper familiarity with the material. What's more, sleeping on it will help you retain more of it. During sleep, the brain rehashes information you've learned. Reviewing it over several days will increase the odds that you will remember more of the material and better understand it. He blinks at the info. Why is that in quotes? Because it's a quote from a website on studying for those with ADHD. I don't have ADHD. Kaminari frowns. All evidence is to the contrary. Aizawa-sensei makes a sound of enlightenment. Kaminari, have you ever been tested for it? No. We'll get you tested this week. Until then, why don't you pay attention to Fine-san's tips? They might help you even if you don't have ADHD. He says. Okay. Kaminari blinks a few times. You got more tips for me, Fine-san? Yes. You may wish to take notes. Kaminari makes a noise of realization and scrambles for a notebook. So, the first one was 45 minutes a day over several days. And sleeping on it helps me remember. Correct. Increase your focus and motivation for studying by seeking out locations outside of your house or room. That way, a laptop, phone, or a pet at home won't take you off task. Some kids study well in Starbucks or another venue that has moderate levels of background noise. Others prefer to hole up in a study carrel in the library, far away from distracting sounds and sights. Experiment and see what works best for you. Really? Cool. But wait up and let me get this down. Of course, and Fine-sen does wait patiently until Kaminari says, okay, next. Reading is a challenging way for the ADHD brain to learn. It's passive, like learning to play basketball by watching your coach play. The best way to study is to make a practice test. Try to predict what your teacher may ask on the exam. Look over your study guide, pull out old quizzes, find important notes, and ask classmates what they think is important. Then create a practice test. Kaminari's eyes go wide. I don't think I'm smart enough to do that. You are smart enough that you made it into the most competitive high school in Japan. You are smart enough. He scratches at his neck. Oh, thanks. I guess I never thought of it that way. I'm sure others putting down your intelligence because of your quirk drawback does not help your self-esteem. Several people look vaguely guilty at that, but Kaminari doesn't notice. Ouch. I mean, you're not wrong, but still. It is always okay to point out when people are being cruel instead of putting up with it. Decent people will stop and the others are not worth associating with. Next. Since you will be poring over your notes to create a practice test, see previous slide. Use these tools to capture what you might have missed during the lecture. Apps like Notability and the Live Scribe SmartPen record a lecture while you take notes. Syncing the audio with the notes. Bonus, listening to a lecture again is a big help for auditory learners. Wait, I can do that. Aizawa-sensei, can I do that? Yes, you can do that. It's a valid tactic for auditory learners. Aizawa-sensei replies calmly. Allowing you to learn with the methods that suit you best is only logical. Awesome. Kaminari fist pumps and writes that down. Okay, next. Studies show that you remember more when you take 10 to 15 minutes to review material just before you go to sleep. Don't do all of your studying at bedtime. Just a quick review so the brain processes the information as you dream away. Oh, so that's how you process it when asleep. Got it. He scribbles that down and looks up expectantly. 30 minutes of aerobic exercise a day, 4 to 5 days a week, improves focus and executive functioning skills, especially in students with ADHD. If you are a student athlete, study on the bus or in the car as you travel home from an event. Think about studying right after practice, too. If you don't play a sport, walk your dog, shoot some hoops, or bounce on a trampoline before doing schoolwork. Kaminari looks puzzled. So, study after PE class, like on the train home. Does that mean I only have to study every other day? Studying every day is more effective. Perhaps make it a routine to study on the train home, and jog to the train station on opposite days. Okay, why are you so smart? Kaminari says wonderingly. I merely have access to a lot of information and a lot of time available. Next. Your nose is a powerful study tool. Research shows that if you are exposed to the same smell when you study and sleep, you may remember more. Here's how to do it. When you study, put a small dish of essential oil nearby. Peppermint is a good choice because it relieves stress. Place a small dish of the same scent by your bed when you sleep. Research suggests that your brain will associate the scent with the material studied, and you will remember more of the material. Kaminari wrinkles his nose. What if I don't like peppermint? Rosemary, sage, peppermint, and eucalyptus are great choices for improving concentration, and all are particularly high in a compound called 1,8-cineol, also known as eucalyptol. Research has shown that eucalyptol can significantly improve memory and performance on cognitive tasks. Lemongrass may help you feel more alert and focused and better able to tackle your tasks. It's also believed that lemongrass essential oil can help reduce stress and anxiety. So if you're feeling overwhelmed by the amount of work you have to do, it could be just the thing to help get you in the right mental state when you're trying to clear your head and stay focused. What's the best scent to keep in mind? The answer might surprise you. It's orange essential oil. Not only is orange essential oil incredibly refreshing, but it has also been proven to have a stimulating effect on the senses, which helps to give your cognitive functions a boost. The other main benefit of orange oil is that it can help with depression and anxiety. Lemon essential oil is perfect for when you need to be focused, like if you're heading into a big meeting or if you're studying for a test. It's also great for when you want to feel uplifted and energetic. Don't recognize those. Lemongrass and orange essential oils. I'll ask my mom to help me find those, then. Next, don't plow straight through the test material for hours on end. Research shows that students remember more when they take breaks during study sessions. Having a little downtime enables your brain to review information, even when you don't know you're processing it. Set a timer for every 20 minutes to remind you to take a break. Oh, that's so much easier than 45 minutes at a time. He enthuses. Okay, next. Experts say that most people need to sleep 8 to 9 hours a night to remember what they've learned. Teens need even more. 30-minute afternoon naps can help. Be sure these siestas don't run longer than 30 minutes, though, since extended shut-eye could leave you tossing and turning at bedtime. Oh, geez, I don't think I can do that one. My Quirk gives me too much energy to nap, he complains. Not every study method will work for everyone. That makes sense, I guess. Next, sugary drinks can improve focus and mood. Gatorade or apple juice provide glucose, which is the primary source of fuel to the brain. If you're low on glucose, you won't be able to focus or perform well. Skip soda and other drinks with high levels of sugar, though. They will provide too much glucose, which will result in a sugar crash later. Always sip, don't gulp, a sugary drink to avoid this roller coaster ride. Give me a minute to write that down. I'm so going to show this to my mom. She never lets me have anything sweet when I'm studying. That's sad. Ashido commiserates. Kaminari nods. It always bums me out, big time. So, next. That was all I had on hand. Oh, well, thanks, Fine-san, Kaminari says with a smile. Yeah, thanks, Fine-san. I wrote down what I could, too, Ashido says happily. Izuku has scribbled it all down too, so if any of his classmates miss something, he can just share his notes with them. Assuming they can read his crabbed writing, of course, but he can read it off to them if not. You are welcome, Aizawa-sensei sighs. We'll get you tested, too, Ashido, and anyone else who has serious issues with studying. Please let me know if you do. Tests can be done and accommodations can be made. Yes, sensei, half the class says in response. So, Kaminari says brightly, anyone up for going to the arcade on Sunday? Or you could study. Yeah, but the arcade counts as exercise, right? We can go to the arcade and then study afterwards. It's the best of both worlds. I suppose. Yes, even Fine-sen approves. Approve is a strong word. SHH. Just go along with it. Kaminari hisses. Fine, I'll go. Zero volunteers easily. Me too, Ashido says. Sounds manly. Me and Bakubro are up for it. Kirishima agrees. Don't make decisions for me. Kakin yells, popping off a few explosions. Oh, come on, Blasty. You're not scared to go to the arcade, are you? Ashido asks provokingly. What did you say? I'm not scared of anything. I'll beat you all at the arcade. He boasts. Typical Kakin. Senri. They meet in front of the principal's office, even Sue. Her father had had a meeting that had been cancelled at the last second, so he had urged her to go out with her friends and have fun. Apparently, between school and babysitting making a lack of time, he had the impression that she never had time for fun. Which wasn't exactly wrong, but her friends were fun and she sat with them at lunch every day. Everyone looks a little tense or excited at what they're about to do, depending on the individual. Except Aizawa-sensei. He just looks his usual done with the world expression. Izuku is practically vibrating out of his skin in excitement, which means he's totally overthought this and worked himself up about it. Achako is also excited, while Momo and Hitoshi are tense and fidgety. Even Shadow's expression is a little off from his normal cold calm. The principal is about how she imagined him, but friendlier. He wants them to call him Nedzu. Midoriya. Why don't you use people analysis on yourself and your teammates so you all get an approximation of your strengths and weaknesses? Nedzu asks. Izuku looks surprised, but nods. Yes, Nedzu-sensei. Show everyone their personal stat analysis. Light blue screens pop up in front of each of them. Suyuasui. Quirk, frog. Description. This quirk gives the user the abilities of a frog. Greater leg strength, a strong extendable tongue, the ability to go into hibernation in cold temps, a mild poison that makes the target itch and the ability to spit out the stomach and clean it. Level 9, STR 36, VIT 14, Dex 31, INT 42, Wise 53, HP 84/84, MP 0 divided by 0 locked. Sta 50/50. Shouta Aizawa. Quirk, erasure. Description. This quirk gives the user the ability to stop emitter quirks from being used successfully. It can be used on multiple targets. It also creates a telekinetic field with a 3 feet radius that raises the hair and other objects within its sphere, and stops most debris from approaching the eyes. The user is unfortunately prone to dry eye and irregular headaches. Level 183. STR 49. VIT 100. Dex 98. INT 216, Wise 201, HP 600/600, MP 0 divided by 0 locked. Sta 149/149. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, the player. Description, a very complex quirk. Ask user for specifics. Level 12. Exp 6931 25,000. STR 50. VIT 162. Dex 74. INT 126. Wise 143. HP 972/972. MP divided by Sta 212/212. STP 0. Itoshi Shinzo. Quirk, brainwashing. Description: this quirk is a call and response quirk that hypnotizes the target and takes control of their body. This quirk may be used on multiple targets. A user can give simple commands to the target or targets once hypnotized. The user is unfortunately prone to headaches due to this quirk. Level 7, STR 16, VIT 16, Dex 35, INT 76, Wise 73, HP 96/96, MP 0 divided by 0 locked, Sta 32/32, Shouto Todoroki, Quirk half hot, half cold. Description: this quirk allows the user to create ice with their right side and fire with their left side. The sides work in tandem to provide temperature balance. If used incorrectly, the user will overheat or fall prey to frostbite. This quirk's halves may be combined in other ways if the user discovers them. Level 15, STR 23, VIT 20, Dex 13, INT 58, Wise 32, HP 120/120, MP 0 divided by 0 locked, Sta 43/43, Ochako Uraraka, Quirk gravity. Description: this quirk allows the user to remove gravity from or manipulate the gravity of anything they touch with all 5 fingers. User has specialized finger pads. The fingers of both hands must be touched together to release the quirk. User has not found their hard limit on weight able to be lifted, but may with dedicated practice. The user unfortunately suffers from nausea if they push their limits or use the quirk on theirself. Level 8, STR 18, VIT 24, Dex 15, INT 50, Wise 54, HP 144/144, MP 0 divided by 0 locked, Sta 42/42, Momoge Urazu, Quirk creation. Description: user can create any non-living thing they know the makeup and specifics of by converting lipid. This quirk requires a high INT stat to use. Level 17, STR 19, VIT 33, Dex 21, INT 145, Wise 101, HP 198/198, MP 0 divided by 0 locked, Sta 52/52. Damn, my hit points and stamina are low. Gonna have to work on that. Itoshi comments, Izuku and Aizawa sensei have insane stats, and I understand why Izuku has a magic bar, but why do we? I am curious as to that as well. Tsu admits, spell scrolls may be picked up in and used in dungeons. Spell scrolls may only be learned by one user. What? That means we can get magic like Izuku. Ochako enthuses, no, spell scrolls are unique magics, best suited to complementing existing strengths or covering weaknesses. Spells learned from spell scrolls are only able to be used in dungeons. Still, that's pretty awesome, she says, looking a little disappointed. Where do we look for them? They are very rare drops or found treasures, so don't count on getting one. Got it, Itoshi summarizes. Oh well, would have been nice. Aizawa-sensei gives a faint huff of amusement. Indeed, and I'm very curious as to which spell scrolls you all will find on your adventures. Nenzu agrees. Now, Midoriya, if you would, please form the party and summon the door to the dungeons. Izuku looks a little startled at the change of subject. Create party. Members Shouto, Hitoshi, Momo, Tsu and Ochako. Observer Aizawa-sensei. Party created. Summon door to dungeons doors room. A door appears in midair, a few inches above the ground, and Izuku opens it without hesitation. Now we just go in, he says and walks through the door. The rest of them just stare at the door for a long moment until Aizawa-sensei shrugs and walks through with Nenzu on his shoulder. They trail after them uncertainly. On the other side is a huge room with 5 doors, including the one they came through, leading out of it. Well, this is interesting. Before you go, I think you should assign rooms, Midoriya, Nenzu-sensei says. Oh, okay. Izuku opens the door to the hall and motions them through. Girls' rooms are on the right and boys on the left. Pick any one you want. They're all the same. Hitoshi opens the door to the left and Ochako opens the one on the right. Once inside, Aizawa-sensei picks the first door on the left as his bedroom and Nenzu picks the one next to it. Shouto picks the second door on the right. Izuku picks the third on the right and Hitoshi takes the one on the end next to him. Izuku's already explored one, as has Nenzu, so they just kind of stand in the hall while the others look. There's no way to tell the rooms apart, though. Fine-san, can we get nameplates for the occupied rooms? Yes. A moment later, the 5 taken rooms sport nameplates in cursive writing. Excellent. Nenzu praises and runs up Aizawa to get to his shoulder again. I think we're done here, and I only have a few minutes left to spare. Once they're all gathered again in the dungeon room, with Nenzu on the floor again, observing, Izuku opens the door that says Rabbit Dungeon, only to find a blank wall. What? Instance dungeons. 0 instance dungeons are extraplanar and created for a single use or until the boss is defeated. Some may be made permanent upon request or recreated multiple times. Create instance dungeon. Create permanent dungeon. Create instance dungeon, rabbit dungeon. A wall changes to a dimly lit cave. Izuku takes a deep breath and steps through the door and continues walking for a few steps so those behind him have room to enter. Inside there are rabbits, just wandering around and munching on grass near the entrance. It's oddly peaceful. Maybe this means there's just a bunch of bunnies around and the dungeon has other dangers. Aizawa-sensei gives the rabbits a narrow-eyed glare. I have a bad feeling about this. Quest: survive the rabbit dungeon, level 0. Optional quest: survive without being maimed. Optional quest: survive without injury. Optional quest: complete the rabbit dungeon. Well, that's not concerning at all, he says dryly. Oh, rabbits. They're so cute and tame. Look, they're not running away from us. Do you think they'll let us pet them? Ochako asks, already crouching down and holding out her hand. One of the surprisingly tame rabbits hops over and nibbles at her fingers for a minute. Then it chomps down. Ochako yelps and stumbles backwards, clutching her hand. Did it draw blood? Aizawa-sensei asks calmly. She checks. No, but it bruised the sheet out of my finger. Lesson learned. Do not pet the bunnies. They're not as nice as they look, Hitoshi says dryly. Momo holds out a belt with heavy metal rounds in the pockets. Here, something to scare off the rabbits if they turn out to be evil, she jokes. Ochako stares at it for a moment, then looks back at the bunnies before taking it and fastening it around her waist. Thanks. They continue on and come across another herd of rabbits. The colony are Fluffle. Okay, interesting, but not that pertinent. They're smaller, but their eyes are glowing. Upon seeing them, the colony turns and hops towards them. What are these things? Non-food item value analysis. Locked until analysis 75. That doesn't even make sense. At least make it animal evaluation or something like that. Non-human species evaluation analysis. Locked until analysis 75. Added. Izuku resists the urge to facepalm. Hard. What are they doing? Ochako asks nervously, fingering one round. I'm more interested in knowing why their eyes are glowing. Hitoshi retorts, grip tight on his capture scarf. One of the bunnies springs at Sue's knee and a bare moment later, Sue cries out, "It bit me." Now the bunnies lift their lips to reveal a mouthful of sharp fangs and start leaping at them. Holy hell, Hitoshi swears. I thought you were joking about the evil bunnies, Momo. I was, she replies, trying to dodge the attacks without much success as she produces a bow staff. Ochako is throwing shot at the rabbits and hitting them most of the time. They're slower when they get up again. When one is hit on the head, it dissolves into green pixels, which none of them have the time to process. Capture scarves wrap around individual bunnies, but that does nothing to stop the others. Hitoshi starts cursing and even Aizawa-sensei lets out a cut-off oath. Kick them, Aizawa-sensei advises, taking his own advice. Sue and Hitoshi follow suit. Izuku, on the other hand, instinctively throws surface cleanse hair at a bunny, which slows it not at all. Duh. Now there's a super clean bunny biting his wrist. Momo begins to lay about with the staff, turning more bunnies into pixels. Trying again, he uses loud voice, minor, and shouts wordlessly. It does briefly stun the rabbits a little, but it also makes everyone except Aizawa-sensei cringe and miss. Not in an enclosed space, problem child, is Aizawa-sensei's only comment. Sorry. He throws another spell and the smell of katsudon saturates the air. Not that one either. Why does it smell like katsudon? Sue wonders. Now I'm hungry. Sorry again, Izuku says with a wince. It's not a problem, Sue reassures him. Shadow starts icing rabbits mid-jump, but dropping to the cave floor just shatters the ice and releases them, leaving chunks of ice everywhere. Maybe that spell. Izuku casts Dark Illusion. Minor and a solitary rabbit turns and flees an illusory nightmare dog. Only one. Sue slips on a chunk of ice and almost falls. In desperation, Izuku punches a bunny that gets to about chest height. It goes flying into a wall and disappears into pixels, which are gone in a moment. He pauses and stares at his fist. That's right, he has super strength now, doesn't he? A bite on his leg brings him back to the situation at hand. Shadow throws a huge ball of fire at the nearest rabbit. Down, Aizawa-sensei barks. They all drop to the floor despite the danger, except for Izuku, who mistakes it for a command to look down. He looks back up in time to see the fireball, funneled by the cave ceiling, coming back his way at speed, and barely has the presence of mind to close his eyes and hold his breath. After the scorching heat passes, he opens his eyes and sees that the bunnies have fled for now. He starts patting at his smoldering clothes as the others begin to get up. He says mildly, I don't think fire in an enclosed space is a good idea, Shadow. Ice either, Aizawa-sensei comments. Someone could lose their footing and get hurt. Sorry, Shadow says and starts patting at Izuku's clothes too. Hitoshi and Momo come over and start patting at his hair. Bits of your hair are on fire, Hitoshi explains at his puzzled look. Aizawa-sensei just sighs and starts passing out band-aids and little packets of antibiotic. Treat your wounds as quickly as possible. We don't know when they'll come back. Also, Yaoyorozu, make us some blunt weapons. Capture scarves are a bad matchup to these things, and only you and Uraraka have other weapons. Izuku dabs at a sluggishly bleeding bite. Ochako got lucky with that first rabbit. He wonders if they're cousin species or just an evolution. Don't some evolutions shrink in size compared to their original form? Then again, this is real life, so that shouldn't be possible. Non-human species evaluation analysis, locked until analysis 75. Oh, shut up. He gets the point already. It's not like he doesn't know he's been slacking on his analysis lately. It's just that he's been so busy. Oh, she says and nods. Making some metal pipes, she starts handing them out. Hitoshi and Aizawa-sensei also take one, but Ochako refuses. I already have these. I could use some more ammunition though, she says, picking up what shot rounds she can find in the gloom. By the time that they're done, the bunnies have come hopping back, much reduced in number. It's wince-inducing to hear the hollow thumps as the pipes whack rabbits, but much less you-inducing than using his fist on the things. With pipes in hand, they quickly finish off what's left of the pack of bunnies. Phew. Hitoshi exhales deeply. Now that we're safe. Did anyone else see the bunnies turn into pixels, or am I just seeing things? No, they turned into pixels. Sue reassures him. So they're all simulations? Momo asks hopefully. No, they left blood behind. Aizawa-sensei refutes that they had. They all look around with grimaces. At least there are no corpses to see. Do you want to turn back? Aizawa-sensei asks. It's a level 0 dungeon. How hard can it be? We've already encountered the killer bunnies. I bet we'll see the boss room soon. Let's keep going. Ochako says. Hitoshi groans. Why would you curse us like that? Now there's bound to be worse things. But I agree. Let's keep going. 5 minutes later, as she nails an evil bunny between the ears, it's the size of a house cat, Ochako wails. I take it back. The bunny dissolves into pixels. Too late, sucker. Hitoshi yells back as he ruthlessly beats down a rabbit that has the gall to aim at his nuts. I didn't mean it. The universe doesn't care. Don't say shit like that. It can and will take you at your word. Hitoshi retorts. Ugh, I'm sorry, okay. She throws shot with each hand and 2 bunnies dissolve into pixel. Too bad, so sad. You're not forgiven. He kicks a rabbit so hard it rockets into the roof and explodes into pixel. As nice as this is this the time for an argument? Shadow asks. Think of it as us laughing hysterically in the face of danger. There's no better time. Hitoshi says amiably. Okay, Shadow says and thinks of Endeavor's face on the rabbit he's aiming for as he swings and swats the thing into a wall, where it slides down the wall into a puddle of fur before turning into pixels. Not that Shadow spends the time to watch. He's too busy aiming at the next Endeavor bunny. How many of these things are there? Momo exclaims as she cracks one rabbit over the head, then swivels her staff to intercept a rabbit, teeth first. It lets out a shrill scream in response until she bashes it again. Too many, Sue replies, kicking a rabbit the size of a very large house cat hard enough that it turns into a stream of pixels as it goes sailing out of sight in the direction they're headed. Way too many, Izuku agrees, punching out one rabbit and smacking another into the ground. They both turn into pixels. You know, I thought the rabbit of Kerbanog was just something they made up in pre-Quirk times. Shadow comments, wailing on a rabbit the size of a medium dog. Now I'm not so sure. What's the rabbit of Cairnbog? Izuku asks in interest, holding off a rabbit with his pipe between its teeth and then punching it into the ground where it dissolves into a puddle of pixels. He's so glad that 10% of super strength is enough to kill these things. Although it does make him worry a bit about punching a human at this percentage or higher. It's a little hard to explain. There's this group of soldiers, European knights and a mage looking for the Holy Grail, which is some sort of MacGuffin with healing powers. And they come across this cave and there's a white rabbit there the size of the last group of Endeavor bunnies we fought. And the knights are like Ochako. Awa, look at the cute bunny. The mage tries to warn them, but they don't listen. So the bunny comes hopping at them and then it lunges and bites one of the knights' head off and then starts maiming and killing the others. Shadow explains. What the fuck? Hitoshi demands. Also, extremely realistic given our current circumstance. Go on. How did it end? I don't remember. Todoroki. Aizawa-sensei doesn't even sound out of breath. What's an Endeavor bunny? Oh, I just imagine Endeavor's face on the bunnies and it's much easier to kill them that way. Shadow answers. That's concerning. Aizawa-sensei says dryly. Does Endeavor abuse you? Izuku turns to stare at Shadow in sudden concern. Then yelps and punches a bunny going for his cheek into oblivion. Only emotionally. Shadow replies. Don't worry. I'm using him for what he knows and then I'm going to drop him like yesterday's news. That doesn't. Aizawa-sensei sighs belligerently and stomps a rabbit into pixels. We'll talk about this later. It won't help. It never does. He's the number 2 hero for a reason. He makes problems disappear. Except All Might. He just wishes he could disappear All Might. Shadow explains. This is not making me less concerned. Aizawa-sensei tells him. Oh, sorry, but killing endeavor bunnies is very cathartic. He tries to reassure his teacher. That's it, I'm sixing all might on endeavor, Aizawa-sensei mutters. Hitoshi barks out a laugh. They finally reach the boss room. The boss is a white rabbit the size of a large dog. For some reason there's a small rabbit shivering in a corner. I have seen the light, Ochako says fervently. There is a great evil in this world and its name is Rabbit. Nice you found religion and all, but what do we do about this one? Hitoshi retorts. Izuku begins. Then Sensei's capture scarf wraps around him and yanks him out of the way as the rabbit lunges. The room vibrates as it lands. The capture scarf releases him. Pay attention, problem child. A clang echoes as Shouto brings his pipe down on its head. Yeah, let's just do that, Hitoshi says brightly. So they do. They dodge a lot and sometimes get yanked to safety by Aizawa-sensei's capture scarf, and when it lands they take advantage of its slowness in turning around to whack it on the head. Unfortunately, it seems to have decided that Izuku is the biggest threat and he can't seem to get in reach. Even Aizawa-sensei is starting to look frazzled after 20 minutes of this. The boss just will not go down. I've got a plan, Izuku says. Momo, can we trade weapons? Sure, I guess. She hands over her bow staff and takes the bloody pipe gingerly. The next time the boss lunges, Izuku hops to the side nimbly and pivots to bring the staff down on its head as it lands. In interests of this actually working, he ratchets super strength up to 20%, which makes his bones ache. Okay, apparently he's still not using super strength quite right. Good to know. There's a pause as they all wait to see if it worked, and then Tsu brings her pipe down on the slightly caved-in spot Izuku's blow left, and the boss dissolves into a thick cloud of pixels before dispersing. The bow staff makes a little cracking sound and half of it falls off, clattering on the floor. Ochako bursts into cheers. The evil has been defeated. The light has triumphed. Finally, we're done with this demon rabbit dungeon. The rest of them break into tired laughter. So, Hitoshi says as they amble back towards the entrance, having found nothing of note in the boss room. If dungeons work like video games, does that mean the drops are in your inventory, Izuku? A light blue, large screen pops up in front of them. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards, plus 607 XP, plus 1 STP. Remaining alive. Congratulations, the player cannot remedy death. Optional quest accomplished, plus 538 XP, plus 1 STP. Remaining unmaimed. Congratulations, the player cannot heal maiming. Optional quest failed. Quest rewards, plus 0 XP, plus 0 STP, plus 16 monster rabbit bites. Optional quest accomplished. Quest rewards, plus 1000 XP, plus 1 STP, plus 131 monster rabbit meat, plus 130 monster rabbit skins, plus 1 monster boss rabbit skin, plus 130 monster rabbit skeletons, plus 1 monster boss rabbit skeleton, plus 1 monster rabbit egg boss drop. Congratulations, you have completed your first instance dungeon. Monster rabbit egg, Hitoshi says, managing to give off the impression of a finicky cat dipping its paw in water. I'm never looking at the Easter bunny the same again. No kidding. Tsu agrees. Crafting, level 0. Crafting points CP. 0 crafting points are earned by using recipes to craft products. Drops can be sold without being crafted, but will not retain their native magic if so. Expand permanent extraplanar crafting area. Yes, no. Materials, 393. Recipes, 15. Rabbit skin fur. Bone awl. Bone block. Bone shot. Bone dust. Salt cured meat. Sugar cured meat. Spice cured meat. Smoke cured meat. Jerky. Frog leather. Roll of fur. Roll of leather. Potion base. Requires access to fields. Minor healing potion. Requires access to fields. Tools, 1. Refrigerator with freezer. Spells, 3. Available spell points, 35,200. Combine. Separate. Craft. Wait, Hitoshi says slowly. 393. Shouldn't the egg make it 394? What's up with the egg anyways? Non-food item value analysis. Locked until analysis 75. Non-human species evaluation analysis. Locked until analysis 75. Really? Hitoshi sounds very unimpressed. How high is your analysis level currently, Izuku? 63. I feel like that's probably impressive. But at the same time, you need to level your analysis 12 times so we can find out what that egg is for, Hitoshi says. Izuku shrugs. Yeah, I just haven't had time. I guess I'll just leave it in storage for now. Do you guys want to split the meat in bones and skins? Not in the dungeon, problem child. I didn't mean here. I just want everyone to get their share. He cries out. I'll take some of the meat, but I don't know what I'd do with skins and definitely no bones. Ochako says. Same. Tsu says. Same. Hitoshi agrees. I don't need any. Shouto says. I don't either, problem child. But you'll never use that much meat, so I'll take a bit of that. You can probably sell the rest to lunch rush. Aizawa-sensei adds, I don't really need any of it either. Momo says contemplatively, but it looks like your quirk wants you to process the drops. I'll take a couple of the skins after you process them into furs. They're good for keeping dust off of books. Don't you have maids? Sue asks. Yeah, but I don't like them in my room, so I do all the cleaning in there. Smart. Itoshi opines. That way they can't find your porn stash. Itoshi. Momo turns bright red. I don't have a PP porn stash. He shrugs. Me either. What I would like is a shower and a nap when we get back, Shoto says, surprising them a bit. Absolutely. Aizawa-sensei agrees seriously. But the rooms don't have clean clothes, so I'll head back to my place for that. When they walk or stumble back into the office, Nezu looks up and grins at them. It's mildly terrifying after what they just went through. Before you shut that door, I took the liberty of placing extra gym clothes in your respective sizes in your rooms. Aizawa, I got Yamada to bring over a set of your clothes, so all of you can walk around in public without being questioned about your bloody clothes. Why don't you all go take showers? I'm going home, Aizawa-sensei says flatly. Looking like that, Nezu counters. You'll scare Eri. Though, really, Aizawa-sensei is the cleanest of them all. Aizawa-sensei sighs. Fine. So they all troop back into the dungeon doors room and down the hall to their respective rooms to freshen up. Izuku's not sure what happens with the rest of them, but he changes into clean clothes after his shower and takes a moment to sit on the bed to rest. He has a vague impression of toppling over and then he's out like a light. Sunday, first trimester, 14th week. Somehow Aizawa-sensei has managed to spare time for their group for the second day in a row. So, what have we learned about dungeons? Nezu asks brightly. Dungeons. Power Loader asks. Why is this the first I'm hearing of it? Because this is the first time we've had reason to involve you. Aizawa and his group went through a level 0 dungeon yesterday and found it rather different than they expected. Nezu explains without missing a beat. We learned that blunt force weapons are more effective than capture scarves or quirks in dungeons. Aizawa-sensei says flatly. We're lucky Yaoyorozu was along. Otherwise we would have had to retreat to avoid being overrun by mobs. Armor, Kiro. Our hero costumes don't have anything to stop teeth. Sue adds. Rabbits are evil. Achako says solemnly. Not cute at all. Rabbits. Power Loader repeats in disbelief. Izuku nods. You probably need a visual, right? Retrieve boss monster rabbit skeleton. Power Loader jerks back and swears as a large skeleton with a long, narrow divot in the skull appears on the table. That's a rabbit. One of many. Aizawa-sensei intones. But that was the biggest one, yes. Quirked. No. Okay. So what do you want me to do? Power Loader says after a moment of silence. I think we should discuss weapons for use in the dungeons and possible armor additions to their dungeon gear and hero suits. Nezu replies. Power Loader sighs. All right, I can produce my own bow staff at need. Momo begins. But Sue is right that our costumes have no armor and that was very much less than ideal yesterday. The problem I'm having though, is that I need skin exposure to use my quirk and I don't see how that could work with armor. Oh, that's easy. Ever heard of DNA cloth? Expensive, but worth it. You can use your quirk with it. We can also do hanging panels of armor on the places you need access, so you can push it aside for use and then it will swing back into place. Power Loader tells her and scribbles down a note. What about you, Aizawa? I think lightweight flexible armor integrated into my usual costume would be sufficient. Also, I want a short club with a grip, which I can fasten to my belt. Okay, you have armor, though. It doesn't stop teeth very well. Power Loader glances at the skeleton with its jaws full of fangs and sighs. Okay, I can see where that would be a problem. You still want to keep your ballistic armor, though? Of course. Great, he says with a sigh, writing another note, and points at Sue. How about you? Armor against bites. I don't think I want a club, though. And I want something that I can integrate into my hero costume, Kiro. Sue replies. What's your quirk? Frog. I can do anything a frog can do. I'm planning on becoming an aquatic hero. How about a marine knife, then? It would be good for cutting ropes and not too heavy. You can use it for combat, too. That sounds good. Thank you, Sue says with a nod. He writes that down. Next, Power Loader points at Hitoshi. And you, armor in a club like Aizawa-sensei. I can't have anything that will interfere with using my capture scarf. I just need something for situations where it's not useful. Hitoshi replies promptly. Doable. You got a mini-you this year, huh, Eraser? Aizawa-sensei sighs. No, he is not my son, secret or otherwise. No, we are not related to our knowledge. That's not what Mike says. You should know better to listen when Mike's trying to yank my chain. Aizawa-sensei retorts. Power Loader laughs and scribbles another note before pointing his pen at Shoto. You next. I want armor, of course. But can I ask for something a little complicated? Sure, I like a challenge. Shoto bites his lip for a moment. then nods. So, I liked the pipe, but also didn't. It was too big in my hand and kinda light for its size, so I had to use more muscle to hit with. And I'm ambidextrous, so I think I could use two. But I want them to be quirk conductive, so I can still use my quirk in the dungeon without being a hazard. Then I'd recommend a pair of quirk conductive metal wushu staffs. Not exactly traditional, but they should do the job and they'd be easy enough to fix to your costume when you're not using them. Alright, Shadow acquiesces. Power Loader writes for a bit, then looks at Ochako. What do you want? Oh, just the armor. I actually love the weights Momo made for me. They're a little heavy, but they do the job. She pauses. Oh, but can you take the heels off of my hero costume? Turns out they're not great for running in or going over rough ground. Absolutely. You should always come to the support department right away if you have issues like this. Power Loader says, writing as he speaks. What about you, little green? It's Midoriya, sensei. I want the armor because bites hurt a lot. And I had the same issues Shadow had with the pipe. Too big around to use one-handed and also a lot too light. My quirk has a strength aspect and I'm pretty strong even without it, so the weight wouldn't be a problem and it would add momentum to my strikes. I want it in metal, though. Not a wooden thing like Momo uses. I do like the staff, though, but I don't want one quite that long. And I'd kinda like it to have a pointy end so I can stab stuff if I need to. That's it. That, Power Loader points his pen at him, is what they call a spear staff. They do make ones with hollow shafts, but the solid shaft ones sound more like what you're looking for. Do you want to attach it to your costume like the others? No, I can just carry it in my inventory until I need it. Izuku says shyly. Right, the inventory. Power Loader glances at the skeleton again. You can put that back, by the way. Oh, Izuku reaches out and touches it and it disappears back into his inventory. Power Loader scribbles down one last note and looks at Nezu. Is that all you needed from me? For the moment, yes. Great. I'm going back to prepping for classes. With that, Power Loader gets up and leaves, notes in hand. I assume you're not done with us yet. Aizawa-sensei sounds tired. Correct. I would like you all to recount your experiences and assessment of the dungeon. But first, Midoriya, you will find the tools we discussed in your crafting area. Nezu says. Izuku nods. Thanks, Nezu-sensei. Also, find sand. Yes, would it be possible to create a laundry area for the extraplanar housing? I feel like it could possibly be an issue. Nezu asks. I suppose. I would need to research. Understandable. Thank you, Nezu says brightly. Now, moving on. Please tell me what happened in the dungeon and don't leave anything out. Monday. Novel official, so. Good news. Creati Enterprises was able to secure a rush order, so the new batches of figurines should be out by next Wednesday. Novel official. A few of you have asked why there's so few of the Class 1B set figurines. The answer is that we didn't know how much demand there would be for them. They are selling slower than the Class 1A set figurines by a fair bit, but Creati says that if they sell out she will offer Class B a contract for a second run. Novel official. A number of people have asked about second runs of the Class 1A set figurines. There is definitely going to be a second run of those. The contracts are already in place. However, they won't be produced until the current sets are sold out. Novel official. For those of you who have back-ordered the Tsukuyomi figurine, all 13 of you, don't worry. Like I said, the new batch will be out by next Wednesday. Dark Shadow says, thank you for the support. Novel official. For Shadow's supporters, all 27 of you, you'll be glad to know that the incoming order has been doubled from the previous batch. Shadow says he has no idea why he's this popular and he hopes it's not just because he's Endeavor's son because he wants to stand on his own merits. Legacies are not always easy to bear, folks, so please be respectful of that. I didn't mean there are only 27 supporters, only that there are that many back orders for his figurine. And no, the pink flames are not a mistake. Shadow's quirk underwent an evolution, so that is accurate to what they look like now. Novel official. For Emperor Explosions fans, and all 36 of you who are back-ordered, his incoming batch is also double the last batch. He says look forward to seeing me become number 1. Novel official. On the Hypnos figurines, yes, we realize there are 214 back orders. However, this rush batch is only going to be a run of 50 max, so unfortunately many of you are going to have to wait until Creati Enterprises has time to secure production of a third batch. Hopefully that will be soon. Hypnos would like to say that he's astounded and touched by his unexpected popularity. And he'd like you to know there's no such thing as a villainous quirk, only people who choose to use their quirks for villainy. Novel official. And to wrap this up, unfortunately for those of you who have back-ordered the novel figurines, you know what? I'm not quoting that. It keeps going up and I'm completely baffled. Just so you know. Anyways, the incoming rush batch will only be 50, so unfortunately many of you will have to wait until Creati Enterprises is able to secure the production of a third batch. Thank you so much for your support. You don't know how much this means to me. Creati Enterprises. This is Creati. This is a temporary account that I will keep active until I get my hero license. I just wanted to say thank you all for the overwhelming support. Creati Enterprises. Being a small business owner was not something I expected to happen, and only happened as fast as it did and as smoothly because my parents loaned me a business manager who specializes in business startups. Shout out to my manager for being an awesome lady who handles my novice fumbles with utter grace. Creati Enterprises. As you may know or not, small businesses getting into the merch business often have to contract out to more established companies until they can secure premises of their own. Such is the case here. So that's why the upcoming figurine batches are limited to 50. We are working on the issue, but it takes time. My apologies. Please understand that we are not doing this intentionally. Creati Enterprises. I understand that some of you have questions about the clothing line and further runs of the shirts that were being sold. Unfortunately, I am not the one who makes the decisions on those, so I do not have an update for you. Creati Enterprises. Please contact me on this account for updates, questions, concerns, and ideas for other figurines that you would like to purchase, bearing in mind that the persons in question may not be willing to sign a contract with Creati Enterprises, and I do not have control over that. Again, thank you for your support. This post has 319 replies. Click to expand. Hitoshi peers at Izuku's phone and whistles. Didn't you two just post that this morning in homeroom? Yeah. Izuku nods. He scrolls down the replies. Most of them are half-hearted complaints, but a fair number of them aren't, and most of those are directed at Momo's replies. Apparently they want us to add the class teachers to the sets. Do you think Aizawa-sensei would even agree to that? I don't know. He is underground. Hitoshi says after a pause. I think Vlad King might go for it, though. There's only one way to find out. Sue points out. Just ask. I will do that. Momo says and takes a bite of her lunch. Someone wants a father and son set of Endeavor and Shouto. Izuku wrinkles his nose. You, Shouto says in his deadpan manner, and slurps some cold soba. Yeah, that's a no-go. Achako opines. It's like they didn't even read your post. Izuku. He nods again. Oh, there's a few asking for Nenzu to be added to the sets or as an individual figurine. I can ask him tomorrow if that's something he feels like doing. I'll make a sample one for you, then. Momo says and takes another bite. Right, he should probably be eating his own lunch. Hitoshi too. Okay, that sounded bad even in his own head. Hitoshi should eat too. There, better. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nenzu, none. Hands-on period. Ectoplasm, quiz quest. Plus 241 exp. Plus 1 wise. Plus 1 STP. Midnight. Do the 9 problems on page 53 quest. Plus 230 exp. Plus 1 wise. Plus 1 STP. All Might. Juggle 3 items while walking quest. Plus 132 exp. Plus 1 dex. Plus 1 STP. Yamaguchi. Learn boxing stances quest. Plus 370 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 wise. Plus 1 dex. Plus 1 STP. Snipe. Diagram sentences quest. Plus 200 exp. Plus 1 wise. Plus 1 STP. Aizawa. 1-2 pages discuss diplomatic immunity and how that affects hero work. Plus 307 exp. Plus 2 INT. Plus 1 wise. Plus 1 STP. Yamada. Translate these 4 paragraphs into English quest. Plus 353 exp. Plus 1 wise. Plus 1 STP. Cementos. Chapter and quiz quest. Plus 348 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 wise. Plus 1 STP. Midnight. None. Study hall. Aizawa. Run 30 laps with weights quest. Plus 112 exp. Plus 1 STR. Plus 1 dex. Plus 1 STP. Yamaguchi. Learn a boxing move quest. Plus 370 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 wise. Plus 1 dex. Plus 1 STP. All Might. Juggle 3 items while walking quest. Plus 132 exp. Plus 1 dex. Plus 1 STP. Yamaguchi. Learn a boxing move quest. Plus 370 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 wise. Plus 1 dex. Plus 1 STP. Aizawa. Run 30 laps with weights quest. Plus 112 exp. Plus 1 STR. Plus 1 dex. Plus 1 STP. All Might. Juggle 3 items while walking quest. Plus 132 exp. Plus 1 dex. Plus 1 STP. Plus 3409 exp. Plus 6 INT. Plus 9 wise. Plus 2 STR. Plus 8 dex. Plus 14 STP. Izuku Midoriya. Level 12. Exp. 10,340 25,000. STR. 52. BIT. 176. Dex. 82. INT. 132. Wise. 152. HP. 1056 over 1056. MP divided by STA. 228 over 228. STP. 0. Skills. Reading. Level 78. Writing, level 69. Studying, retaining knowledge, level 59. Analysis, level 63. People analysis, level 1. Food stat boost analysis, max. Food nutrition analysis, locked until analysis 75. Non-food item value analysis, locked until analysis 75. Non-human species evaluation analysis, locked until analysis 75. Added, fashion knowledge, level 4. Cooking and baking, level 14. Collecting, level 64. Stealth, level 2. Doing laundry, level 1. Cleaning, level 24. Organizing, level 33. Magic, level 4. Ghostly communication, level 7. Playing chess, level 7. Playing Go, level 2. Tai Chi, level 0. Karate, level 0. Judo, level 0. Muay Thai, level 0. Kickboxing, level 0. Boxing, level 0. Blunt weaponry, level 4. Quirks, super strength. Other quirks, float, danger sense, black whip, Fajin, smoke screen, gear shift, locked until STR 100 plus Dex 100. I believe that as of this week, I will have the other teachers, except Aizawa and All Might, stop giving you quests. I can see no particular reason to keep raising your intelligence and wisdom stats at this point. The strength and dexterity quests are still pertinent, however. Nedzu deliberates for a moment. I'll speak to All Might about incorporating strength training into his quests. I won't be giving you a homework quest for the rest of this trimester. However, I would like you to work on your analysis and people analysis over the summer and see if we can unlock those other 2 types of analysis. Okay, Izuku says eagerly. He's missed working on his hero analysis and he hasn't used people analysis very much at all. Fine-san, have you come to an answer on the laundry issue yet? Nedzu asks. Yes, would you elaborate, please? Laundry area, level 0. Create laundry area. Yes, no. Tools, 0. Purchase wash machine for 625 DP. Yes, no. Purchase dryer for 625 DP. Yes, no. DP drop points available. 0 drop points are gained by exchanging dropped items for points. Living drops cannot be exchanged. Oh, so if I exchanged all the skeletons, how much would that get me? Izuku asks. 330. And, half the meat. He needs to save some for Aizawa-sensei, Tsu, Hitoshi and Ochako. 165. Oh, and 2/3 of the skins. There should be enough left to fill Momo's request, even if he messes up a bunch before he succeeds. 220. So, altogether, how much would that make? 715. Exchange listed drop items for DP. Yes, no. Yes, let's do that. Izuku decides. Now he won't have to figure out what to do with all that extra stuff in his inventory. That gives you enough for 1 machine. Nedzu points out. I would recommend the wash machine and perhaps string up a laundry line for things to dry on. Izuku nods. Okay, so I have to clear another dungeon to get enough drop points to buy a dryer, right? Correct. Shall we get that set up, then? Nedzu prompts. A door appears a few inches above the floor. Please enter and go to the end of the hall between the housing units. Apparently he doesn't get an opinion. It's not like he's opposed, though. At the end of the hall, the screen pops up again. Laundry area, level 0. Create laundry area. Yes, no. Tools, 0. Purchase wash machine for 625 DP. Yes, no. Purchase dryer for 625 DP. Yes, no. DP drop points available, 715. Create laundry area, please. Izuku says. A new door appears at the end of the hall. Opening it, they find a large but very empty room. There are spaces for hookups, though. Purchase wash machine. A gleaming machine appears, attached to one of the hookups. The number of DP drops to 90 and the number of tools goes up to 1. Please check out your rooms. Curious, they go back into the hall and into the boys' side. They each check out their rooms. The rooms now have a stacked mini washer and dryer. What's the point of having a laundry room if you put these in? Izuku is puzzled. For everything besides underwear. So these are only capable of doing underwear. That sounds wrong. He objects. You haven't done research on the capabilities of mini washers and dryers lately? Have you? You know I haven't. Trust me. Their quality is low even on the expensive end. Izuku feels that Fine-san is probably having the exact same conversation with Nedzu. Well, it doesn't bother him that Fine-san can do that, so it's okay. Alright, Nedzu-sensei and he meet up in the hall and go back to Nedzu's office. Well, that was quite interesting. It looks like we have enough time to play a game of Go, though. I missed playing with you last week. There are a couple moves I'd like to teach you. Yes, please. He knows Nedzu will make Lapsang Saochong for him without being asked. Izuku enjoys having tea while he plays Nedzu. It's sort of just their thing now. Tuesday. Invalid quest. Aizawa-sensei says blankly. I'll get you heavier weights. For today, just run 40 laps. Teacher issued quest, 40 laps with weights quest. I'm gonna die, Izuku says dramatically. Hush, problem child. You'll be fine. Get a move on before I increase it to 50 laps. Izuku eeps and starts running laps. Not about to risk it. Wednesday, I have one announcement. Aizawa-sensei says, looking tired. The extra credit assignments in your academic classes other than hero law and regulations are being discontinued. They will continue for PE and heroics. What? Why? Kaken demands. Yeah, why? Those extra credits are keeping my grades afloat. Ashido agrees. Because they were originally intended for Midoriya's benefit and he no longer needs them. Oh, geez, sensei. Way to throw him to the rabbits. Izuku cringes as every eye lands on him intently. It's not my decision. So, if you have a problem with it, maybe take it up with Nedzu-sensei. Oh, look, he can pass the buck, too. I know. We can sign a petition. He'll have to agree if we all sign it. Kaminari says brightly. Only if we want to. Hitoshi, bless his soul, intervenes. Some of us have better things to do with our time than locking ourselves into required extra credit. Wait, required? Kirishima asks. Obviously, that's basically what a petition would be asking for. Hitoshi says a bit mendaciously. Then let's word it as offered optional extra credit for those who need it. Ashido says enthusiastically. That way only the people who want to do it need to sign and we can still not do it if we don't have the time. Izuku sighs in relief. Thank Kami. He'd thought for a minute there he'd be facing down 20 pairs of puppy eyes and glares. Wednesday, novel official. Update for those of you who have back-ordered shirts. Yaoyorozu Enterprises has turned production over to Onigashira Clothing, a small affiliate of theirs. You've probably never heard of them, but they're a thriving business, slowly expanding their trade, and their products are high quality. I'm very pleased to say I'll be signing a contract with them very soon. My teacher is looking over the contract as I write this. Novel official. This does mean that it will be another week or two before production begins, unfortunately. However, the good news is that they're doing a run of 400 per shirt, so there will be enough for all of you who have been patiently waiting, with some left over for people who have been waiting to order. Yashiro Najiri, wait, why is your teacher looking it over? I get needing an adult to sign, but shouldn't it be your parents signing? At Novel official, oh, I didn't realize that people didn't know about that. Hero schools have parents sign over partial authority so that in case of needing emergency treatment being needed or needing an adult who actually knows how to read contracts to sign something, the teachers can step in and give permission or sign. At Yashiro Najiri, novel official, it's optional for Gen N students, but fairly necessary for the business, support, and hero courses. Admittedly, it is extremely convenient for me. My mom wouldn't know how to read more than a very basic contract, at her own admission, and my dad works in the US, so it would be a real pain to get him to look them over. At Yashiro Najiri, Midoriya, Izuku puts away his phone and gets up and goes up front. This is where he finds out if the contract is as good as Momo assured him it is. Yes, sensei, this is good. No hidden clauses, and the percentage you get is pretty generous. I'm guessing because they want you to stay with them if some larger business offers. I've signed it, so you're good to go. Aizawa-sensei says. Thanks, sensei. Oh, Momo has something she wants to ask you. Izuku says, because he has a feeling that Momo is sitting there chickening out, even though the worst sensei can say is no. Aizawa-sensei sighs. Scoot, problem child. Yaoyorozu, come up here. Wednesday. So, what did he say? Izuku asks Momo at lunch. She gives him a slightly astonished look. He said yes, with the caveat that the figurine be labeled Aizawa-sensei, not Eraserhead. Wow, really didn't expect that. Hitoshi comments. Maybe he needs the income. Sue suggests. I don't think so. Momo says, shaking her head. Even with the percentage I offered, we'd have to sell a huge amount of sets to make a significant change to his income. Achako clenches a fist. Any income is significant. No offense, but you've never been poor, Momo. Izuku frowns when Momo's face falls. I don't think he's poor, Achako. He works 2 jobs and UA pays top salaries so their teachers don't get lured away by other schools. Even if he's not, I'm still right. Achako insists. Every bit of income counts. Let's not argue. Shoto says with a slight frown. I'm not arguing, just pointing out that he's in a different income bracket than Achako is assuming. Izuku protests. Hitoshi huffs in amusement. You're both right. A little income can add up to a lot, particularly if you have unexpected expenses. And I'm with Izuku on Aizawa-sensei not being poor. He wouldn't have custody of her if he couldn't afford to take care of her. But Izuku, she wasn't criticizing Momo, just stating a fact. Momo nods. I'm not offended. I just hadn't considered Achako's point. However, I still maintain that it isn't significant enough for his agreement to be financial. I think it's more likely he did it as a favor to us. Izuku shrinks in his seat, a little embarrassed. Sorry, no need to be sorry. Sue says simply. Achako just smirks at him. What's that about? Shaoto pokes at his plate of curry. I don't know why they can't have cold soba available every day. Ochako giggles. Because not everyone is addicted to it like you are, you goof. He sticks his nose in the air. Horrifying. The masses are unenlightened. I must spread the gospel of cold soba. Everyone stares at him in disbelief for a moment before bursting into snickers and giggles. How did he even pull that off while wearing such a blank expression? Wednesday. Young Midoriya. We're going to change your quest a little. All Might says. Oh, okay. Had Nezu spoken to him, or is this something else? Instead of walking while juggling 3 items, you'll be wearing weights while juggling items. I was thinking of just giving you weights to juggle, but I've been informed that could be dangerous. All Might explains. Izuku nods. All right, Nezu has definitely talked to him. He doesn't mind the change, honestly, and he suspects Fine-sen was about to deem the original quest invalid anyways. Turns out, juggling with weights on is insanely hard because the weights make him overreach. Thursday. Kuriko Chikafuji stares at the human potato in a mask. So, I'm informed that you are willing to take to the darker side of villainy in exchange for a quirk. The potato man says. Convince me. You're awfully pushy for a guy who needs someone to work for him badly enough to offer a quirk. She remarks. All you need to know is that I do what I say I'm going to and I can follow orders. There is an ominous silence. Suddenly he laughs. A dark, cold thing. I see you have a mind of your own. Very well. Those are indeed the important things. Vaporization, I think. Excuse me, she asks, a little unnerved. You're excused, but not actually. Vaporization is the name of the quirk I'm going to give you. It will allow you to vaporize your body and reform it. Come here, he says. She gulps and approaches him. Well, here goes nothing. She's either going to die or get a quirk and has no idea which one it is. Thursday. They are all over at Momo's house, which is absolutely huge, having a giant studying party. Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari, Siro and Sato are all at Kaken's house, probably being yelled at for incompetence, but everyone else is here. Look, he knows how Kaken is, okay. Takoyami. Aoyama and Kuda are studying art history together, and Ajiro, Shoji, Minda and Ida are studying math together. Dark Shadow and Fine-sen are chatting in a corner. Momo is helping Ochako with English, while Tsu, Hitoshi and Izuku are studying separately, but sort of together. More precisely, they're studying different subjects and periodically bouncing an answer off of the other two. Hey, it works for them. Tsu is studying modern lit, Hitoshi is studying biology, and Izuku is studying art history. None of the 3 of them are exactly bad at their studies, but they all have their strong points and weak points, and bouncing subjects off of each other gives them practice at the other 2 subjects as well as the one they're studying. Hitoshi scowls at his textbook. Humans don't have cloaca, right? Tsu giggles. No, but frogs do. He blinks and stares at her suspiciously. Does that mean you do? It's funnier not to tell you, she says with a gleam in her eyes. Izuku snorts. If she had one, she'd just say so. But it's rare for anyone to try yanking Hitoshi's chain, so he'll go along with it. You are not funny, Hitoshi intones. And I hate you for putting that thought in my head. Sucks to be you. Tsu replies with amused indifference to the professed hate. Friday. Young Midoriya, you are still here. All Might in his small form asks in surprise. Yagi. Oh, yeah. I have quirk training after school with Aizawa every day, so I'm just done now. Izuku explains. I should have thought of that. Yagi mumbles under his breath. I'm glad you're getting help with them, my boy. Would you like to spend some time together, or do you need to catch the train? I'm between classes at the moment. It's okay. Nezu-sensei thought of it. And yeah, I'd love to. I can just catch a later train. Oh, but let me text my mom so she doesn't worry. He says. Of course, my boy. Go right ahead. Do you mind if we sit in the teacher's lounge? The other teachers won't mind. Izuku asks dubiously. No. I suspect that I will have to fight them for your attention, actually. Yagi tells him. He blinks. I don't know about that, but do you want to go elsewhere? No, it's fine. I need to review the lesson for the 3rd year class. Yagi explains. Oh, okay, he says, a little disappointed. He thought Yagi had something to talk about with him, but it sounds like he's just going to be sitting there and talking occasionally. Boring, but he'd already agreed to it. Why are adults like this? Friday. The teacher's lounge is deserted when they get there, and to Yagi's credit, he does ask about how Izuku's been doing, how his mother is, and how his merch has been doing. I must admit, my boy, I got a business manager who graduated the same year as me and never really dealt with the merch other than confirming a few opinions and signing the contracts at first. Later on, the business department took over the contracts, so I don't really keep track of it all. Yagi says, I'm impressed by your handling of it, and by young Yaoyorozu. Starting a business at such a young age just to help a friend out is very admirable. Izuku nods. Momo's the best. Oh, is that a crush I smell? Yagi teases. No, it's not like that. She's just been a really good friend to me. Momo and Hitoshi are my best friends. Not that Tsu and Ochako aren't my friends, but okay. I understand. Yagi acquiesces, but a twinkle remains in his eyes. The door opens and Present Mike comes in, his arms full of papers. Oh, hey there, listener. You hanging out with us today? I guess. I'm hanging out with All Might, at least. He answers. Oof, struck in the heart. I'm hurt, he says dramatically, while prosaically going over to his desk and dumping the papers on it. Actually though, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your sales and congratulate you on how well your merch is doing. Izuku looks at Yagi, who waves him off. Go ahead, I need to review this lesson still. So he rolls his chair over to Yamada-sensei's desk instead. Thanks. What did you want to talk about? I've been reading the comments and seeing people ask for Eraser and Vlad to be included in the set figurine. Have you thought of doing a UA Hero Course Teacher's set? I think you might be able to get Sho to actually agree to that one. Mike asks in a bubbly tone. No, I haven't. But he agreed to let us include him in the sets, so. Izuku confesses. He did. Well, that's impressive. No, seriously. I think it's his first ever figurine. He's always been underground, you know. Mike-sensei exclaims. Really? It's not the most intelligent thing to say, but Izuku does what he can. Yup, really. But I was serious about the teacher's set. I think even Nedzu might say yes. Mike enthuses. Would he? Not to doubt you. But he said I'll get back to you on that when I asked him about a single figurine or being included in the class sets. I'm pretty sure that means no. Izuku says dubiously. I think so. Mike reassures him. He probably just didn't like the image being attached to a single class would make and thinks a single figurine wouldn't sell well. Oh, I guess I'll ask Momo, then. He says uncertainly. That's all I ask. So, tell me, how have your studies been going? Do you need any help with English? I can make time for you if you do. Actually, I'm good on that. I need to study art history and math some more. Tough subjects. I understand maths, I just can't explain them. Now if it was modern lit, I could help you. Mike sympathizes. Sunday, first trimester, 15th week. Wait. You're telling me that you have your own apartment and wash machine and kitchen? I've got to see this. Inko says. Okay, he really hasn't shown his mom anything, has he? Fine, Sen, could you? A door appears midair, a few inches above the ground. Oh, Inko says in surprise. Yeah, so, we just go in here and I can show you around. He holds the door for her and she steps inside. Following her, he finds her peering at the dungeon doors. Mom, I'm serious. Please don't go into the dungeons. You could get hurt. If I could get hurt, so could you. She retorts. The difference is that I went in with 6 other people and one of them made weapons for us. And we're all getting armor and real weapons before we try again. Because that was scary. He tells her, armor, for a beginner's dungeon. She asks dubiously. Well, the rabbits had teeth. Rabbits have teeth though, she says. Or I thought so, at least. Carnivore teeth. And they kept biting us. My, that sounds traumatizing. She remarks. It was. He tells her in a grim tone. The bedrooms are behind that door. Oh yes, I want to see that. He trails her down the hall. Girls' rooms on the right, boys on the left, and laundry rooms straight ahead. She opens the girl's side and he follows, feeling vaguely like he's intruding. The first room on the right doesn't have a nameplate, so she opens it and goes in to explore, while he stands at the door, uncomfortable despite the room being the exact same as his. Well, this is lovely. She finally decides, emerging from the room. Fine, San, I'll take this room. He blinks at her. What? Acknowledged. A cursive nameplate forms on the door, saying Inko. For when I come to visit. She explains blithely. Okay, now the laundry room. They go back to the main hall and into the laundry room. She surveys the mostly empty room and laughs to herself a little. Honey, do you even know how to wash clothes? No, not to worry, I'm gonna make you a cheat sheet. You can hang it up in here so anyone who needs it can use it. Okay, thanks. She pats his arm. You're welcome. Now, about that kitchen. So he shows her the crafting area. It's not exactly a kitchen, he thinks. But it's not exactly not one either. She exclaims over the craft counter, the fridge and the lack of a stove, larger sink and dishwasher. Then she starts rummaging through the cupboards, and exclaims over the lack of foodstuffs and dishes. What are these? She asks, looking under the craft counter. Tools. That's where Nedzu-sensei put them. Knives belong in a drawer, dear. You don't have any cutlery, do you? She guesses. No. He droops a little. Well, not to worry. I'm sure I have extras packed away. Fine, San. I noticed that none of the rooms have a clock. Can you do something about that? Yes, Mom. Izuku looks around and finally spots the new clock hanging above the refrigerator. Cool. Now he can tell when he's late. Thank you, Fine San. That is lovely. Now Izuku, come help me look for those dishes I have packed away. Yes, Mom. He doesn't groan, but it's close. Helping her is fine. But there's studying to be done and this is going to take forever, given how much his mom packs into closets. Knowing her, she probably doesn't even know which closet they're in. Sunday, Shouta has been waiting for months to be called on to help with Abaro's Kurogiri's case. But apparently the man has to consent to erasure being used on him before they'll do that, and only now has the required therapy work to undo the brainwashing enough that the man is willing to consent. He follows the warden to an interview room and waits impatiently for Kurogiri to be brought in. The man is in Quirk suppressing handcuffs when they bring him in. Still, it doesn't repress the purple cloudiness that obscures his face or the yellow glow of his eyes. Eraserhead. He acknowledges. You consent to me using my quirk on you? He asks in reply. Yes, I must admit, I am curious. Nodding, he takes a breath and then activates his quirk. The cloudy purple and glowing yellow slashes for eyes fade away, revealing Abaro's face underneath. He looks like he's struggling. Shouta, I'm still under here. I just can't get out yet. Thanks for trying this. It means a lot, Abaro says in a strained tone. Of course, Shouta replies gruffly. Even if Abaro wasn't important to him, he'd still do this. I'm not giving up on you. Thanks, Shouta. Then he sneezes, and a few seconds later, Shouta has to blink. My, that was an interesting experience. You are quite loyal, Eraserhead, and I am rather startled to find my therapist is correct about this personality being a created one. Kurogiri says, tugging at his prison uniform as if straightening a suit. Thank you for your cooperation. Thanks, I guess, Shouta says dully. Glad I could help. He gets up and leaves the room, leaving Kurogiri to his own thoughts. Outside, he slumps against the gray wall and covers his face with his hands, weakly covering the fact that tears are burning his dry eyes. Shouta doesn't regret coming. No, not at all. But he regrets knowing for sure that Abaro is still suffering and has been for over a decade. And there's nothing he can do to help other than wait. Damn it all. Monday, Shouta stares at his problem child and sighs. Well, you almost have a grasp on how to use float and black whip. And Fajin sounds like it's less likely to break you, so we'll try training super strength today. Try calling it up but not using it. Midoriya does, and Shouta's eyes narrow on him. And now he has a green crackling student. Hopefully that lightning is just cosmetic. One lightning bug is enough. Okay, stop. You said you spread it out because of Fine Sen's hint. How are you spreading it out? Like a sprayer instead of a hose. He raises an eyebrow. Interesting. So you're not reinforcing your bones and tissues with it? Midoriya stops and promptly facepalms so hard that Shouta winces in sympathy. Well, winces on the inside at least. He's got a reputation to maintain. Why didn't I think of that? Obviously that's what All Might does, or he'd be having bone fractures, and worse if he punched at full strength. Couldn't he just have said that instead of talking about an egg in a microwave? Shouta chuckles. What kind of metaphor is an egg in a microwave? Midoriya groans. It's better than the just clench your butt cheeks and yell smash. Advice, at least, I think. Hey, seriously, that idiot. Try again. Just calling it up. Shouta kind of wants to facepalm too. Okay, sensei. Midoriya's face screws up in concentration. The bright green jags of light slowly fade into a more dispersed, barely their haze of pale green. What percentage are you at? 5, maybe 6, Midoriya guesses, keeping everything reinforced. Slowly turn it up to 10 if you can, he suggests. The haze slowly brightens in tiny increments. Yeah, his kid is going to glow like he's radioactive if he gets close to 100%. Got it, sensei. Midoriya's voice is very slightly strained. Good, hold on to that and punch the dummy. He points at the nearest training dummy. Midoriya walks over and punches it right out of the floor. He gives a low whistle, rather impressed. How's your arm and hand? Problem child shakes his arm a little to test it out. Good. I don't think I fractured anything this time. Thank Kami for small mercies. That's good. Now let it go and do it over again. Shouldn't I fix the dummy first? Problem child asks tentatively. This gym is built to have its dummies destroyed. One of the staff will fix the ones you break later, he explains. Oh, okay. Thanks, sensei. Shouta reminds himself not to roll his eyes at the unnecessary thanks. It's only logical for UA to have Quirk training equipment, and it's certainly not Shouta who cleans up the messes. They do have other staff than the teachers. Still, people get a little funny if he makes light of their politeness. Tuesday. Quests accomplished. Quest rewards. Nedzu, learn Go Moves quest. Plus 223 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 Wise. Plus 1 STP. Aizawa, 3 pages compare and contrast 3 hero laws of Sapporo and Mustafu quest. Plus 365 exp. Plus 2 INT. Plus 1 Wise. Plus 1 STP. Yamada, learn 10 new words in English quest. Plus 198 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 STP. Cementos, chapter and quiz quest. Plus 348 exp. Plus 1 INT. Plus 1 Wise. Plus 1 STP. Midnight, none, review period. Aizawa, run 40 laps with weights quest. Plus 112 exp. Plus 1 STR. Plus 1 dex. Plus 1 STP. All Might, juggle 3 items while wearing weights quest, plus 132 exp, plus 1 STR, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, run 30 laps with heavier weights quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 STR, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. All Might, juggle 3 items while wearing weights quest, plus 132 exp, plus 1 STR, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP. Aizawa, run 30 laps with weights quest, plus 112 exp, plus 1 STR, plus 1 dex, plus 1 STP, plus 1734 exp, plus 5 INT, plus 3 Ys, plus 5 STR, plus 5 dex, plus 9 STP. Izuku Midoriya, level 12, exp, 12,074 25,000, STR, 57, VIT, 185, dex, 87, INT, 137, Ys, 155, HP, 1110 over 1110, MP divided by STA, 242 over 242, STP, 0. Oh my, that's quite a bit less experience, isn't it? Nedzu comments, yeah, but I don't see anything it affects besides my level, which doesn't really affect anything. Izuku points out, that's true. Nedzu agrees. Unlimited displays unlocks at level 25. Oh, Izuku thinks about that. It's not really a big deal, though. Just saying. He nods. Good to know, at least. Then he looks back at Nedzu. Hey, Nedzu-sensei, I had something I wanted to ask. What do you think of a UA Hero Teacher set, including you? I think that sounds delightful. I'll put it to the teachers and see what they think. Nedzu replies. I assume that Yaoyorozu has contracts drawn up already. Yes, she does. Oh, cool. Thank you, Nedzu-sensei. Izuku says. But of course, now I have a couple go moves to teach you. Nedzu tells him. Izuku nods again. Did I tell you that I forgot to tell my mom about the extraplanar stuff? She found out this weekend, and the first thing she did was claim a room of her own. Then she said she was going to draw up a communal laundry instructions chart. And after that, she got Fine-Sen to add clocks to all the rooms. No, you did not. I must say, she seems to have taken it well. Nedzu remarks. Yeah, she even got dishes and cutlery out of storage for me. Izuku shudders in memory. The closets are so packed. It took forever to find them. That sounds quite generous of her. Nedzu says. Well, yeah. So now I have flower pattern sets of 4 of everything, but none of the sets match. There's even sets that the makers are American. So I'm pretty sure Dad bought them all for her even though she still uses her wedding set. Well, not everything, I guess. The kitchen knives are all random knives. She taught me how to sharpen knives and how to straighten their edges if they get nicked. Izuku says in exasperation. Did she do anything else? Well, she got Fine-Sen to set a permanent door in our living room wall. It's actually flush with the floor instead of raised like the temporary ones. He explains. I think she was talking about buying me a microwave and tea kettle, too. I just kind of gave up and went to study at that point, because she said she had it all handled. Nedzu laughs. I'm sure she did. Tea. Yes, please. Wednesday. Novel official? Okay, I've seen a lot of complaining today about not being one of the people whose order was filled. They were filled in the order they were taken. First come, first serve, folks. It's a pretty simple concept. Please at least stop with the nasty comments. Creati doesn't deserve them. We're doing the best we can. We realize it isn't up to par as of yet, but we're getting there. Creati Enterprises. Novel doesn't deserve the nasty comments either. He has nothing to do with the orders being filled. And yes, they are being filled on a first come, first serve basis to avoid favoritism. Novel official, at Aquanerd, at Photon Spell, at Corvid Falling. Yes, we are going to have a second run of both Class A and Class B sets, but that will be 2.5 weeks out. Please be patient. Novel official, at everyone. I forgot to mention. The new sets will include the teachers of the respective classes. Aquanerd, yes. That's so awesome. Novel official, at everyone. Also, I can't spoil it just yet, but we're working on something else you may like. Cross your fingers, we'll need luck. Photon Spell, oh, the mystery. I want to know. Creati Enterprises. We should know for sure by Friday if we can get it or it falls through. We have high hopes for it. Novel official, at everyone. One last thing. Next week is exam week, so we won't be answering comments until exams are over. Corvid Falling. Completely understandable. Best of luck to you. Dark Sorcerer 2. May the demons be with you and not against you. Photon Spell. Good luck. Good luck. Aquanerd. Ugh, I have exams too. I'm gonna expire on the spot. Good luck to you and your class, though. Izuku laughs at Dark Sorcerer 2's comment and closes out the app. There are some real characters on Hero Official. Kaken turns around and glares at him. Oi, Midoriya, shut up. I'm trying to study here. Well, homeroom is a study period today. He should be working on his own studies. For the sake of peace, though, he says, sorry, Kaken. Red eyes narrow on him suspiciously. But apparently Kaken deems studying more important than yelling at him, so he just turns back around after a moment. Wednesday. Name, Akifurutani. Hero name, The Reach Hero, Bendy. City, Sapporo. Affiliation, Sparkle Agency. Quirk, extendable arms. The user is able to extend her arms an extra 8 feet at will. Her arms have above ordinary strength when at rest and normal strength when extended. Record, 127 minor crimes resolved. 3 serious incidents with villains resolved. Overall, an excellent record for a relatively new sidekick. Fighting style, fairly straightforward. Relies heavily on blocks and redirection of momentum, as well as grappling offensively. Weaknesses, not suited for large-scale battles or against high-powered emitter quirks. It would be fairly easy for a villain to find a way around her quirk. Should be careful not to let villains use her kindness against her. Recommendation, should look into underground work and learn some more offensive moves. Possibly should carry a taser for difficult foes. Personality, kind and friendly. Also a little goofy. Very dedicated. Comments, does not stand out despite being a good hero. This would serve her well in underground work. Unfortunately, it is not good for climbing the ranking charts. See sketch for costume details. Other hero analysis here. Name, Muyanao. Quirk, sea green hair. This quirk lends the user rippling sea colors and slight movement even in absence of a breeze. The movement seems to be kinetic in nature rather than a prehensile trait. Level 8. STR 15. VIT 15. Dex 18. INT 23. Wise 34. HP 45/90th. MP 0 divided by 0 locked. Sta 12/30th. Currently injured. Name, Dado Makino. Quirk, fleshy spikes. Small, soft, and flexible pink spikes protrude down length of spine and fronts of arms and legs. Cosmetic mutation only. Level 5. STR 14. VIT 8. Dex 10. INT 12. Wise 9. HP 48/48. MP 0 divided by 0 locked. Sta 22/22. Lazy. Other people analysis here. Skills, reading, level 80. Writing, level 70. Studying, retaining knowledge, level 62. Analysis, level 65. People analysis, level 2. Food stat boost analysis, max. Food nutrition analysis, locked until analysis 75. Non-food item value analysis, locked until analysis 75. Non-human species evaluation analysis, locked until analysis 75. Added, fashion knowledge, level 4. Cooking and baking, level 14. Collecting, level 64. Stealth, level 2. Doing laundry, level 1. Cleaning, level 24. Organizing, level 33. Magic, level 4. Ghostly communication, level 7. Playing chess, level 7. Playing Go, level 3. Tai Chi, level 0. Karate, level 0. Judo, level 0. Muay Thai, level 0. Kickboxing, level 0. Boxing, level 0. Blunt weaponry, level 4. Oh, it went up. Izuku says in mild surprise. Maybe leveling up his analysis to 75 wouldn't be that hard after all. Wednesday. AFO reflects on the UA students idly. HM. Kiriko. What do you think of the first year's performance in the UA Sports Festival? She shakes her head. Sorry, I've never had any reason to watch it, so I don't know how any of them did. The only one I've heard anything is that novel kid, who says even quirkless can become heroes. A well-meaning boy, if terribly naive. Etusks. Very well. I'll send copies of the events to your computer. Okay, but what's your opinion on them? Well, that's a good question. He approves. Class B didn't really amount to much despite their efforts. That may change in later years. But for now, they're of no interest. The one that really caught my interest was Bakugo from 1A, the second place winner. He threw a hissy fit big enough that the umpire knocked him out to make him calm down. With an attitude like that, I think he'd make an excellent villain. Would probably jump at the chance to use that powerful quirk of his without restraint. Most likely he's fed up with society's restrictions on quirk usage. Kiriko nods in understanding. The third one that caught my attention. She blinks in confusion. The third. What about the second? He gives her a dark look for interrupting, although it's really hard to convey without half his face. So it's more like a pause that doesn't make her even twitch. I'll get to the second one in a bit. As I was saying, the third one who caught my attention is one of the third place winners, the boy with the shadow quirk. Quirks like that often face a lot of discrimination and are viewed as evil. Society itself has prepped the boy to be willing to listen to a better offer from a generous villain, don't you think? I see. That does make sense. She agrees after a moment. The second one who caught my eye, so to speak, AFO continues, was the winner himself. A promising student with a powerful quirk, wrongfully excluded from the hero's course simply because of the discrimination inherent in UAS entrance exam. He must be bitter. Not only that, But his quirk is also a classic example of a villain's quirk, and he has surely experienced discrimination that has stewed his bitterness to something darker. Now, Yue is not completely foolish. They have transferred him to the hero course after he won the event. But bitterness undoubtedly lingers that he was forced to win against those with more training and flashier quirks in order to even have a chance. Our spy in 1A says he has a dark and gloomy attitude, so he's obviously letting his feelings fester. That will win him to our side with little effort on our part. So we have a spy and you want me to recruit these kids? Kiriko asks. AFO pretends chagrin. Did I not tell you that? And yes, that would be ideal. I'm sure you can find an opportunity to attempt it in the near future. Do not be too discouraged if one of them refuses. However, hero students are unpredictable sometimes. Too naive, you understand. Yeah, I got it. Am I going to have access to this spy's information, boss, or do I need to find a source myself? She asks with a bit of an edge to her tone. He chuckles at her borderline sass. At least she respects him enough to obey his wishes. Though he really needs to get on the doctor about recreating his method of copying quirks. That cyber attack set his plan back more than he'd like to admit. No need for that. Of course you'll have access to the information. You're my heiress, after all. Thursday. Ada is not quiet on a good day. Today he seems distressed. She asked me to consider her and then asked if I wanted to study together. But she's a second year in Gen Ed and we don't have any classes in common. When I pointed that out, she just winked at me. I don't know what that means. And what does she want me to consider her for? Minta gives a strangled moan. Man, you're so lucky. Zero gives a little laugh. Sato pats Ida on the back. She meant she wants to date you. Xiaoji explains calmly. Date me? But why? I've never even seen her before. Ada protests. That only matters if you don't like her. Ajiro tells him. But I don't know her. I don't know if I like her or not. Ada says plaintively. Well, there's one way to find out. Spend some time with her. If you don't get along, you can always go your separate ways. Zero points out. Yeah, a date or two won't hurt anything. I'll give you tips to get the girl. Minta offers eagerly. You have a point, Zero. Thank you, Minta. I don't know if I want to go on dates or get the girl. First we need to spend some time together to see if we want to even be friends. Ada scolds. Minta ignores the tone. That doesn't mean you shouldn't put your best side forward. She already likes the way you look. You should capitalize on that. Hitoshi huffs in amusement at Ada and his group and tunes out the rest of the conversation. It's not really any of his business that Ada's already attracting fangirls, and it's not really surprising that he is, given how built he is. Not that he's Hitoshi's type at all. He prefers them to be shorter than he is, not taller. He does feel a bit of sympathy for Ada, though. If some random girl approached him like that, he'd be suspicious as hell that it was some kind of prank. Oh well, at least Ada doesn't have a villain's quirk to encourage that kind of dishonesty. Friday, novel official. So, to get back to you on the exciting thing we mentioned the other day. It went through. Novel official. It was mentioned to us that it was possible we could get UAS hero teachers to agree to a set of figurines. Following up on that suggestion, I asked Nedzu about it and he agreed that it could be a good idea. Novel official. Since then, the teachers have had a meeting and agreed to it. Creative Enterprises. We have yet to get all the contracts signed. However, we will be doing a first run of 100 sets because we expect them to be rather popular given that they're all official heroes already. Creative Enterprises. Also, the teacher set will include Nedzu. Those of you who are fans of his intelligence-based hero work already know how rare it is for him to agree to figurines. Draw that cat. What about the non-hero UA teachers? Are you going to do a set of them too? At Creative Enterprises, at Novel Official. Creative Enterprises, well, this was not a question we were expecting. I suppose if there is a demand for them, we could approach Nedzu on the matter. At Draw that cat. Creative Enterprises. However, I believe it would require a certain amount of pre-orders to even have a chance of convincing him in them, with the understanding that if that quota is not met, we won't even attempt to secure it. At Draw that cat. Novel Official. I think it's wonderful that this question is being asked, but I have to admit, I honestly doubt both the popularity of the idea being sufficient to make quota and the civilian teacher's willingness to agree to the set. At Draw that cat. Novel Official. On another note, just a reminder, starting tomorrow, we will not be responding to comments until next Friday when finals will be over with. Creative Enterprises. Yes, we are sorry to do this, but succeeding in this matter is important to our futures. We will attempt to catch up on replying after the next week is over. Plankton Eyes. 100% understandable. Photon Spell. Again, good luck. Red Diver Rai. Kill those exams. Izuku puts away his phone and yawns. Last night's study party had turned into staying overnight and they'd all stayed up a bit too late. Probably not wise, but they at least have the weekend to recover before exams. Extra. Friday. UA business course homeroom teacher to the other non-hero course teachers. So, that pair of hero students that started their own business up. Another teacher A. The ones from 1A. Homeroom teacher, yeah, them. Seems like they've put us in an interesting situation. Another teacher B, oh no, what are they putting UA through this time? Homeroom teacher, oh, not UA per se. Actually us, the non-hero teachers. So, the thing is that they got the hero teachers to agree to let them put out set figurines of them. And someone asked if they were going to put out a set of UAS non-hero teachers. Teacher A, oh, that's kind of hilarious. Yet another teacher C, they said no, right? Homeroom teacher, that's the thing. They expressed doubt that we'd agree to that, but agreed to ask if they got a certain amount of pre-orders for it. Teacher C, holy shit. Teacher B, they can allow pre-orders without asking us first. Homeroom teacher, yeah, as long as they make it clear that the orders might not be fulfilled if there's not enough interest or agreement from us, which they are. Teacher A, how likely are they to be able to get their preset number of pre-orders? Homeroom teacher, not sure on that, but these kids have hit an unexpected niche market, so there's a good chance. At least it's flattering that someone asked, right? Teacher D, I think we should do it if there's enough interest. What? I mean, how many of us wanted to be heroes at one point and have our face on merchandise? This is a one-of-a-kind opportunity for us to have figurines as civilians. Homeroom teacher, my thoughts exactly. And we don't have to use their preset of pre-orders if they ask us. We can set our own minimum. Say 20. Teacher E, okay, we can see you want to do this, but if we do, what's in it for us? And how many sets would we agree to? Figurines are produced in batches rather than to order, right? Homeroom teacher, correct. Some places do to order, but those are specialty craftsmen, not what these kids are doing. We could agree on anything from 30 sets to 100. We'll just have to see what they offer us. What's in it for us is a little money and a bit of fame. That's basically it. But what I really want is a chance for some of the business kids to get a chance at handling a real account. Teacher A, oh, so that's your motivation. Makes sense, I guess. Teacher D, I think it's a good idea. Teacher B, you just want a figurine of yourself. Teacher D, what's wrong with that? Are you telling me that you don't? Teacher B, turns red, no comment. Teacher E, could we really make it a requirement to let the business students get involved? Would they agree to that? Homeroom teacher, that's the thing. Their current business manager only deals with startups, so I think they would agree to it with the understanding that the one that does best for them becomes their permanent business manager. Teacher A, so it would be of mutual benefit, gotcha. That's a pretty good reason. I'll agree to it if the rest of you will. Teacher D, same. Teacher E, it makes sense. Sure, I'll agree to it. Teacher F, me too. Teacher G, ditto. Extra, first time training float. So, I don't actually know why I started floating. Then I noticed and got excited about it and floated higher until I panicked because I didn't know how to get down, and I just kept floating higher until Hitoshi rescued me. It was scary, he admits. Aizawa-sensei just stares at him until he shifts his weight uncomfortably. So it responds to emotions. Do your ghosts have anything useful to say about it? Don't worry, kid. Float responds to emotions, but it's more about control. Same thing happened to me when I got it. Fortunately, my dad noticed in time to stop me floating off into the sky. It only took a couple weeks for me to learn mostly how to control it. You should pick it up faster than I did, given you're so much older. Nana says reassuringly. You're not going to tell me to clench my butt cheeks and yell smash, are you? He asks dubiously. No, Nana assures him with a rollicking laugh. I'm sorry, Ghost Might says, sounding embarrassed. In my defense, I took to the quirk instinctively, and One for All was a lot weaker when I got it. Though, Nana says that I should be able to get the hang of float pretty easy, since it's about control more than emotion. Izuku explains. Aizawa-sensei sighs and mutters something that sounds like, that's great. Then he focuses on Izuku. Alright, since it's about control, focus on wanting to float. Izuku does, and promptly does not float at all. Frowning, he tries harder, with the same result. It's not working, sensei. Try feeling happy. Sometimes quirks only respond to emotion at first. Finicky things, Aizawa-sensei says. He comes up with an image of Yuri excitedly telling him stories about what her dolls did and holds it. After a moment, he feels his feet leave the ground. I did it. Good. Now release it. Aizawa-sensei instructs. 5 minutes later, he's stuck on the ceiling and nothing he does makes him float lower. Aizawa-sensei's capture scarf wraps around his leg and starts pulling him down carefully. When he's about 3 feet up, float suddenly cuts out and he falls the rest of the way, catching himself with a stumble. Oof. Alright, problem child. Try again. Ugh. He has a bad feeling about this. Extra. First time training Black Whip. So Banjo says it's because I didn't control my anger well that it went out of control. Izuku finishes explaining. Aizawa-sensei ponders. So protective anger, maybe, rather than normal anger. See, he gets it. Banjo says plaintively. Banjo says that sounds right. Izuku tells him. Aizawa-sensei nods. What are the chances that it would also respond to determination? It's a related emotion and a bit less volatile. It didn't work that way for me. Banjo says dubiously. but One for All has strengthened it, so that could be the case for you. Maybe. He says it's worth a shot. Izuku relays. Alright, how about you try that, then, and I'll erase it if needed. Aizawa-sensei instructs. Okay. Izuku nods and concentrates. After a moment, he has 5 2-feet tendrils waving aimlessly around him. They don't even hurt. That's promising. Aizawa-sensei remarks. Now, as a baseline, try it with anger. Protective anger. He checks. Regular anger to start with. I want to see what it can do when it's out of control. That will give me a good measure of its upper capacity. Aizawa-sensei explains. Okay. You might want to step back a ways. He warns. Aizawa-sensei walks backwards about 10 feet. That should be enough. He decides and focuses again on how Kaken's bullying made him feel. Pain rips through him as a flurry of black tendrils explode outwards in all directions. This time Fine Sen doesn't shut it down immediately and it feels like an eternity of torture. Then it just stops, panting and whimpering despite the pain being gone. It takes a minute for him to straighten out of his curled-over position and look around for Aizawa-sensei. He's standing a good 40 feet away, a hand on his chest and a grimace on his face. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be that destructive. Aizawa-sensei apologizes. He looks around and notices that there's holes in the floor and the nearest dummies, a good 20 feet away, are demolished. Oh, that's a bigger range than I thought, and it's strong enough to throw me a good 30 feet with just a slap. Aizawa-sensei adds. That's good news and bad news. Good that it means that you'll be able to restrain villains with strength quirks. Bad that the force could easily kill. Regular anger is definitely not something you can use this quirk with. Izuku nods. I don't want to kill anyone or hurt bystanders. Aizawa-sensei walks maybe 10 feet closer. I'd say your range is about 30 feet. Let's try protective anger. He gulps and thinks for a moment. An image of Aizawa-sensei on the floor with the Namu breaking his arm and Shigaraki looking smug comes to mind. Yeah, that should work. He's wanted so badly to take Sensei away to where his wounds could be treated. Well, it looks like I misestimated your range a bit. Aizawa-sensei's voice comes from a lot closer than he expects and he blinks out of memory to find Aizawa-sensei wrapped up in a black cocoon of writhing tendrils only a couple feet away. What were you thinking of? Banjo starts cackling in his head. Good one, kid. The USJ. When the Namu had you on the floor, he admits, voice a little shaky. So that's why it's not hurting me. He moves his torso around a bit and the tendrils remain the same. This is weirdly comfortable, almost as good as my sleeping bag. Izuku laughs and the whips start fading away. You'll have to work on that. Wouldn't do to let a villain escape prematurely because you got distracted. Aizawa-sensei notes. It's okay, though. We have time to work on your control and a good idea of what you're starting with. Friday. Unseen. CreatyEnterprises.com/preorders. UA Hero Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 37. UA Non-Combatant Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 35. Friday. Unseen. CreatyEnterprises.com/preorders. UA Hero Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 306. UA Non-Combatant Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 367. Saturday. Unseen. CreatyEnterprises.com/preorders. UA Hero Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 549. UA Non-Combatant Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 1022. Saturday. Unseen. CreatyEnterprises.com/preorders. UA Hero Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 698. UA Non-Combatant Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 1742. Saturday. Unseen. CreatyEnterprises.com/preorders. UA Hero Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 977. UA Non-Combatant Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 2035. Sunday. Unseen. CreatyEnterprises.com/preorders. UA Hero Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 1306. UA Non-Combatant Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 2841. Sunday. Unseen. CreatyEnterprises.com/preorders. UA Hero Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 1561. UA Non-Combatant Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 3401. Sunday. Unseen. CreatyEnterprises.com/preorders. UA Hero Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 1986. UA Non-Combatant Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 3417. Monday. Unseen. CreatyEnterprises.com/preorders. UA Hero Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 2603. UA Non-Combatant Teachers Set. Hash of preorders, 350. Warning. Max number of preorders reached. No further preorders can be made until a third or more of the backlog is cleared. We are sorry for the inconvenience. Wednesday. The written finals make Hitoshi's brain feel like someone with a grudge wrung it out. That said, he thinks he did fairly well. Still, there's the practical final yet to go, and unlike more than half the class, he doesn't believe 1B's assertion that they'll be against robots again. Thank Kami. None of the dungeon party believe they'll get off that easy or difficult in Hitoshi's case. Aizawa-sensei is more sadistic than that, particularly after being dragged through that dungeon. UA is fairer than that. Maybe 1B is facing robots, but 1A won't. The problem is that there's too many alternatives. Facing teachers instead sounds like the default alternative. But that seems too simple. We'll be facing robots, Ashido exclaims happily. Aizawa-sensei doesn't bother hiding his smirk as Nedzu pops out of his scarf. Actually, you'll be facing the teachers in pairs and one trio, Nedzu says peppily. Okay, not the worst they'd thought of, but still pretty sadistic. Good to know they were right. The teachers will be wearing weights that are half their body weight to make this fair to you. Oh, thank Kami. Small mercies. Hitoshi doesn't pay a lot of attention to the pairings, though he does notice that Tsu is against Ectoplasm, Ochako is against 13, Momo and Shadow are against Eraserhead. Izuku is against All Might of All People, and Hitoshi is teamed with Kuda and Gyro against Present Mike. Okay, he takes it back about Mercy. Present Mike is his worst possible matchup. Slumping, he thunks his head onto Izuku's shoulder since the other boy is standing conveniently in front of him. Izuku startles. Hitoshi, this is how I'm going to die. Scream to death. He groans. His quirk doesn't work if his target isn't close enough to hear him. Even then, he's not sure it works if they hear him and he can't hear them. At best, he's going to come out of this as deaf as a post. At least you won't be punched to death. Izuku offers. Hitoshi just groans again. Yeah, Izuku's got a raw deal, too. At best, he has magic that does little to nothing against a strong enemy and 4 quirks he barely has control over, if any. Worst case, he takes himself out trying to do damage to All Might. Wednesday. Unseen. Awesome lady, Miss Yaoyorozu. Contact me after you're finished with tests. We need to talk about why I woke up Saturday morning to a large number of foreign emails demanding an update to the site, so they could pre-order a set that you have not mentioned to me. Awesome lady, I'm not mad. I'm just concerned that you didn't think to consult with me before agreeing to it. Awesome lady, however, I am very impressed with your business sense after checking Navo's latest post thread. Said post thread has apparently been posted on several international media accounts, which explains the emails. Awesome lady, you should understand, though, that this is the kind of opportunity you sometimes trip over in business and not something you can rely on. Awesome lady, anyways, don't stress over it. Talk to you tomorrow. Wednesday. Hitoshi looks around and regrets being a city boy. I have no idea where to go. But on the bright side, Present Mike is probably just waiting by the gate instead of waiting to ambush us elsewhere, because he can't count on us not getting lost. I can ask the birds to show us where the gate is. Kuda volunteers in a tone barely above a whisper. Lead on, Snow White. Gyro says. Both of them give her confused looks, but she doesn't explain, just looks expectantly at Kuda. We're relying on you, Hitoshi says after a long moment of awkward silence. Right, Kuda startles and calls to the local birds. Surprisingly, at least to Hitoshi, who doesn't think birds have enough brains to know what direction they fly in, the birds are excellent guides. It's not that long before they find the gate and Present Mike waiting for them. The man gives them an Aizawa-sensei grin and greets them with a quirk-powered scream. Damn, he'd make for a villain Hitoshi would hate to cross. Kuda barely adjusts his stance in the face of the scream, but Hitoshi finds himself crouched down with hands clamped over his ears and Gyro is curled over, hands glued over her ears. How the fuck are you all right, Kuda? He asks. I just have normal hearing. It hurts, but it's not that bad, Kuda says nervously. I didn't even think about that. Gyro agrees. Your quirk is response-based, right? So you probably have enhanced hearing. Awa, really, sheet sucks, Hitoshi opines. Though that's kind of cool. Not the time to figure it out the hard way, though. I'm definitely including earplugs in my costume after this. Same, Gyro says fervently. Kuda nods. Mike apparently gets tired of waiting for them and screams again. Gyro whimpers in pain and Hitoshi just barely manages not to join her. Fuck, what can we do against him? I can't catch him in my quirk if he can't hear me, so he can talk all he wants as long as I don't get close, Hitoshi says, ears ringing. Better do something if you don't want to lose because the time ran out. Listeners, Mike calls. I could try amplifying your voice, Gyro suggests hesitantly. Do it, Hitoshi says quickly. A moment later, her jacks are in place and Hitoshi calls out. You like stating the obvious? Huh. Oh, good thought, listener. But that won't work, Mike replies cheerily, and screams again. Sheet. Hitoshi curses. Gyro jerks her jack away from Hitoshi's mouth and attaches it to her second speaker, amplifying her heartbeat. Blessedly, it counters Mike's sound wave. But it's only a stopgap measure. They can't advance like this. Kuda, can you get the birds to attack him? And no, the sound scared all the animals off. Kuda explains nervously. What about bugs? Gyro persists. It's Kuda's turn to cringe. I'm scared of bugs. Hitoshi heaves a sigh. Of course you are. Okay. Kuda, why don't you stay here and think of something to distract present Mike? I'm going to split off and see if I can sneak up on him and catch him in my quirk. Or alternately, with my capture weapon, although I'm not very good with it yet. Gyro, you should split off too. If he can't see you, he can't target you with his screams. Both of them nod, looking grateful that someone has a plan. Gyro counteracts another scream and then Hitoshi and Gyro split to opposite sides. What's the matter, listener? Have your teammates abandoned you? Mike calls. Hitoshi is too busy dodging from bush to remain unseen to look and see Kuda's expression. They did kind of abandon him, but it's for a good cause. It doesn't take Mike long to figure it out, though. He pivots and lets out screams to the sides as well as straight at Kuda. Which, ouch. Hopefully Gyro is faring better than he is. Apparently not, because with the next scream, a sound wave meets Mike's scream and Mike grins that Aizawa grin. Found you, listener. Now, where's the other one? Oh, getting brave, listener. He squints through leaves and sees that Kuda has moved forward. Not that it does the poor boy any good, as Mike immediately screams at him, stopping him in his tracks. Hitoshi sprints forward while Mike is distracted. Gyro must too, because the next sound wave is closer and... oh no. There goes his eardrums. Why didn't anyone tell him that loud sound messes with balance? The pain and disorientation have him ragdolling on the ground and barely feeling it. He picks himself up as soon as the scream stops. Because Mike's so loud that yes, he can hear him even without intact eardrums. Oh, you've got a pretty good strategy going on here, listeners. But my quirk does more damage at close range. You sure you can handle it? Mike taunts. It's a bit like listening to a god who refuses to take them seriously, all while underwater. That's a very good question. And the answer is no. Hitoshi is going to handle it anyways, because he's not getting a failing grade and he's not going to miss out on summer training camp. Thank you very much. He throws himself forward and aims the capture scarf at present Mike, who dodges easily. Damn it. Nice try, listener. But I train with a racer. You know that. Mike tells him. Of course he does. Double damn it. Of course he's the perfect counter to Hitoshi's skills. Hitoshi gets a scream to the face for his pains. But it cuts off as another sound wave rocks Mike from behind. Ooh, tag teaming. Mike praises after regaining his balance, which cannot be easy with weights that heavy on. Why don't you just give up? Hitoshi asks loudly, though the sound is painfully muffled and echo why in his ears. Mike grins creepily again. Can't do that, listener. Nice try, though. His hook fails to catch Mike again, despite the fact that they heard each other. What the? Oh no. Those earphones must double as hearing aids, which work on an electric signal. Mike really is his worst possible nemesis. Determined, though, he throws his scarf at Mike again. The teacher dodges again, but fortunately staggers as another sound wave hits him at close range, causing him to stumble right into Hitoshi's weapon. Unfortunately, it's a loose catch and won't hold him. Fortunately, Kuda pounds up right then and socks Mike in the jaw. Time freezes for a moment and then Mike falls to the ground, unconscious. Who's got the cuffs? Hitoshi asks, his voice echoing painfully in his skull. Idly he notes that Gyro's ears are bleeding too. Kuda pulls them out of his pocket in answer. Rolling a grown man over is harder than one would think, particularly with the weights on, but they manage it and let Gyro do the honors of cuffing the teacher, while Hitoshi winds up his capture scarf to its ready position. Gyro, Kuda and Shinso have passed their test. A speaker from the other side of the gate announces, "Thank Kami." Now he just has to wait and see if the others pass their tests. Wednesday. Author's note. You may be expecting the other fights, but there really isn't much to write. They go about the same as canon. In Izuku's case, Fine-sen intervenes and threatens Katsuki when he tries to punch Izuku and Danger Sense goes off rather painfully. It is pointed out that this is a teamwork exercise. Katsuki does the canon claim of "I'd rather lose than work with you," to which Izuku does the canon response of "That's not the Kaken I know." Kaken wins at everything. And All Might gets impatient, like canon, and knocks down a couple of streets worth of buildings with one smash. Unlike canon, he doesn't get to hear the argument, but he does get double-teamed right off the bat by the now cooperating boys. They win faster than canon, and that's really the only differences. Also, my muse has been very uncooperative on the matter, so I was dreading writing these scenes to the point that I finally gave up on writing a second one. Sorry, not sorry. Well, sorry if you wanted to see more. Not sorry that I'm prioritizing my mental health and interests of not stalling the story out, because I have, in the past, walked away from stories simply because my frustration levels boiled over. Thursday, I have an announcement. Aizawa-sensei says with his trademark grin, all of you are going to summer camp, regardless of if you passed or failed. Saying otherwise was a logical ruse to get you to do your best. Obviously, those that failed need the training the most and will be going through extra training to make up for it. Yes, Ashido shouts, pumping her fist. Awesome, but also, we're going to die, Kaminari says, not sounding any less enthusiastic. Momo smiles at their antics, secretly very glad that she and Shouto passed their test. The extra training is sure to be downright sadistic, if she knows anything at all about their sensei. You can use the rest of class period at your leisure. Just keep the noise down so I can nap. Aizawa-sensei finishes. The class, predictably, does not keep it down. Momo smiles again and opens a book she's been meaning to read for a while. Thursday, Izuku opens his Hero official account and eyes the literal 5 digits worth of replies and on impulse, checks the order website. He promptly falls out of his seat in shock, drawing everyone's gazes. Is something wrong, Izuku? Momo asks in concern after a brief moment of hesitation. No, it's... Momo, check the Creati website, he urges. She pulls out her phone, as does 2/3 of the rest of the class in response. Oh my, I have some messages. Just a moment. Izuku vibrates as he waits. Oh, these also concern the website. She tells him. Holy shit, Kaminari shouts. I did not see that coming. Hitoshi agrees. What am I supposed to be looking at? Momo asks after a moment. Check the pre-orders, Izuku says. A moment later, her mouth drops open in shock. So that's what she meant. We're going to need contracts. And some luck, he tells her. She just nods wordlessly. He can't blame her for that. Something this insane is beyond words. Now they just have to pray that the teachers agree to signing contracts or they're going to have a lot of angry clients. Thursday, scene, creatyenterprises.com/preorders. UA Hero Teachers Set. Hash of pre-orders, 3475. UA Non-Combatant Teachers Set. Hash of pre-orders, 350. Warning, max number of pre-orders reached. No further pre-orders can be made until a third or more of the backlog is cleared. We are sorry for the inconvenience. Thursday, since classes are basically the teachers handing out grades and discussing a few things, it's little surprise that the subject comes back around to summer camp after a while. It doesn't take long for Ashido to arrange for them all to go to the mall on Friday to pick up things they need. Except, I'm not going with you extras. I already have everything I need. Kaken snaps. A thought occurs to Izuku and he slowly grins like a gremlin. Kaken, he sing-songs. If you don't go, I'm telling Auntie that you're avoiding your friends. Huh? Kaken turns around and glowers at him. Who said I have friends? Awa, come on, Bikabro. We're your friends. Having friends is manly. Kirishima interjects. Kaken looks conflicted, although someone who doesn't know him would think it's straight-up irritation instead of only 81% irritation. Or, I could tell her that you're refusing to make friends, Izuku suggests, still grinning at him. Since when are you afraid of making friends, Kaken? Fuck you. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm the best damned friend there is, Kaken says predictably. Sure, Kaken, he says in a fake soothing tone. Gremlin grin firmly in place, which only pisses Kaken off further. Oi, horns. I'm coming to the mall just because I'm being nice. Kaken huffs. She grins widely. That's great, Bakuboom. We're meeting at the front gate at 11:15 and going to the mall together from there. You better not be fucking late, then, he replies bossily. Mission accomplished, socializing the Kaken. Thursday, Kuriko stares at the message they have gotten from their spy in annoyance. Yes, it's a good opportunity, but did it have to be such short notice? Well, it's short notice, but I think we can manage it. Good, good, AFO says in a jovial tone. I like to see passion for one's work. Do you have a plan? I think so, she replies. I want to split the league into 4 groups so that the kids will encounter us even if they split up. I'll discuss it with them further to see if they have anything to add. And can I have a couple nomas to add to the chaos? AFO ponders for a moment. Yes, the doctor has plenty of low-end Namu to spare. Don't worry about leaving them behind when you retreat. They won't be a big loss. She thinks about that, then grins. Thanks, that will help a lot. Friday, scene, creatyenterprises.com/preorders. UA Hero Teachers Set. Hash of pre-orders, 350. Warning, max number of pre-orders reached. No further pre-orders can be made until a third or more of the backlog is cleared. We are sorry for the inconvenience. UA Non-Combatant Teachers Set. Hash of pre-orders, 350. Warning, max number of pre-orders reached. No further pre-orders can be made until a third or more of the backlog is cleared. We are sorry for the inconvenience. Class 1A Set. Hash of pre-orders, 1036. Class 1B Set. Hash of pre-orders, 358. Novel Figurine. Hash of pre-orders, 2140. Hypnos Figurine. Hash of pre-orders, 793. Emperor Explosion Figurine. Hash of pre-orders, 197. Shadow Figurine. Hash of pre-orders, 164. Tsukayomi and Dark Shadow Figurine. Hash of pre-orders, 139. There's no such thing as villainous. Shirt. Hash of pre-orders, 1988. It's not the Quirk who becomes. Shirt. Hash of pre-orders, 2604. All that matters is how you. Shirt. Hash of pre-orders, 3108. What really makes a hero is. Shirt. Hash of pre-orders, 3429. You don't need a Quirk to do that. Shirt. Hash of pre-orders, 2357. Friday. Novel Official. We're done. We lived. No one got expelled. No fish here. I'm concerned that being expelled was an option. Congrats on surviving, though. Novel official. For every student at UA, we bring plus ultra to every day, and if we stop, yes, there is a definite possibility of expulsion. Because UA is the best of the best for a reason. At no fish here. Novel official. That's particularly a good thing in the hero course, because a hero who half-asses it is likely to get themselves, or, worse, others killed. UA doesn't send out heroes to die or fail at their jobs. They send out heroes who do their jobs with the least possible casualties. At no fish here. Novel official. On another note, it appears that we vastly underestimated how much demand for the teachers' sets there is. Both of them, but particularly the non-combatant teachers. We expected maybe 15 pre-orders for that set. Not 35 plus whoever wasn't able to pre-order because of the pre-order max limit. Creative Enterprises. The great news is that we have finally found a figurine company that is more than willing to handle all the orders, and it's mostly a matter of setting the machines up to create the figurines and get the employees familiar with which paints to use. That is taking time. A shout out to Sapporo Figurines Limited for their cooperation and great quality. Novel official. So, due to Nedzu's kindness in arranging a meeting with the teachers and the teachers' foresight and willingness to meet, we were able to go over contracts and get them signed yesterday. Novel official. So, fortunately, the original contracts with the hero teachers allowed for future runs. So all we had to do was change the projected number of the second run. And wow, you should have seen Aizawa-sensei's done face when he learned how many there were going to be. Creative Enterprises. For the hero teachers, the first run of 100 will be available by next Friday. But the second run will go into production immediately after, so there shouldn't be a huge wait. Novel official. The non-combatant teachers set will take until the following Wednesday to come out, partly because it's a bigger set, partly because it's a bigger order. The good news is, though, that the first run will be 4,000, so all the pre-orders will be filled pretty quickly. Creative Enterprises. There's an option for future runs, although the size of those will be determined by the amount of continuing demand. Creative Enterprises. And on the subject of pre-orders, we will not be changing the max number on pre-orders, simply because we are a small company. And this helps us not be completely overwhelmed. We apologize for the inconvenience. Novel official. On the subject of the Class 1A and 1B sets, yes, we will be doing a third run for both. 14,000 for Class 1A and 500 for Class 1B. This is reflective of the amounts of pre-orders that have followed the second runs being sold out. Novel official. On the subject individual figurines, yes, we will be doing third runs, adjusted to reflect the numbers of pre-orders per figurine. Novel official. There is a change, though. Per many requests, the novel figurine starting with the third run will now reflect that Find-san is a sentient Quirk by way of a floating text box saying, "What really makes a hero is being willing to save people when others won't." Creative Enterprises. Though if there are future runs, each run will feature a different saying. Creative Enterprises. And on the subject of sayings, the shirts have a third run lined up, so those should be out by this coming Wednesday. I must say, we are rather astounded at how fast the second run sold out and pre-orders lined up. Creative Enterprises. Due to international interest in having the shirts in different languages, we have now added a language option to the shirt orders. However, those in languages other than Japanese will have to pre-order initially to help us determine run size on each language. Creative Enterprises. For now, the language options are only going to be offered in black and purple. Wunderkind 27. Gott ist in seinem Himmel, alles ist in Ordnung mit der Welt. Ich bin damit einverstanden. Alley-oop, which languages are you offering it in? At Creative Enterprises. Creative Enterprises. To start with, English, German, Russian, Dutch, Sanskrit, Mandarin, and Korean. If there is enough demand, we might expand to other languages. At Alley-oop. Extra. Sensei, can we train Danger Sense for the rest of this session? Izuku asks a little hysterically after being hauled down from the ceiling for the 5th time. Aizawa-sensei eyes him for a moment, then nods. Sure, tell me how it works. It works on any type of danger except emotional and verbal. I used to call it super anxiety. Hikage says helpfully. There was a reason I lived in the woods, and it wasn't just to avoid all for one. Izuku snorts. Hikage says that he called it super anxiety, and it works on all forms of physical danger. Then let's see if it reacts to training level danger. I'm going to slap you now. Aizawa-sensei warns and promptly does so. Or well, tries. Pain flares in Izuku's head and he curls over clutching his head, causing the slap to miss entirely. Oh, that caused actual pain. Aizawa-sensei asks in concern. Yeah. Izuku straightens up now that the pain has gone like a phantom in daylight. That's not good. Aizawa-sensei comments. Sorry, Izuku. One for all must have made it stronger. It never actually caused me pain. Hikage sounds upset. Yeah, Hikage said it never hurt him. And it's probably stronger now. Izuku relays. Perhaps it is a matter of control, then. Obviously, This is doable with normal training, so let's work with that. Aizawa-sensei replies, your hand-to-hand is pretty non-existent at this point, so try dodging my capture scarf and listen to danger sense rather than trying to tone down the pain. Okay. Izuku is not really sure he understands that, but it's probably a good place to start. He yelps as pain flares again and the capture scarf wraps around him. Pay attention, problem child. I know you can dodge. Aizawa-sensei scolds, flicking the scarf to unwrap it. Right, now he just has to figure out which way to dodge when the pain comes. He's got this. He has not got this. Half an hour later, he's lying on the floor with an arm over his eyes to block out the light. His head is sympathy throbbing from all the overblown responses of danger sense to mild danger. You okay, problem child? Aizawa asks. Isn't he obviously not okay? He moves his arm and opens his eyes to glare at his teacher and immediately squinches them closed again with a moan. Sensei, I've never had a migraine in my life, but now the light hurts and everything has auras. Aizawa-sensei's expression immediately changes from mild amusement to rueful understanding. Yes, that's a migraine. And unfortunately, Recovery Girl probably can't help you beyond giving you pain medicine because this one is mental quirk induced. Well, that fucking sucks. What? Having a migraine is worth cursing over. I'll take it, he says pitifully. Here, Izuku risks opening his eyes and sees Aizawa-sensei holding out a hand. He grunts and pushes himself to almost sitting so he can lean forward and take the hand up. Immediately his head swims with agony-induced nausea, and he sways on his feet, closing his eyes again. A strong arm wraps around him. You go ahead and keep your eyes closed. I'll guide you and let you know if you need to open them. Thank you, sensei. He whimpers. Why is training the Vestiges Quirk so hard? Friday. It's a 16-minute walk to the mall, but none of the trains run close enough to shorten the trip and the class as a whole refuses Momo's and Shoto's offers to simply pay for taxis. Anyways, it's good exercise and none of them really mind, though some of them might mind the trip back with the items they'll have to tote after buying. Once they get there, they decide to split up in groups so everyone can get what they need. Takoyami and Dark Shadow, Shoto, Shoji, Kuda, and Ochako go off to get sleeping bags. Katsuki's group with Kirishima, Aoyama, Siro, and Ajiro stay near the entrance to check out a couple stores for suitcases. Momo and Hitoshi go with Gyro, Ida, Minta, Ashido, and Sato to find clothes suitable for training outside of UA. Izuku ends up going with Kaminari, Hagakure, and Tsu to look at bug spray. He doesn't need anything, but it's the smallest group, so he chooses them. Fortunately, there's a hero merch shop next to the one they stop at, so he goes in there instead. He's been in there maybe 7 minutes when suddenly danger sense doubles him over and he starts hearing screams. Just a moment. Adjusting danger sense. Adjusted. Go ahead. Shouting and cursing joins the screams, which are getting louder by the moment. Adjusting float. Adjusting. Izuku quits paying attention to find Sen. Danger sense is so useful when it's not giving him migraines. It leads him straight to the source of the screams. Emergency quest, survive. Optional quest, survive without injuries. Emergency quest, protect the civilians. Optional quest, win without causing property damage. Notice, the following have been allowed for the duration of event. Plus 100 STR, plus 100 VIT, plus 100 dex. Not now, find San. Izuku says curtly, not even trying to read the notices. The villain is one he recognizes from the news a couple years ago. Muscular, who throws a man like a discus. Izuku somehow manages to catch him, more straight-up luck than by design, but not without being knocked down. He rolls out from under the civilian as fast as possible, but it's not fast enough. Muscular is almost on top of him as he manages to get to his feet. He sucker punches Muscular with 10%, but the man just laughs. That almost tickles. Is that all you got? Muscular taunts him. No, he answers simply. Every moment he can stall Muscular is a moment civilians have to get clear and his classmates have to come back him up. Behind him, he hears the man he caught running away. Good. He ramps up the percentage of super strength to 30% and punches Muscular again. Ahaha, now that actually tickles, Muscular says, barely moving from the blow. Remember, you figured out with your teacher the right way to use OFA. Ghost Might says in his head. And for fuck's sake, remember third begins. Muscular catches his next punch with infuriating ease and throws him like he weighs nothing. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Tsu and Hagakure ushering scared civilians to safety. Good. Less good is the fact that Kaminari is running towards Muscular. Sheet. He crashes backwards through a shop window, splintering glass and drawing screams from those who are hiding in the shop. Displays go down, even as they arrest his momentum. Are you okay? Oh, it's a store clerk hovering over him worriedly, wringing her hands. He shakes his head to clear it. I'm fine. Excuse me, I need to get back out there. But you're just a kid. She protests. I'm a UA hero student. Don't worry, my classmates and I have got this. He hops back to his feet and dodging fallen items and semi-hysterical citizens, he runs back to the fight. Sue first hears screams while she's checking a bug spray for compatibility with her tender skin. She exchanges glances with Hagakure and Kaminari, then drops the can she's holding and runs towards the screams, with Kaminari and Hagakure hot on her heels. She's just in time to see a man snatched out of the air by Izuku and see her friend go down hard. It knocks the breath out of her in sudden fear. A moment later, though, he's getting back up and Sue stomps down hard on her fear and gestures to Hagakure and Kaminari. Help me. There's an outside door 2 shops down. Some of the civilians just kept running, but some of them have frozen in fear or hesitated once they notice someone is facing down the massive villain. That shop. Kaminari points. Yes, let's get civilians started and getting out through there. Sue says bluntly. Good plan. Hagakure sounds shaky. Hey, Kaminari starts waving his arms above his head to get attention and quickly succeeds. There's an exit through this shop over here, folks. Several people start heading into the shop. Hagakure goes over to someone who's frozen, fixated on the rather one-sided fight, and gently tugs on their arm. This way, ma'am. Sue follows her example and gets a little kid headed to the shop before a curse from Kaminari has her head jerking around towards the fight. Izuku is flying through the air and Kaminari is dashing to take his place. Oh, that won't end well. For some reason, the villain lets Kaminari get a free shot to tase him. Unfortunately, all it does is make him jolt. Sue shoots out her tongue and drags Kaminari back just as the villain strikes, barely getting him out of reach. She spares a moment to wish heartily that they had their hero costumes and she had her new knife or that Momo was nearby, able to make them weapons. More little hero wannabes. Bleed for me, the villain says with a sadistic grin. She has to let go of Kaminari as he dives back in to tase the villain again. But this time he's quick enough to dodge, just barely, on his own when the villain retaliates. Then Izuku is running out of the ruined shop with shocking speed and intercepts the blow that would have hit Kaminari. It staggers him, but he doesn't fall or go flying. Then he starts floating up and grows shadowy tendrils surrounding him like a writhing dandelion seed head, all interlaced with what looks like green lightning. As I was saying, remember you have legs, Ninth. Third says gruffly as Izuku dodges a civilian. Don't forget you have Black Whip, Banjo adds. And right, he does have those. If you can't reach his head, go for the crotch. Second recommends. Absently, he notes that Sue and Hagakure are with the civilians, probably getting them to safety. Good. Prioritize the rescue. Aizawa-sensei's voice echoes in his memory. Float should work with you now. You can get up to his level with it, just don't let him hit you again, kid. Nana reminds him. Or he could do that. But first, he uses both hands to catch the fist aimed to take off Kaminari's head. Muscular chuckles. Persistent little fly, aren't you? I'm going to enjoy killing you. Worse than you have tried. He pants. The rabbit dungeon was probably worse than one a rank villain, right? He determinedly doesn't think of a mindless black beast that used to be human and blood pooling on concrete as the beast breaks his teacher of a chapped hand reaching for Tsu's face. Black Whip springs to life around him and he wraps tendrils around Muscular's arm and squeezes until something cracks despite the skeins of muscle wrapping grotesquely down from the joint to cover the existing muscled arm. The villain makes a sound of pain and flings him away, but this time he doesn't have the same momentum and he does a backflip to land on. Oh, thin air. He's using float, but this time it feels intuitive to use. It must be why his momentum was arrested. Touching down, he runs back towards Muscular and wraps more tendrils around his other limbs. But Muscular smirks and uses the tendrils to haul him in and he has no idea how to combat, and it's only a matter of time until he's held by his shirt for a blow that almost knocks him out. Black Whip constricts like a boa constrictor until Muscular flings him away again and he reflexively releases Black Whip. Kaminari darts in to tase Muscular again. Sue's tongue whips out from behind them and drags Kaminari back immediately after, saving him from another crushing blow. And oh, is Muscular using his quirk to act as a brace for his broken arm? He is. Damn it. Okay, if Black Whip isn't going to work, then he needs to start fighting dirty. He dashes forward and kicks with 50% and misses. He's too short, isn't he? But on the bright side, Muscular curses as his kneecap cracks audibly. Again, muscle fiber wraps around the injury, which looks very unnatural since muscles don't normally go over knees. He twists out of reach of Muscular's grasping hand and dashes away. You're going to look good covered in blood. Muscular taunts. Run while you can, because I'm going to catch you. He spins on one foot. I'm not running away. Izuku dashes forward. I'm gaining momentum. This time he uses float to boost him to the right height at the last second and his foot thuds into Muscular's upper thigh, staggering the man for the first time. Seriously, how is his aim this bad? Aizawa-sensei is going to give him remedial lessons at this rate. Izuku backflips off of Muscular's leg so he lands facing the villain again. He only remembers that Kaminari is fighting with him when he sees his classmate take advantage of the brief opening to grab Muscular's arm. Indiscriminate shock. Kaminari yells. The air goes electric. Visibly, Muscular seizes. Izuku drags Kaminari away to safety. Not just out of reach, but over to Tsu, who's been keeping one eye on the fight while she helps civilians, so she can keep Kaminari safe in his shutdown mode. As he does that, Muscular sways, then slowly topples over backwards, not trusting that to be enough to keep him down. Izuku goes over to the villain and gives him a 40% kick to the jaw. Muscular's eyes roll back in his head. Izuku relaxes a little. Hopefully that will keep him down. Then he notices more civilians running away from someone. No, something. They haven't even gotten to the store yet when suddenly a flood of screaming civilians almost comes rushing their way. It takes effort to keep from being knocked down or caught up in the crowd, and Sato ends up putting Minta on his shoulder so that he doesn't get trampled. The crowd is around them and then passes. Fuck. Hitoshi turns his head to stare at Ida. That's a Namu, Momo says, looking pale. Sato, Gyro and Ashido nod grimly. We're going to die, Minta says. He looks where they're looking and sees a person, with their brain on the outside, followed by a woman in fuchsia pink and white, and a man in black with silver stripes down the sides. Villains, he presumes, going by their gleeful expressions. Looking back at the brain individual, he asks, so that's a Namu? Yeah, Gyro says. You know what they can do. I've heard the stories. Momo, can you make us weapons? I think we're going to need them, he says. Momo jolts a little. Yes, you want a club. That works. Maybe make some speakers for Gyro. He prompts. Clearly he's the only one ignorant enough to not be basically petrified. Sato, you got any sugar on you? Unfortunately not, Sato replies, still fixated on the Namu. I can't make orange juice as it's too close to living, but I can make sugar. Momo offers, holding up her shirt and pulling out a club that she promptly hands to Hitoshi. Hitoshi doesn't ogle her. It's tempting, but priorities. Besides, he's better than that. Then I will not use Recipro Burst unless there's no other option, Ida says, rather calmly. Hyper-focused, probably. She hands Sato a handful of sugar packets. Sorry for the flavor. Foods always come out odd, but it's real sugar. Sato nods. Thanks. Ida, Sato and Ashido, you're on Namu duty. Minta, try to get a chance to stick it to the floor. If we can immobilize it, we have a better shot of taking it down. Gyro, he looks behind them and sees that the hall is still packed with civilians. Try to get the civilians out of the way and use your speakers if the villains or Namu get too close. I'll try to catch the other two villains in my quirk. Momo, I leave what you do to your judgment, he orders. Sure, they might have good ideas to add, but someone needs to take charge, and it's obvious that Ashido and Momo aren't going to, and he doesn't trust Ida to plan his way out of a wet paper bag. Sato or Minta either, come to think of it. Gyro salutes and accepts two speakers with Velcro straps to fasten around her ankles. She straps them on and turns to the civilians. Sato tears open a packet of sugar and pours it in his mouth. Ashido's shoes aren't made for acid skating, so she just follows after Ida and runs at the Namu. They both miss and keep on going until they impact a wall. Ouch, that must be because of one of the villain's quirks. Oh, ho ho, look, locomotion. We've found the little heroes. The woman laughs. Oh, so it's the man responsible. Locomotion looks grumpy for a split second. Hero hopefuls, Cupid. That's what I said. Oh, purple boy. We've been looking for you. Join us, Cupid says cheerfully. Hitoshi ambles closer. What would I do that for? Because got her. Locomotion shakes her shoulder roughly, snapping her out of it. Idiot. You know we're not supposed to answer him. That's what I've got you for. Besides, how will he know what we're offering if I don't answer? She says shamelessly. Purple boy, aren't you bitter about how people treat you just because of your quirk? Join us and you'll be able to use your quirk freely, with no one looking down on you for it. I'm going to be a hero. Why would I throw that away? Hitoshi asks rhetorically. You're not really got her again. Unfortunately, it lasts about as long as it takes Locomotion to reach over and shake her. Well, fine. I tried. Now we'll do it the hard way. Cupid points at him and Momo, who's come to stand beside him, staff in hand. Have fun, lover boy. The sudden surge of love takes him off guard, and he can tell by Momo's expression that she feels the same. Their eyes meet for a moment, then of one accord, they turn back to the villains. Cupid's face does something funny. Then she demands, what the hell? Why didn't that work? You should be all over each other. She points behind them and presumably people react, because she looks back at them with low-key fury in her eyes. What is wrong with you two? Momo doesn't react. Hitoshi just shrugs and pretends that nothing is wrong. Maybe we're just immune. At any rate, I can see we're going to have to get serious now. Be careful, Momo murmurs. He can use our momentum against us. I know, he acknowledges. Gyro has a front row view of the chaos. The civilians have kind of edited to a stop now that they've noticed there's someone standing between them and the villain. Some of the idiots even have their phones out, recording. It only takes a quick question to a clerk in a nearby store to confirm that there is an outside entrance. So she goes back out into the main mall area and starts chivying people into the store. Some of them protest leaving kids alone to fight, but she hushes them by telling them, "We're hero students." She keeps half her attention on the fights, even though she misses the first couple minutes by going into the store to ask that question. Ida and Ashido keep running into walls, but rather than slow down, they're working on workarounds. It would be funny if it wasn't clearly the work of a quirk actively hindering their ability to fight. Ashido throws acid at the Namu every time she runs by. It screeches when she does and swats at her, only missing because her momentum carries her out of reach too quickly. Ida pratfalls several times, trying to figure out how to change directions. Falling does stop the momentum, but it's not very useful. Sato, on the other hand, just stalks up to the Namu at a slow walk and punches it hard enough to stagger it. Unfortunately, it doesn't do much other than prompt the Namu to use an ability which is apparently line-of-sight teleportation of another. Sato is suddenly 15 feet away, facing the wrong direction. This doesn't notably deter him from turning around and trying again. Either it only has enough focus to use it on one person, or it can only use it on people basically standing still, because it doesn't use it on Ida or Ashido, despite the many passes they make. Yamomo has moved over to stand beside Shinso, which is good, because his quirk may be powerful, but it's still 2 against 1, with the enemy having at least one unknown quirk. So far, they look like they're just talking, but oh, she spoke too soon. The female villain points at the two of them, but when they only look briefly at each other before turning back to face the villains, the woman seems to lose her cool and starts pointing her fingers at the crowd behind Gyro. It's thinning now, but there's still a lot of people, because it's late morning on a prime shopping day. Some of them stop evacuating to make grabby hands at each other or even start kissing. What the fuck? It must be the woman's quirk, and it's inconvenient. Fortunately, some of the unaffected civilians help her chivvy the new couples into the store, where they're out of the line of fire. Ida finally gets his act together and wrenches himself into a spin kick mid-run and clocks the Namu upside the head. It staggers visibly and Ida uses the chance to get out of range. The Namu rights itself just in time to meet a blow to the face from Sato, who it teleports away again. Oh, there goes Yamomo and Shinso, moving forward cautiously with weapons held ready. She doesn't blame them against that momentum quirk, even if they're immune to. And the Namu has seen Minta and is chasing him like a cat chasing a mouse. Minta, who is running right at her and the civilians behind her. Gyro turns to fully face them and plugs her jacks into the speakers Yamomo made her at Shinso's suggestion and praised their good ones. She channels her heartbeat into a blast of sound against them. Not that she expects it to do much to the Namu, and it doesn't. What it does do is get Minta swerve to make a giant circle back to where it had been to begin with. When he gets near that spot, Minta does something smart and starts dropping his hairballs behind him. Eventually, the Namu missteps and gets stuck. It screeches and struggles, but apparently it doesn't have a strength quirk, so it's stuck. With it pinned in place, Sato, Ashido, and Ida go to town on it, literally beating the shit out of it with punches Sato and kicks Ida and an acid bath Ashido. It must have some sort of absorption or regeneration quirk though, because it will not go down. Whatever, at least it's stuck. She moves her attention back to Yamomo and Shinso's fight. They're doing their level best to beat the shit out of the villains, who are dodging easily, probably because the momentum quirk is interfering with their ability to change trajectory. Gyro's pretty sure the villains are taunting them and targeting Shinso for some reason. Right about now, she'd give a lot to be able to abandon the civilians she can't and run to help them. "Hey, kid. You in charge here?" someone asks. Gyro turns her head. Oh, it's a hero. Insomnia. Her quirk makes people pass out with the effects of severe sleep deprivation. Who called the heroes? Wait, that's stupid. Probably a lot of people called. First chance they got. This part. I think Shinso's in charge of the rest of us. He's the purple one. Gotcha. Well, it looks like your friends have that monster contained. I'll go put it to sleep if you want to go help Shinso. And the girl. Insomnia tells her. Good job on prioritizing the rescue. Now let's put an end to this. She nods sharply and runs towards Yamomo and Shinso. Stupidly, because she crashes into a wall because she's unable to stop. Mortified, because she knew better, she turns around and plugs her earjacks back into the speakers. Yamomo, Shinso, they see what she's going to do and cover their ears as best they can with weapons in hand. Unfortunately, the villains see too and cover their ears as well. The villains sway under the close-range blast, but keep their feet. Oops, the woman says brightly. Reinforcements. Time to go. We didn't get the purple kid. The man objects. And if we stay, we'll be the ones caught. Kiriko will understand. The woman rebuts. Fine. The man growls. And then they just run off. Don't chase them, Shinso says in a weary tone when she goes to do just that. His weapon is lowered. Why? Gyro demands. We're not heroes. We don't have licenses. We're going to get in enough trouble for just stopping them from causing more damage. Let the pros do their job. He explains. Yamomo nods, her staff in a resting position. what he said. I want to chase them down too, but that's not our job. Shinso turns and looks at the Namu, which is now snoring, still stuck to the floor it sprawled on. Well, that's handy. Then he turns and holds his hand out to Yamomo, who takes it with a shy blush. Gyro groans. She hit you with that quirk too, didn't she? It just didn't work because you both prioritized the battle. Got it in one. Shinso says. I think this will satisfy it, though. I'm just glad it's not a sex quirk. Yamomo adds. All three of them shiver at the thought. That would have been so much worse. So much. Shouta is firmly ensconced in his sleeping bag when his phone on the desk vibrates. Hazashi's phone chimes at the same time, so it must be a hero alert. Too lazy to move, he makes an inquiring noise once Hazashi pulls out his phone and checks the message. An attack at Kiyashi Ward's shopping mall. Hazashi says and puts away his phone. A reasonable reaction, given that the situation will likely be under control before they can reach the mall. Then a thought crosses Shouta's mind and he sits up in alarm. Kiyashi Ward's shopping mall is where the kids went. Kids? Hazashi asks in concern. My class. They left. He checks the time. 30 minutes ago. Which means they're probably in the middle of it. Hazashi pulls his phone out and types a quick message as Shouta sheds his sleeping bag hastily. I let Nedzu know. The speaker system crackles to life. All hero teachers, this is not a drill, report to Kiyashi Ward's shopping mall. Students are present and a villain attack is ongoing. Hazashi checks for his keys and stands up. I'll drive. He pauses when his phone buzzes and checks it again. Ah, Nedzu wants us to wait for him. Shouta sighs through his nose as he grabs his phone off his desk. He can meet us on the way. They're almost to the door when it slams open. Nimuri rushes in and over to her desk where her whip is stored. She calls over her shoulder, take me to Zashi. Sure thing, Nem. Hazashi replies, but keeps walking anyway, leaving her to hurry after them. They meet Vlad, with Snipe and Ectoplasm hot on his heels, in the hallway. Can you take Snipe with you? I'll bring Cementos and Recovery Girl. What about All Might? Nimuri asks. He went ahead. Snipe replies. Forgot he could do that. She acknowledges. Where's 13? Off campus, Shouta tells her shortly. And in the wrong direction. Yeah, I can take Snipe, but that's my last seat. Hazashi warns. We're picking up Nedzu on the way. Then the other teachers can take the school van. Vlad says firmly. Which, honestly, is probably what the second and third year teachers are planning to do anyways. Nedzu isn't waiting for them. But they only pause a few seconds before they hear the patter of tiny shoes in the vents and Nedzu drops out of a vent and somehow lands neatly on Shouta's shoulder. Though, granted, that's why he was standing under the vent. Thanks for waiting. I'm afraid we may need to deal with the media on behalf of the class, Nedzu says a bit breathlessly as they rush for the parking lot. Wait, a whole class? Which class? Snipe asks. My class, Shouta answers flatly. The fact that he doesn't wait for Hazashi to explain is a clear sign of his stress levels, but Snipe declines to comment on that. Well, damn, your class sure is going through it this year, Snipe says as Hazashi unlocks the car doors. That's one way to put it. Fumi is arguing with Dark Shadow over the color of a sleeping bag when he hears screams of terror and a shriek of pain. So, of course, he puts the sleeping bag back on the shelf and rushes towards the screams. He almost collides with Uraraka, Todoroki and Shaoji as they all try to exit the door at the same time. Stepping back, he lets Shaoji and Uraraka go first. Should it be an accident of something having fallen on someone, they are the muscle to deal with it. Todoroki and he are more long-range fighters. As it turns out, it is not structural damage or anything of the sort. Instead, it is a man in a straitjacket, with teeth extending from his mouth and gouging a chunk out of a woman's leg nearly 10 feet from him, while she shrieks in pain and horror. The villain turns as they emerge and his teeth retract, bringing a chunk of leg with them. He eats it with obvious enjoyment, even as the woman takes the chance to scramble away. Bird boy, I'm supposed to take you in, the villain says when he's done scarfing the flesh, which is concerning. Both the attention and the flesh eating. That is, nothing was said about the others, though. Flesh, give me flesh. His teeth go after the woman again, but Todoroki stomps a wall of ice that intercepts them and separates the villain and civilian. Incidentally, it separates the villain from anyone else in that direction, hindering him a bit. I'm no help against that kind of quirk. Uraraka admits and starts walking behind the wall of ice. I'll go help civilians. Me either. Kuda confesses and follows her. I'll try to knock him out. Shaoji volunteers and runs towards the villain. I can help pen him in, but I can't stop his quirk without killing him, Todoroki says in his monotone voice. He walks a few feet forwards and stomps an intersecting wall of ice in front of the stores behind them. You probably have the best chance of beating him. Yeah, Fumi, we should go. Yes, they should. Fumi walks to the end of the second ice wall and walks around it, just as Shaoji lets out a cry and retreats, missing one of his secondary arms at the elbow. Dark Shadow smashes the teeth aimed at his back. Another ice wall goes up, leaving a gap at either end. The villain seems to have lost sight of his goal because he slavers flesh. Dark Shadow breaks the teeth again and smacks him hard. But it's full daylight and the glass ceiling lets in too much light for him to be at full strength, with the ice walls only amplifying the light, so the blow only rocks him. It definitely doesn't deter the villain from trying again, while giggling manically. What follows is a battle of endurance. Occasionally the villain gets bored of him and tries to go through the ice, but Dark Shadow thwarts those attempts too. At some point, he sees a fourth wall of ice surge into being behind the villain, intersecting the first and third walls, leaving only the small gap behind and to the right of him. He assumes his classmates are helping the civilians get clear of the fight, but he's honestly too busy to think about it. Time seems to drag out forever, although he's aware that only a few minutes have passed. Shadow finishes his ice walls and then goes into the nearby stores and lets them know it's safe to escape and dangerous to stay. After that, he prowls around the ice walls, occasionally reinforcing spots that are cracking, presumably from teeth being driven into the ice. Ochako manages to deal with the lady's injured leg as best she can with the supplies on hand, which is whatever the nearest stores are carrying. Then she carries her to the nearest exit, with civilians crowding around her. Xiaoji gets his arm to stop bleeding surprisingly quickly and explains that his extra limbs can regenerate. Then he stands near the nearest store with an outside exit, directing civilians into there. Kuda does the same on the other side of the battle. Honestly, he doesn't know where all the civilians keep coming from. Maybe there's more villains attacking too. It doesn't really make sense that they wouldn't attack in the same place, but villains aren't known for logic. I am here. A booming and very recognizable voice comes from Kuda's direction. Finally, he hurries around the ice walls to intercept All Might. All Might, the villain, has a teeth quirk and eats human flesh. He took off one of Xiaoji's arms and part of a woman's leg. Don't worry, my boy. I'll handle it, All Might says reassuringly. Though if he wasn't All Might, Shadow wouldn't find that anything but arrogant, and walks through the one gap left in the ice. Fumi thinks he hears All Might's voice, but that can't be. He must be getting tired faster than he thought he was if he's hearing things. Then All Might walks in through the narrow gap, barely wide enough for the huge man, with a grim look on his face. Fumi, dodge, Dark Shadow says in alarm. Oh dear, he got distracted. Even as he belatedly dodges, though, he's snatched aside and deposited outside the ice cage. I'll take over now, young Takoyami and Dark Shadow. You did well. Then All Might spins and smashes an incoming attack of teeth. You're going to have to knock him out to stop him. Dark Shadow volunteers. All Might doesn't react, but a few seconds later uses one of his more powerful smashes, throwing the villain backwards into the ice that shatters from the impact. Terrifyingly, even that doesn't knock the villain out. Instead, he starts giggling about tasty flesh from where he ragdolls among shards of ice. But All Might moves faster than Fumi's eyes can track and punches him again, point blank. Silence falls. I'm sorry it took me so long. I came the instant I heard students were involved. All of you did well. All Might confesses. You came as fast as you could, Todoroki says in his monotone voice. Do you know why civilians kept coming this way? I believe that there was more than one attack. The front entrance was blocked with some sort of gas, so I had come around to the nearest side entrance. It was easy to spot due to young Kuda's efforts in evacuating the civilians. All Might says, I'm afraid that one requires a gas mask to deal with. Wait, Fumi, remember that article? If the villain with the gas quirk is here, these must be the escaped villains from that one prison, Dark Shadow says excitedly, which means the other ones probably are here too. All Might frowns. You're right, Mustard and Moonfish. The others were. I'm afraid I don't remember. Muscular, Cupid, and Locomotion. Todoroki informs them. The big man looks blank for a moment, then says in English, fuck. Then he explains, Locomotion and Cupid are pests at best. But I don't think any of you students can handle Muscular, and the civilians certainly can't. Go ahead, Todoroki says calmly. I'll get Xiaoji to stand over Moonfish and knock him out again if he wakes up. Thanks, young Todoroki, All Might says in relief and takes off towards the far end of the mall. I liked it better when he called me my boy, Todoroki complains, voice still bland as unseasoned porridge. Katsuki is trying to talk sheety hair out of a horrid tie-dyed suitcase and ignoring Sparkles cooing over a sequin suitcase. Who the hell thought that was a good idea? When they hear shouts of fright and the sound of running feet and gasping coughs, the five of them exchange quick glances, then leave the suitcases behind to see what's happening, only to see a gas cloud billowing their way. Clearly poisonous if the way a civilian caught in the edge of it stumbles and falls and doesn't move again. Soy Sauce Face grabs the arm of the clerk, who has come up behind them in curiosity. We need to run, and don't breathe that smoke. Gas, but not really the time to argue. They all take the advice and run until the gas cloud stops chasing them. Along the way, Sparkles and Sheety Hair scoop up a child apiece and Tail picks up an elderly woman. All of them are panting by the time they stop. Sparkles, you and me, we can't use our quirks near that. Chances are it'll go up like a bomb. Katsuki says seriously. I understand, Sparkles replies, sounding sober. Then a fucking nightmare walks out of the cloud, wearing a gas mask. Fuck, Sparkles, get as many civilians out of here as you can. The rest of you, you're with me. Just let it get far enough from the gas that I can use my quirk. Yes, Tail replies. Aye. Soy Sauce Face says with a mock salute, which Katsuki generously ignores. Got it, Sheedy Hair says. Sparkles acknowledges and starts getting the civilians moving again. Come, we must move. That is a villain. Katsuki backs up slowly, eyes not leaving the monstrously muscled creature. It's a little shorter than the one at USJ, the one that broke and almost killed Hobo-sensei before All Might rescued him. Not by a lot, though. It's still stupidly tall. It probably has another quirk besides disgusting muscles, too. Kiriko and Mustard hang back wearing gas masks, out of sight in the gas cloud, letting the Namu go ahead. At least they know they found one of their targets. Unfortunately, the vaguely rabid one. This one won't listen to anything if there's a fight in front of him. They'll just have to wait until there's a chance to take him out without one of his friends interfering. Convincing him can come later. Ijiro feels awful as they run past the food court, where civilians are fleeing, but not fast enough. When he takes a step towards them to help, though, Bakubro jerks him back. We can't help anyone if we're unconscious, Sheedy Hair, Bakubro says sharply, even though there's a hint of regret on his face. So instead, he picks up one of the kids struggling to run alongside their mom, who is carrying a baby in her arms. It's not much, but it helps his guilty conscience. By the time the gas cloud stops chasing them, everyone except Zero and Bakubro is out of breath, possibly because they didn't try carrying anyone. They're all grateful for the respite but keep a wary eye on the looming fog of gas. It's just as well, because out of it comes a monster too similar to the one he's had nightmares of. Aizawa-sensei dead, Sue's face disintegrated, Midoriya broken, Bakubro broken, no help arriving, the hand villain cackling in glee, All Might failing to beat the monster. He wants nothing more than to keep running, but he doesn't do that anymore. Fuck, Bakubro swears. Sparkles, get as many civilians out of here as you can. The rest of you, you're with me. Just let it get far enough from the gas that I can use my quirk. It makes sense, so they all agree without protest. Aoyama prompting the civilians to keep moving and asking if they know of a store with outside access. Bakubro makes the first move and it's good he lunged ahead of them, because lingering gas around the Namu goes up in a puff of flame, making it squeal in pain. Even Bakubro backs off for a bit after that, until it decides to come to him. This time they all go at it. Zero shooting tape in an attempt to trap its arms. Ijiro with a hardened punch, Bakubro with an explosion and Ijiro following up with a thwack of his tail. Zero's tape tears easily, which is a bad sign. His punch left some slight cuts, but it doesn't seem fazed by that either, nor by Ijiro's blow. The only thing it reacts to is Bakubro's explosion, flinching away. Maybe it has a shock absorption quirk, or maybe all that muscle just acts as padding, basically nullifying the force of their blows. The explosions probably bother it because they're bright and loud, or maybe because they burn. It doesn't really matter, but they can't back off and leave it to Bakubro. That would be cowardly, and it's fast enough that they can at least act as distraction to keep it from hitting Bakubro. So they do. Ijiro takes most of the blows, pushing the others aside to protect them if needed. He can take it. They can't. Zero gets better at aiming his tape to hinder, although it doesn't do much other than slow it a few seconds. That's okay. A few seconds is enough. Slowly, but surely, they are making progress against it. Then it gets a lucky hit in and sends Bakubro tumbling into the gas cloud, hiding him from sight. Kiriko smiles when their target gets punted into the gas fog. Surprisingly, he rolls to his feet, with his shirt pulled up to cover his face. Smart, but casually, she hits him over the head with the baseball bat she's carrying, careful to keep it to non-lethal levels. She'd practiced with dummies, okay. He sways, then collapses. She hands her bat to the mustard kid and bends down to pick the kid up. Kami, he's heavy for his size. Hefting him to her shoulder, she nods to Mustard and they start retreating. With any luck, no one will notice them missing until they're long gone and untraceable. Finally, some damn good footage. Sekiro, filming on his phone, mutters, from his presumed place of safety. This is going up on all his accounts later. All hell is breaking loose around him. Other Malgors are running around like headless chickens. The gas is still far enough away for him not to worry. Nothing will break his focus. Hey, a fleeing Malgor comes into his view, shouting in his face, snap out of it, the villains are coming this way. Shaking his head, Sekiro steps around his fellow Malgor and keeps filming. A vague silhouette of a figure holding a baseball bat appears in the cloud of gas. Sekiro sees one of the young heroes crumple as the bat hits them over his head. Social media fame, here I come. A second later, he feels himself being dragged by his collar. Come on, shouts the Malgor who'd interrupted him. With some effort, Sekiro keeps his phone pointed at the scene, in spite of being made to run away. Damned busybody. At first, Ijiro expects Bakubro to come storming out of the gas, untouchable even by something like that. But it quickly becomes apparent that he is not returning, that the gas has claimed another victim. It also becomes apparent that they're in trouble without Bakubro's explosions doing damage that their blows really can't. The thing starts heading towards the civilians. Who are there more of them? How? Why? No, not the time. Focus, Ijiro. The Namu sends Ijiro sprawling and grabs Siro's tape, dragging him closer until Ijiro cuts the tape with a swipe of his hardened arm. Immediately after, he blocks a blow aimed at him and skids backwards. This thing is strong. Thanks, man, Siro says. I thought I was a goner. Ijiro just grunts. Then he gets a bright idea. You should aim for the legs. Ijiro too. That's against dojo rules. Ijiro objects, having picked himself up. Ijiro, I say this with the utmost respect, but screw the rules. Siro says bluntly. This isn't the dojo. We're trying to keep people alive here. A tailed boy winces. You're right. I'm sorry, I'll aim for the legs. And dodge better. That hurt. That's nice, but they have more important things to worry about. Like the damn thing being attracted to the movement of the civilians and heading towards them more determinedly. Ijiro puts himself between them and it, glad when it lets itself be distracted and starts hammering him with blows again. Siro tangles its legs with tape and wonder of wonders it stumbles a moment before reaching down and ripping the tape off. Ijiro takes the opportunity to aim for its knees. It sways just a little in response. It's not much, but they'll take it. Ijiro isn't sure how long they've been fighting, but he's starting to feel his hardening weakening and he knows the fight has moved a lot. Then he catches a glimpse of Midoriya slamming his foot into another villain's thigh, the air crackling green around him. Oh, that's where the civilians came from. He has time to think before he has to duck a fist aimed at his head. He's getting tired and that's not good. They all are. Sure, they're keeping the Namu stumbling a bit, but that's all they're really doing to it. I think I might run out of tape soon. Siro pants out, sounding grim. I heard all over. Ijiro sounds equally grim. Which makes sense. Siro has managed not to get hit, but Ijiro definitely hasn't been that lucky, despite Ijiro doing his best to intercept blows. I don't think I can keep up hardening much longer. Ijiro confesses. Think we're far enough from the gas that Aoyama can help? Siro asks. Probably, Ijiro says, falling back and looking around. I think he might have stayed with the civilians, though. Ijiro grunts and attacks the Namu again. He's too slow to dodge the return blow, but fortunately his hardening is keeping up. For now, Izuku takes one last look at Muscular and decides to risk it. The few civilians running their way have joined the last bit of the crowd Hagakure and Sue have been ushering into a large store. Jogging towards his classmates, he notices that the Namu doesn't seem to have much in the way of damage. It also has musculature that puts Muscular to shame when his quirk isn't active. And Ijiro and Siro are aiming for its legs, which either means they're fighting smart or that blows against the main body aren't working well or both. Which means that he's going to have to use similar tactics to what worked on Muscular, and find a way to knock it out, because Kaminari definitely isn't going to be up for a repeat performance for a while. Masera almost has a heart attack when a ball of green lightning comes streaking past him. At first, he thinks it's another villain and that they're done for, but then it slams into the Namu and it staggers more than from anything he and Siro have been doing, and a second later, he recognizes Midoriya. Since when could he do that? Is it some magic effect? Midoriya's quirk confuses him, at this moment more than ever, but he's not dumb enough to get distracted, so he delivers a follow-up blow to the thing's legs, even though his tail is practically on fire by now. Weren't you fighting another villain? Kirishima asks, breathing heavily. None of them are doing well at this point. Even Midoriya looks a bit rough. Kaminari took him out and I made sure he's staying down. Midoriya answers, where's Kaken? There was a gas attack. This thing punched him into it and he didn't come back out again. Siro answers, fuck. Midoriya curses, startling them all. Then again, he did grow up with Bakugo. Let's put this thing out of its misery. Heroes should be arriving soon. They should have someone with gas masks. Or if not them, the police. How do we do that? Only you and Bakubro have done anything to make it react. Kirishima says, wheezing a little as he blocks another hit. It's fast, too. Depends. Has it shown signs of a second quirk? Midoriya asks. No, Siro sighs. Unless you count the fact that hitting it anywhere but its legs does basically nothing. Then Midoriya pauses to yank Masero out of the way of a fist. I'm going to kick it in the crotch and see if it's got a shock absorption quirk like the one at USJ or if it's just tanking blows due to all that muscle. They all wince in automatic sympathy. Hopefully, Midoriya adds cryptically, then backs off. A moment later, he realizes it was to build up momentum. Midoriya jumps off air at the last second how, and kicks the thing in the thigh. What? That's not the crotch. The thing sways. Sheet. Midoriya curses. Dude, how bad is your aim? Siro asks. Good news, it reacts, so there's not an absorption quirk. Midoriya chirps. Bad news, my aim with my feet is kinda sheet. Time to try again. He backs off again and repeats the attempt. This time he hits it in the hip. It staggers with a cry and swipes at him. Good shot, Masaru compliments, even though he knows it's a miss. I'm going to try something different, Midoriya says, already backing up. He doesn't go as far this time, just a long step. Then he moves forward and again steps off air and kicks up. Surprisingly, he does seem to hit his target this time. And Masaru recognizes it as a modification of one of the kickboxing moves they'd been taught. He hits the Namu in the chin, knocking off its gas mask. Chins and faces are not meant to have that much muscle. It does stagger back, but it also grabs Midoriya's leg, yanks him off his feet and swings him in an arc, taking down Kirishima and Zero before flinging him into a wall. Masaru doesn't stop to watch the impact. Instead, he darts forwards and slams his tail into its legs. It totters dangerously, but in the end regains its balance. At least it gives Zero and Kirishima time to pick themselves back up. A quick glance Midoriya's way reveals him picking himself up despite the hem-shaped hole high on the wall and running a hand through his hair to dislodge a shower of plaster. Well, at least they haven't lost their damage dealer again. They just need to distract the thing until he can rejoin them. He decides that his tail is so bruised that he's hurting himself more than the Namu at this point and decides to target its hip with hand chops and fists. It lets out a sound of discomfort and knocks him sprawling. Okay, that worked, sort of. He's still picking himself up when he sees Midoriya just stride past him, step off of air and nail the thing in the balls. Apparently he's worked out his problem with aim. The wail of pain it lets out is beautiful and it doubles over, clutching itself. Midoriya punches it in the face. The Namu straightens a little and swipes at him, only to get kicked in the chin with a green crackling foot. The force of the blow forces it upright again, just in time to get kicked in the crotch again. It gets another punch to the face and kick to the chin. Midoriya repeats this twice more before the thing totters sideways and falls over, shaking the floor as it hits. It doesn't move. His classmate kicks it in the jaw one more time, but it doesn't react. They actually beat it. Masaru almost collapses in relief. Midoriya, on the other hand, turns and looks back at where he'd come from. They all follow his gaze to see Death Arms walking over to where someone is laying on the floor. His green classmate lets out a sound of disgust. Of course it would be him, prepared to get scolded for saving lives. You sound like you have experience, Kirishima asks, sounding tired. Yeah, slime villain back in middle school. Attacked me, got saved by All Might. Villain escaped, attacked Kaken. The heroes stood around whining that they didn't have the right quirk while watching him drown. I attacked the villain and got him off of Kaken for a moment and All Might saved us both. Lots of praise and offers of making him their sidekick to Kaken. Just scolding for me, because I only have a weak information quirk. Midoriya sounds very unimpressed by it all. Masaru doesn't blame him at all. That's shitty behavior to get from heroes. Heroes are supposed to do their damn jobs, not blame other people for doing it when they won't. That's not manly at all. Kirishima agrees. I just lost a lot of respect for him. Midoriya shrugs. At least he should be able to put Muscular back down if he gets up again. They look at the unresponsive Namu once again and then trail over to where the hero is standing, gawking at the villain on the floor. Death Arms looks up as they approach, narrowing in on Midoriya. Oh, it's you. Didn't learn your lesson from last time. You're welcome for doing your job again. Midoriya snaps back, then kind of looks like he regrets it. Why, you little problem child. What happened here? Aizawa-sensei's voice calls. The hero jerks around and they all look to find Aizawa-sensei, Mike-sensei, Nezu and Recovery Girl emerging from a store. Why are they here? Isn't this out of UAS jurisdiction? Aizawa-sensei, Nezu-sensei, Yamada-sensei. Midoriya sounds as vastly relieved as Masaru feels. What's UA doing here? Aren't you a little late? Death Arms asks. Aizawa-sensei fixes the man with a look that makes him take a step back. My students are here. Why wouldn't we come? Also, don't act like you didn't just get here yourself. Or are you claiming that you're the one who took down a B-ranked villain? He didn't. A civilian, who is standing next to the entrance of the store with a phone in hand, pointed at them, calls out. What the fuck? Did he just stand there filming the entire time? Shouldn't he have some self-preservation or something? Death Arms looks uncomfortable. No, he was down when I got here and the kids were fighting the other one, which they shouldn't have been doing. What if they got killed? Other one? Mike-sensei asks. There's a Namu, too, sensei. Zero volunteers. Kaminari and Izuku took him down. Sue says, one hand on a spaced-out looking Kaminari's arm. Then Izuku helped the others take down the Namu. Death Arms didn't even try to help, seeing as this is Muscular, a B-ranked villain known for murdering people for fun, including the water hose couple, and the other is a scientific monstrosity. I'd say that they very much should have been doing what they did. Nezu chirps, all fake cheer. If they hadn't, people would have died. Does anyone know where the rest of my students are? Death Arms looks angry and crosses his arms, but doesn't say anything in reply. At least he knows when he's totally outclassed by a better hero. A blue screen pops up in midair, Shinso, Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Ida, Minta, Ashido, and Sato are at the east end of the mall. Takoyami and Dark Shadow, Todoroki, Shoji, Kuda, and Uraraka are at the south side of the mall. Bakugo was last seen at the west end of the mall. Aoyama is helping civilians evacuate a bit west of here. All Might is currently at the east end of the mall and moving this direction. I see. Nedzu HMS. Am I right in thinking this an attack by the League of Villains? I believe so, given 2 Namu were involved. Do we know which villains were involved? Footage shows 2 Namu, Muscular, Moonfish, Locomotion, Cupid, and 2 unidentified villains in gas masks. One's height matches that of Mustard. The other is a female with a baseball bat. Young man, are you hurt? A female voice demands. Masaru jerks his attention to her. It's Recovery Girl. Yeah, but I'll pass out if you heal me. Probably the same for the others. Midoriya's bleeding, though. Or he was. She pats his arm, making him wince. Midoriya, let me look at your wounds. Another blue pane pops up. This one in front of Recovery Girl. Do not heal him. His stamina is too low. Noted. I'll stick to bandages. She acknowledges. It's just bruises. I'm fine. Midoriya tries. Young man, I can see dried blood from here. She scolds. From my nose. I think it stopped bleeding. Midoriya touches the still tacky blood that covers his lips and chin. His nose looks like it's been broken. Oh, that too. But that's not what I'm talking about. Where did you get those cuts? She demands. Midoriya looks down and apparently sees for the first time the bleeding cuts on his arm and bloody spots on his shirt. I got thrown through a glass window and then into a wall. Then we're going to see if there's any glass or other debris in those cuts and bandage them. Understood. Recovery Girl looks exasperated. Yes, Midoriya agrees, drooping in resignation. Izuku resigns himself to Recovery Girl fussing over her and is startled when a green pane pops up. Notice, plus 100 STR is no longer active. Plus 100 VIT is no longer active. Plus 100 Dex is no longer active. He just stares for a moment. Then head swimming exhaustion hits him and he sits abruptly before he falls and then leans forward as the world goes dark. Is he okay? Someone asks in alarm. I think the adrenaline just wore off, but help him, he hears before everything goes blank and still. Friday. Izuku wakes to the sensation of a belt across his waist and another over his lap and scrunches his brows in confusion. He can hear the sounds of traffic, so he's in a car. So the belt at his waist is a seat belt. But what's across his lap? He forces leaden eyelids to open a crack and looks down. It's hands. People are holding hands across his lap. Why? Awake finally, sleepyhead. Hitoshi's voice teases, turning his head slowly. He finds that yes, that's Hitoshi. How are you doing, Izuku? Momo. He turns his head the other way and yes, that's Momo. Then his brain makes a connection and his eyes open a little further. Why? His voice rasps and he stops and coughs to clear it. Why are you two holding hands? What? Jealous? Hitoshi teases. Yes, he says, then turns red. No, sorry. Momo makes a tiny laugh. Don't worry, we know you're not awake yet. We got hit with a Cupid quirk in an attempt to distract us from fighting the villains. It should wear off in a few hours. Mike-sensei put you between us to keep you from flopping around funny and hurting yourself. I still say it's because he doesn't trust us to not start tearing each other's clothes off. Hitoshi says, sounding amused. Why can't it be both, listener? Yamada-sensei's voice comes from the front of the car. See, I knew it. Hitoshi crows. Izuku huffs a laugh, then remembers what happened, and realizes what Momo said. Wait, you got attacked too. All of us did. Hitoshi explains. There are 4 attacks scattered over the mall. The senseis think it was to make sure they could target all of us. Apparently they wanted Takoyami, Bakugo, and me to join them. He sounds grim. There's a short silence, then a sigh from up front. Problem child. Bakugo was kidnapped. We don't know where he was taken yet. He what? Izuku's eyes shoot wide open. He's definitely awake now. No. Problem child. Aizawa-sensei says. Midoriya, calm down. We'll find him. We'll get him back, okay. Deep breaths. Hitoshi instructs, letting go of Momo to lift Izuku's hand to his chest. Follow my breathing, okay. In for 4, out for 5. It takes a moment, but focusing on Hitoshi's breathing does calm his panic to manageable levels. How did they take him? We don't have footage of it, but we think he was knocked out by the gas attack and taken then. Aizawa-sensei explains. Blue screens pop up in front of him and Aizawa-sensei. On it starts playing footage of Kaken, Shiro, Kirishima, and Ajiro fighting the Namu, until Kaken is suddenly punched away and the camera follows him. In the thinning fog of gas, they see movement after a moment, Kaken standing up. Then movement from behind him and what looks like a bat is brought down on his head. He crumples. The other figure turns to a third, shorter figure and hands the implement over, then stoops and hefts Kaken to their shoulder before disappearing into the gas. Footage taken from a cell phone. I accessed it earlier, but Izuku's stamina was too low to continue. Damn, at least we know he didn't go willingly. Hitoshi comments. Kaken would never. He defends. Can you trace them? It will have to wait a couple hours until your stamina has recovered more. Otherwise it could be potentially damaging to your recovery. I don't care. Well, I do care. Izuku huffs but realizes that he's not going to win this argument. Fine, be that way. Thank you. I will. Aizawa-sensei huffs a laugh. Problem child. Sacrificing your health will help no one. You can't save anyone if you're in too poor of shape to help. Right now, your stamina is so low that Recovery Girl couldn't risk healing you today. You have a broken nose, cuts on all 4 limbs in your torso and face, and heavy to moderate bruising on over 50% of your body. Be good and rest up so you can help later. For some reason, that makes Yamada-sensei cackle. Oh, shut up. Aizawa-sensei grouses. I'm going to remember this. Yamada-sensei sing-songs. You're illogical. Aizawa-sensei grumbles. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 37,566 XP. Plus 1 STP. Plus 4 STP. Optional quest failed. No rewards. Quest accomplished. Quest rewards. Plus 37,566 XP. Plus 1 STP. Plus 4 STP. Optional quest failed. No rewards. Izuku Midoriya. Level 12 to 15. Exp. 12,074 25,000 plus 75,132 equals 87,206 over 25,000 equals 62,206 over 26,000 equals 36,206 over 27,000 equals 9,206 28,000. STR 57. VIT 185 plus 10 equals 195. Dex 87. INT 137. Wise 155. HP 487 1110 will upgrade to 487 1170. MP Infinity Sta 21,242 will upgrade to 21,252. STP 0 plus 10 will become minus 10 equals 0. Available spell points 35,200 plus 25,000 plus 26,000 plus 27,000 equals 113,200. Spell prices. Spell points based on players' previous levels X. Level 1, 5 spell points SPE. Level 2, 25 SPE. Level 3, 625 SPE. Level 4, 390, 625 SP per E. Level 5, 244,140, 625 SP per 1. Spell modification. Very minor, 390, 625 SP per E. Spell modification. Secondary. Minor, 244,140, 625 SP per E. Izashi, watch the road. Aizawa-sensei barks. Awa, but I want to see too. Yamada-sensei whines, eyes thankfully back on the road. And we want to not end up dead in a traffic accident. Ask Midoriya to show you later. Aizawa-sensei retorts. I can show you later, Yamada-sensei. Izuku iterates. Looking forward to it, listener. Yamada-sensei chirps. Now that my life has flashed before my eyes. Hitoshi says sardonically. So you spend 5 points every time you try a new spell. Or are you on level 2 spells already? Oh, I bought all the level 1 spells at once. But I have to use them correctly 100 times to master them, and I have to master all of them before I can move to level 2 spells. Izuku explains. How many level 1 spells are there? Momo asks curiously. 25. How many have you mastered? Hitoshi wants to know. None yet, but I'm getting close on a couple of them. Izuku admits. Hitoshi pats his hand, then puts it back on his lap and reaches for Momo's hand again. Well, we have been busy. Momo excuses him. You even more than the rest of us. Both of you more than the rest of us. Hitoshi corrects. That's true. Momo agrees. It's for a good cause, though. Hitoshi nods. Our pocketbooks thank you. Oh, you. Momo says in amusement. Izuku feels content sitting between them as they playfully argue. About that, Aizawa-sensei interjects. You should reflect your costume changes in the figurines. Oh, that's a good idea. Momo replies. I'll talk to my business managers about changing them for the next run. Should we update yours too? Aizawa-sensei shrugs. I'm not sure there will be any visible changes other than adding the club. But sure. Should I update my costume? Yamada-sensei asks, sounding puzzled. Not unless you're going dungeon diving with us. If you are, then absolutely yes. Aizawa-sensei tells him. Dungeon diving. Wait, dungeons. Yamada-sensei squawks. Why did I not know about this? You never asked. Aizawa-sensei says in a dull tone. Eyes flashing red as he turns his gaze on Yamada-sensei. How would I know to ask that? Yamada-sensei asks in outrage. I'm not responsible for your lack of ability to ask appropriate questions. Aizawa-sensei sounds entirely disinterested, even though it's clear that he's teasing. Yamada-sensei sputters. Sorry, Yamada-sensei. Izuku says. We were keeping it to a need-to-know basis. I don't mind you knowing, though. Thanks, listener. I take it that the other two listeners already knew. Yamada-sensei surmises. Well, yeah. They're my best friends and part of the dungeon party. Izuku admits. Okay, that makes sense. Also, cute. Yamada-sensei says with a grin. Izuku blushes. Yamada-sensei. What? It is. Maybe I made a mistake putting you between them. He teases. Mike-sensei. Momo exclaims, turning red too. Itoshi snorts. You don't really think that? Quit teasing him. Though I admit, it's fun to see him turn red. Izuku covers his face in mortification. Why are they like this? Friday. So we agree. 3 weeks of community service for breaking the law in this instance. Nedzu confirms. The police chief looks tired. Yeah, we're going to face lashback if they don't get punished. But we might face more lashback if we give them anything worse than that for saving multiple lives. It's thanks to them that no one died. So far, Nedzu corrects grimly. 23 people are in the ER for gas exposure. They're lucky it isn't more, given how close to the food court the attack started. Yes, so far. Fortunately, mustard's gas is only mildly poisonous, so it doesn't have the same prognosis as if it were, say, prolonged exposure to real mustard gas. The chief sighs. Let's pray that it remains that way. Yes, Nedzu agrees. I must agree with that, particularly given that our students were clearly targeted in this attack. Any news on how tracking their car is going? The police chief checks his phone. Unfortunately, they've lost it. He looks Nedzu in the eye. I'll be honest, finding the trail again will probably take time that your student doesn't have to spare. Nedzu is quiet for a moment, thinking of other ways to track them. His ears perk as he has a thought. I may have an alternate way to find him. I'll get back to you on that. I wish you luck on that. The chief says, shaking his head slightly. Friday. Momo looks at Itoshi, who has Izuku's head in his lap. The green boy having passed out again after they got to Aizawa-sensei's apartment, where he could keep an eye on them. So, when he said he was jealous, who do you think he meant? Itoshi gives her an intense look, then shrugs and schools his expression to indifference. Odds are that he's straight and meant you, but he also could have just meant jealous of being able to hold hands with someone. Oh, she looks down at her green friend contemplatively. Would you mind if he did mean you? Itoshi presses. I don't know. I'm not sure I could choose. She replies, then flushes. While she does like both Izuku and Hitoshi, they are her friends and that shouldn't even cross her mind. She most definitely did not mean to say that. Hitoshi eyes her for a moment longer, then squeezes her hand. Understandable. It is. No wait. She shouldn't assume that he means the same thing. And yes, she's too afraid of the answer to actually ask. Friday afternoon. Katsuki wakes up with a hellish headache. Oh, you're awake. Do you want water? A woman's voice comments. He tries to move and finds he's sitting in a chair, bound in ropes. His hands are bound palm to palm. The hell? I want out of these ropes. And the fucking light's dimmer. And you to shut up. There's silence in response. Yes, I want water, he admits, because his throat is so dry that his voice keeps cracking and dehydration is the most common source of headaches for him. Where the fuck am I? I thought you wanted silence. The woman sounds amused. I do. My head hurts like hell. Who are you? He demands. A headache. I'll be right back, she says. A good 2 minutes later she finally returns with a glass of water and something in her other hand. Open up. Why? He asks suspiciously. Headache medicine and water. It's not like you can use your hands, she explains easily. Reluctantly he opens his mouth and lets her pop the pills onto his tongue and press the glass against his lips. He drinks greedily. When the glass is empty, he says, you never did say who the fuck you are. My bad. I'm Vapor, the new leader of the League of Villains. I have an offer for you. Join us and be allowed to use your quirk however you like. She says like it's a done deal. I'm not a fucking villain, he retorts. But you could be. Another female voice says cheerfully. He squints and finds a woman in a pink dress with a white toga and a cringy golden arrow pattern worked through both of them. Next to her is a man in copper and silver with a weird barred V-shaped hat who looks extremely bored with the proceeding. It's fun. The looks of fear are great. The hell? What's wrong with you? Katsuki demands. Lots. The man intones. The woman next to him ruffles his hair and walks away, saying, well, I'll leave you to think it over. Let me know when you change your mind and I'll get you some food. He's speechless at the backhanded threat. Are they planning to starve him into submission? Well, it won't work. He's the fucking best. He's not going to be a shitty villain. Friday. Kitty Stan. Holy shit. This is the funniest fight I've ever seen. Attached clip. Video follows the second Namu fight, zooming in on the kids running past it and into walls and people dodging out of the way when they run the other direction. Then following a short purple kid running frantically from it until it's stuck to the floor and then moves to two kids with blunt weapons trying and failing to hit two villains who are dodging easily and laughing at them. Then a third kid runs up and fails to stop, sliding between the other two kids and the two villains to impact the wall face first. Then the villains run away. The camera moves back to the Namu that is now snoring on the floor, still stuck in place. Fighter plane, at Kitty Stan, you were there. Are you alright? And you're not kidding. That's hilarious. Kitty Stan, at Fighter plane, oh, I'm 100% fine. Had a close call with that monster at the beginning. But once those kids saw what was going on, they jumped in between us civilians and the villain. Fighter plane, at Kitty Stan, glad to hear it. Those kids are going to be true heroes once they get their licenses. Kitty Stan, at Fighter plane, going to be. They already are. MC, you mean vigilantes. They're going to be in a lot of legal trouble for that stunt. At Kitty Stan, at Fighter plane, karma at its finest. That's what you think. I'm paying my lawyer to help UA get them out of charges. At MC, people like you are why the legal system is fucked. At karma at its finest. Civil explanations, OMG. That is the craziest villain fight I've seen in years. Were all those bloopers because of a quirk? At Kitty Stan, at civil explanations, yes. It was the male villain's quirk. This post has 6379 replies. Click to expand. Friday. Evening news. Kiyashi Ward Shopping Mall will be closed for the next 2 weeks for professional decontamination and repairs. A bit of an update on that situation. 47 people were hospitalized after the event, but several have been released to go home, and it's been reported that all of those in critical condition still have been stabilized and are no longer in danger of dying. There have been no deaths from this frankly terrifying incident. Unfortunately, there have been no updates on how goes the search for the missing UA student. Speaking of UA students, we have a few clips of the fights that took place as UA students stopped the villains in their tracks. A clip, clearly from a mall camera, showing Moonfish with his teeth dug into a woman's leg, several kids emerging from a shop and assessing the situation as Moonfish draws the chunk of flesh into his mouth, followed by the woman scrambling away, crying. A kid with red and white hair using his quirk to put an ice wall between her and a second attack from Moonfish. The kids exchanging a few words and the girl of the group going around to help the injured woman while a kid with 6 arms charges at Moonfish. A clip of an approaching wall of gas or smoke that suddenly stops expanding and a monster with its brain showing emerging. A group of kids looking at it and talking quickly. Then one boy separates and starts urging the scared civilians away while the other kids stand their ground as it approaches. Then one spiky blonde kid attacks it with explosion and it screeches as fire flares around it, but does nothing to try to put it out. The fire is out in a moment and the kids wait until it comes at them to attack again. It doesn't even flinch from most of the blows, just the explosions. A clip of a monster with its brain on the outside, clearly different than the last one, being followed by a man and a woman in costumes. A tall blue-haired kid runs at the monster only to keep running past it until he slams into a wall. A pink-skinned girl also runs at it and impacts the wall a few feet away. The man in the costume that's vaguely railroad-themed, copper with silver tracks up his side and silver circles attached to the lines, seemingly meant to be representing wheels, and a cattle guard-shaped hat on his head, laughing at them. A tall, purple-haired boy approaching the man and woman and talking to them before the man shakes the woman roughly. A dark-haired girl holding a staff comes up beside the purple boy, who continues to talk. The man shakes the woman, who is in a dark pink dress covered with a white toga, with little golden arrows embroidered on all of it, again, and she says something before pointing at the 2 kids and getting visibly upset when nothing happens. A clip of a green-haired kid back flipping off of Muscular's thigh, the force of it swaying Muscular slightly, and a blonde kid with a lightning bolt in his hair darting forward and electrifying Muscular, who seizes and then topples over backwards with a thud. A clip of the green-haired kid being used as a weapon by the first monster, knocking 2 other kids down before he's flung away, and a kid with a tail darting in to swipe at its legs to distract it. The monster totters dangerously. As you can see, their bravery is simply amazing. Makes you wonder what UA is feeding these kids. Now we have the weather report with Mr. Ishiyama. Friday, Caverns Ancient. Is this you in charge of Bold? Novel. Attached clip. A short compilation of a blonde boy zapping Muscular full force. A green-haired kid kicking Muscular in the jaw while he's down. A green-haired kid kicking the first Namu in the crotch, then punching it in the face and kicking it in the jaw with green crackling limbs and the Namu staggering sideways and falling and not getting up again. Talk about brutal. At Novel, Caverns Ancient. To be clear, that's admiration. Those monsters totally deserved it. I just didn't know you had it in you. At Novel, Pikachu. At Caverns Ancient, you're advocating violence now. Shame on you. Villains are people too. White Angel 5. Seriously. Muscular murders people for fun. And it's been released that the Namu are not sapient. They're literally made out of corpses. They aren't people any longer. Shame on you for being a victim blamer. At Pikachu, Admin 74. At White Angel 5, I would like to discuss with you your sources, because that is not released information and you shouldn't be spreading rumors. White Angel 5. I don't narc on my sources. Ban me if you like. SYSTEMNOTIC. White Angel 5 has been banned for 48 HRS. Pikachu. At White Angel 5 I'm not a victim blamer. Caverns Ancient. You kind of are, man. At Pikachu. Serval Service. You definitely are. At Pikachu. Those kids were fighting to save lives, not for glory. Admin 74. At Pikachu. Please don't instigate fights when you know no one will agree with you. You're like my personal headache. Pikachu. At Admin 74. Hey, you're supposed to be neutral. I'm not starting fights. They are. Serval Service. Hey, at Pikachu. How does it feel to suck so bad that even the admins are sick of you? Inert Neutron. You realize that they probably had zero choice in the matter if they didn't want to die. These are first years, and Muscular is a B-ranked murderer who has killed pro heroes. Not to mention that thing, it was going after civilians every time those kids backed off at all and nothing else was taking it down. At Pikachu. This post had 7492 replies. Click to expand. Friday evening. Izuku stares groggily at Nezu and wonders why he's here and not doing something else. Nezu smiles briefly. I have a question for Fine-san. Okay, he agrees after a moment. Yes, what are the odds that the Namo and or All for One are at the same location as the computer you found that information on? Oh, hi, I suppose. At least for the Namo. I've sent the location to your phone. Thank you. That was all I needed. Nezu says sincerely, and it's hard to tell, but he looks almost as tired as Izuku feels. Oh, before I go, I do have another question. Can you only open dimension doors in Izuku's vicinity? No, I can open one in the vicinity of any member of a dungeon party. Can you open one where Bakugo is? Nezu asks. Izuku gasps in excitement at the possibility. No, but if you find his location, I can send him an invite. If he accepts it, then I could. I doubt he would, though. Ah, that's a shame. Nezu acknowledges. I suppose that would have been too easy. Izuku sags. He really just wants Kaken to be safe now. Saturday. Izuku opens his eyes slowly, then flinches back and gives a muffled shriek at finding his mom's face close to his. Mom, what? His mom smiles and stands up. I used the permanent door and asked Fine-san to open a door to you. I was worried. That's right. He slept on Aizawa-sensei's couch last night, with the goal of seeing Recovery Girl come morning to get healed. Momo and Hitoshi had gone home after the quirk had worn off. At least the couch is comfy. Problem child. Are you? Oh, hi, Mrs. Midoriya. I'd ask how you got in, but I have a feeling that you just asked Fine-san. How are you this morning? Aizawa-sensei says, alarm quickly fading to blasé acceptance. Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Aizawa. At least now that I've seen my Izuku's face. How are you? Inko chirps. Awake. He yawns, politely covering his mouth with one hand. Do you want breakfast? No thank you. I already ate. She replies. How about you, problem child? Aizawa-sensei asks. Yes, please. His stomach is feeling pretty empty. As if on cue, his stomach growls in hunger. He turns a little red as both adults look amused. Saturday. Novel official. At everyone, thank you all for your concern and well wishes. I can't say anything about the investigation on Bakugo's kidnapping, and I'm not supposed to talk about the mall incident until UA has released a statement about it. Novel official. What I can tell you is that the rest of us are fine. The worst injury was one of Tentacle's secondary arms, but he is able to regenerate them, so he'll be back to normal in a couple weeks. Novel official. At Caverns Ancient. At Pikachu. At White Angel 5. At Inert Neutron, please know that I would never advocate violence if there's any alternative. Inert Neutron is correct about the situation. A mentor of mine has once or twice told me if you can't reach the head, go for the crotch. In general, this is a your foe outclasses you by a lot tactic only, but it is valid. Although, please do not try kicking people in the jaw. That's assault. You could seriously injure someone. Pikachu. Then why did you do it? At Novel official. Novel official, very simply, because the only ally I had able to take him down was out of commission. If he'd gotten up again, he'd have overwhelmed me and then gone on to murder people for fun. I knew what the possible legal consequences were and chose to put lives over my own convenience. At Pikachu. Pikachu sounds like a fancy excuse to me. At Novel official. SYSTEMNOTICE. Pikachu has been banned for 72 hours. Admin 36. Sorry about him, Novel. He's a fanatical pacifist and common sense does not sway him. We all consider you and your class as heroes for stopping those villains before anyone could die. At Novel official. Novel official, thanks. At Admin 36. Novel official. Some people have been asking why an information quirk has other abilities. The answer is that my quirk has recently developed an energy manipulation aspect. We're still finding out all it can do. Besides the black whips that were visible in some recordings, the green lightning allows me to reinforce my body. It's how I survived being thrown through a window and into a wall with so little damage. Novel official. My worst injury was a broken nose from Muscular punching me. It has since been healed by Recovery Girl, along with the worst of the bruises and cuts. Saris. Sounds sus to me. At Novel Official. Novel Official, I'm a late bloomer. Really late. You know how weird quirks like that can get, right? At Saris, that's true. Suspicion removed. At Novel Official. Darling Dad, so, if All Might is your father, does that mean he has an energy manipulation quirk too? That would make so much sense. I mean, he can change the weather with a punch. Creati Enterprises. No, we will not be updating Novel's figurines at this time. It is possible that we'll do so in the future. There will be costume updates for several of Class 1AS figurines, however, starting 2 runs from now. At everyone, Hypno's Unofficial, I've seen a lot of comments on how calm we all were. We were, in fact, not calm at all. I, for one, can confidently say it was the most terrifying thing I have ever experienced. But if we had panicked, the people we were protecting would have panicked too. Not only that, but it's impossible to fight effectively when you're busy panicking. We simply didn't have time to panic. Hypnos, you made an account. I'm so excited. Everyone says my little brother's quirk is villainous. They're his favorite hero. At Hypnos Unofficial. This post has 17,338 replies. Click to expand. Energy manipulation aspect. Yamada-sensei asks in amusement, handing him the paperwork to update his quirk. I didn't have a better explanation. He defends, then asks seriously, should I put it down as something else on the forums? Nah, energy manipulation is about as vague as you can get with all the things your quirk does. Yamada-sensei replies, the commission and others will only be more suspicious if you don't give them an explanation or if you don't update your quirk description. Pointing out that you're a late bloomer was a really good idea. Maybe claim your quirk has another, earlier application of energy manipulation. Technically, you could claim inventory is energy manipulation. See, there you go. Yamada-sensei says enthusiastically. Thanks. Is it energy manipulation? He wonders. More like planar manipulation. Oh, that does make more sense. Sunday. The LOV idiots turn on the TV and move his chair so he has to watch. It's Nedzu and Aizawa-sensei holding a press conference about the mall and his disappearance. Some stupid reporter asks if he'd been chosen by the LOV for his villainous potential. Aizawa-sensei looks disapproving and politely says that the LOV has made a mistake. Because Katsuki is never going to be a villain. Which the LOV obviously doesn't like, but Katsuki has to blink back tears. The conference continues, but Katsuki misses it as a familiar text pane and Baby Pink pops up in front of him. You have been invited to join a dungeon party. Except, yes, no, the hell, this has Midoriya written all over it. But he's not stupid. There has to be a good reason that Midoriya's pissy quirk is deigning to do this. Yes, he mutters. There's a knock at the door. Pizza delivery. Pizza. Vapor asks, did someone order pizza? Do you want out of here? There's a chorus of no's, which Katsuki uses to mutter under his breath, yes, I fucking want out of here. Very well. 2 things happen at once. The wall busts open revealing All Might on the other side and the floor drops out from under Katsuki. Then he's falling sideways. Or really, upside down, since the chair impacts the floor with him face down. He grunts as his cheek and knees take the brunt of the fall. Oh, the hell. He squints as a text screen and Baby Pink pops up in front of his nose. My apologies. I do not normally have to open the door myself. It complicated things. Are you alright? I'm fucking fine. He huffs and then starts wriggling around and trying to push himself up enough to crack the chair against the floor and break it so he can escape the ropes. He manages to thwack the thing sideways onto the floor several times over the next 10 minutes before he starts cursing. What the hell? What kind of villains use unbreakable chairs? I'm going to break this damn chair if it's the last thing I fucking do. Or, you could ask me to remove the rope. You can do that. Why the fuck didn't you just do that to start with? Was it fun watching me struggle? He demands. I can. Politeness is important. That was just a bonus. Katsuki curses at the quirk for a couple minutes before running out of breath. Fine. Remove the fucking rope already. Nothing happens. Sheet. The quirk had specified ask, hadn't it? Please remove the ropes. The ropes crumble to dust. He awkwardly shoves to his knees and shoves the fucking chair off of him. Pushing to his feet, he brushes the rope dust off of him, grimacing. Nasty stuff. Sunday. Meanwhile, Kuriko dashes for one of the bedrooms attached to the bar, grabbing up a gas mask as she runs. Locomotion casts his quirk on the heroes. Mustard, Locomotion and Cupid also grab up masks and Mustard starts flooding the area with gas. All Might punches it away and nearly ends up on his face. Kuriko comes back with a hulking Namu in a gas mask and points it at the heroes. Namu, kill the heroes. Mustard produces more gas and the 4 villains take the chance to get out the back door and run. A Baby Pink text pane pops up in front of All Might. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.